Chapter 1. The Era of Shadows, The Awakening of the Devourers. January 1st, 2000, on the Blue Planet. According to expert observations, a black bird suddenly emerged, regurgitating a colossal stomach that engulfed the entire sun. Subsequently, the black bird reabsorbed its stomach and vanished without a trace. The sun disappeared, plunging the Blue Planet into an age of darkness. Yet, life on the Blue Planet did not face complete annihilation. Humanity managed to endure, and numerous researchers are diligently investigating the reasons behind this resilience. On the same day, deities manifested in large numbers on the Blue Planet, most of whom harbored hostility towards and sought to annihilate humanity. Under the guidance of countless unsung heroes, humanity established a unified government and constructed several large safe zones, confining human existence to these protected areas. For reasons yet to be uncovered, the deities are unable to breach these safe zones to wreak havoc upon humanity, prompting further research into this phenomenon. This historical account marks the onset of the Dark Age on the Blue Planet. It encompasses three critical points. What was overlooked last year shall undoubtedly be examined this year, whether you believe it or not. The first critical point. Seated in the corner of the classroom, Qin Xiang sighed. Studying history will not save humanity, especially not this flawed narrative. In this world, only knowledge pertaining to awakened abilities holds any significance. He turned to gaze out the window. Through the protective glass, he could vaguely discern one or two bizarrely shaped deities drifting in the night sky above. The Blue Planet has descended into eternal night, rendering the view outside the safe zones consistent at all times. Faintly twinkling stars, and the so-called deities meandering beneath the celestial canopy. Classmates, next, we shall discuss the deities. There are critical points here as well. Pay close attention. This is the first round of revision, perfect for addressing any gaps in your knowledge. After the eternal night descended, the Blue Planet witnessed the emergence of some peculiar creatures, each more bizarre than the last. However, they share a common trait. They are aggressive and possess immortality. Humanity surmises that these creatures are divine retributions for the sins committed prior to the advent of the Dark Age. Hence they are referred to as deities. Strange beings endowed with immortality, yet lauded as deities. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang could not help but scratch his head. It is always thus. The culmination of science leads to theology. People attribute all inexplicable phenomena to the divine. Everyone must take note. The deities in the Dark Age, regardless of the subject matter, will be tested in the college entrance examination. The students exhibited little enthusiasm. All were aware that in this world, only those who awakened their abilities possess a foothold. As for the college entrance examination for ordinary individuals, only those who rank within the top 1,000th in the safe zones can gain admission to higher institutions and have a chance to secure respectable employment within a unified government. Yet within a vast expanse of the safe zones, achieving a rank within the top 1,000th is exceedingly arduous. Even the top 5 students in the entire school cannot guarantee such a position. In his previous life, Qin Xiang could not achieve this. And in his rebirth, the prospect seems even more unattainable. In his previous life, Qin Xiang was an orphan whose performance in the college entrance examination was far from satisfactory. Afterward, he managed to pass the postgraduate entrance exam and secured a modestly respectable job. However, in the midst of middle age, he fell victim to corporate downsizing. When he sought compensation from the company, he was tragically struck down by a security guard. Miraculously, he was reborn at the age of 17. Upon returning, the individuals surrounding him were largely those he had known in his past life. Yet, the once ordinary world had transformed into a bizarre realm, akin to a parallel universe. This alternate reality was governed by deities and those endowed with sequence abilities. Having not awakened any sequence ability, Qin Xiang felt a deep sense of grievance. Heavens, why have you yet to grant me a sequence ability? Is my rebirth merely to serve as a pawn? In the era of the Dark Century, various life forms underwent mutations. Countless species faced extinction, while countless others emerged. Humanity, too, began to mutate, giving rise to sequence ability users. On January 1st, 2005, 5 years after the onset of the Dark World, humanity witnessed the birth of its first sequence ability user. This individual possessed an extraordinary power, transforming one hand into a revolver. His revolver could fire 6 bullets in a single day. Many deemed this mutation inconsequential, as humanity's current adversaries were the immortal deities. If nuclear weapons could not vanquish these gods, what use was a revolver? Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the revolver achieved what even nuclear bombs could not. It felled 2 smaller deities that scuttled across the ground. Though these deities resembled gigantic cockroaches, they were still immortal entities. The emergence of sequenceability users shattered the long-held belief of the immortality of deities. Humanity erupted in jubilant celebration, seeing a glimmer of hope encountering the gods. This individual's awakening heralded a new era, and many others soon followed in awakening their sequence abilities. The tales of humans slaying deities became increasingly common, with many sequence ability users reaping substantial rewards for their hunts. However, the spark of awakened sequence abilities did not alter the precarious existence of humanity within the safety zones. 4 or 5 years post-awakening, no one had succeeded in slaying the most formidable large deities. Nevertheless, the rise of sequence abilities transformed the internal dynamics among humans. Outside the safety zones, deities reigned supreme within. Sequence ability users emerged as the new gods. This was the apocalypse for humanity, yet a paradise for sequence ability users. Stories of those who went from begging on the streets in the morning to achieving greatness through the awakening of their abilities in the afternoon circulated widely within the safety zones. Compared to diligent study, awakening a sequence ability was viewed as the true path to altering one's destiny. Despite his rebirth, Qin Xiang remained devoid of any awakened sequence ability. He had thought that as the chosen one, he would be granted a modicum of luck. Yet, 3 days had passed, and he remained an ordinary student living on the fringes of the safety zone. He yearned to glean more information about sequence awakenings, yet found that few around him could articulate it clearly. This was understandable. Anyone with family or friends who were sequence ability users or had any knowledge of such abilities would hardly reside in the remote outskirts of the safety zone. Students, the awakening of sequence abilities represents humanity's hope, yet we must remain grounded and diligently pursue our studies. Sequence awakening? He immediately raised his hand, directing his gaze towards the history teacher who also served as the homeroom instructor. Qin Xiang, do you have a question? Teacher, why is it that none of us have awakened sequence abilities? How can one awaken such powers? Isn't this question already addressed? The homeroom teacher frowned deeply. The reasons for sequence awakening remain a mystery. If I knew, I would have awakened one myself. A classmate interjected, but I heard that Zhou Yang from the neighboring class had an uncle who awakened a sequence ability. Why can't I awaken mine? That was Director Zhou. The proportion of government officials who awaken sequence abilities is inherently high. But enough with the buts. Rather than indulging in unrealistic fantasies here, focus on preparing for the college entrance examination. You have only 6 months until the exam. If you don't study hard to gain admission to the academy, you'll be working after high school graduation. Can you spare me the hassle? Everyone, take out your assignments, I will check them. The more the homeroom teacher spoke, the more agitated he became, eventually slamming his hands on the desk in frustration. However, Qin Xiang, having lived 2 lives, could discern that the teacher's anger did not stem from a desire for his students to succeed. Only the top 5 students in the entire school stood a chance of being admitted to the academy, and the highest achiever in his class was merely ranked around 30th school-wide. In other words, everyone in the class was destined to work after graduating from high school. The teacher could not possibly be unaware of this reality. His agitation and fury were not rooted in concern for the students' futures. In Qin Xiang's eyes, he perceived an undercurrent of resentment and jealousy. Resentment towards being an ordinary individual. Jealousy of others who had awakened their sequences. When the teacher reached Qin Xiang, he noticed that his assignment remained unwritten. You speak so much in class, I assumed you had completed your homework. Not only have you failed to write your assignment, but you also indulge in fanciful dreams. Go stand at the door as punishment. Return only when you have regained your senses. Okay, he was not the only one who hadn't completed his homework, yet he was the only one called out for punishment. It seemed that his earlier question had provoked the teacher's ire. It has been said that human anger fundamentally arises from one's own inadequacies. Perhaps that is true. Qin Xiang stepped out of the classroom. He did not take this minor punishment to heart. If it weren't for the school cafeteria providing meals, allowing him, an orphan without income, to fill his stomach, he would hardly bother attending classes. Certainly, he would devote all his energy to pondering matters of sequence. Coincidentally, the area outside the classroom was quiet. He could contemplate the methods of awakening his sequence in peace. Though it may seem forced, it was better than not thinking at all. As far as he knew, the wealthy and powerful in this world had a significantly higher probability of awakening sequence abilities. In contrast, impoverished students like him, living on the fringes of safety, could go for thousands without a single awakening among them. Sequence awakening is not entirely random. It appears to possess a bias towards the affluent. He sighed deeply. If the conditions for sequence awakening are tied to one's quality of life, I fear I may never awaken my sequence. Gazing out the window, he faintly discerned several divine stars meandering across the night sky. Divinities, are you? He mused. If you are indeed divine, then my ability to be reborn must also imply that I possess a semblance of divine power. By that logic, one could roundly conclude that I, too, am a deity. Qin Xiang offered a gentle smile. Suddenly, he noticed a solitary eye in the dark expanse of the starry sky, slowly opening and fixating upon him. Its pitch-black pupil did not seem to belong to a human, rather. It bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a bird. This eye, suspended in the nocturnal vault, was enormous and round. If it were indeed that of a bird, it could likely swallow the entire blue planet in one gulp. Furrowing his brow, Qin Xiang glanced around at his classmates from other classes who were being punished and made to stand in the corridor. Some of them were idly staring out the window, yet none appeared to notice this eye. Was he the only one able to see it? He locked eyes with the mysterious gaze for a brief moment, and immediately felt as though it was casting some form of disorientation upon him, leaving him dizzy and lightheaded. In the next instant, a fragment of information materialized in his mind. Awakening of the Devourer of God sequence. Chapter 2 Double Happiness arrives. Sequence Devourer awakens. Consuming deities will enhance strength. Current sequence level. 1. Glutton. Skill. Blood Feast. Skill description. Consuming deities can augment one's power. As he regained his composure, the eye in the starry sky had vanished without a trace. The sequence has awakened? His understanding of sequence abilities was rather limited. The only thing he knew was that those endowed with sequence powers could perceive their own sequence information within their minds. Have I awakened a sequence ability as well? Qin Xiang was still in disbelief when he suddenly felt a surge of power coursing through him, significantly uplifting his mental state. His previously emaciated arms began to develop muscular contours. It is said that awakening a sequence ability enhances the body. It appears to be true. Yet, contemplating the birds, I left him perplexed. Is it possible that everyone awakens their sequences in such an odd manner? I can't shake the feeling that my awakening and the name of my sequence are rather peculiar. Perhaps it would be best to gather more information before informing others. The name Devourer is quite straightforward. I must investigate further at the God Layer Camp. The God Layer Camp serves as a forum for individuals with sequence abilities to discuss and exchange ideas. Accessing the forum requires a mobile phone or computer. However, in his household, there was not even a single functioning electrical appliance. The scarcity of electrical resources in this post-apocalyptic world meant that internet CAFs were not open around the clock. And after evening classes, they had already closed their doors. Returning home, Qin Xiang let out a deep sigh. I shall rest for the night and head to the internet CAF in the morning. The following day, he set off with his meager 10 copper coins, carrying his backpack towards the CAF. Inside, a faint scent of smoke lingered, far less pungent than the internet CAFs of his past life. The establishment appeared somewhat dilapidated, adorned only with a few decorative stickers, seemingly untouched by renovation. Yet it was still a significant improvement over Qin Xiang's living conditions. To him, anyone residing nearby who could afford electricity was considered affluent. And those managing such an electricity-consuming venue were undoubtedly wealthy individuals. In the impoverished outskirts of the safety zone, few could afford the luxury of paid internet access. Yet, a CAF had opened in this unlikely location. The choice of such an unusual site surely had its reasons. As Qin Xiang passed by on his way to and from school, he often noticed peculiar individuals entering and exiting, which seemed to corroborate this notion. Just half an hour is sufficient, he declared, tossing 10 copper coins to the CAF attendant. Given the scarcity of electrical resources, the fees at the CAF were exorbitantly high. 10 copper coins represented a week's worth of earnings from his part-time job at the school library, and parting with them felt like a searing loss. The attendant, a portly man in his 30s seated at the counter, regarded Qin Si Young with a scrutinizing gaze before expressionlessly pointing to a computer. That one, go ahead. After taking his seat, he noticed a man nearby clad in a suit, typing away at the keyboard. A second glance revealed why this CAF's atmosphere was markedly more pleasant than those he remembered. It was simply because the prices were steep. Those who possess spare funds to visit this place are generally individuals in pursuit of information or engaged in transactions. They are far removed from the nostalgic existence of the internet CAF patrons of yore. Qin Si Young cast aside all distractions and focused intently on the screen before him. However, the computer was excruciatingly slow, taking a full 2 minutes to load the interface. Unfortunately, faster computers demanded additional payment. He logged into the forum dedicated to those with sequence abilities, known as the Godslaying Camp, to peruse the currently recognized sequences. The pinned post detailed the statistics of the awakened sequences, and he eagerly clicked on it. From New Year's Day 2005 to the present, a span of 5 years, thousands of sequences had been awakened. Each individual experienced a sudden awakening akin to an electric shock, with none having foreseen the event through any prophetic vision. What astonished Qin Si Young even more was that among the myriad of sequences, none bore any relation to the devouring of deities. No one had awakened in a manner akin to his own, nor possessed a sequence ability resembling his. He swallowed hard, murmuring to himself, "Could it be that I am the chosen one?" His own sequence remained an enigma, leaving him to ponder whether to disclose it. Such a revelation might attract widespread attention. Yet, as his gaze lingered on a particular post, he found himself engulfed in hesitation. Humanity had yet to comprehend the remnants of deities. Should he awaken a sequence that enabled him to consume gods and grow stronger, he might be seized for research. The notion of being captured for experimentation. With a nascent understanding of sequence abilities, he recognized that his devourer of gods sequence was a singular anomaly. The sequence abilities within the Godslaying Camp were revered for the capacity to hunt deities while simultaneously enhancing one's own strength undeniably represented a fearsome perpetual motion machine. Qin Si Young prudently acknowledged that he perhaps lacked the strength to match this extraordinary sequence. As the saying goes, a common man bears no sin, yet possesses a jewel invites calamity. If one possesses wealth that exceeds one's capabilities, danger lurks at every corner. Should he choose to trust himself or place his life and future in the hands of others, relying on their noble morals? For an ordinary individual, this question poses no great challenge. In an instant, Qin Si Young resolved to maintain secrecy regarding his discovery, to amass wealth quietly, whether in this life or the next. This truth remained immutable. While contemplating his future plans, the computer abruptly reverted to the password screen, displaying a notification, "Time to log off. If you wish to continue, please pay at the counter." The 10 copper coins he had spent for internet access had expired. Such is the plight of those without funds, even with transcendent sequences. One must adhere to the clock. Fortunately, in a mere half-hour, Qin Si Young had unearthed the information he sought. Above all, he must ensure that no one learned of the devourer of God's sequence. He shouldered his backpack and exited the internet CAF, leaving behind the perplexed gaze of the portly attendant. Through the armored glass of the secure zone, he gazed at the vast expanse of stars that eternally adorned the sky, along with the occasional majestic deity drifting by, and he felt a twinge of confusion. Now, should he proceed to the exit of the secure zone or head to school? In the Godslaying Camp, the sequence practitioners mentioned that at the exit of the safe zone, squads of hunters targeting deities venture in and out daily. The United Government has instituted various supportive policies and allocated resources for the sequence practitioners. In exchange, these practitioners are tasked with hunting the deities beyond the safe zone. The more formidable and numerous the deities they slay, the more substantial their rewards. To substantiate their kills, practitioners bring back a unique part of the deity's body as proof to claim their bounty. Therefore, Qin Si Young contemplated that waiting at the safe zone's exit might present an opportunity to taste a piece of divine flesh, validating whether this devourer of gods sequence indeed enhances his strength. Should his hypothesis prove correct, he might ascend to unparalleled heights. He envisioned a scenario where he could continually hunt deities outside the safe zone until he became a master before returning to dominate all. In this relentless pursuit of divine beings, he could potentially elevate his power, akin to a perpetual motion machine. However, upon reviewing the information panel in his mind and calmly assessing his abilities, he shook his head. The description of blood drink indicated that consuming deities could indeed augment one's strength, yet it did not specify that it would satiate hunger. If it could not fill his stomach, it implied that he could not rely on consuming deities to save on meal expenses. For him, the pursuit of sustenance took precedence over the sequence matter, necessitating utmost caution. A single meal could confound even the mightiest of heroes. Qin Shi Huang ceased pondering alternative destinations. For he had but one option, attending school. The prospect of visiting the safe zone's exit held a slim chance of fortification. However, the almanac for today bore the inscription, "All matters inauspicious," suggesting that it was likely an unsuitable day for chance endeavors. Although Qin Shi Huang was not inherently superstitious, the occurrence of reincarnation and apocalyptic events had rendered such beliefs plausible. When confronted with phenomena that transcend understanding, one cannot help but succumb to superstition. The school provided lunch and dinner, and more crucially, today was Friday. The school would be closed over the weekend, meaning the cafeteria would not be operational, thereby depriving him of free meals. If he missed today's cafeteria, he would endure 2 days of hunger without a single coin to his name. Thus, he resolved to go to school, seeking to persuade Aunt Zhang in the cafeteria to provide him with extra food to tide him over the weekend. Aunt Zhang was aware of his status as an orphan and treated him with kindness. He could return to the safe zone's exit over the weekend. As sequence practitioners do not rest on these days. Sequence practitioners must submit the remains of deities to the United Government to acquire resources, bearing a striking resemblance to small business owners who operate at their own risk. Given their self-sustaining nature, the delineation between work and leisure hours was somewhat ambiguous. With his mind made up, Qin Shi Huang ventured onto the dimly lit main road, where streetlights, few and far between, illuminated only a few steps ahead. Above the lights were reinforced glass structures, seemingly serving a supportive role. In the eyes of Qin Shi Huang, the sole purpose of these streetlights is to indicate to passersby that this street is the main thoroughfare on the edge of a safe zone. Beyond that, they serve little utility. Even the lighting in internet cafes is several times brighter than the street lamps. After strolling for over 10 minutes along the dim thoroughfare, Qin Shi Huang arrived at the school. In his previous life, he attended an ordinary high school in the county, and the conditions there were far from satisfactory. In this world, the situation is not much different. He had no other options. The only school in the vicinity is Jiuan School. Jiuan School encompasses a comprehensive 12-year educational system. From elementary to high school, children on the edge of the safe zone begin attending school at the age of 6 or 7 and do not leave until they are 18. It can be regarded as a second home. The students at this school are all ordinary individuals, as are their parents. In a safe zone where awakened individuals are not uncommon, the concentration of ordinary people is sparse, primarily located at the periphery. Those who manage to awaken their abilities invariably relocate with their families away from this perilous and dilapidated border, seeking to live in a more favorable safe zone. Within the school, everyone occupies a lower tier of society in the safe zone. However, Qin Shi Huang's family situation is the most dire. He has no home, no parents, and lives alone. Were it not for the policy of the United Government that waives tuition for orphans, he would be at a loss as to where he would be or what he would be doing now. Qin Shi Huang walked along the dim street to the school. The teachers on duty at the entrance had not yet arrived, and morning self-study had not commenced. Each day's self-study session runs from 8 to 8:15 in the morning. Excited by his recent awakening of abilities, he had risen early today. Even after spending half an hour in the internet CAF, he still arrived quite early. The school is illuminated by numerous lights, making it the brightest spot on the entire edge of the safe zone, boasting the finest electrical systems and lighting. In a safe zone where electricity is a precious resource, this is indeed rare. The United Government believes that the hope of rescuing humanity and retaliating against the gods rests upon every child. Education cannot be compromised under any circumstances. With improved educational conditions, the new generation would develop a sense of belonging to the United Government and the safe zone, thus fostering a greater enthusiasm for the pursuit of hunting deities. The United Government has also proposed equal educational opportunities for every child, for one never knows which child may grow into a hero. Yet, while policies may exist on paper, they often manifest in bizarre ways within individual schools. Students like Qin Shi Huang, who pay no tuition and possess no bright future, are viewed as parasites by the faculty, who do not regard them favorably. Even in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the resources drained from the school by the teachers far exceed what Qin Shi Huang consumes. His homeroom teacher placed his desk in a corner of the classroom, a spot devoid of attention, mirroring its placement from his previous life. This made Qin Xiang feel a profound sense of solitude before his rebirth, yet in this new existence, he found it quite comforting. At least here, no one would disturb his daydreaming. Meanwhile, the other students took out their textbooks and began to prepare for the day's lessons. As Qin Xiang rested his chin on one hand, he gazed absent-mindedly out of the window at the deities occasionally soaring past the safety zone. Could he ever contend with such divine beings? What flavor would they possess? Just then, his reverie was interrupted. He looked up to find a fair-featured female classmate standing beside him. "Ah, Li Jingwen, what brings you here?" She has arrived, bearing with her a troubling memory. Li Jingwen is a classmate of Qin Xiang from high school, adept in various pursuits. Presently, Qin Xiang regards her as somewhat naive, yet among their peers, she holds a respectable position. It is no wonder he was ensnared by her for 3 years. Every day, he would rather go hungry than not spend his hard-earned money from part-time work on bringing her breakfast. He also assisted in completing her assignments. For Li Jingwen, Qin Xiang would fulfill any request. However, she never reciprocated his affections, consistently deflecting his advances with the excuse of not wanting to jeopardize her studies. Yet, whenever Qin Xiang contemplated relinquishing his pursuit, she would seek him out, offering encouragement, asserting that it was merely a test of his resolve, urging him to persist. Such words proved exceedingly difficult for an innocent high school student to resist, far more captivating than any competition or mundane task. Thus, Qin Xiang steadfastly embraced the role of a pure-hearted romantic. Regrettably, it was only after graduating high school that he learned of Li Jingwen's relationship with Zhou Yang from the neighboring class. Zhou Yang hails from a well-off family. His uncle is a director in the educational department, and his parents hold respectable jobs. For Li Jingwen to be with him signifies a significant leap across social strata. He vividly remembers the moment he saw her holding hands with Zhou Yang, her derisive laughter echoing in his ears. "So foolish, you deserve to be alone." In this second chance at life, despite the world undergoing significant changes, most of his former classmates remained unchanged. Upon encountering Li Jingwen again, he felt no stirrings of emotion, only a sense of clarity. With the return of spring, he realized anew who he truly was. Love is indeed beautiful, yet one must remain vigilant against those who would wield it for malevolent purposes. Li Jingwen exclaimed, "Qin Xiang, you haven't brought me breakfast for 3 days." "Oh, I had breakfast myself," Qin Xiang replied nonchalantly. Li Jingwen paused for a moment before asking, somewhat incredulously, "What about my breakfast? Didn't you tell me that you had breakfast at home, so there was no need for me to bring it?" It was only later that Qin Xiang discovered Li Jingwen had been passing the breakfast he prepared for her to Zhou Yang from the neighboring class in an effort to win his favor. In truth, Li Jingwen was quite determined to be with Zhou Yang, albeit at Qin Xiang's expense. "I was testing you. If you give up so easily, how can I trust you in the future?" Observing Li Jingwen's mix of anger and playful pouting, Qin Xiang chuckled lightly. "If you're so concerned, perhaps we shouldn't be together. After all, we aren't even a couple now." Upon hearing Qin Xiang's response, Li Jingwen felt a sense of foreboding. She could not fathom why Qin Xiang, whom she had always taken for granted, seemed to have changed so dramatically in recent days. However, she was eager to retrieve the assignments Qin Xiang had helped her with, so she could review the answers with Zhou Yang. "Then please return my assignments to me." Qin Xiang opened his backpack, extracting 3 notebooks, which he handed to Li Jingwen. As she received the notebooks and flipped open 2 pages, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Qin Xiang, why are these assignments blank?" "Assignments 1T write themselves. If no one writes them, they remain blank," he replied. "But you were supposed to help me." Qin Xiang pulled out 3 more notebooks, revealing the empty assignment sections to Li Jingwen. "I haven't written anything myself, so why would I assist you?" "You. This will get me scolded by the teacher." "Oh, aren't you concerned about me getting scolded?" Qin Xiang, finding humor in the situation, glanced at Li Jingwen with a smirk and shrugged. "Yesterday, I was made to stand by the class teacher, and you didn't worry then." Tears shimmered in Li Jingwen's eyes. "Qin Xiang, I feel like you no longer care for me." Qin Xiang, unfazed by her theatrical display, simply gave her a thumbs up. "Li Jingwen, that was the only coherent sentence you've uttered all morning." With that, he leaned against the window, gazing at the bizarre shapes of the clouds above. "I wonder if consuming this will lead to an upset stomach?" Li Jingwen was utterly taken aback. She had arranged to meet Zhou Yang to discuss the answers and intended to pass along the breakfast Qin Xiang had given her. Now that Qin Xiang had abandoned her, how could she explain this to Zhou Yang? In response to Qin Xiang's indifference, she exclaimed in frustration, "Qin Xiang, if you continue like this, we will have no future together." Qin Xiang let out a chuckle, turning to glance at the calendar hanging at the back of the classroom. Blue Star Era, January 1st. 2010, Gregorian calendar, Friday, New Year's Day. Lunar calendar, Year of the Earth Ox, November 17th, an auspicious day. Who says today is inauspicious? Isn't this double happiness? Chapter 3. The Catalyst for Strength. A lavish feast. The fringes of the safe zone represent a realm of profound backwardness, manifesting not only in the dilapidated streets, in the throngs of people, but also prominently in the realm of education, which the United Government holds in high regard. The curriculum at Jiuan School for the third year of high school is comprised of monotonous lessons on the illustrious history of humanity and antiquated scientific theories. This knowledge, once a stepping stone for academic pursuits before the cataclysm, has now utterly lost its significance in the present apocalyptic reality. To transcend this desolation, there exists but one path: the awakening of sequence abilities. Only through the possession of such abilities can one hope to alter their fate. Yet, the outdated institution on the edge of the safe zone fails to offer any courses pertinent to sequence abilities. In this impoverished area, the presence of those endowed with such powers is nearly non-existent. The educators themselves are ordinary individuals, devoid of any opportunity for relevant education. Thus, how could they impart such knowledge to their students? Although Qin Xiang remains unaware, he believes that the safe zone has been established for a decade and that the awakening of sequence abilities has been a reality for 5 years. It stands to reason that the United Government must have instituted courses related to sequence abilities, though they have yet to reach Jiuan School. The void of knowledge within the current world system leaves Qin Xiang bereft of any vision for the future. Courses pertaining to sequence abilities should not only cater to those destined to awaken such powers, but should also be available to the general populace. The emergence of sequence abilities will undoubtedly spawn a multitude of industries and create numerous job opportunities. Upon acquiring this knowledge, ordinary individuals would find themselves eligible for a wider array of careers. However, the resources and platform provided by Jiuan School are among the most meager within the safe zone, constraining the students' paths to a narrow trajectory. They are left with two options: to compete for the scant few college slots through rigorous examinations, or to hope for a miraculous awakening of sequence abilities, thereby becoming a sequence practitioner. Yet, for the past 5 years, the ancestors of Jiuan School students have remained undisturbed in their graves. The sole aspiration of the students seated in their classrooms is to gain admission to a college established by the United Government for ordinary citizens, ultimately securing a clerical position within the government. However, given Qin Xiang's previous academic performance, which places him around the 100th rank in his grade, the prospect of entering such an institution seems as distant as the stars. His previous life as a laborer imparted a valuable lesson to Qin Xiang: do not engage in futile efforts. One must know when to let go and not make life unnecessarily difficult. He merely awaits lunchtime and dinner, planning to procure extra servings from the cafeteria to sustain himself over the weekend. With no assignments completed, he has faced reprimands from teachers across all subjects. Similarly, Li Jingwen and her circle of friends have also endured chastisement. Li Jingwen's companions have consistently relied on her for answers, while it is Qin Xiang who has been crafting Li Jingwen's assignments. By ceasing his role as her devoted admirer, Qin Xiang has inadvertently dismantled an entire support system. Throughout the day, Li Jingwen occasionally cast him forlorn glances, which Qin Xiang chose to ignore. Meanwhile, her friends continued to suggest ways for her to leverage their association with him, hoping to bask in the reflected glow of his efforts. For instance, when Qin Xiang was asked to assist with errands or procure items, he would never decline. However, now that Qin Xiang has ceased his affections, their interests have suffered. Jingwen, do not be anxious. It is likely that Qin Xiang has encountered an unforeseen circumstance that has dampened his spirits. Indeed, you can observe that he has been lost in thought, perhaps stirred by some unsettling experience. Li Jingwen expressed her concerns. What should we do? Today, when I compared answers with Zhou Yang, I claimed I was ill and had not completed my homework, yet he remarked that I did not appear to be unwell. My grades. As you all know, completing assignments independently is exceedingly challenging. Zhou Yang's uncle recently awakened his sequence abilities. If I could be with Zhou Yang, I could certainly assist you all significantly. Li Jingwen's friend's expression shifted. For your happiness, we must devise a strategy. The support from her friend instilled a sense of satisfaction in Li Jingwen. She was the first to learn about Zhou Yang's uncle awakening his abilities, which solidified her belief in the closeness of her relationship with Zhou Yang. Nevertheless, the unexpected turn brought about by Qin Xiang left her somewhat perturbed. Following Li Jingwen's remarks, her friends became increasingly proactive in brainstorming solutions. They believed that if Jingwen were to ascend socially, they could benefit from her success to some extent. Jingwen, here's the plan. When school concludes, you should intercept him and say. When the school day ended, Qin Siyang left his books on the desk, for his backpack was overflowing with provisions. Today, he shamelessly availed himself of an abundance of food in the cafeteria. Aunt Zhang at the cafeteria did not reprimand him, serving him whatever he requested. His weekend meals, including late-night snacks, were secured. He had resolved to carry his food-laden backpack and sleep near the exit of the safe zone. The moment a sequence ability user returned from slaying deities, he would seize the opportunity to test his luck, stealthily enhancing his strength. He aimed to develop gradually before finding a chance to escape this wretched edge of the safe zone. As he joyfully made his way home, Li Jingwen suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Qin Siyang furrowed his brow at her, utterly perplexed. Li Jingwen donned a charming expression. Qin Siyang, I reflected on myself today, delving into my heart. Truly, I harbor feelings for you, but we are still young. Leave. Qin Siyang coldly interrupted her before she could finish, disdainfully turning away as if avoiding a pile of refuse. Only Li Jingwen remained, standing in shock. She had not anticipated that her humility would yield such a result. Has Qin Siyang truly changed? She stood there in a daze for a long while before dejectedly departing. Upon returning home, Qin Siyang took a cold shower and rested. He initially intended to stake out near the safe zone exit that night. However, due to a lack of rest the previous night, his body felt fatigued, prompting him to reconsider. He decided to recuperate at home tonight and venture out early the next morning. Time to sleep. In the morning, the alarm clock roused Qin Siyang. Saturday had arrived. He drew back the curtains. Although darkness still enveloped the outside, it was indeed 7 o'clock in the morning. Qin Siyang hastily finished his breakfast and prepared to set off. He glanced at the calendar. Blue Star Era, January 2nd, 2010, Gregorian calendar, Saturday lunar calendar. Year of the Metal Ox, November 18th, suitable for burial. Suitable for burial? It seemed that today's lunar calendar bore no significance for me. With the absence of sunlight, the temperature outside the safe zone continued to plummet, resulting in an extraordinary chill. Qin Siyang donned several layers of warm clothing and shouldered a backpack filled with provisions before stepping outside. There were numerous exits from the safe zone, the nearest one being a mere 10 minutes from his residence. However, this particular exit was not substantial, and few deities lingered outside. So it was common for several days to pass without a hunting squad departing from there. A smaller number of teams meant fewer opportunities for him. Thus, Qin Siyang resolved to head to the largest exit near his home, the 114,514 safe zone exit. In the safe zone, only the larger exits bore numbers to facilitate communication and coordination among those with abilities for hunting tasks. The smaller the number of an exit, the greater the presence of deities beyond it. Consequently, more squads of ability users congregated at those exits. The 114514 exit, while seemingly lower in sequence, was still preferable to having no designation at all. It would attract ability users. This knowledge was not imparted by schools or textbooks. Rather, Qin Siyang had gleaned it during a brief half-hour online session the previous day from a scientific post on the Godslayer Camp forum. He chuckled wryly, realizing that the apocalypse was indeed different. Attending school hardly compared to surfing the internet. Alas, internet access was prohibitively expensive and did not include meals, whereas schooling was free and provided 2 meals a day. If only the advantages of schools and internet cafes could be merged. After pondering for a moment, he concluded, ultimately, one must still be grateful for the tuition and meal subsidies provided by the United Government. The 114514 exit would require over 2 hours of walking to reach. Yet he felt invigorated. He was filled with anticipation for his future. That exit harbored his hopes of breaking free from his current fate. As he traversed the path, he encountered dilapidated buildings, most of which had already collapsed. The road was littered with rubble and dust, neglected and overgrown. To navigate through the ruins and debris, he often had to climb up and down, leaving him breathless. The journey was long, yet Qin Siyang saw few living souls. Occasionally, he spotted a passerby, but they too appeared hurried and were not residents of this place. For years prior, for reasons unknown, several panes of the anti-aircraft glass had shattered. This glass served as a barrier to prevent deities from entering the safe zone. Once it shattered, the residents lost their only line of defense. Many deities seized the opportunity to infiltrate, launching attacks on the safe zone. To contain the situation, The United Government urgently deployed a military unit of ability users to eliminate the invading deities, followed by a swift repair of the anti-aircraft glass by a construction team. Fortunately, the timely arrangements made by the United Government prevented the incursion of any significant deities into the safe zone. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Nevertheless, this incident still inflicted substantial losses, as many of the original residents either perished in the attack or relocated. Although the United Government hastily repaired the defensive fortifications of the safe zone, they neglected to reconstruct the streets and housing. Once an unsafe event occurs, the trust in the security of the area diminishes irreparably. Even if the infrastructure were to be restored, no one would be inclined to move back. The United Government might as well refrain from expending further effort. The absence of human presence surprisingly provided Qin Shiyang with a sense of relief. For at least he need not worry about anyone pilfering food from his backpack. Most graduates from the Zhoan school struggled to find gainful employment, contributing to the deteriorating law and order of the area. For Qin Shiyang, solitude is far more comforting than the presence of others. At last, he beheld a towering blue sign, emblazoned with the words "Exit of Safe Zone Number 114514" in bold white paint. He had finally arrived. Approaching the 114514 exit, he intended to assess the situation, only to find it besieged by a throng of people. To ascertain the circumstances within, he had no choice but to seek a vantage point atop a nearby earthen mound. His initial glance revealed the protective gate of the exit. This marked his first encounter with a numbered safe zone exit, and it was also his first sight of such a gate. The imposing structure measured approximately 7 to 8 meters in width and 3 to 4 meters in height, seemingly crafted from a special alloy, exuding an aura of formidable weight. The protective glass adorning the gate consisted of multiple layers, so many that he could not discern the area beyond it. Before the protective gate stood a dozen individuals clad in transparent helmets and orange and white striped thermal suits. These thermal suits, valued at over 2 silver coins, represented an astronomical sum in Qin Shiyang's world, affordable only to those with serial abilities. Since the establishment of the United Government, currency was no longer issued by individual nations, but rather by the unified government in the form of copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. Although labeled as copper, silver, and gold, these currencies were not composed of pure precious metals, but rather various alloys to support the extensive use of safe zones worldwide. Among them, copper coins held the least value, as they were not only inexpensive to produce, but also mixed with numerous inferior metals. Generally, the value of 10,000 copper coins equated to that of a single silver coin, while 1,000 silver coins equated to a gold coin. However, due to the low production cost of copper coins and the varying proportions of metals used in minting across different regions, one might require 12,000 copper coins to exchange for 1 silver coin. For Qin Shiyang, silver coins now felt as unattainable as millions in his previous life. It appeared that those gathered at this exit were indeed individuals possessing serial abilities. The few clad in thermal suits were a minority. In addition to these dozen or so, thousands of ordinary people, similarly bundled up like Qin Shiyang, surrounded the area. Qin Shiyang was somewhat perplexed by the scene before him. What could these individuals possibly be doing? Was it not only the sequence ability users who gathered at the exit? At that moment, 2 sequence ability users, clad in frost-resistant suits, removed their helmets, seemingly having completed their hunting mission and preparing to return. Surrounding them were hundreds of ordinary people, who suddenly surged forward. Honorable officers, would you care to take a moment to rest? I have exquisite foot baths. Distinguished officers, I offer the finest delicacies. I have luxurious apartments available for your stay, free of charge, if you would just take a few photos with me. Officers, my daughter is yet to be wed, and upon seeing your gallant presence, she has resolved to marry no one but you. Do you desire a wife, sir? If you already have one, I shall gladly be the other, without titles. The crowd pressed forward in a frenzy, yet they instinctively maintained a distance of over a meter from the 2 sequence ability users. The 2 officers seemed accustomed to such scenes and did not linger, ultimately selecting a high-end restaurant and a comfortable hotel before departing. The owners of the establishments they chose beamed with excitement. Qin Shiyang observed the reactions of the crowd, utterly astonished. He was aware of the adoration that sequence ability users commanded in this world, but he had not anticipated such a spectacle. Ordinary people yearned to align themselves with a sequence ability user, hoping to escape their dismal circumstances and live in a more comfortable environment. They all aspired to transcend their social class, yet it was likely that many would never realize this dream. Reflecting on this, Qin Shiyang felt a profound sense of gratitude towards fate, and his resolve strengthened once more. Heaven had granted him an opportunity, and he intended to seize it with fervor. He wished to navigate through the crowd to approach the remaining sequence ability users, but was immediately jostled aside. "Hey, kid, go to the back of the line. What are you pushing forward for?" Qin Xiang replied, "I am not here to seek out sequence ability users. I have no intention of competing for business with you." He merely wished to see if there were any remnants of divine beings left behind, showing no interest in the sequence ability users themselves. However, his intentions were met with skepticism by those around him. "Who are you trying to fool?" they scoffed. "Every person trying to push forward says the same thing." With no other choice, Qin Xiang waited at the periphery. The protective gates of the safety zone opened repeatedly, allowing sequence ability users to come and go, while the throng of ordinary people gradually dwindled. By evening, Qin Xiang finally secured a position closer to the front. However, unlike the others, whenever a sequence ability user returned from outside the safety zone, his focus was not on them, but rather on the remnants of divine beings they carried. They would present the remnants for inspection by the verification personnel. For reasons unknown to him, all the remnants appeared to be circular. Ultimately, every circular remnant was taken away by the nearby verification staff, and he did not acquire a single piece. Just as Qin Xiang resigned himself to the idea that the day had yielded no rewards, another group returned from beyond the safety zone. A certain sequence ability user scrutinized his findings and ultimately discarded an ear, infested with numerous worms, onto the ground beside him. It was likely that it had fallen into his backpack during battle, thus soiling his bag, he lamented. Qin Xiang gazed at the worm-ridden ear, his eyes sparkling with intrigue, preparing to seize it while no one was watching. However, a janitor swept the ear into a dustpan and turned to leave. What is happening? Had his meal been snatched away by the janitor? He felt a pang of resentment and promptly followed the janitor out of the safe zone. The janitor remained oblivious to the fact that someone would show such interest in the refuse within his dustpan. Upon reaching the street corner, he discarded the ear into a filthy trash bin and turned away. Qin Xiang discreetly watched the janitor depart. Once the janitor was gone, he approached the trash bin, intending to retrieve the ear. Yet, just as he was about to lean in, he noticed a uniformed personnel approaching. Casting a glance at the divine remnants in the bin before producing a notebook to record his observations, Qin Xiang furrowed his brow. They would document the divine remnants in the trash? Was this truly refuse? Nevertheless, the official paid little heed and, having completed his notes, walked away. As soon as the official departed, Qin Xiang dashed over. Lifting the lid of the trash bin, an overwhelming stench of blood assaulted his senses. However, upon witnessing the scene within the bin, he was taken aback. There lay numerous divine corpses. Qin Xiang's eyes widened, his heart racing. Was it a grand feast of gluttony? Chapter 4, The Rise in Strength. Qin Xiang's gaze was filled with exhilaration. As the saying goes, one who breaks through iron shoes finds no place to search, yet the treasures come effortlessly. To his astonishment, he discovered an abundance of discarded divine remnants. Was this not a fortuitous gift? Truly, it was a divine blessing. He was indeed the chosen one. Surveying his surroundings, Qin Xiang noted that no one was approaching. The divine remnants, unlike the familiar meat of cattle and sheep, stirred a sense of reluctance within him. Yet, the thought of potentially validating his blood drink, skill, and consequently enhancing himself through these divine remnants filled him with anticipation. Clenching his fists, he steeled himself against the physiological discomfort and resolved to take the plunge. In the face of deep-seated desires, all instinctual hesitations would be diminished. There were no tasks to fulfill, no sacrifices to make, merely consuming the remnants of deities. What was there left to complain about? He recalled the information from the Godlayer camp, which stated that consuming divine remnants would elicit no adverse reactions. These materials transcended biological norms, being indigestible and unabsorbable, even when one awakened their sequence abilities. If he could indeed digest the divine remnants, it would be a stroke of incredible fortune. He closed his eyes and swallowed the divine remnants in one swift motion. To his surprise, although the remnants appeared uninviting, their flavor was quite pleasing. They were not inferior to the meals served in the cafeteria. He pondered whether the taste was genuinely delightful or if it was merely a reflection of the cafeteria chef's lack of skill. Initially expecting an unpleasant taste, he now found himself eager to indulge further. Opening his eyes and exhaling deeply, he observed, Sequence Devourer, consuming deities will strengthen you, current sequence level, level 1. Glutton, skill, blood drink. Skill description, consuming deities can lead to digestion. Why was there no change whatsoever? At that moment, Qin Xiang felt a peculiar rumbling within his body, seemingly emanating from his heart. It gurgled like a spring bursting forth after breaking through layers of sand and gravel. releasing a long-suppressed flow of clear water. This surge quickly spread throughout his entire being. Then, an intense pain coursed through him, as if a torrent was violently surging through his narrow veins, threatening to rupture his muscles. His body convulsed uncontrollably, muscles quivering in a frantic dance. After roughly a minute, the pain subsided completely. He sensed his arm muscles twitch a couple of times before returning to their original state. What was happening? Qin Shi was filled with curiosity. Uncertain whether the changes within his body were beneficial or detrimental, he removed his outer garment to inspect his arm, although it seemed largely unchanged. His intimate familiarity with his own body allowed him to discern that the muscles on his arm appeared to have grown noticeably stronger, whether it was an illusion or not. He felt that his entire being radiated with newfound vitality. Even the backpack laden with food on his back felt remarkably lighter. He glanced once more at the information panel, only to find the same content, devoid of any variation. Yet, the changes within his body conveyed an undeniable truth. He had indeed undergone some ineffable transformation. Qin Shi swiftly concocted a plausible explanation. The information regarding the devourer of deities was not misleading. After consuming the divine essence, he had indeed grown stronger. However, this enhancement was insufficient to manifest in the data presented. While perusing the forum, he discovered that those with sequence abilities experienced significant augmentation in their physical prowess after ingesting sequence potions, precisely aligning with his current condition. The efficacy of this process affirmed that Qin Shi had successfully validated his method of enhancing his sequence while augmenting his own capabilities. A promising beginning is half the battle won. With a greedy smile, Qin Shi rubbed his hands and gazed at the remnants of other deities before him. Unable to contain his anticipation, he seized another piece and devoured it with fervor. Instantly, the surge of power coursed through his entire being once more. Moments later, he excitedly examined his physique, noting that the signs of his newfound strength were increasingly pronounced. I am now more powerful and invigorated. A slight smile graced Qin Xiang's lips as he cast aside any hesitation, indulging in his feast. Were the remnants in the garbage been mere scraps of divine essence? No. They were undoubtedly his first fortune. Yet, he did not allow arrogance to cloud his judgment. As he picked up the remnants, he exercised utmost care, striving to keep his attire pristine and tidy. Should he stain himself with blood, the attention he would attract on his journey home would be unwelcome and hard to explain. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant, wary of anyone who might observe his peculiar behavior. Strengthening oneself must be done discreetly. The secret of his sequence ability must be safeguarded. His past experiences in the workforce had exposed him to the treachery of human nature. Even if one harbors no malice, envy can easily prompt others to undermine your success. In this life, endowed with such a unique ability, he must tread carefully and not disclose it lightly. As Qin Shi voraciously feasted, he relished the overwhelming sensation of power surging throughout his body. Initially unbearable, this sensation gradually transformed into a soothing embrace, even evoking a sense of obsession within him. Damn it, I hope I am not developing masochistic tendencies. He silently chastised himself, reminding his mind to resist the allure of delight found in pain. However, he soon realized something peculiar. Despite consuming copious amounts, he felt no sense of fullness in his stomach. How strange it was, having eaten so much, he did not feel bloated. In fact, he felt somewhat hungry. It appeared that, as he had previously surmised, consuming divine essence only enhanced his strength and did not alleviate his physiological hunger. No wonder the information specified digestion rather than absorption. They were two entirely different narratives. The disappearance of the divine remnants in the garbage bin might attract unwanted attention, so it was prudent to minimize potential troubles. His foremost task was to swiftly convert the divine remnants into his own strength. Qin Shi hastened his movements, continuing to fervently consume the remnants of the deities beside the trash can. After more than an hour, he successfully ingested all 30 or so fragments before him. This act precipitated a profound transformation in both his strength and condition. However, he had no time to savor this newly acquired physique. Finding a puddle nearby, he washed the blood from his hands and face. Without a moment's hesitation, he briskly departed, making his way homeward. The changes in his body were strikingly evident. A journey that typically took 2 hours, he completed in just 1, and he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Despite the time saved, his mood was fraught with anguish. This stretch of road, burdened with his thoughts, felt interminably long, as if an entire day had passed. Upon arriving home, he felt as though he had toiled relentlessly. Utterly drained, sitting on a sofa fashioned from cardboard boxes, he finally exhaled in relief. Night had fallen, and he was ravenously hungry. As soon as he closed the door behind him, he opened his backpack and retrieved a portion of 6-eyed-long fish rice to satiate his hunger. The moment he took a bite, Qin Siyang furrowed his brow, displaying an expression of distaste. The cafeteria's offerings remained consistently unpalatable. He muttered a complaint but dutifully finished his meal, discarding the empty container into the sink. Ordinarily, he would wash the container after eating, but with the weekend ahead, he allowed himself a brief indulgence in laziness. Qin Siyang let out a contented belch and poured himself a cup of hot water to aid digestion. Yet, as he set down the kettle, it slipped from his grasp, plummeting towards the floor. In his perception, the descent of the kettle unfolded in slow motion, allowing him to observe every detail of its fall. Even the splashes of water that burst forth seemed to dance in the air before cascading down. With a swift motion, he effortlessly caught the kettle. I seem to have become remarkably agile. My sensory perception has heightened. He placed the kettle back on the table. And before he could fully contemplate this revelation, he noticed a deep handprint on the kettle, startling him once more. Did I leave that mark? Has my strength truly increased? He tightened his grip on the kettle, applying a bit of pressure, but it remained unchanged. However, when he envisioned squeezing the kettle into a different shape, it morphed accordingly. Furthermore, my strength can be commanded at will. He recalled that the forum mentioned the ability to inquire about related matters at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. But one must prove themselves as a Sequence Ability user to gain entry. He had no intention of disclosing his newfound abilities just yet. At the very least, he wished to understand the nature of his powers before making any decisions. Consequently, the God-slaying camp became his sole source of information. Yet, to access the God-slaying camp, he required a computer or phone with internet connectivity, both of which were luxuries beyond his means. He could only visit an internet CAF. But even half an hour there cost 10 copper coins, a significant sum for him. The periphery of the safe zone where Qin Siyang resides is characterized by poverty and backwardness, where even adults scramble desperately for a single job opportunity, leaving little for students. The sole avenue for earning money lies in working part-time at the school library, yielding merely 10 copper coins a week. Fortunately, teacher Zhu from the library, aware of Qin Siyang's circumstances, extends him special care, reserving the only available part-time position as a library assistant for him. As the new school week approaches, he anticipates returning to the library to assist with organizing books. Standing by the window, Qin Siyang gazes into the vast, dark night beyond the curtains. Contemplating the countless deities that wander between heaven and earth, a smile tugging at his lips. If only he could consume them all. He dared not imagine how powerful he would become. Today, brimming with fulfillment, instills hope in the reborn Qin Siyang. He begins to believe that he is truly the chosen one in this world. After washing his dust-laden coat and taking a cold shower, he retires to bed. The following morning, upon awakening, he admires his sturdy arms and thighs, a broad smile still on his face. What shall he undertake today? Perhaps revisit the refuse bin from yesterday in search of divine remnants? This thought quickly dissipates as Qin Siyang dismisses it. The disappearance of the divine remains from the trash bin by exit 114514 might attract unwanted attention and lead to complications. However, he is at a loss regarding where to begin hunting deities outside the safe zone. How to proceed? The uncertainty weighs on him. Should he find himself outmatched and fall victim to a deity-esque counterattack, the once predator could become prey, leaving him without recourse. After a moment of contemplation, he taps his forehead. Change locations after taking a shot. If the refuse bin at the exit of the safe zone is off limits, then simply find another bin. Chapter 5. Obstruction. The map of the safe zone was vast, so expansive that even the geography teacher from Geoan School lacked a detailed representation. Naturally, Qin Siyang was oblivious to the distribution of the exits from the safe zone. He was only aware of the approximate location of exit 114514, merely due to its proximity to him. Among the countless numbered exits, this was the sole one he recognized. For an ordinary individual, who would pay heed to the locations of safe zone exits unless they aspired to ascend to the heights of a sequence ability wielder? Not knowing the locations of the safe zone exits was not particularly troublesome. He recalled that near the main road, there was a bus stop with a route map. This map would likely indicate the positions of the safe zone exits. In the past weekends, Qin Siyang had merely lounged at home, as this minimized his consumption and allowed him to eat less. This weekend, however, was destined to be extraordinary. He was now imbued with a fervor, filled with a singular conviction, to grow stronger. If he could become stronger, he would be able to escape this wretched place. With a backpack laden with provisions, Qin Siyang walked for over 10 minutes until he reached the bus stop. This was his inaugural visit to a bus stop. as he could not afford the fare for a bus ride. In his recollection of the post-apocalyptic safe zone, the impoverished traversed on foot while the affluent rode the bus. As for those who drove private vehicles, gasoline was a far scarcer resource than electricity, and such privileged individuals did not exist in the outskirts of the safe zone. He scrutinized the route map at the bus stop for an extended period, discovering that several station names along the bus route were indeed named after safe zone exits. The sole bus line on the edge of the safe zone passed several exits, all of which bore numbers smaller than 114514. As for which exit he should pursue, Qin Si Young remained uncertain. He would take it as it came. In this life, he had never boarded a bus. Thus he was unaware of the distance covered in a single bus stop. Alas, if only orphans could ride for free. Qin Si Young glanced at the fare of 5 copper coins and shook his head in resignation. The 10 remaining copper coins he possessed had all been spent at the internet CAF yesterday, with 5 copper coins for a one-way trip. A round trip would cost him 10. He might as well return to the internet CAF to search for information. Thus began Qin Si Young's task of measuring the distance between bus stops on foot. He needed to ascertain the approximate distances between the stops to estimate which safe zone exits he could reach on foot. He followed the bus route for 20 minutes and arrived at the next bus stop. This stop seemed to be much farther away than those from his previous life. After consuming the remnants of the divine yesterday, his strength had surged, allowing him to walk at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary pedestrians. Whenever the road was deserted, he accelerated, propelling himself forward with all his might. Even so, he could only cover 3 stops in an hour. Having learned the distance between stops, he began to grasp the extent of his operational range. The 7th stop was designated as exit 54320, the 17th stop as exit 89757, and the 20th stop as exit 38324. At present, it seemed that only these 3 stops offered him a chance to seek the remnants of the divine. The most distant exit of safety zone number 38324 allows him to return home by tomorrow. However, should he venture further to another exit, it is unlikely he would make it home before Monday, thus jeopardizing his timely return to school. On Monday, Qin Si Young must arrive at school early to report to the library administrator his intention to continue his work-study program. Failing to do so would result in the library position being claimed by another, leaving him without funds for the internet CAF. After some contemplation, Qin Si Young resolved to first make his way to the exit of safety zone number 54320 to assess the situation. The journey of 1 hour and 40 minutes did not evoke any fatigue. Rather, he found himself growing increasingly buoyant. The abundance of material wealth and the richness of spirit are often discussed separately. When one possesses hope, any endeavor becomes invigorating. Even though the surrounding streetlights cast a dim glow, permeating the air with a sense of oppression, it was technically daytime, but the sun had vanished a decade prior. Despite the morning hour, the sky eternally lingered at midnight. The infrastructure at the edge of the safety zone was rudimentary. The main road he traversed was lit only by sporadic dim streetlights, barely illuminating a few steps ahead. The adjacent alley was engulfed in darkness, necessitating careful navigation. Looking up, he could faintly discern twinkling stars through the safety zone's anti-aircraft glass, alongside the occasional fleeting figures of deities. A chilling wind swept through, penetrating the layers of his inadequate outerwear, provoking a swift response of goosebumps across his skin. Qin Si Young raised his collar to shield his face from the biting wind and continued to stride forward. After traversing 7 stops, he arrived at the exit of safety zone number 54320. This exit number was over 50,000 less than that of number 114514, suggesting a greater presence of sequence abilities hunters at this location. Upon his arrival, he sought refuge atop a dilapidated building to survey the scene. Indeed, he beheld nearly 100 individuals clad in frost-resistant attire congregated at the exit, their numbers far surpassing those at exit number 114514. Ordinary people, similarly dressed, encircled the vicinity of the safety zone exit, potentially numbering in the thousands. Observing the crowd and the sequence abilities conversing at its center, Qin Si Young noted that none paid him any heed. He feigned aimless wandering, searching for a dumpster containing the remnants of deities. Finally, in a block adjacent to the safety zone exit, he discovered a dumpster filled with divine remnants. This dumpster was substantially larger than those at exit number 114514. If the dumpster at exit number 114514 resembled a lavish banquet, then the area around safety zone exit number 54320 was akin to an extravagant feast. 8 or 9 dumpsters lined up in a row, each brimming with peculiar and grotesque divine remnants. The sheer variety of these remnants ignited Qin Xiang's appetite. If he could clear out those 8 or 9 dumpsters, would he not soar to new heights? Qin Xiang's heart raced as he contemplated the swiftest method to eliminate the remnants of the divine scattered about. However, he suddenly noticed 2 sanitation workers nearby, their uniforms stained with blood. Initially, Qin Xiang intended to wait at a distance until the workers departed before making his approach. Yet, as he entered their line of sight, both workers simultaneously lifted their gazes towards him. After a brief moment of eye contact, they resumed their task of cleaning the refuse bins. A sense of urgency gripped Qin Xiang, prompting a change of plans. He pressed on, drawing closer to the bins and the 2 workers. Affecting the demeanor of an inconspicuous student, he casually walked past them without glancing back. The workers merely cast a cursory glance at Qin Xiang, dismissing him as an ordinary youth clad in simple attire. Once he had distanced himself from the area, Qin Xiang exhaled a sigh of relief. What was happening? Why were there individuals guarding the refuse bins, and in plain clothes at that? Could it be that the uniformed recorder from yesterday had reported him? Were the remnants truly under surveillance? The tension in his chest surged as he recalled the moment of shared gaze with the 2 workers. Though their expressions were neutral, their keen scrutiny suggested they were anything but ordinary sanitation personnel. The deliberate stains on their garments were too conspicuous. The remains of the divine had long since departed from their corporeal forms, and any blood had been thoroughly washed away during the hunt. The sanitation worker he had encountered at the exit of Security Zone 114514 bore only a light dusting of dirt. Even in the vicinity of the abundant divine remnants at the exit of Security Zone 54320, the bins had shown little evidence of blood. Yet, these 2 individuals were drenched in what appeared to be fresh blood, as if they had just committed murder, far from the appearance of typical sanitation workers. It was evident that this was a deliberate display. Moreover, when Qin Xiang had approached from a considerable distance, the 2 workers had instinctively turned their attention towards him. At the moment their eyes met, he sensed their heightened vigilance. Sanitation workers ought to focus on their duties. Why then were they so observant of their surroundings? Both of them exhibited this peculiar alertness. Perhaps the disappearance of the divine remnants from the refuse bins the previous night had drawn attention from others. It was conceivable that these remnants had been reclaimed for some ulterior purpose. His earlier concerns were not unfounded. In just one night, the joint government had initiated an investigation into the matter. It was obvious that more plainclothes operatives awaited him at the refuse bins of Security Zone 114514. Qin Xiang sighed. If only he had taken a single divine remnant yesterday, would the situation be less troublesome? However, retrieving just 1 remnant each day might seem safer. Yet it would require over 30 trips to the refuse bins to attain his current level of strength. With so many visits, the likelihood of exposure increased significantly, making it probable that he could be apprehended on the spot. It was far more prudent to undertake a grander endeavor. This consideration had indeed been the driving force behind his decision to clear the refuse bins of divine remnants in their entirety the day before. Qin Xiang realized that his plan to retrieve the remnants of the divine from the refuse bin might be doomed to failure. However, he had not entirely relinquished hope. Despite harboring a certain fondness for the united government, he remained skeptical about the efficiency of its lower echelons. After all, how could it be that the Juyuan Academy had yet to introduce courses on sequence abilities? Perhaps the situation had not yet escalated to the point of obliterating all his opportunities. Nevertheless, the refuse bins here offered no prospects. He decided to venture further. Perhaps fate would smile upon him. Even if luck eluded him, he had already grown significantly stronger from yesterday's acquisitions, rendering this endeavor not entirely fruitless. Leaving the exit of Safe Zone 54320, Qin Xiang continued along the bus route towards the distant horizon. The next Safe Zone exit lay 10 stops ahead at Safe Zone 89757. 10 stops, alas, it would take over 3 hours to reach. He wondered if he would make it home today, or if he might have to spend the night outside. Chapter 6, Ascension of Sequences. As Qin Xiang ambled along, he retrieved a portion of the exquisite golden mushrooms he had salvaged from the cafeteria on Friday, indulging in a makeshift lunch as he walked. In the cafeteria, mushrooms were regarded as a delicacy, their meat-like texture and the unique flavor of fungi rendering them a culinary delight that could be effortlessly prepared. However, Qin Xiang found himself unable to relish the moment, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to grow stronger in the future. Upon reaching the exit of the 89757 safety zone, the afternoon sun was already low in the sky. Fortunately, his body had undergone a fortifying enhancement the previous day, endowing him with remarkable stamina. He had been walking for nearly 6 hours since leaving home, and yet felt no fatigue. Nonetheless, he recognized that such vigor would not endure indefinitely, as he could no longer maintain his initial rapid pace. This realization dampened his optimism about venturing to the more distant 38,324 safety zone exit. The prospect of an additional 2 hours of walking in return was hardly a prudent choice. Gazing at the signpost marking the 89757 exit, he exhaled in relief. He had finally arrived. This time, however, he did not proceed directly to the safety zone exit, for his aim did not lie with the sequence practitioners there. To avoid detection, he opted for a detour along a narrow path to inspect the condition of the nearby trash bins. Having previously scouted the vicinity of the 2 safety exits, he had developed a rough estimate of where the bins could be found. As anticipated, after traversing a block, he spotted 3 bins brimming with remnants of divine entities. As he beheld the deep purple tendrils slowly creeping along the edges of the bins, his heart raced. He surveyed the area carefully. No one was in sight, nor were there any sanitation workers. Was this an opportunity or a trap? He walked nonchalantly while meticulously analyzing the situation. The disorder of the trash bin suggested a lack of deliberate organization. A glance at the ground revealed a solitary set of footprints from a striped shoe, likely belonging to a cleaner. As for the possibility of being surveilled, the likelihood seemed minimal. The 89757 safety zone exit housed far fewer sequence practitioners than the 54,320 exit, implying that the bins here would not attract as much attention. If the vast refuse station of the 54320 safety zone had only 2 plainclothes officers, it stood to reason that the 89,757 exit would not be subject to more sophisticated monitoring. The absence of nearby observers indicated a lack of surveillance. This meant that the incident concerning the disappearance of divine remnants from the 114514 safety zone exit had only reached the 54320 exit and had not spread further afield. Initially, he had contemplated making his way to the more distant 38,324 safety zone exit, where a monumental feast awaited him. However, his body was beginning to exhibit signs of fatigue, suggesting that he might not be able to risk that journey. Thus, he resolved to focus on the bins at the 89,757 location. He understood that his analysis was not infallible. However, glory and fame are swiftly attained, while wealth is sought amidst peril. To grow stronger, one must embrace risk. A relentless pursuit of stability will only result in missed opportunities. Qin Xiang, having been granted a second chance at life, does not intend to merely replicate the mundane existence of his past. At the very least, he aims to harness his formidable abilities to escape the confines of his comfort zone and achieve financial independence. Thus, he must become stronger, and do so with utmost urgency. Resolute in his determination, Qin Xiang, seizing the moment when no one was around, hastened to the dumpster to indulge voraciously. The divine remnants within were 3 to 4 times the quantity he had consumed the previous day. He needed to expedite his efforts to resolve this matter swiftly. If he were to adopt the same slow and deliberate pace as yesterday, complemented by sips of water, he would remain burdened by these 3 bins of delicacies for an indeterminate time, risking exposure. Yet, hastening his consumption could lead to careless stains on his clothing, potentially inviting tremendous trouble. Therefore, before feasting, he prudently shed all his outer garments and hung them on a nearby street lamp. The metal casing of the lamp bore several hooks, the purpose of which he was unaware, but they served perfectly to hold his attire. With his upper body bared, he approached the dumpster. This vicinity, near the exit of the safe zone, was significantly colder than elsewhere. The frigid winds that rushed into the street as the safe zone's doors opened sent shivers down Qin Xiang's spine. Prioritizing safety, he endured the chill in order to keep his clothes free from bloodstains while he dined. Gazing at the array of divine remnants before him, he shuddered with excitement. Swallowing hard, he exclaimed, "Let the feast begin." Whether it was due to familiarity or an enhancement in his physical prowess, his swallowing technique had markedly improved. This time, he devoured the divine remnants at a pace several times faster than yesterday. Previously, he had been prone to choking, but today, with remnants in both hands, he swiftly consumed them, hardly pausing. In mere minutes, he was nearing the completion of the 3 bins of divine remains. Throughout the process, his body was continuously fortified. As he approached the end of his meal, he realized that even without a shirt, he was impervious to the cold, his entire being brimming with vitality. Such immediate results? Observing the definition of his chest and abdominal muscles, Qin Xiang couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Just then, information in his mind shifted. Sequence Devourer of Gods ascended, Digesting Deity strengthens 1. Current sequence level. 2. Greedy Madman. Skill, Blood Drink. Skill description. Raw consumption of deities allows for digestion. Skill, Violence. Skill description. Within 10 minutes, one's agility and physical strength triple, during which no pain is felt. His level had risen. Qin Shi Yang stared wide-eyed, incredulity washing over him as he beheld his information panel. The new skill, Violence, promised an elevation in strength and agility, rendering him impervious to pain. This newfound skill appears to have significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. Now, his strength may qualify him to join the divine hunting team of sequence abilities. He recalls browsing the forum of the Godslaying camp last time, where he encountered a sequence known as Warrior, possessing a strengthening skill that amplifies physical power and bodily resilience twofold for 5 minutes, widely regarded as a bug skill among lower-tier sequence users. His Violence skill evidently encompasses strengthening in every aspect. Is he not now the sovereign among low-tier sequences? With such formidable abilities, should he join a team of sequence users, or pursue his endeavors alone? His mind swirls with contemplation, yet answers elude him. Suddenly, he recognizes a pressing concern. The paramount issue is not to reveal his identity as a sequence user, but rather to conceal his devourer sequence from others. To achieve this, he must make another trip to the internet CAF, seeking a sequence disguise that allows him to blend in. Otherwise, should anyone discover his sequence as a devourer, he might face unforeseen threats. However, that is a matter to address after receiving his library job salary next week. For now, he must continue to live as an ordinary student. Future concerns can wait. Today, he has elevated his sequence. It is wise to know when to withdraw. If he indulges his greed by venturing to the 3832-4 safe zone exit to feast, the risks would be insurmountable. The distance between the 38,324 safe zone exit and the nearby 89757 exit is merely 3 stations. If the locals detect any anomalies, they may alert those at the 38324 exit to be on guard, potentially catching him in the act. Thus, he resolves to conclude his endeavors here. After consuming the last remnants of divine remains from the trash, he prepares to return home. Qin Shi Yang, having made up his mind, is ready to finish this lavish banquet. Suddenly, he hears footsteps. Is someone approaching? This is quite unfortunate. Yet, the footsteps seem somewhat unsteady. Turning to glance back, he observes a drunken man staggering toward the trash bin. The drunken fellow appears oblivious to Qin Shi Yang's presence, mumbling an off-key tune, further unsettling him. If this inebriated man discovers the peculiarities of the trash bin, he might swiftly seal off the area, without a moment to spare to wipe the blood from his clothes. He hesitates briefly, hastily stowing the remnants of divine remains into his backpack, donning his clothing, and dashing away, following his sequence elevation. His body has undergone yet another qualitative leap. His speed while sprinting is astonishingly swift, rendering the rapidly retreating roadside railings somewhat indistinct. In silent prayer, Qin Shi Yang hopes not to be ensnared before his escape. The drunken man, clutching a bottle, wobbles to the trash bin, scratching his head in confusion. Did he not just glimpse someone here, only for them to vanish in the blink of an eye? Could he, too, be a sequence user? He tosses the bottle into the trash, the glass clinking crisply against the container. The trash bin seems to be empty? Chapter 7. The reluctant first kill. The inebriated man glanced back at the trash bin, only to find that the remnants of the deity had been removed by the sanitation workers. Did these workers not collect refuse at the stroke of midnight? Had I truly spent the better part of the day drinking with Bruce? 4 or 5 bottles over half a day. He scratched his head in a moment of melancholy, murmuring to himself, I've grown older. My tolerance for alcohol has diminished. 2 bottles can leave me inebriated for hours. I must drink less in the future, lest it interfere with the hunt for deities. With that, he staggered away. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shi Yang propelled himself forward down the narrow path, fatigue forgotten in the face of urgency. The dimly lit alley was deserted, allowing him to flee at full speed. Upon reaching the end of the path and re-emerging onto the main road, he resumed his pretense as an ordinary pedestrian, head bowed and quickening his pace, seeking the opportunity to slip back into another alley. This strategy of evasion proved remarkably effective. No one paid heed to the scruffy youth. Perhaps it was the elevation of his rank that revitalized his physical condition, as the previous weariness dissipated entirely, replaced by newfound vigor coursing through his muscles. I have been running for nearly 20 minutes, passing a bus stop, yet no one has pursued me. Qin Shi Yang remained ever vigilant, his heart racing, blood surging to his brain, heightening his focus to its utmost degree. His peripheral vision swept the surroundings, attentive to the sounds of footsteps behind him, fearful of being discovered. Curse be that drunken fool. If not for his presence, I could have devoured it all. Just a moment more. Reflecting on the inebriate, Qin Xiang felt a mix of resentment and relief. The man was so intoxicated that he could barely walk, staggering forward and backward, needing to lean against the wall. He was likely oblivious to his surroundings, his consciousness clouded. Had he been sober, he would have surely recognized the anomaly and reported it to the United Government. In that case, I would have likely been apprehended by now. Truly, it seems the heavens have conspired to protect me. This entire backpack filled with the remnants of deities, if I were caught, my defense would be utterly futile. Even if he had not taken the remnants, he would still be within a restricted area, making escape exceedingly difficult. Moreover, his backpack contained over a dozen fragments of deities. The reason for transporting these was that he had foreseen the benefits of scavenging for deity remnants from the trash bin would, after tonight, effectively vanish. The theft of deity remnants was not particularly grave, for these fragments held little value. Qin Xiang had witnessed this in the internet CAF. Once consumed, the remnants could not be digested, forcing one to regurgitate or expel them unchanged. No one would bother with such useless debris. Yet, the disappearance of these remnants was undeniably peculiar. If they were indeed worthless, why would anyone steal them? Was there some ulterior motive at play? The consecutive disappearance of deity remnants from 2 trash bins over 2 days would undoubtedly attract attention. The police would surely have taken notice. Qin Xiang had pilfered from the garbage bins for 2 consecutive days, driven by an urgency to gain strength in the shortest time possible. While others might have adopted a gradual approach, taking their time to accumulate resources and seize opportunities, Qin Xiang had learned the hard way from his previous life that such incremental strategies were futile for someone of his impoverished status. He had believed that through steady effort and patience, career advancement and financial rewards would eventually follow. However, he never experienced a promotion before his demise, which awakened him to the reality that such a measured plan suited those with substantial capital but not someone like him, a destitute laborer. The pursuit of immediate gains was, in fact, the most viable strategy for someone at the bottom of the societal hierarchy. His ability to withstand uncertainty was woefully inadequate. Even a minor disturbance could spell disaster for him. What if, in the future, the United Government stationed guards at every garbage bin? Would he be forced to remain in hiding for the rest of his life? The next opportunity was unpredictable and could be a long time in coming. In this renewed existence, he was unwilling to wait in silence any longer. If he could act today, he certainly would not defer until tomorrow. It was better to be early than late. Delay could lead to unforeseen complications. It was evident that if Qin Xiang sought to extract the remnants of divine beings from the garbage bins, the likelihood of exposing himself was significantly high. Since this was to be his final attempt, and the individual who might discover him happened to be a sluggish, drunken man, he resolved to seize as much as possible. Moreover, regardless of whether he managed to obtain those divine remnants, being caught by the United Government would make escape nearly impossible. Fortune favored the bold, while the timid faced starvation. As Qin Xiang noticed blood seeping from his backpack, he clutched it tightly to his chest and darted down a narrow path to hasten his return. This alley, unlike the main road, lacked dim streetlights at regular intervals and was shrouded in darkness. The only illumination came from the stars above, their light filtering through the anti-aircraft glass of the safety zone. Enhanced by his improved physical condition, Qin Xiang could discern the path within the dark alley with clarity. The obscurity of his surroundings became his ally, concealing his identity. Even if he encountered others, he could sprint past them without fear of exposure. Yet, just as he turned into a shadowy alley, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A small knife hurtled from the shadows, aimed directly at his right eye. What was happening? His agility far surpassed that of an average person. Upon spotting the knife, he instinctively evaded its trajectory. The knife clattered to the ground, striking the cobblestones with a sharp sound. Qin Xiang's gaze fixed upon 3 figures lurking by the roadside. The trio, with their unkempt long hair and mocking expressions, seemed astonished that a plump target had wandered into their midst. "Fortune smiles upon us, brothers," they exclaimed, rising to encircle Qin Xiang. With a steely demeanor, he coldly inquired, "What do you want?" "What do we want?" One of them replied with a sneer. "Isn't it obvious? We're here to rob you." "Rob me?" Qin Xiang thought incredulously, noting their tattered clothing. What could they possibly gain from robbing a poor wretch like me? "I have no money." His brow furrowed in frustration, not at the encounter itself, but at the precious time slipping away. He had no leisure for lengthy arguments with these 3 individuals. The disintegration of the garbage deity's remains could be exposed at any moment. He had to swiftly distance himself from the exit of Safe Zone 89757. Currently, he was merely 2 stops away, still far from a secure haven. Moreover, he clutched a backpack brimming with the remnants of the divine. Just then, an individual, brushing aside his greasy bangs, revealed a mischievous grin. If you're short on cash, just leave the backpack behind. Were these 3 individuals targeting his bag? Qin Si Young glanced at the backpack in his arms, instinctively covering the blood-stained area with his hand, silently acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Although the contents of the backpack were not particularly valuable, he could not relinquish it to them. Not valuable, you say? Then let us have a look. Qin Si Young surveyed the trio of vagabonds attempting to rob him, feeling an unexpected calm. They were merely ordinary individuals. If he wished to escape, they would surely not be able to stop him. As he contemplated the best direction to break free, one of them mockingly remarked, "You, running so fast down this alley, as if fleeing for your life, must be hiding something precious in that bag, right? How about this? We won't be greedy. You keep 1/4, and the remaining 3/4 go to us 3. We'll help keep your secret. Sound good?" Another chimed in, "Exactly. Leave the goods, and we can pretend we never saw you. Otherwise, you'll face some serious pain. Even if you manage to escape, we can report you to the police. We caught a glimpse of your face when you turned in. We've memorized it." Upon hearing this, Qin Si Young's feet, previously poised to flee, froze. If these 3 had seen him, the risk of exposure loomed ominously. Should they indeed report him to the authorities, all his efforts would be in vain. Suddenly, a surge of murderous intent blossomed within him. The fierce glint in his eyes was immediately discerned by the seasoned thugs, who had navigated the gray areas of life for years. "Boss, this kid has a fierce look in his eyes. Should we strike? Just a poor boy? If he is willing to fight, it must mean what in that backpack is worth a fortune. Let us take him down and claim the riches for ourselves." With that, each of the 3 drew a knife and lunged towards Qin Si Young in succession. Qin Si Young had never taken a life. The thought had merely flickered momentarily. For someone who had lived an unremarkable life in a civilized society, killing was not an easy decision to make. Initially, he hesitated to commit such an act. Yet now he found himself cornered by the 3 thugs. If fate demanded their demise, then he bore no blame. This kid's quite audacious. Kill him, they thought, reveling in their anticipated victory as they saw Qin Si Young with nowhere to escape. However, their aggressive stances appeared as feeble as those of 3-year-olds in his eyes. With a swift, decisive punch, Qin Si Young struck the nearest thug squarely in the face. As his fist made contact with the bridge of the man's nose, he distinctly felt the sharp vibration of a clean fracture reverberate through his knuckles. Qin Si Young realized that he had developed the ability to perceive subtle information in a fleeting instant, a transformation he had recognized through practical combat. Blood gushed forth from the man's mouth and nose. Thud! The man was propelled off the ground by Qin Si Young's punch, soaring backward for 7 or 8 meters before crashing to the earth, rolling a few steps on the stone surface before coming to a halt. Qin Si Young's acute senses allowed him to vividly witness the entirety of his lethal blow, igniting a fervent thrill within him. He had taken a life. The visage, now devoid of any semblance of humanity, bore an odd expression directed at Qin Si Young and the 2 remaining assailants. The pair, witnessing this scene, trembled in fear, swiftly realizing they had provoked a sequence ability user. Yet, despite their terror, they did not retreat. As fugitives burdened with murder, they understood that at this juncture, it was a matter of life or death, and pleading for mercy would avail them nothing. The only way to survive was to eliminate Qin Si Young. With renewed ferocity, they charged at him, knives in hand, intent on ending his life. Qin Si Young stepped back with his left leg, executing a sweeping kick with his right that struck one of the assailants in the waist. The sound of bones fracturing echoed as the man contorted at an unnatural angle, flailing through the air alongside Qin Si Young's leg. As Qin Si Young retracted his leg, the propelled man collided with the last assailant, who had rushed forward to encircle Qin Si Young, sending them both tumbling backward. Without hesitation, Qin Si Young leaped forward to the disoriented man's side, raising his fist once more. "Spare me. I'll give you all my money." At this critical moment, the instinct for survival compelled the assailant to plead for mercy. However, Qin Si Young denied him the chance to continue. His punch struck the man's temple, shattering his skull. "By killing you, the money on your person becomes mine." After dispatching 3 individuals, the bloodlust within Qin Si Young gradually dissipated, swiftly replaced by an inexplicable emptiness. He let out a melancholic sigh, astonished at the fact that he had taken a life. Yet, He rationalized it as an act of self-preservation, with little more to be said. Moreover, Qin Shi Yang sensed that the slaying of these three might not signify an end, but rather the beginning and initiation into a world where he could comfortably take lives. Quietly, he encouraged himself to calm his trembling body, which was still in the throes of unease from the act of murder. Once composed, Qin Shi Yang did not leave immediately. He recalled that within the Godslayer camp, some sequences possessed the ability to access the last memories of the deceased. To avoid revealing himself, he wrapped his fists in the clothing of one of the fallen, ensuring their appearances were rendered unrecognizable before deeming the situation secure. After meticulously cleansing the scene of blood, he extracted all the money from their garments and concealed the three corpses within a dark, abandoned storeroom. He lit a fire, incinerating the bodies and his blood-stained jacket in the process. This action serves to prevent any individuals with sequence abilities from tracking him through the scent emanating from the corpses. Although he remains uncertain whether such individuals exist who can locate others by scent, he harbors a strong suspicion of its plausibility. His choice of this warehouse was deliberate, aimed at evading detection by those who might follow a scent trail. He noted that the path leading to the warehouse was muddy, marked with numerous distinct footprints, indicating that many had traversed this area, thus obscuring any particular scent. To avoid leaving his own footprints in the mud, he prudently leapt over the gravel with agility and strength, ensuring no trace remained. Hopefully, there would be no issues arising from this. Qin Shi Yang was concerned that the flickering flames might attract unwanted attention, so after confirming that the fire had enveloped the three individuals, he fled the scene at full speed. In that moment, he ran with such fervor that he resembled a frenzied creature. Were anyone to glimpse him in that narrow alley, they might well believe that a speeding vehicle had just passed by rather than a mere human. After sprinting for over half an hour, he finally returned to the main road. His heart still raced from the exhilaration of his first kill, yet he felt no trace of panic. His gaze had grown resolute. I express only regret for their demise, nothing more. Chapter 8. The search for the man's trail. It was more than 2 hours after Qin Shi Yang had departed from the refuse bin at the exit of the 89757 safety zone when a multitude of uniformed officers received orders to cordon off the area. Many sequence practitioners gathered at the periphery, engaged in bewildered discussions about the unfolding events. The theft of the divine relic from the refuse bin was indeed an absurd tale. Such matters often go unnoticed in times of tranquility, but once lost, they incite a plethora of questions and concerns. Undoubtedly, the divine relic represented such an enigma. A white-haired detective, clad in a coat with a scarf wrapped around his neck and a cigar clenched between his teeth, circled the refuse bin. The surrounding officers stood at attention, displaying a respectful demeanor towards the detective, who seemed anything but ordinary. He inquired, "Roylina, your sequence has been elevated. I have heard that you possess a far more potent tracking ability, surpassing that of the director's police dog by tenfold. Are you capable of discerning the scent here?" With a distinctly European appearance, he spoke in Mandarin, a necessity given the predominance of Chinese nationals within the safety zone, where Mandarin is the official language. The blonde policewoman beside him shook her head. "No, it is impossible. There are too many divine essences here. The scent of humanity has been completely obscured. Even with my current abilities, I cannot discern the human scent from this chaos. If I were to activate my skills here, I might very well faint from the overwhelming divine aroma." Olaf expressed his disappointment. "Ah, damn these skills. Their ineffectiveness in the presence of the divine will surely complicate our investigation. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Regrettably, I am bound to the scent seeker sequence. And there is no changing that. Practitioners of my kind are destined to operate solely within the safety zone." Olaf, in a fit of impatience, took a couple of puffs from his cigar, flicking the ash into the refuse bin before turning to the onlookers among the sequence practitioners. "Who first discovered the issue with this refuse bin?" "It was I. Detective Olaf, it was I. I am Hans Fan, a sequence practitioner who hunts the divine at the exit of the 89757 safety zone." At that moment, a man clad in a brownish-gray jacket approached, his hair disheveled and the scent of alcohol still lingering about him. He was none other than the inebriated individual who had encountered Qin Shi Yang. However, now he appeared completely sober, brimming with tension. Upon regaining his senses, Hans realized that someone had absconded with the divine relic from the refuse bin, leaving him utterly astonished. Initially, he had no intention of involving himself in this matter. The perpetrator of the theft was surely no ordinary person, and he dared not provoke them. After awakening his sequence, he merely wished to lead a mundane life within the safety zone, relying on his identity as a sequence practitioner. Alas, he had recklessly thrown a bottle into the refuse bin, an undeniable fact marked by a scent. Should a scent seeker activate their ability, he would be easily pinpointed, leaving him with no means to absolve himself. Thus, to preempt any trouble from the police, he hurriedly reported the matter to the precinct, seeking leniency. Please, tell us how you made your discovery. Detective Olaf, I had just shared a drink with Brew at the bar before heading home. As I left the bar, I picked up a bottle of alcohol, intending to enjoy it on my way back. As I sipped, I finished the drink and noticed a nearby trash bin, deciding to dispose of the bottle there. Upon hearing this, Roylina admonished me sternly. Hans, as a fellow sequence ability user, are you not aware that the trash bin next to the exit of the safe zone is designated solely for the disposal of divine remnants? The remnants contained within must be collected and processed. You are interfering with the operations of the United Government. I had drunk too much and didn't consider the implications. Qin Xiang was right. It was Hans's inebriated state that granted him the opportunity to flee. Otherwise, the outcome could have been entirely different. Olaf, seemingly accustomed to such negligent sequence ability users, did not exhibit the same anger as Roylina, but waved his hand dismissively. Roylina, let him continue. Do not interrupt. Very well, detective. The blonde Roylina regarded Hans with a gaze filled with indifference. I vaguely recalled seeing a figure rummaging through the trash bin, but it vanished swiftly. Of course, I could not be certain of anyone's presence, due to my intoxication. And then, I discarded the bottle, and at that moment, I heard the sound of glass colliding with the empty bin. I assumed it was already midnight, believing that the janitors had removed the divine remnants and proceeded home. When was that? I was too inebriated to recall. Upon returning home, I collapsed onto my bed and fell asleep. As a member of this sleepless sequence, I generally do not require much sleep, even when intoxicated. I usually awaken after just 2 hours. When I came to, I realized it was only afternoon. Recalling the empty bin, I felt a sense of unease. And then you called the police? Yes. Detective Olaf, considering that I voluntarily reported my error. Could you refrain from punishing me for disposing of the bottle in that bin and for delaying the investigation? Olaf took a puff of his cigar and pondered for a long while. As he contemplated, Hans felt increasingly anxious, worried about the impending consequences. Roylina, remember to inform the other personnel at the safe zone exits, so they can keep a close watch on the trash bins. Understood. Detective Olaf, what about me? Hans asked urgently. Olaf finally acknowledged Hans's presence. Oh, I was just considering the case. What do you wish to say? I wanted to inquire whether my voluntary report could mitigate my transgression, absolving me of punishment for my errors here. I truly recognize my mistake and assure you I will not repeat it. I beg you for a chance. Olaf barely cast him a glance. This is a matter of protocol. The scales of order within the police precinct will not tip in any direction. You will receive your due reward, as well as your deserved punishment. Hans felt a twinge of frustration. Despite his proactive reporting and full cooperation with the investigation, he was still to face repercussions. Truly unfortunate. Take him back to the precinct. Upon receiving instructions from her superior, Roylina promptly ordered the officers to escort Hans back. Hans wore a disgruntled expression, cursing the wretched individual who had pilfered the divine relics from the trash bin. After dispatching Hans, Olive continued to furrow his brow in contemplation. Could one person truly be responsible for this? What motive could compel someone to steal refuse such as divine remnants? It would be more sensible to raid a warehouse for some moldy wood to burn. Roylina interjected. A similar incident occurred yesterday at the exit of Security Zone 114514. I reported it to the chief, but regrettably, it did not garner sufficient attention. They merely established a perimeter around the vicinity of 114,514. Consequently, the perpetrator managed to strike again at a location further afield. At that moment, Roylina's pager chimed. Hello. Please proceed. What? Very well. I am listening. Understood. I shall inform Detective Olive. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Olive sensed that a new case had emerged and inquired. What has transpired now? Detective, in a narrow alley just 2 stations away, a warehouse has caught fire, revealing 3 charred corpses within. Corpses? Charred. Indeed. The heads of the 3 bodies have suffered severe trauma, their faces utterly deformed. The forensic officer indicated that the nature of the wounds suggests they were inflicted by an individual of immense strength, using bare hands. Unfortunately, due to the fire, I cannot trace the scent of the assailant. Could we not investigate the crime scene for the perpetrator's scent? I'm afraid that would also be futile. The officer mentioned that the area is frequented by many, resulting in a chaotic mix of footprints and scents. Have we located the primary crime scene? Not yet. There are no signs of a struggle in the vicinity of the warehouse. Olive, puffing on his cigar, remained silent. Roylina continued, Detective, I have a question. Speak. What is known about the identities of the individuals with crushed skulls? Roylina, an experienced officer herself, displayed her ignorance unreservedly in Olive's presence. As though he held other esteemed identities beyond that of a detective, the identities of those three will likely remain elusive. However, the one who killed them must certainly be a sequence ability user. Otherwise, it would be impossible to slay all three without leaving traces of a struggle. The fatal injuries further corroborate this. It is no small feat to crush the skulls of three individuals with mere fists. Olive glanced at the empty trash bin and exhaled a smoke ring. The timing of the incident in that alley coincides precisely with the theft of the divine remnants from the trash bin. If a strength-oriented sequence ability user ran at full speed, it would indeed be feasible for them to reach the location. Thus, it is plausible that it was a single perpetrator. Roylina furrowed her brow. Are we to assume it is the same individual? One who stole the divine remnants here and then traveled 2 stations to commit arson and murder? In both cases, the assailant left no useful clues. Perhaps we should boldly hypothesize that the same individual is responsible and subsequently verify our suspicions with caution. Let us analyze this case under the assumption that the perpetrator is indeed the same. Olaf stroked his white beard and remarked, I believe this individual is rather unfamiliar with the intricacies of sequence abilities. What leads you to that conclusion, Inspector? The inspector elaborated, beyond the skull. The cadaver bears other fatal injuries, suggesting with high probability that the skull was shattered post-mortem. After fracturing the skulls of 3 individuals, he chose to incinerate the bodies. I surmise that his motive for shattering their skulls stems from a concern that an undying sequence ability user might exploit their skills to extract memories from the corpses. However, he is oblivious to the limitations of the undying sequence user's memory retrieval capabilities. Should the brain suffer any pathological changes or lose its original biological structure, the undying user's abilities would falter. In other words, whether or not he fractured the skulls, a mere fire would suffice to thwart the inquiries of an undying sequence ability user. Roylina, puzzled, inquired, Inspector, are you suggesting that he lacks even this fundamental understanding of sequence knowledge? Beyond that, I can conceive of no other rationale for his redundant actions. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that he deployed a smokescreen to mislead me into believing that the perpetrator is a novice with sequence abilities. Yet, I contend that an individual of such criminal caliber is unlikely to surface in the 14121 sector. Roylina nodded in agreement, finding the inspector's analysis quite cogent, and remarked, the lack of knowledge regarding sequence information might stem from a sudden awakening of sequence abilities without adequate preparation. If we stake out at the Sequence Management Bureau, we should be able to locate the offender. The premise of insufficient preparation you mentioned does not hold, Olaf countered, shaking his head. He is aware of how to choose a location with a confusing scent to hinder your investigation and knows to use fire to obliterate evidence. Roylina, you must understand that he is not a perpetrator who acts with calmness. He planned the murder of these 3 individuals. He had just stolen the remnants of a deity and performed these acts in a state of panic. It must be said, although this criminal is ignorant, he is certainly not careless. The meticulousness of a Needles I cannot possibly allow him to steal the remnants of a deity while inadequately prepared, exposing himself. His actions indicate a lack of access to further information. Roylina adjusted her slightly disheveled golden tresses, her expression one of confusion. How can that be? The descriptions of sequence abilities are publicly accessible within the Godslayer camp. Anyone can search for them using a phone or computer. No, you are mistaken. If these assumptions hold true, then there exists a particular type of person who fits the profile and cannot access this information. What kind of person? The impoverished. Chapter 9. Internet CAF Inquiry. Olaf pondered for a moment. Since the arson case involving the incineration of a corpse occurred just 2 stops away in the direction of the safety zone's edge, it would be prudent to investigate that vicinity. He aimed to discern who might have been seen on the streets carrying numerous bags filled with unidentified objects. He cast a glance at the desolate trash bins. The remnants of divine entities had vanished from the 3 containers, a considerable quantity indeed. Should he have taken them directly? He would undoubtedly have been burdened with a conspicuous package, making it difficult to remain unnoticed. Yes, I shall report this to the Bureau, he declared. Thank you for your efforts. However, Inspector, what if we cannot find anyone carrying a significant amount of unidentified objects at the edge of the safety zone? Olaf discarded his cigar butt and smiled faintly. If we cannot find anyone, then the situation becomes intriguing. He extinguished the stub with his foot, musing to himself with a meaningful tone, "After spending so long in this wretched place, I finally have a lead." When Qin Si-young returned home, it was already 8 in the evening. He had arrived late, having sought out a secluded spot to thoroughly consume the remnants of divine entities from his backpack. He removed the food container and subsequently set fire to both the backpack and his second jacket. This meticulous follow-up process consumed a fair amount of time. Fortunately, upon his return home, he had not detected any signs of being followed. As he sank into the hard cardboard sofa, he felt utterly exhausted. Despite possessing remarkable physical resilience, he could not withstand the toll of his recent escapades, including flight and murder. What a day it had been. Utterly overwhelming. He glanced out the window, spotting a thick-bodied scorpion, its tail obscured, crawling across the glass. Qin Si-young sighed with a wry smile. "I truly wish to taste it, but reckless sampling carries its risks. Nevertheless, it must be said, risk and reward are eternal companions. The greater the risk, the greater the potential reward." He cast a satisfied glance at the greedy marauder sequence in his mind, revealing an eager smile. It was Saturday, a day typically reserved for rest. Yet it had proven to be the most exhausting day since his reincarnation. After emptying his mind and finding tranquility for several minutes, he took a cold shower and retired to bed. That night, Qin Si-young slept soundly, undisturbed by any interruptions. When he awoke, it was already 10 o'clock on Sunday morning. "How could I have slept so long?" Qin Si-young muttered as he rolled out of bed, preparing to heat up the packed meal from the school cafeteria to satiate his hunger. He opened the stove, reflecting on how sparse life had become in these cash-strapped days. Suddenly, he recalled that he had scavenged some valuables from the 3 assailants the previous day, but in his haste, he had not taken the time to ascertain the exact amount. He rummaged through the trousers he had worn yesterday and extracted the contents, momentarily stunned. Among a heap of copper coins lay a singular, glimmering silver coin. Could it be a silver coin? He exclaimed, astonished. These ruffians must be quite affluent. Generally, the value of 10,000 copper coins equates to that of a single silver coin. However, due to the considerable variance in the composition of copper coins, it often requires 12,000 of them to exchange for a single silver coin. Qin Si-young presumed that the 3 vagabonds, disguised as rogues, were no better off than himself, likely possessing only a few hundred copper coins in their pockets. To his astonishment, they had amassed a significant fortune amounting to a silver coin. Why then? Would they choose to assault him? Initially perplexed, he soon realized that they had set their sights on his backpack, believing it to contain invaluable treasures. Little did those 3 know that not only had they squandered their hard-earned wealth for another's gain, but they had also forfeited their lives in the process. 3 wandering miscreants, clutching a fortune, would undoubtedly know that their riches were of dubious origin. This revelation plunged Qin Si-young's spirits into despair. How could these scoundrels, burdened with such wealth, dare to report him to the authorities? That would be tantamount to mutual destruction. Curse be it. Had he known of their windfall, he could have easily ambushed them, seized their money, and departed swiftly, thereby avoiding the ensuing complications. Now, on top of the theft of divine remains, he had inadvertently added a murder case to his troubles. These 3 wretches, exuding their own foulness, had the audacity to spread their odiousness to others. Holding the silver coin in his hand, Qin Si-young felt both envious and uneasy. The reason was straightforward. He had no means to spend it. If he brandished the coin nearby, it would surely arouse suspicion. An orphan with no job, how could he possess such wealth? If someone grew envious and reported him, government officials would surely come to inquire, and he would be unable to explain the coin's provenance. Such a substantial sum could only be admired but never spent, causing him great frustration. After finishing the leftover food he had brought home from school, he sifted through his copper coins and extracted 40, deciding to rent a computer at an internet CAF. Upon reflection, he realized that even 40 copper coins represented a significant sum for someone in his position, which was equally difficult to justify. Reluctantly, he set aside 20 coins instead. Armed with 20 copper coins, he felt it reasonable to spend an hour on a computer at the CAF. Damn it. Even spending money required caution. What a vexing predicament. Qin Si-young grumbled as he stepped outside, fully aware of his current limitations, bearing the identity of a poor orphan student. He found himself unable to freely manage his finances. However, this was not the most pressing concern at the moment. Money was secondary. More crucial was finding a suitable justification for his substantial income, along with an identity that would allow him to operate in the open, a fitting identity as a sequence ability user. He sought a discrete sequence to reveal to others. subsequently joining a team of sequence ability users to hunt divine beings beyond the safety zone and learn their combat techniques. Once he had mastered these skills, he could venture forth alone to hunt and consume divine beings to enhance his own powers. He believed that as long as he could endure, he would gradually grow stronger. When the time came for him to act freely, he would reveal his sequence and abilities. By then, no one would pose a threat to him. Even if he could not persist indefinitely, he at least needed to survive the initial stages. Once he acquired the means for self-preservation, he could then emerge from the shadows. Having made up his mind, Qin Shi Young arrived at the Internet CAF, producing 20 copper coins. Today, the attendant was once again the corpulent middle-aged man from his last visit. With an expressionless demeanor, the attendant gestured towards the same computer Qin had used previously. That one, go ahead. Qin noticed a new advertisement behind the attendant. Recharge 500 copper coins and receive an additional 500. Why not recharge now? Observing this promotional event reminiscent of his past life, he sighed inwardly. Although he was indeed capable of recharging, he could not fathom how to explain the sudden availability of such funds. With a tinge of regret, Qin turned away and settled into a computer surrounded by the stale scent of smoke. As before, the machine's startup was excruciatingly slow, providing ample time for Qin to freshen up. Once the interface loaded, he opened the browser and once again accessed the God-Slaying Camp forum. He noticed several pin posts, all of which proved immensely beneficial to him. In addition to the comprehensive statistics of all known sequences he had previously explored, there were guidelines for newly awakened sequence abilities on how to report to the United Government and subsequently joined the God-Hunting team. Qin clicked on the Newcomer's Guide and began to study it meticulously. A person might awaken their sequence ability at any moment, in any place, and in any state. Upon awakening, an informational panel would manifest in their mind, detailing the sequence name, sequence level, and available skills. Qin glanced at the information panel in his mind. Sequence Devourer, strength increases by consuming deities, current sequence level. 2. Greedy Madman, skill, blood drink. Skill description, able to digest deities raw. Skill, violence. Skill description, for 10 minutes, personal strength, agility, and physical durability triple, during which no pain is felt. It seemed his information panel contained an additional line compared to what the poster had mentioned. Strength increases by consuming deities. This very guidance had prompted Qin to venture to the exit of Safety Zone 114514 days prior, seeking the remains of a deity in hopes of fortune. Now, upon reviewing the information panels of other sequence ability users, it appeared that they lacked this particular line. Without a hint of how to grow stronger, how could they possibly advance? With this question lingering, Qin continued to peruse the post. After awakening one's sequence ability, one could report to the nearby Sequence Ability Management Bureau to submit their sequence and relevant details, since others could not view the information panel within one's mind. The reported content was entirely at one's discretion. However, it was strongly recommended to report truthfully, avoiding deceit and omissions. Upon reporting, the Sequence Ability Management Bureau would allocate resources based on the reported sequence and skills. Moreover, once one's information was published in the Sequence Ability Hall, other interested sequence ability users might invite them to join their teams for deity hunting outside the safety zones. Any inaccuracies in one's report could potentially lead to one's demise or the annihilation of the team. Upon reading this, Qin silently took note. Upon reporting the information, all sequence abilities practitioners will become aware of your sequence and skills. Once you register with the Sequence Abilities Management Bureau, you will receive your initial reward from the Bureau, which can also be perceived as a novice gift, the Sequence Elixir. The Sequence Elixir is a concoction developed by the United Government, specifically designed to enhance the prowess of sequence abilities practitioners. The formula for this elixir remains a closely guarded secret of the United Government, controlled by the highest leaders of various secure zones. Consuming the Sequence Elixir is currently the only known method for all sequence abilities practitioners to augment their strength. It is only after ingesting the elixir that practitioners can continuously grow stronger and advance. However, indiscriminate consumption of the elixir is not advisable. After using the elixir, it must be digested, which will lead to an enhancement of your abilities. The method of digesting the elixir is rather singular. It involves engaging in combat with deities while employing your skills. The more frequently you utilize your skills, the quicker the elixir will be digested. Do not entertain thoughts of recklessly casting skills outside the secure zone to digest the elixir, for the Bureau will allocate the sequence elixir based on the level and quantity of deity remnants you submit. If you have used your skills excessively and fully digested the elixir, yet only return with a meager deity remnant or none at all, The Bureau will perceive a deficiency in your combat capabilities, thereby reducing your supply of the sequence elixir or potentially revoking it entirely. Upon slaying a deity, the Bureau not only provides you with the sequence elixir but also grants you corresponding honors and substantial rewards. Thus, hunting deities represents the most effective means for sequence abilities practitioners to amass wealth and enhance their strength. Qin Shi Yang pondered this deeply. All sequence abilities practitioners rely on the sequence elixir to bolster their power and must unleash their skills during battles with deities to digest the elixir. However, he merely needs to consume deities and subsequently digest them to continually amplify his strength. Does this not imply that he possesses an extraordinary advantage? No. He lacks any system beyond established principles. This is merely his awakened sequence. How could it be considered an unfair advantage? I, Qin Shi Yang, do not possess any unfair advantages. Chapter 10. The Raid on the Internet Cafe. Having gained a preliminary understanding of the events following the awakening of sequences, Qin Shi Yang once again perused the post summarizing various sequences and their abilities. He sought a sequence capable of concealing his identity, one that could be overshadowed by his existing powers, thus leaving no trace. If he were to register with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, he needed to find such a mask. Initially, Qin Shi Yang contemplated fabricating a sequence of his own, meticulously designing everything from its name to its skills to fit his persona as a devourer. However, after some reflection, he ultimately abandoned this notion. Firstly, he was uncertain whether the Bureau possessed means of verification that could expose any flaws in his fabricated sequence. Secondly, all sequence ability users would have access to his information. A brand new sequence would undoubtedly attract attention and scrutiny. Under the magnifying glass of countless observers, he would inevitably reveal himself. The prospect of someone awakening a sequence with the same name as his imagined creation only heightened his anxiety. Such a coincidence would lead to immediate exposure. Thus, he deemed it far more prudent to select from the existing sequences. Without a specific direction, his only course of action was to diligently examine each sequence, in search of the optimal disguise to conceal his identity. At the beginning of the post, an introduction to the unified abilities of sequence users was provided. Upon awakening, a sequence user experiences a corresponding enhancement in physical strength, agility, and perception. After consuming 5 vials of sequence potion, one could expect an approximate 3-fold increase in all physical attributes, far beyond that of an ordinary person. Only 3-fold? Qin Shi Yang mused that the force behind his punch, which had sent the assailant flying, was akin to a full-speed collision with a car. It was unlikely that his strength had merely tripled. It might have even increased 10-fold. A spark of realization illuminated his thoughts. Could it be that his Devourer sequence could further amplify his fundamental attributes? This revelation astonished him. Not only had he awakened a formidable skill, but his foundational growth was astonishingly high as well. What a fortuitous series of events, he thought, as he smiled and diligently scrutinized each sequence's abilities. Upon encountering the Scent Seeker sequence, he discovered that the level 1 skill, Scent Tracking, allowed one to locate enemies within a certain range based on lingering scents. A wave of relief washed over him. Indeed, there existed sequence users capable of tracking by scent. His fears had not been unfounded. Fortunately, he had chosen a location rife with olfactory confusion to dispose of the body. Otherwise, he could have been in peril. The skill of the Scent Seeker would falter in the presence of divine essences. Should one attempt to forcefully activate the ability under such conditions, it could result in fainting, severe bleeding from the orifices, or even brain death, because the Scent Seeker's abilities were ineffective before deities. It belonged to a select group of sequence users who could still obtain sequence potions from the Bureau without engaging in direct combat with divine beings. However, to acquire such potions, a Scent Seeker must join the organization of the United Government, typically assisting the police in solving cases. The prospect of aiding in investigations particularly eased Qin Shi Yang's mind. Without a doubt, the trouble he stirred yesterday at the exit of Safe Zone 89757 would undoubtedly attract the attention of the police, and likely some individuals possessing abilities from the Scented Person sequence. Having narrowly escaped a predicament, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He continued to observe, gaining insights into the abilities of numerous sequence practitioners. Qin Shi Yang yearned to document these findings, as his mind struggled to retain the vast array of abilities possessed by the practitioners. However, drawing out pen and paper to record such information would surely raise suspicions. Thus, he endeavored to memorize only the more crucial and commonly encountered sequences. Strangely, he noticed that since awakening his sequence ability, his memory seemed to have improved. While he could not remember every ability upon a single glance, he was able to recall a substantial portion. He could not help but marvel at the benefits of awakening a sequence ability. Just as he reveled in his newfound confidence, he stumbled upon a sequence labeled Immortal. It was precisely due to a prior glance at the God Layer camp that he had learned of the Immortal Sequence's ability to read the memories of the deceased, prompting him to shatter the skulls of 3 assailants. He secretly felt fortunate that the fleeting information he caught had saved his life. Indeed, he was experiencing a stroke of good luck. Qin Shi Young diligently perused the skills associated with the Immortal Sequence. Death Mandate. This skill allows the user to access the final memories of the deceased, provided the brain retains its biological characteristics and is free from degeneration or decay, such as from fire or acid. Otherwise, the skill becomes ineffective. Upon reaching this point, Qin Shi Young was taken aback. Could it be that incinerating a corpse would render the death mandate unusable? Had his act of shattering the 3 skulls been in vain? Surely, this unnecessary action would not lead to any complications? The description of the Immortal Sequence was prominently positioned in the forum, indicating it was either well known among practitioners or recorded early on. Thus, could the abilities of the Immortal Sequence be considered common knowledge among sequence practitioners? To validate his hypothesis, he searched the forum for posts related to Immortal and discovered an astonishing number of nearly 100,000 relevant posts. Clearly, the Immortal Sequence was exceedingly prevalent, almost mundane in its familiarity. Yet, he had been entirely oblivious to this fact. Qin Shi Young's mind raced with speculation. If someone were to discover this oversight, would it expose his true identity? The act of mishandling a corpse suggested a lack of understanding of sequence abilities. Troubled, he began to ponder this possibility in depth. If anyone were to take notice, could this become a chink in his armor? He was uncertain if he was merely overthinking it. Perhaps those who commit crimes become increasingly paranoid after the fact, reacting to even the slightest disturbance. Nonetheless, he felt deep down that he was perilously close to exposure. At that moment, he heard a raucous commotion from outside the internet CAF. What was happening? Amidst the chaos, he discerned voices arguing. Suddenly, he caught a faint cry. "Officer, this is just a small business. I can't withstand such scrutiny." "Officer." A sudden jolt coursed through Qin Shi Young's mind. Could it be mere coincidence that just as he entertained the notion of potential exposure, the police arrived at his doorstep? Such swift action from the precinct. Regardless of their true intent, he had no choice but to respond. In a moment of desperation, Qin Shi Young hastily deleted his browser history and devised a means of disguise. Just as he completed his task, 7 or 8 officers stormed into the internet CAF. Everyone immediately abandoned their computers, crouching down with hands clasped behind their heads. Quickly, Qin Shi Young feigned panic and complied with the officer's commands, adopting the same posture. "You, what are you doing? Get away from the computer. Raise your hands," an officer shouted, gun drawn, at a scruffy young man in the corner. The startled individual fumbled with his trousers, stammering, "Sir, I was. The officer quickly advanced towards him. "Get out of the way." "Yes, officer," the man replied, disregarding his pants as he crouched down. The officer glanced at the contents on his screen, then disdainfully remarked, "You ought to watch less of this. Indulging at such a young age will lead to trouble." With that, he moved on. The group of officers proceeded to inspect the browser histories and contents on each computer. When they reached Qin Shi Young, one officer cast a sympathetic glance at his face, then scrutinized his screen and browser contents. He gently patted Qin Shi Young on the shoulder, saying, "If the girl has turned you down, it's a rejection. Do not waste any more time or energy." Having uttered this, he resumed his search of personal computers. Qin Shi Young offered a grateful smile to the officer, though inwardly he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was aware that the officers would examine browser histories. Yet he had no means to fabricate a substantial record in such a short span. Thus, he chose the simplest browsing activity, reading an e-book. On his desktop lay a document titled 3 Sentences to Make the Goddess Fall for You, Confidential Collection. Upon opening it, he discovered it indeed contained guidance for the lovesick on how to lavish attention upon their beloved, seeking to win her favor. He promptly scrolled the document to a midpoint, pretending to be engrossed in the downloaded e-book. After a thorough search, the officers apprehended 2 youths engaged in illicit online dealings at the CAF and took them away. However, Qin Shi Young couldn't shake the feeling that the officers bore a weighty expression, suggesting their true target was not these 2 individuals. Apologies for the interruption, everyone. I hope you don't mind. Internet CAF owner, please add an hour of internet time for each of them. Our precinct will cover the expenses. Certainly. Thank you, officer. Thanks. Police uncle. We look forward to your next visit. Amidst this cheerful atmosphere, everyone returned to their computers. Outside, Qin Siyang overheard the CAF owner lament, "Officer, you've been conducting surprise raids these past few days, taking away several of our customers each time. My business is suffering. Boss Wang, we are merely following orders from above. I hope you understand." Understand? How can I possibly understand? Could you not determine the suspect before conducting an investigation? The police department lacks the authority to examine internet addresses and browsing histories. They can only conduct on-site inspections. They have neither overstepped their bounds by reviewing your surveillance footage, nor have they incurred any costs that you should bear. What losses do you truly have? You are utterly unreasonable. Qin Siyang felt a stir of emotions upon hearing this. Recently, the police had been launching surprise inspections, coinciding perfectly with the aftermath of his crime. What a remarkable coincidence. Yet, the police's claim of their inability to access internet addresses and browsing histories was, in fact, a piece of fortunate news. However, who could ascertain the veracity of the police's statements? One must remain vigilant. With a long sigh of relief, Qin Siyang resolved to open Godslaying Camp and continue his exploration. At that moment, a dialog box materialized on his computer screen. Qin Siyang's eyes widened, an instinctive chill running down his spine. He immediately glanced toward the bar area, where the network administrator was casually smoking a cigarette, a sly smile playing on his lips as he observed Qin Siyang. The dialog box on the screen continued to pulsate. Network administrator's friendly reminder, the person the officer was looking for just now is you, isn't it? Chapter 11. Threats. Was it exposed? Even after living a second life, I had never experienced the terror of being brought to justice. Qin Siyang's heart was in turmoil. More so than when he scavenged the remnants of deities from a dumpster or committed murder in a shadowy alley. Even the fear he felt that fateful night upon witnessing countless black moths with luminous eyes clinging to the glass paled in comparison to the dread he felt now. Sitting numbly before the computer, he was at a loss for what to do. At that moment, the information on the computer screen changed once more. Administrator's warm reminder, continue your browsing, but do not leave until you have finished. Wait for me in the alley behind the internet CAF. Gazing at the message on the screen, Qin Siyang found himself devoid of any inclination to explore Godslaying Camp. The administrator was clearly monitoring him. A question arose in his mind. Was the administrator so idle? Did they have no other tasks to occupy their time? What could possibly warrant such vigilance over each customer's online activities? Yet, having already spent the money, merely sitting there felt like a waste of time. Calming his nerves, he decided to revisit Godslaying Camp. This internet CAF might very well be his last visit. No. It was likely that this would be his final foray into any internet CAF. He resolved never to return to this establishment, nor to any others. He had to find a sequence that would allow him to disguise himself during this browsing of Godslaying Camp. Qin Siyang continued to peruse the post summarizing sequences, searching for one that would suit his need for disguise. At last, his attention settled on a particular sequence. Phantom Assassin, Sequence Level 1, Assassin Apprentice, Skill, Life and Death Line. Can double one's agility for 5 minutes, but will feel completely drained afterward. Struggling to move for half an hour. Sequence Level 2, Swift Assassin, Skill, Life and Death Line, Enhanced. Can double one's agility and strength for 5 minutes, but will feel completely drained afterward, struggling to move for 20 minutes. As Qin Siyang examined the Phantom Assassin sequence, he realized that his violence skill encompassed both the skills of Sequence Level 1 and Sequence Level 2, allowing him to navigate through a tumultuous period. Thus, he meticulously reviewed the skill descriptions of this sequence, committing them to memory. To further understand this sequence, he searched the forums for related discussions, which immediately yielded thousands of posts. It appeared to be a relatively common sequence. What is the most essential equipment for the Phantom Assassin sequence? Who is the best ally for a Phantom Assassin? My ally, the Phantom Assassin, is utterly useless in battle, only using skills to escape. What should I do? Phantom Assassin seeks god-hunting teams, warriors preferred. Qin Siyang clicked on a Phantom Assassin introduction post, Essence, to explore further. It detailed how a Phantom Assassin should train, how to judiciously utilize resources provided by the Management Bureau, and how to acquire the most suitable equipment for themselves. In this post, Qin Siyang discovered a wealth of information, particularly noting that the third rank of the Swift Assassin sequence is the Shadow Assassin. The skill, Life and Death on the Line, Enhanced Level 2, allows one to triple their agility and double their strength for 10 minutes, albeit at the cost of feeling utterly exhausted and incapacitated thereafter. From this post, Qin Siyang also learned that, unlike most sequences, each rank advancement grants a new skill. Currently known, shadow assassins possess only a single skill, continuously enhancing life and death on the line upon leveling up. This singular path of advancement cannot be definitively deemed good or bad. It bears both advantages and disadvantages. Should they fail to eliminate their foes swiftly after activating their skills, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. Undoubtedly, shadow assassins heavily rely on their teammates. This skill, however, suits Qin Xiang's desire to conceal his own presence. The brute force skill comprehensively encompasses the skills of the first 3 ranks of the Swift Assassin sequence. Thus, to effectively embody the role of a Swift Assassin, he must artfully feign weakness. A meticulous comparison of the Devourer with the Swift Assassin sequence illuminated the formidable nature of his own sequence. Remarkably, although brute force is a skill awakened at level 2, it surpasses the continually enhanced singular skills of the Swift Assassin. Furthermore, upon perusing the forum, he noted that the Swift Assassin sequence appears to be quite sought after, with numerous god-hunting teams eager to recruit them into their ranks. Yet, this is not Qin Xiang's sole advantage. From his thorough research on the forum, he realized that his base attributes are already comparable to those of a shadow assassin, wielding the life and death on the line skill, if not more potent. Even without unleashing any skills, he remains invincible among lower-tier ability users. Thus, how should he adeptly portray the guise of a shadow assassin? The paramount strategy is to exercise restraint. After identifying his doppelganger sequence, Qin Xiang received a notification that his computer time had expired. Briefly locking eyes with the Internet CAF's manager, he chose to log off and departed from the CAF under the manager's observant gaze. Steering clear of the surveillance cameras at the CAF's entrance, Qin Xiang proceeded to the alley behind the establishment, as instructed by the manager. This alley, having long escaped the oversight of the CAF's owner, was devoid of surveillance devices. It resembled an unattended area, littered with debris and disposable food containers, permeated by the stench of refuse, reminiscent of a cafeteria's atmosphere. In this narrow alley, Qin Xiang found no suitable place to rest. Ultimately, he cleaned a stone slab and placed it upon the greasy steps, taking a seat. After languishing in boredom for 3 or 4 hours, the lights of the Internet CAF finally dimmed. He felt as though he would be overwhelmed by the fetid aroma of refuse if he waited any longer. After a while, the middle-aged manager, whose face was slick with grease and clad in a white shirt that trembled with his excess weight, appeared in the cramped alley, draping a jacket over his shoulder. Unperturbed by the litter strewn across the ground, the network administrator carelessly kicked it aside as he walked, even allowing some grease to stain his shoes. Qin Xiang watched with disdain the yellowing collar and cuffs, soaked in sweat, while the administrator regarded him with an avaricious gaze. "Kid, the police are looking for you, likely due to your involvement in a murder. Am I right?" This opening remark struck a chord with Qin Xiang's hidden anxieties. He chose to remain silent, believing that the murder incident near exit 89757, occurring just a night prior, should not have reached such a remote location so swiftly. It was evident that the administrator had made an astute guess, and thus, there was no need for him to confirm it. The administrator chuckled. "Even if you don't speak, I already know. You last visited to peruse the forum for sequence abilities, and here you are again." He articulated the confusion that lingered in Qin Xiang's mind, prompting further inquiry. "Can you remember every individual?" "Of course not. I am not a sequence ability user with a memory skill. Just remembering me?" Qin Xiang pondered the misfortune of being scrutinized by this corpulent administrator. "Your impoverished appearance speaks volumes. You are clearly a destitute soul from the outskirts of the safe zone. It piques my curiosity to see someone like you spending money in an Internet CAF. Moreover, you wore the same outer garment on both occasions, which made you memorable. After visiting the forum, you lingered significantly over the sequences Immortal and Synod 1, both of which are predominantly frequented by investigators from the police department. Then, when the police arrived unexpectedly, you hastily deleted your browsing history and pretended to read an ebook on a text document. I immediately surmised that you must have committed murder and were concerned about being discovered by the police department's sequence ability users." The administrator's face, flabby with excitement, quivered at his own keen observation, as if celebrating a grand revelation. Yet, Qin Xiang remained noncommittal. He would not respond to any speculation regarding himself, even if the administrator's assumptions were spot on. Do not allow your adversaries to discern your thoughts. He had forgotten which film from his past had imparted this wisdom, but it perfectly aligned with his current strategy. He would offer this administrator no further fragments of information about his identity. Qin Xiang silently scrutinized the administrator, waiting for him to continue. Noticing Qin Si Yong's lack of reaction, the administrator appeared slightly taken aback, yet he remained composed, fully aware that he held the reins of this encounter. It's simple why I called you out. I want to disclose your affairs to others, but you must provide me with a silver coin as a hush fee. Qin Si Yong chuckled softly, casting a piercing gaze at the administrator. A silver coin? Have you lost your mind? The administrator, intimidated by Qin Si Yong's fierce demeanor, felt the weight of his menacing aura, which could not be feigned. This youth, no older than 17 or 18, had undoubtedly taken a life. He swallowed hard, bracing himself, and declared, I am not insane. A silver coin is your insurance for survival. It is well worth it. After all, you are a murderer. There is nothing you would shy away from. The network administrator seemed to have found a newfound confidence, growing increasingly animated as he spoke. I do not care what methods you employ, whether it be theft, robbery, or even murder, so long as you can provide me with a single silver coin, that will suffice. Qin Si Yong regarded the network administrator with a detached indifference, as though he were merely an observer of a farcical spectacle unrelated to himself. The administrator, sensing the weight of Qin's gaze as if it were that of a tiger, felt a shiver run down his spine. Nevertheless, he chuckled, You cannot intimidate me. We are but ordinary people destined to live our lives in this wretched place. What difference does it make if one has an extra arm or leg? It appeared that the network administrator was oblivious to the fact that Qin Si Yong was an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities. This, however, was a minor blessing amidst the misfortune. Qin Si Yong was not swayed by the network administrator's provocations. He astutely discerned the increasing strain in the administrator's breath, indicating his rising anxiety. Thus, Qin pressed on, posing a pointed question. Since you are aware that I have taken a life, why are you not afraid that I might take yours? The administrator wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied, I have already composed an email to report you, complete with a close-up photograph of you from the surveillance footage. This email is scheduled to be sent to the police department at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will reset the time each day, postponing it by 1 day. Should I meet my demise, you will be exposed as well. In a bid to instill a sense of belief in Qin, the administrator added, If you doubt me, you may test it. Go ahead and kill me now. The scheduled email loomed over Qin like a ticking time bomb, compelling him to tread carefully. The administrator's strategy effectively shackled his hands and feet, prohibiting any rash actions against him. By next week, you shall provide me with 1,000 copper coins. Otherwise, I will inform the police department of your deeds. The administrator's smug grin revealed a row of somewhat jagged yellow teeth. After hearing this, Qin offered no response and simply turned to leave the alley. The administrator watched as Qin walked away, letting out a derisive snort and displaying a disdainful smile. So what if you have taken a life? You will still obediently provide me with money. Boy, I have you under my thumb for life. If you perform well, the funds for my house and car will rely on you. Suddenly, the administrator realized that he did not even know Qin Si Yong's name. All right, my name is Lu Daji. What is yours? Yet Qin Si Yong continued his silent retreat, offering no reply. A corpse has no need for a name. Chapter 12. Returned to school after leaving the alley where the internet CAF was located, Qin Si Yong did not return home. His departure was merely a guise. He concealed himself on the opposite side of the CAF, attentively listening to the faint footsteps resonating within the alley. Lu Daji was departing. Qin Si Yong stealthily trailed Lu Daji, who, although vigilant and aware of potential followers, remained oblivious to Qin Si Yong's presence. Employing his keen sense of hearing, he discerned Lu Daji's position, cautiously following at a distance, ensuring he remained unseen. Once Lu Daji unlocked his front door, Qin Si Yong indelibly marked the location of his residence in his mind before quietly retreating. Upon returning home, his thoughts were consumed by the ominous threat posed by Lu Daji. The scheduled emails were indeed a complex predicament. Lacking familiarity with Lu Daji, he was at a loss regarding how these timed messages had been set up. Which email accounts had been utilized? How many were there? When had the sending times been adjusted? Such questions plagued Qin Si Yong without resolution. Eliminating Lu Daji would be a straightforward task, however. Safeguarding his own secrets from exposure post-murder would prove exceedingly intricate. A single misstep could render all of Qin Si Yong's prior efforts futile. He could not allow his resplendent new beginning to be tarnished by Lu Daji. A plan must be devised swiftly to eradicate this looming threat. That night, after cleaning the accumulated takeout containers from the weekend, he took a cold shower and went to bed. The following morning, Qin Si Yong donned his clothes, had breakfast, and cast a glance at the calendar on the table. Blue Star Era, January 4th, 2010. Gregorian calendar, Monday. Lunar calendar, year of the Earth Ox, November 20th. Suitable for planting, and auspicious for marriage. Stepping outside, he prepared to head to school. However, having burned his backpack with no spare, he resorted to a cloth bag containing a few lunchboxes. As for the textbooks, he had long since forgotten where they had been discarded. Such items were of no necessity to him. Upon exiting, Qin Si Young detoured to the Internet CAF, passing by its entrance while deliberately avoiding the surveillance camera at the door. Through the CAF's large entrance, he spotted Lu Daji seated at the bar, intently focused on the computer screen. His expression a mix of tension and excitement as his fingers deftly danced across the keyboard, engrossed in some captivating game. Lost in his virtual world, Lu Daji remained oblivious to Qin Si Young's presence as he glanced at him before turning away and making his way to school. Today did not appear to be an auspicious day for eliminating Lu Daji. The perpetual calendar did not indicate that it was a suitable day for burial, and indeed, there was wisdom in that. On school days, the main thoroughfare bordering the safety zone was slightly more populated, unlike the desolate weekends. Many classmates walked in pairs, while Qin Si Young ambled alone, refraining from greeting anyone. Upon reaching the school gate, he noticed several figures dressed as adults stationed there, surveying the situation at the school. Qin Si Young recognized the principal of Jiuan School, accompanied by several leading teachers. It was perplexing that the principal, for reasons unknown, had decided to conduct a surprise inspection at the school gates today. Perhaps it was simply a matter of character, a desire to assert his presence. "Good morning, principal." The students greeted him warmly, and the principal responded with a smile. Though Qin Si Young did not wish to draw attention to himself, and despite his lack of fondness for the principal, he maintained a courteous demeanor and exchanged greetings. The principal smiled back at Qin Si Young. However, as the saying goes, it is easier to appease the devil than to deal with the minions. A teacher, frowning deeply, suddenly called out, "You, stop." The students turned in unison, realizing the teacher was pointing at Qin Si Young, and promptly resumed their journey to the classrooms, feeling it was none of their concern. Being addressed by a teacher during an inspection at the entrance was a common occurrence, and no one found it particularly entertaining. After all, the worse the school, the more rules it imposed. The teacher stepped forward and said, "Why didn't you greet the principal louder? Do you not understand the importance of respecting your teachers?" Really? Just because his greeting was not loud enough, he had to face such questioning? Qin Si Young felt an involuntary twitch in his fingers, as if he were tempted to clench his fist. With a weapon in hand, a murderous intent arose. After having taken a life, his mindset had shifted significantly, and he was tempted to deliver a punch to this teacher to illustrate his understanding of respect. He owed the joint government for his education and meals, but he felt no obligation to this teacher. Yet, the nauseating face of Lu Daji flashed in his mind. Never mind, he thought, patience is key. If he were to strike the teacher now, he would be forced to reveal his status as a sequence ability user, and Lu Daji might very well report him. Bringing all past incidents to light, what a hassle. Everything would have to wait until Lu Daji was dealt with. Fortunately, in his previous life, Qin Si Young had often endured humiliation, making the act of feigning submission second nature to him. He quickly donned a contrite smile and said, "I apologize, teacher. I didn't sleep well last night, and I lacked strength in my voice this morning. Let me try again. Good morning, principal." "Good morning, teacher." The principal, magnanimously smiling, showed no concern for the volume of Qin Si Young's greeting, replying, "You should ensure you get enough rest. It's all right. You may go to class now." "Thank you, principal." Just then, the teacher called out to Qin Si Young once more. "Why aren't you carrying your backpack? What do you have in that bag? Let me see." This teacher seemed eager to showcase his keen observational skills in front of the principal, snatching the bag from Qin Si Young's hand and peering inside. "Why is there only a lunchbox? Where are your books? Do you not do your homework over the weekend? What use are books? Learning is just a waste of time. How many truly manage to get into the colleges established by the joint government? You must be aware of that, right? The top students in your grade are all known to the school leaders. They should focus on nurturing the exceptional students, rather than making things difficult for an ordinary student like me." However, in the face of the teacher's stern inquiry, Qin Si Young once again suppressed the urge to deliver a punch that would compel the man to reconsider his existence. With each act of forbearance, his resentment towards Lu Daji deepened further. Just as Qin Si Young was about to speak, a female voice resonated from behind him. "Teacher, Qin Si Young accompanied me to a classmate's house for tutoring over the weekend, and he inadvertently left his books there. I promised my classmate I would bring them today." Turning around, Qin Xiang was taken aback to find that it was Li Jingwen who had come to his defense. Is that so? The teacher queried, casting a doubtful glance at the two. Noticing no hint of romantic affection in Qin Xiang's eyes, the teacher deduced that there was no budding relationship between them and subsequently decided to let them off the hook. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. The teacher's scrutinizing gaze was not lost on Qin Xiang, prompting him to silently mock the absurdity of the situation. This wretched school, fixated on curbing early romances, who were they trying to impress? Most students would graduate from high school only to plunge directly into the workforce. Engaging in romance now and marrying post-graduation seemed only to enhance their commitment to their careers. He was perplexed as to why a school like Jiuan, with such dismal admission rates, imposed so many tedious rules. Li Jingwen hastily took a few steps, aligning herself beside Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang, shouldn't you say something to me? Observing Li Jingwen's bright smile, he replied coolly, do you believe I ought to express my gratitude? I helped you. So saying thank you seems only natural, does it not? When I brought you breakfast and assisted you with your homework, you never uttered a word of thanks. Instead, you claimed it was a test of our relationship. Consider this moment a test for you as well. It is not a matter of assessing your suitability as a romantic partner, but rather a measure of your humanity. Li Jingwen's smile faltered momentarily before she adopted a somewhat playful tone. I acknowledge my past shortcomings. You've aided me, and I've reciprocated. Can we consider ourselves even? Your icy demeanor truly wounds my heart. Even? Qin Xiang found it laughable. He recalled the countless nights he had sacrificed sleep to help Li Jingwen with her assignments and the times he had gone hungry to bring her breakfast. Was a trivial act of reprieve sufficient to balance the scales? In her eyes, his sacrifices appeared utterly devalued. Fortunately, in this second chance at life, he had learned to cut his losses. Even sounds good. Now that we are square, let us start anew. Qin Xiang, I will be more proactive with you moving forward. Could you continue to bring me breakfast and help with my homework? Li Jingwen, misinterpreting his rhetorical tone as agreement, beamed and nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes. Is that possible? I truly thrive on the concern you show me. It is my daily motivation. I find myself unable to part with you. Then, she revealed a smile that she believed would captivate Qin Xiang. This rather sentimental confession had been concocted by Li Jingwen and her close friend over the weekend. Based on their understanding of Qin Xiang, they were certain they could win him over. Yet, Qin Xiang merely responded with indifference, saying, Li Jingwen, there is a question I have long wished to ask you. If I knew, I would certainly tell you. Why must you fixate solely on deceiving me? Are there truly no other male classmates willing to be at your beck and call? Li Jingwen was taken aback by Qin Xiang's unexpected retort, momentarily rendered speechless. What do you mean? If you wish to pursue Zhou Yang, then strive for it yourself. Do not always rely on me for assistance, understood? You deliver him breakfast, yet expect me to prepare it for you. You seek my help to craft responses for him. If you desire me to do everything for you, why not simply marry him? Qin Xiang, with a piercingly ruthless tone, laid bare Li Jingwen's intentions, causing her to momentarily falter, her face betraying shock. Li Jingwen, cease your entanglement with me. Find another companion to assist you with your studies. Should you trouble me again? Qin Xiang displayed a disdainful smile. Surely, you wouldn't want Zhou Yang to discover this matter, would you? Chapter 13, College Entrance Examination. Volunteering. Qin Xiang, weary of entanglements with Li Jingwen, had long since lost his patience. Engaging in even the most mundane conversation with her felt like a descent into degradation. Since mere words could not awaken the sluggish mind of Li Jingwen, he decided to be more direct. He would bombard her with the truth. She should now clearly understand that Qin Xiang was no longer her obedient lapdog. Observing the increasingly distressed expressions on Li Jingwen's face brought him immense relief. At last, his words had found their mark. He strode into the classroom, and indeed, she ceased her pursuit, trailing behind him at a languid pace. When he glanced back, he noticed she could not even meet his gaze, instead fixating on the tiled path ahead, lost in her thoughts. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Xiang settled into his designated corner of the classroom, ready to embrace another day of daydreaming. The saga with Li Jingwen had finally reached its conclusion. He pondered whether exaggerating his own abilities would be discovered and if the agency responsible for managing such abilities possessed the means to investigate them. Careful planning was essential. When Li Jingwen entered the classroom, her complexion resembled a bruised eggplant, utterly ghastly. Aware of Qin Xiang's relaxed demeanor, her frustration deepened. Her friends quickly surrounded her, inquiring about her distress. Jingwen, what is wrong? You seem quite upset. Did you not rest well last night? Li Jingwen, strikingly beautiful and somewhat cunning, had always been the focal point of her social circle. Now, with her close ties to Zhou Yang, whose uncle had recently awakened his own abilities, she had ascended to the throne of her clique as the sole queen. Gritting her teeth, she seethed, how could Qin Xiang possibly know about my relationship with Zhou Yang? Her friends were taken aback. How had this dense fellow suddenly become enlightened? Li Jingwen's eyes burned with resentment. He cannot possibly know. His sudden shift in attitude must be due to someone informing him. Could it be one of you, who cannot bear to see me thrive? Has whispered this to Qin Xiang? Scanning her friends with a venomous glare, she found only expressions of innocence. Jingwen, you know I've never spoken to Qin Xiang. One friend protested. Jingwen, you know I'm not nearly as attractive as you. I rely on your support. Why would I undermine you? Yes, Jingwen, surely you're mistaken. We all support you. What benefit would we gain from telling Qin Xiang about your affairs? We can barely keep up with our own studies as it is. Haven't we suffered enough? Listening to her friend's defenses, Li Jingwen nodded. She indeed did not believe her circle of friends harbored any motive to disclose such information to Qin Xiang. They are also beneficiaries of taming Qin Xiang, and there is no need for such self-destructive actions. Homework serves as a bridge of communication between Zhou Yang and me, while breakfast signifies my attitude towards him. Now, it has all been ruined by Qin Xiang. Li Jingwen's friends expressed their concerns. Jingwen, you know our level of homework. We entirely rely on you and are incapable of contributing. Indeed, and the breakfast you used to bring to Zhou Yang is also gone. You know our family's circumstances. We cannot provide breakfast for Zhou Yang. Yes, sometimes we ourselves struggle to have breakfast, and we truly cannot spare an extra portion for you. Perhaps you should think of a solution? Before Li Jingwen could even voice her thoughts, her friends hurriedly distanced themselves, stating that they could not offer any substantial help. They only sought to benefit from her without any intention of giving back. In her heart, she had long ceased to regard these friends seriously. Once she married Zhou Yang, she would undoubtedly sever ties with them. For now, she only needed them for advice, hence refraining from confrontation. All right. I will think of other excuses to get closer to Zhou Yang. That would be splendid. Jingwen, do not miss out on a promising young man like Zhou Yang. Indeed. Jingwen, with your remarkable qualities, you will surely be able to be with Zhou Yang. Among them, Li Jingwen was the most attractive and adept at socializing. If she could attach herself to Zhou Yang, they would also reap some benefits. Being with Zhou Yang might allow her to escape this mundane place and reach new heights. Just as one girl finished speaking, another beside her tugged at her arm, her eyes filled with disdain, as if reprimanding her for speaking thoughtlessly. They were destined to live their lives on the fringes of safety if Li Jingwen, their source of support, were to leave for another place. How could they ever seek her assistance again? Li Jingwen remained oblivious to her friend's ulterior motives. Each person harbored their own calculations. No one was a fool. If an opportunity to escape the fringes of safety presented itself, Li Jingwen would not let it slip away, as it was a lesson ingrained in her since childhood. She would not be swayed by a few superficial words from supposed friends. However, the questions posed by her friends were indeed worthy of contemplation. With breakfast and homework no longer viable excuses, what other means could she employ to approach Zhou Yang? Zhou Yang was no naive orphan like Qin Xiang. He hailed from a prominent family within the school, and even the principal would greet him warmly. Understanding the psychology of boys, Li Jingwen realized that she could not simply throw herself at Zhou Yang. Such actions would only breed aversion. Yet, at this moment, she found herself at a loss for a reliable strategy to resolve her current dilemma. Gritting her teeth, Li Jingwen muttered, "It's all that wretched Qin Xiang's fault. If I ever catch that backstabbing wretch, I will tear her apart." Sitting at the back of the classroom, Qin Xiang, oblivious to Li Jingwen's plight, felt nothing but a sense of relief. However, this ease would not last long. As he recalled Lu Daji once more, Qin Xiang suddenly remembered that it was time for him to organize books at the library. After all, he had little to study. So he decided to head to the library. Upon arriving, he approached Teacher Zhu, expressing his desire to continue managing the library's collection. The librarian, a kind-hearted retired teacher who had been reappointed to oversee the library, welcomed his request. Although the library consisted of merely 3 rows of shelves and a few small tables, established primarily to appease the educational authorities, it housed few valuable books, and the number of students borrowing books was scant. Out of sympathy for Qin Xiang's plight, Teacher Zhu offered him this modestly paid position, hoping it would somewhat enhance his life. In the recesses of Qin Xiang's memories from this life and his previous one, Teacher Zhu stood out as one of the few beacons in his lonely campus existence. Very well, as long as you are willing. The task of organizing books in the library shall remain yours, she assured him. Thank you, teacher, he replied gratefully. Please, go about your duties. Come back after lunch to tidy up a bit. Glancing around the library, where only a couple of students lingered, he noted there was hardly anything to organize. And he nodded in agreement to leave. Understood. See you at noon, teacher. Study diligently, don't slack off. Perhaps you will gain admission to the academy, she encouraged. Yes, I will do my best, he affirmed. After bidding farewell to teacher Zhu, Qin Xiang returned to the classroom, intending to drift through the day's lessons. However, upon hearing the instructor's discourse, he realized that this lesson was distinctly different from the usual ones. Today's class introduced a refreshing theme, moving away from outdated knowledge to focus on the college application process for the upcoming college entrance examination. As a senior, he had merely 6 months until he would take this pivotal test. Thus, the teachers had dedicated an entire day to discussing the intricacies of filling out applications. Nevertheless, in Qin Xiang's class, none of his peers seemed destined for admission to higher education institutions, rendering this lesson seemingly pointless and a mere waste of time. Classmates, the teacher began, in half a year you will sit for the college entrance examination, followed by filling out your applications for colleges established by the United Government. There were only 8 such colleges within their safe zone, and the competition for admission was fierce, akin to a multitude striving to cross a single narrow bridge. Though it was likely that most of them would not gain entry to these 8 institutions and would instead embark on various paths within the safe zone post-graduation, the teacher believed it essential to inform them about these colleges. Firstly, these 8 colleges are designated for ordinary individuals. Those with sequence abilities are not eligible to apply. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang felt a pang of confusion. His understanding of academia was limited, and he had just learned that these institutions were exclusively open to the common populace. Did this mean that those with sequence abilities could not pursue education after high school? What would become of them? This query demanded clarity, prompting him to raise his hand immediately. Qin Xiang, do you have any questions? Teacher, if one possesses sequence abilities, must they hunt deities after graduating from high school? The teacher cast a disdainful glare at Qin Xiang, exclaiming, I am discussing matters pertinent to your college entrance examination applications, not the irrelevant pursuits of those with sequence abilities. Sit down. However, Qin Xiang was inquiring about something that resonated deeply with him and was not inclined to relent. He pressed on, what if someone awakens their sequence abilities before the examination? Perhaps one of our classmates might be fortunate enough. What if? There is no such possibility. In this school, not a single student has awakened sequence abilities thus far. The teacher believed that explaining the concept of sequence abilities was a greater waste of time than discussing college applications. Perhaps the top student in the class might consider pursuing higher education, but the path of sequence abilities held no promise for anyone in his class. Some matters are simply fated. Over the past 5 years, thousands of ordinary students and their average parents have failed to awaken sequence abilities. How could there be any variance in his class? Yet, the teacher's experiences did not reflect the students' aspirations. For them, the future still held a glimmer of hope, and being less exposed to the harsh realities of life often led to youthful arrogance. Thus, Qin Xiang's words ignited thoughts among his peers. Just because it had never happened before did not mean they lacked the chance to be that fortunate individual. Consequently, they echoed Qin Xiang's sentiments. Teacher, please share your insights. Indeed, teacher, perhaps we might truly awaken sequence abilities. Exactly. Zhou Yang's uncle suddenly awakened his sequence abilities. Do you think you can compare yourselves to Director Zhou? The teacher, observing the students' flights of fancy, felt a surge of anger. Zhou Yang's uncle was the director of the local education bureau and not an ordinary person. His awakening of sequence abilities was entirely reasonable. After all, it is well known that officials from joint government departments have a higher likelihood of awakening such abilities. Yet the students persisted, demanding to know where sequence ability holders go after the college entrance examination. Reluctantly, he replied, the joint government has established 8 colleges for us ordinary individuals and over 100 institutions for those with sequence abilities. Only students who awaken their abilities before the examination may apply, and they have but one chance. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted in chaos. Over 100. Am I hearing correctly? There are hundreds of schools for sequence ability holders while we mere mortals have only 8. This is utterly unfair. Silence. Silence. If you do not quiet down, I shall cease my lecture. The teacher sternly restored order in the classroom, casting a disapproving glance at Qin Xiang, the instigator. Yet, Qin Si-young paid no heed to the teacher's warning, his excitement unabated. This was the first time he had learned about institutions of higher learning dedicated to sequence ability holders. He believed that the only destination for a sequence ability user after awakening was to venture beyond the safe zone to hunt deities. Yet he was astonished to discover that further education was indeed an option. It appeared that this world had already established an educational framework tailored for sequence ability users. However, he had yet to encounter any post regarding the schooling of sequence ability users within the God-slaying camp. Why was that? Qin Si-young temporarily suppressed his confusion and continued to listen to the teacher's explanations. Sequence ability users must undergo an assessment akin to a college entrance examination, organized by the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. This evaluation tests their sequences and skills, culminating in a score. With this score in hand, they can apply to their desired universities. Should any institution choose to admit them, they may pursue their studies further. Well, I could share more, but it would be of little use. If any of you are curious, feel free to visit this Sequence Education forum. There are numerous relevant posts. Upon hearing this, Qin Si-young experienced an epiphany. It turned out he had been searching in the wrong forum. No wonder he had only found discussions about hunting gods. If an opportunity arises in the future, he must explore this forum. The Sequence Education forum? He could attempt to check it out the next time he visits an internet CAF. Oh, no. He could no longer frequent internet CAFs. The loathsome visage of Lu Daji resurfaced in his mind once again. Qin Si-young held an overwhelming concern for Lu Daji, one that had led him to envision countless methods of demise for him, and he found himself eagerly anticipating the execution of these thoughts. Chapter 14. The troubles of the ladies' restroom. Venturing into an internet CAF had become an impractical endeavor. He needed to find a secure channel through which he could browse information with peace of mind. This matter was indeed of utmost urgency. After elucidating the complications instigated by Qin Si-young, the teacher once again redirected the discourse towards the introduction of the 8 colleges and the application procedures. However, Qin Si-young paid no heed. He was no longer an ordinary student. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the esteemed institutions for sequence ability users. The examination for sequence ability users occurred concurrently with the National College Entrance Examination. That implied it would take place in merely 6 months. Only those students who awakened their sequence abilities prior to the college entrance examination could apply to these universities, and they would be granted only a single opportunity to be assessed. This meant he must publicly reveal his sequence ability and register with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau within the next half year. The clock was ticking. He pondered the implications of not attending a university for sequence ability users if he graduated high school and entered society, waiting for an opportune moment to disclose his abilities. What would ensue? He certainly could not form teams with others, as he would then need to conceal his consumption of divine entities. That would be exceedingly cumbersome. Yet, could he venture outside the safety zone to hunt divine beings alone? Would he be able to prevail? Most crucially, the establishment of a university for sequence ability users by the United Government indicated that a structured educational system and curriculum must already be in place. It would be wise to attend such an institution to thoroughly comprehend matters concerning sequence ability users. Concurrently, he could explore the realms beyond the safety zone, combat divine entities, and enhance his skills. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Preparing on both fronts would surely yield no missteps. After contemplating his future, Qin Si-young's thoughts returned to the present. 3 words resurfaced in his mind: Lu Daji. This name had incessantly echoed in his thoughts since he awoke that morning. He was eager to eliminate Lu Daji and subsequently embark on his plan to disclose his identity as a sequence ability user. Lu Daji, he surely deserved his fate. After school, Qin Si-young once again ventured to the library, carrying the meals he had procured from the cafeteria. Good afternoon, Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu was busy organizing the bookshelves, and upon seeing Qin Si-young, she expressed mild surprise. Xiao Qin, why have you returned after school? Did we not agree that you only needed to come during lunch? Don't let this impede your studies. Previously, Qin Si-young had hurried home after classes to assist Li Jingwen with her homework. His dedication to understanding the lessons had fortuitously led to his commendable rank among the top 100 in his grade. Yet, a position within the top 100 held little significance beyond self-consolation. He was aware that Teacher Zhu would be alone to sort the books after school. Reluctant to allow the kind-hearted Teacher Zhu to toil alone, Qin Si-young returned to the library once more after classes. It's no trouble. A moment's study will not make a difference. I've spent the entire day in the classroom and am weary. I've come to help you organize the books and to unwind. Moreover, he added, I am indeed a student employed in the library's work-study program. So I should be doing this. Teacher Zhu smiled. What a good child you are. As Qin Xiang set down the bag containing his lunchbox, he busied himself within the library. Meanwhile, Li Jingwen and her companions observed him from a distance, scrutinizing his every move. Li Jingwen, are you truly intent on tracking him? To ascertain whether he harbors any secrets or weaknesses, I cannot allow him to continue imposing threats upon me. In the past, he would leave the school promptly after classes. Yet today he has ventured into the library. There must be something amiss. Perhaps he is meeting with a whistleblower. I shall find that person and teach them a lesson in proper discourse. Very well, we shall assist you. Her friends accompanied Li Jingwen. Lurking at a distance within the library, while Qin Xiang was organizing the books, he noticed a girl sitting on the floor beside the bookshelf, diligently poring over a collection of exercises. This was a characteristic feature of the school library, which not only housed standard texts but also included an array of practice books pertinent to the college entrance examination available for students to borrow. It was precisely these often overlooked resources that attracted some academically gifted yet financially disadvantaged students to the library daily. Without them, the library would surely be deserted. Qin Xiang gently reminded the earnest student, Excuse me, the library is about to close. Please make your way out. The girl looked up at him, nodded, and obediently returned the exercise book to its original place. For a brief moment, their eyes met, and Qin Xiang found himself momentarily captivated. Her features were strikingly clear and attractive, setting her apart as a standout in the school. My apologies for interrupting your studies, she said, offering a slight bow to Qin Xiang and Teacher Zhu before hurrying off with her backpack. Although Qin Xiang did not recall her distinctly, Teacher Zhu commented, Wenshu is truly a delight. She excels academically and is remarkably well-behaved. I wish my granddaughter would be as obedient in the future. This remark enlightened Qin Xiang to the girl's identity. So she was Wenshu, a name that resonated profoundly. She consistently ranked first in every examination, her scores significantly surpassing those of the second place. She was undoubtedly the most promising candidate from this year's Jian school. Exceptional students enjoy certain privileges. The principal, the director, and the teachers all shower her with attention. For instance, while other students would face reprimands for failing to complete assignments, she would incur no penalties. She could even study in the library during class hours without any objection from her teachers. A student of her caliber had already surpassed the proficiency of the subject teachers concerning the college entrance examination. With her appealing looks and academic prowess, she was recognized as the school's belle. Many boys pursued her, yet she graciously declined them all. In this lifetime, Wenshu, like Qin Xiang, hailed from a humble background, living with her grandmother. In his previous life, Qin Xiang recalled that Wenshu's family situation seemed more favorable. It was said that she ultimately gained admission to Tsinghua University or Peking University, after which there was no further news of her. After all, once two individuals complete their college entrance examinations, they are no longer of the same world. Not to mention he had no inclination to inquire further. However, during a subsequent class reunion, he overheard some female classmates mention that she had tragically passed away at a young age. As he regained his composure, he noticed Teacher Zhu walking past him, cradling a hefty stack of books. He immediately exclaimed, Teacher Zhu, please set those down. They appear quite heavy. Allow me to assist you. It's all right, no need. I can manage, she replied, observing her struggle. Qin Xiang relinquished the book he was holding and hurried over to take the books from Teacher Zhu. Allow me, I am young and full of strength. You are of a certain age, it would be wise to rest. Teacher Zhu smiled gently. Thank you, dear child. I should be the one expressing gratitude. You have consistently kept this position for me. For the first time since his rebirth, Qin Xiang felt such warmth towards another person, believing wholeheartedly that Teacher Zhu was deserving of it. Once they had organized the books, Teacher Zhu locked the door. Goodbye, teacher. See you tomorrow. Yes, indeed. After parting ways with Teacher Zhu at the library, Qin Xiang felt an urgent need to relieve himself. He decided not to leave the school, but instead took a detour to the restroom behind the library. The restroom adjacent to the library was seldom frequented, resulting in infrequent cleaning. It seemed it had been days since the last cleaning, for as Qin Xiang entered, he was met with a pungent odor. He merely wished to finish his business and depart. Just as he was comfortably relieving himself, he was startled by the sound of slapping coming from the adjacent stall. Tell me, was it you, you wretched creature, who informed Qin Xiang about my affair with Zhou Yang? Who are you? Do I know you? Stop pretending. Today, The only people I spoke to at school were you and Julie. If it wasn't you, then it must have been that old hag Julie. Jin Wen. Don't believe her. Girls like Wen Shu, who are both studious and attractive, possess hearts as venomous as a snake. Indeed, relying on her charms, she flirts indiscriminately, unaware of how many beds she has graced. Wen Shu merely replied with a hint of indifference, "You are all quite peculiar. You wretched girl. Don't think that just because you excel in your studies and possess some beauty, you can seduce Zhou Yang. Let me tell you, that is impossible." Listening to this dramatic exchange, Qin Xiang couldn't help but chuckle internally. To encounter such a scene again in his rebirth was quite remarkable. He recognized that the frenzied harpy was none other than the usually charming Li Jingwen. Truly, he felt as though he was stuck with her like an unwelcome leech. Moreover, when Shu was innocently caught in this turmoil, out of both compassion and principle, he felt compelled to intervene. After washing his hands, Qin Xiang approached the women's restroom. "Li Jingwen, must you create such a commotion? Can't I even relieve myself in peace? Do you need me to inform Zhou Yang for you to be satisfied?" Upon seeing Qin Xiang, the previously brazen Li Jingwen and her friends fell silent. Meanwhile, the typically delicate features of Wen Shu bore two bright red handprints. Qin Xiang pondered for a moment. The fact that Wen Shu, having been slapped, calmly remarked that they were odd sparked a thought in his mind. This girl undoubtedly harbored some depth. Li Jingwen paused for a moment, then regained her composure and said to Qin Xiang, "I haven't troubled you, so why are you meddling in my affairs? Are you jesting?" Qin Xiang looked at Li Jingwen as if she were simple-minded. "I used to do your homework daily, bringing you breakfast, ingratiating myself to you like a dog. How dare you come looking for trouble with me?" Li Jingwen's temper flared. "Putting that aside, do you not bear any responsibility? How dare you accuse me?" He retorted. "You lot, unattractive and troublesome, should cease projecting your issues onto others." One girl, who appeared even heavier than Qin Xiang, chimed in, "Qin Xiang, don't be so relentless." Qin Xiang dismissed her and stepped forward to pull Wen Shu out. "Relentless? If I were, I would have already revealed your secrets to Zhou Yang. His uncle has awakened his sequence ability, and their family is destined for greatness. If you provoke me further, your dreams of marrying him will be shattered." Qin Xiang's words struck at Li Jingwen's core, causing her expression to darken instantly. "What do you want? Just leave Wen Shu alone. And don't bother me. Those are my only requests. After graduation, you pursue your life as a wealthy matron, and I will live as a vagabond." Li Jingwen gritted her teeth. "Qin Xiang, you are truly heartless." Qin Xiang shook his head. "Heartless? I genuinely do not understand how you could conjure such words from your wretched mind to describe me. If insulting me brings you joy, feel free to do so. After all, you are merely a pitiable creature. I have nothing more to say to you. Let us go." "Wait." Li Jingwen and her companions found themselves cornered at the women's restroom door. "Qin Xiang, what are you planning to do?" Qin Xiang glanced at the small, swollen face of Wen Shu. "Did they hit you?" Wen Shu looked at Qin Xiang, offering no expression of gratitude. "Yes. Slap. Slap." As soon as Wen Shu finished speaking, Qin Xiang immediately slapped Li Jingwen twice. Everyone was stunned. Wen Shu gazed at Qin Xiang in astonishment, seemingly bewildered by the actions of this unfamiliar classmate. "Qin Xiang." Li Jingwen covered her face, glaring at him in fury. "Stop barking. You and I have no debts to settle. As for your issues with Wen Shu, consider that settled. Understand?" A fierce glint appeared in Li Jingwen's eyes. "Qin Xiang, you will regret this." Qin Xiang pondered for a moment, as far as he recalled. Li Jingwen's uncle seemed to be a thug. He wasn't afraid of such ruffians, but Wen Shu could potentially be harmed. He could not constantly monitor both Wen Shu and Li Jingwen. As a formidable sequence ability user, he simply lacked the time for it. Suddenly, an ingenious solution to his dilemma came to mind. "Li Jingwen, I recall seeing Zhou Yang's name scrawled in the margins of your notebook." Followed by a series of numbers. "Zhou Yang's QQ number, I presume. Though your family lacks a computer, you must have communicated with Zhou Yang while visiting an internet CAF, correct?" Qiuqiu is an application that students from relatively affluent families typically use to stay in touch with their peers. Naturally, Qin Xiang does not possess such a luxurious number. Li Jingwen paused momentarily, asking, "What do you intend to do?" "I will head to the internet CAF and meticulously document our affairs in an email, scheduled to be sent to Zhou Yang's Qiuqiu inbox next Monday. Should anything happen to either me or Wen Shu, brace yourself for a severance with Zhou Yang," she threatened. Initially, Li Jingwen had indeed contemplated having her uncle discipline Qin Xiang and Wen Shu thoroughly. In a fit of exasperation, she exclaimed, "Qin Xiang, I have never encountered someone as malevolent as you. Ah, today you have, Qin Xiang retorted with a disdainful snort, turning away with Wen Shu, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. He was unaware that this was the umpteenth time he had recalled Lu Daji today. However, for the first time, he felt that Lu Daji had bestowed upon him a semblance of positive value. Chapter 15. The Internet CAF Owner. Wang Defa, Qin Xiang, and Wen Shu departed from the campus side by side. At a crossroads, they were to part ways. Qin Xiang, glancing over his shoulder, ensured that Li Jingwen and the others were not tailing them before he spoke. Rest assured, they did not follow. He continued, I am truly sorry that today's events have implicated you. Wen Shu cast a complex look at Qin Xiang before finally whispering, thank you. However, her cheeks bore the marks of a recent altercation, swollen and bruised, rendering her speech somewhat unclear, which deepened Qin Xiang's sense of guilt. He waved a dismissive hand, saying, no need to thank me. The fact that you were harmed is directly tied to my situation. It is indeed my fault. Seeing you in such pain weighs heavily on my heart. No, she replied softly, my being attacked is the result of Li Jingwen and her cohort's actions, and it is not primarily your concern. You rescued me and addressed the subsequent troubles. I should be the one expressing gratitude. Qin Xiang observed the defiance in Wen Shu's eyes and shrugged, yet, your gaze conveys sentiments contrary to your words. I perceive disdain for me in your eyes. Your perception is accurate. Rationally, I understand you are not at fault, yet emotionally, I cannot help but feel a distance from you. I hope you can comprehend. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiang inquired, even if I had struck Li Jingwen twice and alleviated the troubles she would have caused you? Wen Shu nodded gently. Even if you had indeed struck Li Jingwen and mitigated the ensuing troubles. With those words, she turned and walked away. Qin Xiang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Li Jingwen's foolishness and malice exceeded his expectations. In his previous life, he had merely perceived her as a duplicitous opportunist. Now it seemed clear that she was fundamentally flawed, beyond remedy. However, the fact that Wen Shu was drawn into this turmoil stirred a sense of compassion within Qin Xiang. It was truly an unjust misfortune. Had it been himself in her position, he might have resorted to violence. With a sigh, Qin Xiang returned home, carrying a lunchbox filled with food. Today's meal was the beloved 1,000-year-old mushroom dish, one of his favorite offerings from the cafeteria. Aunt Zhang, who served at the cafeteria, seemed to be aware of his preferences and had generously added an extra helping. He expressed his gratitude to her. Seated by the window, he savored his meal while admiring the various ethereal beings drifting outside, reminiscent of a cat enjoying its meal while watching a tank of colorful fish. After finishing his meal, he cleaned the lunchbox, took a refreshing shower, and then retired to bed. Qin Xiang had come to a profound realization. What purpose did it serve to linger at home? With no pressing matters awaiting him upon his return, he opted for an early slumber to nurture his health. A restful night alleviated many of his worries. Before departing the next morning, he glanced at the calendar. Blue Star Era, January 5, 2010, Gregorian calendar, Tuesday. On the 22nd day of the 11th month of the year of the Earth Ox in the lunar calendar, as Qin Xiang awoke the following day, he once again grasped a bag and a lunchbox. However, reflecting upon the previous day's entanglement with that meddlesome teacher, he decided to tuck 2 additional books into his bag. Unfortunately, he had misplaced the current semester's textbooks, opting to carry last year's materials instead. It was merely a pretense, after all, so it hardly mattered. Upon stepping outside, he once more took a circuitous route to the entrance of the Internet CAF. This time, he noticed that the person behind the counter was not Lu Daji, but rather a middle-aged man sporting a bushy beard. A faint smile graced Qin Xiang's lips. An opportunity had presented itself. Donning the hood of his sweatshirt, he circumvented the CAF's surveillance camera and gestured for the bearded man to step outside. The man, intrigued, pointed at himself, inquiring if he was the one being summoned. Qin Xiang nodded affirmatively. The man, albeit perplexed, complied, reasoning that Qin Xiang appeared youthful and innocent enough, likely posing no threat. Once outside, Qin Xiang led him to a narrow alley behind the CAF. The refuse remained strewn about, and the stench of discarded food intensified. Even Qin Xiang, who harbored disdain for the cafeteria, had to concede that it was a veritable paradise in comparison to this place. The CAF owner approached, pinching his nose in disgust as he surveyed the surroundings, seemingly oblivious to the garbage discarded behind the establishment. He muttered, "That's sly Lu Daji. I told him to take the trash to the dump, and yet he abandons it here. I shall have words with him." Qin Xiang listened attentively, offering no response. Upon reaching the spot where he had conversed with Lu Daji that evening, Qin Xiang finally spoke. Are you the owner of this CAF? Indeed, that would be me. The owner replied. One of the two individuals taken by the police from your CAF was my friend. The CAF owner's brow furrowed at this revelation. And what business do you have with me regarding your friend's apprehension? You are aware of the nature of those two individuals, are you not? The owner, not one to be easily deceived, scrutinized Qin Xiang's youthful visage and became immediately wary. What are you insinuating? Are you attempting to extract information from me? Extract information? Qin Xiang chuckled softly. That seems unnecessary. Before my friend was taken by the police, he sent me a message indicating that he had left something here. I wish to review the surveillance footage from that day. The CAF owner scoffed derisively. Do you think a mere child like you can simply access the footage? He then added, the items he left behind are worth 20 silver coins. If you find them, I shall offer you one. 1 silver coin? Qin Xiang retorted, glancing at the owner's attire, which seemed scarcely worth a handful of copper coins, and wondered why he would dare to boast. Before the owner could finish his tirade, Qin Xiang produced a silver coin. The coin, glimmering dimly under the starlight, immediately captured the owner's attention. You. Qin Xiang flicked the coin, producing a distinctive metallic chime, before deftly catching it again. What say you to my proposition? The silver coin extracted from the three miscreants has been kept close by Qin Xiang. The abundance of copper coins produces a clattering noise, attracting undue attention, however. Possessing a solitary silver coin, concealed within his pocket, would arouse no suspicion. Furthermore, the worth of the silver coin is considerable, capable of facilitating numerous endeavors. Yet, due to his current circumstances, the coin remains practically unusable. He cannot register with the Sequenceability Management Bureau at this moment, nor can he engage in more profound transactions, being entirely oblivious to the workings of the black market. Thus, the silver coin has become a veritable liability. Nevertheless, Qin Xiang is acutely aware that as he grows stronger and eventually becomes a registered sequenceability user, the value of this coin will diminish. He will no longer find himself in want of funds. With the talent of the god of consumption, he will be able to effortlessly regain wealth after its expenditure. Therefore, to maximize the potential of this silver coin, Qin Xiang has resolved to utilize it sooner rather than later, for instance, to procure a coffin for Lu Daji. The proprietor of the internet CAF swallowed hard and inquired, what exactly do you do? Qin Xiang smiled and replied, are you unaware? That is for the best. Your ignorance will spare you much trouble. Returning to the earlier question, he pressed, are you able to accommodate this silver coin? The CAF owner's eyes flickered momentarily, and he gritted his teeth, saying, follow me. He led Qin Xiang to a dimly lit storage room adjacent to the CAF. Qin Xiang furrowed his brow. He was unaware that this seldom-used small room belonged to the CAF owner. The storage area was cluttered with debris and numerous discarded machines, all coated in dust, save for a solitary table in the center that remained pristine. On that table rested 3 monitors, each displaying 4 surveillance feeds. The surveillance footage is all here. You may search to your heart's content. However, let me make this clear. Should I permit you to view the footage, whether or not you find what you seek? You owe me a silver coin, the CAF owner stated, seemingly apprehensive of Qin Xiang's potential change of heart. Wait a moment, Qin Xiang interrupted. Is it necessary to view the surveillance footage here? Can it be accessed from the computer at the bar? I believe it would be better illuminated there. The CAF owner explained, the bar's computer merely facilitates customer check-ins and monitors usage. It cannot access the surveillance footage. After a brief hesitation, Qin Xiang nodded and approached the monitors to review the recordings. Upon locating the footage from January 3rd, he was dismayed to discover that only the evening's recordings were available, with neither morning nor afternoon footage present. A frown creased his brow. Why is there no surveillance from the morning of January 3rd? The CAF owner shrugged dismissively. Electricity costs are exorbitant, so of course, the cameras cannot remain operational at all times. I typically activate them every few days, only turning them on for a full 24 hours when I know the joint government will be inspecting. Fists clenched, Qin Xiang glared coldly at the CAF owner. Are you toying with me? How am I supposed to investigate without the footage from when the police were here that morning? With a sly grin, the CAF owner picked up a hammer from the side. We had an agreement. Even if you cannot find anything, you must still provide me with a silver coin. Otherwise, Qin Xiang lifted his foot and pressed it down upon a discarded monitor, slowly crushing the iron-cased display beneath his weight until it resembled a flattened disc of metal. With a swift kick, he sent the iron disc skidding away, inadvertently shattering 3 or 4 additional monitors. Otherwise, what will happen? The Internet CAF owner, now alarmed, stammered, "Why you are a sequenceability user." Qin Xiang cast a disdainful glance at the CAF owner. "Do you truly believe that someone capable of conducting business worth 20 silver coins would be found in this dilapidated Internet CAF on the edge of a crumbling safe zone? Did you not anticipate my true identity? Or do you think I could never be entangled in such dealings?" The CAF owner was left utterly dumbfounded, trembling in fear as the hammer he held slipped from his grasp. Qin Xiang's words were always veiled, leaving the CAF owner to ponder endlessly. In an instant, the CAF owner conjured an image of a clandestine organization of sequenceability users, with Qin Xiang as a debt collector among them. "Please spare me. I know nothing. I have no intention of hindering your business." Realizing that the CAF owner believed him to be a lawless merchant of the underworld, Qin Xiang played along, embodying the role that the CAF owner envisioned. "I am well aware that you know nothing. If you did possess any knowledge, you would not dare to conceal it from me. You would already be a corpse." "Why, yes. As long as you understand." The CAF owner eagerly sought to align himself with Qin Xiang's narrative. "However, today is your lucky day. I am rather amenable." With that, Qin Xiang tossed a silver coin to the CAF owner. The CAF owner stared at the coin in his hand, feeling its heat, and quickly refused. "And no, I cannot accept this. You have not even found the footage. I cannot take it for nothing. I may need to come to you for items in the future, and I do not wish to escalate matters. This silver coin serves as your hush money. Is that appropriate? Take it." Qin Xiang stepped closer to the CAF owner and gently patted his shoulder twice. "I am only concerned about one issue. You wouldn't dare disclose our arrangement to the police, would you? If you betray me the next time my associates visit, it will not be silver coins they bring you, understand? And no, absolutely not. You can trust me. You must know that to operate an Internet CAF in this shabby place, I have my connections. As long as there is no evidence, the police will not touch me." The CAF owner chuckled nervously, a sycophantic expression crossing his face. "Besides, if I were to betray you, I would have to turn over that silver coin, would I not? Why would I willingly seek my own punishment? You may come whenever you wish, and if I find something, I will await your arrival." "Very well. However, I may return to use your computers, so I hope you can keep my visits confidential." The CAF owner replied, "You can come directly to the warehouse. Use the computers there. The computer I use to monitor is the latest model, and its network login port is encrypted, making it impossible even for the police to trace." After saying this, he detached a key from his waist keyring and handed it to Qin Xiang. Taking the key, Qin Xiang nodded in satisfaction, suddenly recalling something. "This computer doesn't have any surveillance software, does it?" "None whatsoever. This warehouse is accessible only to me, and I use the computer myself. Why would I monitor myself?" "All right, I understand. Thank you. You may give me instructions if needed. My name is Wang Defa. Just call me Alpha." "Very well, Alpha. I shall remember. I will report your matters. Rest assured, as long as I am unharmed, you shall not encounter any trouble." This statement served as both a reassurance and a stern warning, dissuading Wang Defa from engaging in any covert actions behind his back. "Rest assured, I shall remain tight-lipped. By the way, I recall the last time I visited your Internet CAF, the person at the bar was you, was it?" "Oh, you must be referring to Lu Daji. He rests at home on Tuesdays and Wednesdays." Qin Xiang nodded. "Then I will come to find you on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now." "All right, you take care." After seeing Qin Xiang off, Wang Defa gazed at the silver coin in his hand, then glanced at the crushed monitor, letting out a long sigh. He kicked the hammer beside him in annoyance. How dare an ordinary person act recklessly before a sequenceability user? He was indeed courting disaster. Fortunately, this sequenceability user had a good temperament. Otherwise, he might have already met his ancestors. Surviving a harrowing experience, the empty warehouse left him all alone. Upon reflection, Wang Defa realized that Qin Xiang's arrival and departure seemed to have no impact on him, and he had even gained a silver coin in the process. Examining the coin, he bit down on it with his teeth, confirming its authenticity. Yet, this silver coin, was it a blessing or a curse? After pondering for a while, Wang Defa gradually came to terms with it, his gaze turning resolute. One must take risks to gain wealth. If I let fear dictate my actions, I would never have come this far. This fortune is rightfully mine. Meanwhile, after leaving the Internet CAF, Qin Xiang smiled faintly as he set off towards Lu Daji's home. Feeling quite elated. No wonder today's calendar indicated it was an auspicious day for offerings. Chapter 16. I come to demand a price. The key to the warehouse rests solely in the possession of Wang Defa. Only he has access to the computer that can view the surveillance footage. On the day the police arrived, the cameras were inexplicably turned off. When Qin Siyang was unable to locate the surveillance from the morning of January 3rd, he was already 99% certain he could eliminate Lu Daji. Nevertheless, he sought Wang Defa's confirmation repeatedly, ensuring absolute certainty to avoid any oversight that might lead him to misjudge Lu Daji's hidden cards and inadvertently expose himself to trouble. Ultimately, all evidence conveyed a singular message to Qin Siyang. Lu Daji was guilty. The purported screenshots from the surveillance simply did not exist. Lu Daji would never have fathomed that Qin Siyang could uncover his vulnerabilities through Wang Defa's admissions. After all, in Lu Daji's eyes, Qin Siyang was merely a desperate small-time thug. As Qin Siyang gazed at the myriad stars and the divine, he strolled down the dimly lit street. Feeling a sense of lightness and joy, he could finally proclaim Lu Daji's death sentence with confidence. Although only 2 days had passed since Lu Daji's threats, to Qin Siyang, time felt like an eternity, and he could hardly contain his anticipation. He dashed forward, eager to reach Lu Daji's residence as swiftly as possible. He approached the entrance to Lu Daji's home, a dilapidated 2-story wooden building with 4 or 5 households on each floor. Lu Daji's abode was the 4th door on the left of the 2nd floor. Upon arrival, Qin Siyang noticed a considerable heap of refuse accumulated at Lu Daji's doorstep. The foul-smelling garbage attracted a swarm of flies, each with 3 or 4 eyes, giving the impression of having mutated in some post-apocalyptic scenario. The sight before the door instantly reminded Qin Siyang of Lu Daji's disheveled appearance. Standing before the door, Qin Siyang rapped on it with his sleeve. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? What time is it to be knocking so early? Came an impatient voice from within. Qin Siyang lowered his voice, pretending to be a man in his 30s. Neighbor, the garbage in front of your door is unbearable. You need to dispose of it quickly. From inside, Lu Daji's voice retorted with irritation. Are you out of your mind? What business is it of yours? The garbage isn't blocking the pathway. Just go on about your business. Seeing Lu Daji's refusal to open the door, Qin Siyang shouted in exasperation, Damn it, open the door. If you don't get rid of that trash, I'll burn your house down. Burn? We live on the same floor. If you burn my home, yours will suffer the same fate. Do you think your house can sprout legs and run away? Lu Daji's nonchalant demeanor posed a challenge for Qin Siyang. While he possessed the strength of a sequence ability user to forcibly enter, doing so would leave traces that would reveal his identity as a sequence ability user to the police. Such a scenario would draw scrutiny to all sequence users in the vicinity, complicating his future efforts to publicly disclose his abilities and likely attracting the attention of the police. Thus, he needed to craft a scene of a home invasion and murder. If you don't open the door, I'll just wait here, blocking your way. Let's see how long you can endure being cooped up inside. I find it hard to believe that you don't have to work. When you do go to work, I'll certainly lodge a complaint against you with your boss. In this impoverished place, securing a job is no easy feat. Even the position of a modest internet CAF administrator is considered a decent source of income. Lu Daji may not care about many things, but this job is undoubtedly important to him. It is not merely the salary that matters. More crucially, if he can no longer continue as the administrator, where will he turn to for money from Qin Siyang? The only place they could meet has always been the internet CAF. Indeed, Qin Siyang has grasped Lu Daji's lifeline. Inside the room, Lu Daji's aura immediately diminished. Fine, fine, I yield to you. I will take out the trash shortly. I've given you face, why wait? Now, instantly. Oh, wait a moment. Let me put on my clothes and I'll be right out. Amidst the sounds of dressing, Lu Daji approached the door and unlocked it. I am just about to. Before he could finish his sentence, he lost consciousness and collapsed. Qin Siyang, controlling his strength, delivered a swift uppercut to Lu Daji's chin the moment the door opened, rendering him unconscious. He then quickly slipped inside, supporting Lu Daji to prevent his bulky body from crashing to the floor and attracting the neighbor's attention. After shutting the door behind him, he dragged Lu Daji into the inner room with seamless efficiency. Once Lu Daji was securely bound, Qin Siyang stuffed his mouth with his foul socks and began to ransack the room. Lu Daji's home contained little of value, merely a few hundred copper coins. Qin Siyang pocketed the money, creating the illusion of a burglary. After a brief period of activity, he heard a muffled sound behind him. Turning around, he saw Lu Daji had regained consciousness, staring at him in terror. Qin Siyang noted that Lu Daji's jaw appeared slightly distorted and shook his head. It seemed he had miscalculated his strength and had broken Lu Daji's jaw with that blow. This was unfortunate. Spotting a baseball bat in Lu Daji's room, he picked it up and approached Lu Daji, aiming at his chin. Lu Daji desperately shook his head, pleading for mercy, only for his expression to shift to one of fierce defiance, seemingly threatening Qin Siyang. Unfazed, Qin Siyang remarked, "I had a chat with Wang Defa today. Guess what?" Lu Daji froze, his eyelids twitching as he regarded Qin Siyang's smile, akin to encountering the king of hell. Whimpering, Lu Daji shook his head with panic. Even with his mouth stuffed with foul socks, Qin Siyang could decipher his thoughts, which were nothing more than hollow pleas for mercy. Qin Siyang glanced around Lu Daji's room, cluttered with various comic books and novels. He sighed, "You say your home lacks even a computer, yet you dare boast like this." With that, Qin Siyang disregarded Lu Daji further. Gathering his strength, he swung the baseball bat once more, striking Lu Daji's chin with renewed force. This time, Lu Daji's jaw twisted even further, the bone shattering into several fragments. This should go unnoticed now. Lu Daji was in excruciating pain, nearly fainting. His eyes brimming with tears, Qin Siyang entered the kitchen, retrieving a barrel of cooking oil and a knife. Greed comes with the understanding that one must pay a price. I have come to demand that price. To avoid splattering blood upon himself, Qin Siyang devised a method he had contemplated for a long time. He picked up several books, wedging the knife between them, and stood them upright on the floor. After measuring the distance, he hoisted Lu Daji up. "Please," Lu Daji pleaded. Qin Siyang pressed against Lu Daji's feet and then gave his back a forceful push. The immense force caused Lu Daji to topple to the ground, his heart pierced by the knife that stood poised on the floor. With a heavy heart, Qin Siyang lifted Lu Daji once more, dousing him in cooking oil before igniting the room in flames. As he witnessed Lu Daji's body consumed by the licking fire, he piled the bloodied books and other tomes from the house atop him, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Once the house was engulfed in flames, Qin Siyang exited, descending to the ground floor, and shouted, "Fire! Escape for your lives!" Upon hearing his cries, people rushed outside to investigate, discovering Lu Daji's home enveloped in flames. "It's on fire! Truly on fire! Hurry! Save it!" "Save what?" "It's a wooden house. Grab your valuables and run." He hid in the shadows, waiting until all the occupants had fled before he felt secure enough to leave. In his heart, he chanted, "Avoid the Synod seeker. I must commit arson, implicating innocents. But what choice do I have? Preventing your demise here is the utmost I can achieve, to avoid leaving too much of his scent behind." He carried a bag filled with food, employing his violence, skill to flee with all his might towards the school. He deliberately chose narrow alleys to evade the attention of passers-by. In his flight, he found a foul ditch, discarding all the copper coins he had pilfered from Lu Daji's home into it. Only when he saw the coins submerged in the murky water did he feel at ease. Upon nearing the school, he returned to the main road, nonchalantly walking into the campus as if nothing had transpired. Owing to his exceptional physical prowess, combined with the triple agility boost from violence, it took him merely 5 or 6 minutes to escape from Lu Daji's residence to the vicinity of the school. His demeanor remained composed, not a single bead of sweat gracing his forehead. From the moment he left home to his arrival at school, a mere 20 minutes had elapsed. He had managed his time remarkably well. A faint smile graced Qin Siyang's lips. 20 minutes, though slightly slower than his usual pace, was still acceptable. A nearly perfect alibi. He hoped the police would swiftly classify this incident as a burglary. In a few days, once the storm had settled, he would register with the Ability Management Bureau. The sensation of being strangled was more agonizing than suffocation itself. Henceforth, he must exercise utmost caution to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. Upon arriving at school, he maintained a facade of tranquility. No one could have imagined that just over 10 minutes ago, he had taken a life. Qin Siyang did not proceed directly to the classroom. Instead, he made his way to the library. Teacher Zhu was already seated there, sipping hot water. "Ah, little Qin, how is it that you are here so early again? I came to have a look. You can just sit there. Some students might come in the morning to borrow exercise books, and I can help with the registration. That's not necessary. Your most pressing concern right now is your studies. I can manage without your help. You should hurry to your morning self-study." Qin Siyang smiled broadly. "Teacher Zhu, you know my grades. Does it really make a difference whether I study or not? Rather than waste time in the classroom, I would prefer to assist you in tidying up. Wouldn't you agree?" "You child, sigh." Qin Siyang had already resolved what needed to be addressed, and now all that remained was to await the consequences. In the classroom, The inquiries made yesterday regarding the advancement of sequence abilities yielded no further useful information. Lingering in the classroom would not bring about any sudden epiphanies. It would be more beneficial to alleviate Teacher Zhu's workload. He placed the bag containing his lunch on the counter where books were lent out, waiting for students to borrow exercise books. "Hello, I would like to borrow." Qin Xiang heard a muffled female voice and looked up to find it was Wen Shu. However, her face appeared even more swollen than the previous day. Qin Xiang frowned. Had that Li Jingwen dared to strike again? Did she truly wish to sever ties with Zhou Yang? But upon closer inspection, he noted that Wen Shu's swelling was due to bruising, not a new injury. Wen Shu, upon seeing Qin Xiang, was somewhat taken aback, lowering her head and avoiding his gaze. As Qin Xiang registered her borrowed exercise book, he casually inquired, "Your grandmother must be quite worried, right?" Upon hearing this, Wen Shu glanced at him, and Qin Xiang was uncertain of the meaning behind her expression. Was she looking at him as if he were a peculiar being? Wen Shu shook her head. Doesn't he know? Doesn't he know? Wen Shu did not respond further, picking up the exercise book and leaving. After she departed, Teacher Zhu remarked, "Her grandmother is quite elderly. I heard she became blind 2 years ago and relies on Wen Shu for care. So she might be unaware of her swollen face. Sigh, I wonder who could have struck so hard, even harming a good and obedient student like Wen Shu. This school truly declines year after year." Teacher Zhu continued to express her grievances about the deteriorating academic atmosphere, clearly affected by it. Having taught at this school since before the apocalypse, she had devoted the majority of her life to Juan School, developing profound feelings for it. Thus, witnessing the students succumb to despair weighed heavily on her heart. Qin Xiang consoled Teacher Zhu for a while, contemplating the family circumstances of Wen Shu that she had just mentioned, and sighed. His own life was already quite dismal, yet he still wished for the well-being of others. He was reminded of the individual who had been rendered homeless due to the fire he had set, and a sudden wave of guilt enveloped him. Yet, he felt powerless. One must inevitably live for oneself. Chapter 17. The suspicion of the police station due to the advanced decay of the wooden building as soon as Qin Xiang departed. The entire structure was engulfed in flames. The ferocious blaze was beyond extinguishing. By the time the fire brigade arrived, they could only helplessly witness the inferno consume everything in its path. Within half an hour, this wooden edifice, a witness to decades of history, was reduced to mere ashes. As the firefighters sifted through the remnants, they eventually discovered a charred corpse, a knife embedded within it, blackened by the flames. They promptly contacted the police station. Upon receiving the alert, the police dispatched personnel to the scene without delay. Leading the team was once again Detective Olaf. He kicked at a blackened beam, which splintered upon impact. Observing the area, he shook his head, remarking, "Such large fires seem increasingly common of late." Roylina interjected, "Indeed, as the notoriety of my Synod 1 sequence grows, more individuals are aware that only fire can obliterate the traces they leave behind. Consequently, criminals exhibit a penchant for employing flames during their misdeeds." Criminals? This fire was no accident. "Have you already surveyed the scene?" Olaf inquired. "Yes, Detective Olaf. Among the ashes lies a charred body, a knife lodged in the chest, with hands bound behind, indicating a homicide." "Show me," he commanded. "Very well." Both individuals, endowed with extraordinary capabilities, swiftly cleared the charred debris to stand before the disfigured remains of Lu Daji. Olaf crouched down, extracting a cigar and snipping a small incision before igniting it with the flames still consuming the wood beside him. After taking a puff, he scrutinized the corpse. At first glance, it appeared that the victim had been restrained and subsequently stabbed directly in the chest. "Provide me with a pair of gloves," he requested. An officer nearby handed Olaf a pair of white gloves. With the cigar clenched between his teeth, he donned the gloves and began to examine Lu Daji's body. This individual's jaw is fractured, seemingly the result of a heavy impact. "Any leads?" The officer shook his head in response. "None. The fire has obliterated much of the evidence. Judging by the deformity of the bones, it appears to have been the consequence of a baseball bat strike. This area is relatively impoverished. Baseball bats are seldom seen. Even if one exists, it is likely wooden, making it nearly impossible to locate the weapon." Olaf nodded, acknowledging the officer's logical assessment. "Do any of the neighbors possess relevant information?" "Yes. The deceased, Lu Daji, worked as an administrator at a nearby internet CAF. The estimated time of the incident was between 7:20 and 7:25. His neighbors reported hearing someone knocking on his door before the fire, urging him to dispose of the trash outside, which seemed to lead to a dispute. Based on the timeline, It appears that the individual who entered and murdered Lu Daji, subsequently robbing his residence, was indeed that person. Do we have any description of the suspect? The officer shook his head again. No one witnessed the event. It was too early, and many were still in slumber. The early risers heading to work overheard the argument involving Lu Daji. After listening, Olive remained silent, deep in thought. Before inquiring, is Lu Daji's family situation the most favorable in this building? Not at all. There are 2 female workers from the cosmetics factory in this building, both of whom earn more than Lu Daji. They possess mobile phones, and it was they who called the fire department, thus summoning the fire truck. Are they married? One is married, while the other lives alone. Upon hearing this, Olive shook his head. Let us refrain from categorizing this case as a home invasion robbery for the time being. Why is that? Olive did not respond immediately, instead squinting as he took a couple of puffs from his cigar. If this were a home invasion robbery, why would the perpetrator target Lu Daji, an ordinary internet CAF manager, rather than the single female worker from the cosmetics factory? Perhaps it was a spur-of-the-moment decision? A spur-of-the-moment decision? This individual does not appear to fit that description. The argument preceded the entry, compelling Lu Daji to open the door before proceeding to murder, rob, and set fire. His methods are adept and targeted. Were it a spur-of-the-moment decision, he would have waited here, and upon seeing someone leave, would have abducted them to gain access to the premises. Roylina inquired, Inspector Olive, are you suggesting that someone intended to kill Lu Daji? I merely imply that it is highly probable. The specifics will require further investigation. By the way, you mentioned he's the manager of the Internet CAF? Indeed. Olive surveyed the surroundings. The individual capable of operating an Internet CAF in such a precarious area is likely not an ordinary resident with a simple background. We should question him. It may yield valuable insights. Wang Defa was idly seated in the Internet CAF when Olive and his team arrived. Ah, officers. What brings you to my humble CAF? Is there something I can assist you with? Wang Defa's demeanor was respectful. Yet internally he pondered which of his misdeeds had led to this unwelcome police visit. Having operated the CAF, he had engaged in numerous morally ambiguous activities, any one of which, if revealed, could lead to a prolonged period of hardship at the police station. We are here for reasons unrelated to you. We merely wish to inquire about an individual. Who do the officers wish to know about? Lu Daji, you are aware of him, correct? Oh, he is our CAF manager. He is resting at home today. Is there something you need to discuss with him? He lacks a mobile phone or computer, so I cannot reach him. You may have to return tomorrow. Olive shook his head. No, we are not looking for Lu Daji. We are here to speak with you. This morning, Lu Daji was murdered. Murdered? Wang Defa's eyes widened. What reason would there be to kill a reclusive individual like him? Olive observed that Wang Defa's surprise seemed genuine rather than feigned, and he pressed on. Do you know if he recently offended anyone? Wang Defa appeared perplexed. He is merely an Internet CAF manager, responsible for charging fees and managing operations. Who could he possibly offend? Even if he did, who would resort to murder? This morning, he had mentioned Wang Defa to Qin Siyang, but instinctively dismissed the notion that a sequenceability user would exert effort to eliminate a slovenly network administrator. Olaf remarked. Upon examining the scene, it appears he was a victim of burglary. Do you possess any clues regarding this matter? The officer replied, Sir, burglary is fundamentally a crime driven by greed and malice. How could I possibly have any leads? Olaf suspected that Wang Defa might not be implicated, yet he still inquired. Have you been at the Internet CAF all day? Indeed, I have been here the entire time. You may ask anyone present online. They will corroborate my alibi. Correct? Wang Boss has been here consistently. Yes, I can attest to that. If Lu Daji is dead, it certainly has nothing to do with Wang Boss. Wang Boss, I recall that you were sought after this morning and stepped out for a while. A young man with a face full of acne said with a grin. Wang Defa frowned, realizing that this youth was someone he had previously reprimanded for overdue internet fees. He never expected this individual to attempt to sabotage him in front of the police. Wang Defa squinted at the young man, contemplating how to teach him a lesson. Upon hearing the acne-faced youth's words, Olaf asked, Wang Defa, is what he said true? Indeed, it is, Wang Defa replied nonchalantly. For he believed Lu Daji's demise had no connection to Qin Siyang. Who sought you out? When did they come? And how long did you leave? My memory is a bit hazy. Alas, my head aches terribly, and I cannot recall. You should ask that acne-faced youth. He likely remembers better than I do. This time, Wang Defa was less enthusiastic in responding to Olaf's inquiries, feigning a headache to divert the conversation. His disconnection from Lu Daji's death was indisputable. He would cooperate just enough to satisfy the situation. The white-haired detective had the audacity to pry into his personal affairs. Did he not comprehend the implications of running an internet CAF in a slum? Any private matter he disclosed could easily overwhelm a detective like him. Such things were not meant for casual discussion. Olaf observed the displeasure on Wang Defa's face. Wang Defa pretended to clutch his head, revealing one eye from behind his hands, casting a cold, warning glare at Olaf. Olaf was aware of Wang Defa's convoluted background and refrained from pressing in too hard without evidence. More importantly, Wang Defa seemed entirely unconnected to Lu Daji's demise. Thus, he approached the acne-faced youth, asking, "Could you tell me when the boss left, and for how long?" The acne-faced youth rolled his eyes and replied, "He probably left around 7 and was gone for about an hour." "Did I hear you say Lu Daji is dead?" "Perhaps he did it." "Nonsense," interjected a person beside the acne-faced youth. "Wang boss powered on my machine just after 7. He was here the entire time. How could he have left for an hour?" The acne-faced youth shrugged. "I must have misremembered." Wang Defa clenched his fist at the counter. This acne-faced youth seemed to be overstepping, mistakenly believing him to be just an ordinary internet CAF owner. Upon hearing the intervention from the individual beside him, Olaf inquired, "At what time did you start operating? May I take a look?" The person glanced at the login information and replied, 7:13. "Thank you." The fire ignited around 7:20, leaving Wang Defa without the opportunity to commit the crime. Olaf observed Wang Defa, who seemed disinclined to continue cooperating with the investigation, and remarked, "Mr. Wang, should you uncover any leads, do not hesitate to contact us. No need to see you out." Wang Defa was uninterested in further dialogue with Olaf and his associates. Olaf departed with the officers. "Inspector Olaf, there is something amiss with the proprietor of this internet CAF," Roylina suggested beside him. "Indeed, he is suspect. However, his transgressions are beyond your purview, and likewise, they are beyond mine before I return to the Sigma district. But there are no buts, Roylina. Do not be overly curious about every matter. Focus solely on the case at hand. That is my counsel to you, and I hope you will heed it." Roylina met Olaf's profound gaze and nodded. After Olaf and the others left, Wang Defa retrieved his mobile phone and entered the warehouse to make a call. "Hello, old snake. It's me. Are you free now? I need you to take care of someone for me." "Yes, the price remains as previously agreed. Rest assured. Anyone who frequents my CAF is hardly respectable. Even if you eliminate them all, the police will never trace it back to you." Chapter 18. An unexpected pursuit. After the demise of Lu Daji, Qin Xiang enjoyed a week of tranquility. This week consisted of a routine of attending classes, dining at the cafeteria, and spending time in the library, with weekends spent languidly at home. Following the tumultuous events of his initial days after rebirth, he felt it was time to pause and recuperate. This slower-paced existence allowed the once-taut strings of his heart to finally relax. During school hours, engaging in conversations with teacher Zhu in the library proved to be quite enjoyable. The elderly lady possessed profound insights into life and offered considerable assistance to Qin Xiang. Naturally, he frequently spotted Wen Shu's figure in the library. With less than 6 months until the college entrance examination, Wen Shu had nearly ceased attending classes, opting instead to work through her previous exercise books daily to address any gaps in her knowledge. One morning, Qin Xiang rose from bed and glanced at the calendar. Launching era, January 14th, 2010, Gregorian calendar, Thursday. Lunar calendar, year of the Earth Ox, November 28th, auspicious for burial. He deemed the day's almanac irrelevant to his own life. The day passed in dullness. After school, he returned once more to the library. "Teacher Zhu, I'm here to help you tidy up," Qin Xiang announced, placing his bag and lunchbox down, only to find that Wen Shu was the only one remaining at the table. Realizing that the library was about to close, Wen Shu stood to leave. "Continue your studies, Qin Xiang, and I will need more than 10 minutes to tidy up," Teacher Zhu casually remarked to Wen Shu. Acknowledging Teacher Zhu with gratitude, Wen Shu resumed her studies. Approaching Qin Xiang, Teacher Zhu affectionately whispered, "Young Qin, do you harbor feelings for her?" Qin Xiang was taken aback. "Huh? No, not at all." "Not at all?" Teacher Zhu's expression suggested skepticism. Qin Xiang waved dismissively. "Romance is rather pointless." Teacher Zhu scoffed lightly. "Pointless? How can that be? I distinctly recall you trailing after a girl, beaming like a blooming flower." Confronted with Teacher Zhu's observation, Qin Xiang felt somewhat guilty. Before his rebirth, he had indeed been a devoted admirer of Li Jingwen. He could only respond, "It was precisely because I was so infatuated that I found it ultimately unfulfilling." Teacher Zhu patted his shoulder gently. "Young Qin, There are some truths I must share with you as someone who has experienced life. Please do, Qin Xiang replied with a smile, continuing to organize the books on the shelf while listening to Teacher Zhu, aware of her penchant for conversing with younger individuals. He appreciated her amiable demeanor and the kindness she extended towards him. If the elderly lady wished to chat, he was more than willing to oblige. The girl you were enamored with seemed rather restless, not the type suited for a lasting relationship. Hence, it's possible you felt emotionally wounded after your time together, leading you to deem it uninteresting. As soon as Teacher Zhu began her discourse, Qin Xiang found himself momentarily speechless. He was astonished by Teacher Zhu's inquisitive nature and captivated by her keen observational skills. In his previous life, he had been so close to Li Jingwen yet had failed to discern her true self. Teacher Zhu, a librarian who had not exchanged a word with Li Jingwen in 3 years, was able to articulate the truth with such clarity. One cannot help but acknowledge that those of greater age often possess a sharper perception of others. Teacher Zhu, have you been observing me all along? Well, in this entire library, you and Wen Shu are the only ones who converse with me frequently, so naturally, I would pay attention to both of you. Besides, you spent so much time with that girl that my eyes nearly developed calluses. It was inevitable I would recognize her. Teacher Zhu remarked with a hint of disdain. When you were dating, if I had spoken ill of her, you, being a young man, would have dismissed my words. Now that you claim you are no longer romantically involved, I can finally express the thoughts I have harbored. I have seen her close to several boys, especially with Director Zhou's nephew. What was his name again? Are you referring to Zhou Yang? Yes, that lad. They appeared quite intimate. However, each time they were together, you were absent. When you were around, he was nowhere to be seen. Hence, I formed a negative impression of that girl. Qin Xiang nodded. You are correct. I only learned of this later, which is why I distanced myself from her. Indeed. As the saying goes, better to be single than to settle for less. The further you are from someone like her, the better. However, my dear Qin, Wen Shu is truly a commendable girl. If you seize the opportunity, you could find lifelong happiness. What are you talking about? Qin Xiang frowned, taken aback by Teacher Zhu's unexpected matchmaking. Oh, what is there to hide? After all, once you graduate, you will likely be venturing out on your own. Seeking a girlfriend now is hardly premature. I genuinely believe Wen Shu is wonderful. You are both kind-hearted individuals. You ought to be together. Teacher Zhu, I never expected you, being older, to have such an open mindset. Our grade supervisor is still cracking down on early relationships while you are here playing matchmaker. Pfft. What does the grade supervisor know? Just a lackey for the principal. You youngsters have not faced the best of times with the impending apocalypse. The university landscape is undergoing upheaval, and many high school graduates may not continue their studies. If high school marks the end of one's student days, can we still call romantic relationships in high school early love? I personally see no issue with it. Nevertheless, truth be told, Wen Shu is a remarkable child. I have met her grandmother a few times when she was little. She is quite amiable. Perhaps it is her grandmother's good nature that has fostered Wen Shu's pleasant character. Young Qin, your character is also commendable. You are considerate of this old lady. Always eager to help. I appreciate it. I only began assisting you these past few days. Before that, I would leave as soon as school was over. Hardly a model student. I know you were busy helping that young lady with her homework. I do not hold it against you. Look at you. The moment you parted ways with her, you came to assist me, proving that you possess a kind heart. Qin Xiang was taken aback. You know about that? Teacher Zhu smiled with pride, declaring, You see, I, Teacher Zhu, orchestrate the library and triumph beyond the classroom. I truly admire you. Do not dismiss my words lightly. Students Qin and Wen are rare gems, and their companionship brings me joy. Qin Xiang shook his head helplessly, remaining non-committal. Wen Shu is undoubtedly a good child, that cannot be disputed. But as for myself, how can I be considered good, with so many lives on my hands? Just last week, I took a life and set a fire. Now, here I am, praised as a good student in the library. There is something distinctly peculiar about this situation, though I cannot quite pinpoint it. Do you think I am rambling? She inquired. Not at all. I merely feel that Wen Shu is destined for the academy, while I am left to navigate the streets. I would only hinder her progress. You seem quite dashing. Yet your words flow as softly as a maiden's. She retorted. As she attends the academy, surely you could find work nearby? What future lies in lingering at the edge of the safe zone for a lifetime? Observing Teacher Zhu's earnest gaze, Qin Xiang recognized her genuine concern for him. Yet, he was reluctant to indulge her further. All right, I understand, Teacher Zhu. Thank you. Nevertheless, it appears you remain unconvinced. The choice is yours. I only wish to share my thoughts. Now, quickly tidy up, for I must lock the door. Upon perceiving Qin Si Yong's dismissive demeanor, Teacher Zhu abandoned the conversation and began ushering him out. Qin Si Yong felt resigned. This old lady could change her demeanor as swiftly as one turns a page in a book. As he organized the shelves, when Shu finished packing her bag, ready to depart, Teacher Zhu locked the door and announced, I shall step away for a moment. You may leave first. With that, she left Qin Si Yong, and when Shu at the entrance of the library, Qin Si Yong cast a glance at Teacher Zhu's retreating figure, feeling a wave of emotion. The old lady had good intentions, yet it was akin to casting flirtations to the blind. There was no romantic connection between them at all. Let us go, he said. MMM. The two walked side by side, exiting the school. They soon arrived at a fork in the road, where they would part ways. Goodbye, when Shu said. Just as she was about to turn away, Qin Si Yong grasped the strap of her bag. A smile graced his lips, yet his eyes held a cold indifference. Today, I shall accompany you home. When Shu was taken aback by Qin Si Yong's sudden assertiveness, no need, she started. But he would not entertain her protest and took her hand, guiding her towards her home. Furrowing her brow, she attempted to break free, but heard Qin Si Yong's voice drop to a low murmur. I warned Li Jingwen last week. I did not expect her to follow today. When Shu glanced back, seeing nothing amiss, and looked at Qin Si Yong in confusion, he continued to hold her hand, striding forward. My home isn't in that direction. As Qin Si Yong twisted through the alley, he turned to her with a smile. Do you expect me to commit murder right at your doorstep? Murder. When Shu gasped, her eyes widening in shock. She believed that Qin Si Yong was jesting. However, his recent icy gaze made her realize that he seemed to be utterly sincere. No. Qin, shouldn't we communicate properly with Li Jingwen and the others? Qin Si Yong replied. If it were Li Jingwen following us, I would simply slap her twice to send her away. Not Li Jingwen? Then who? Qin Si Yong turned to glance behind him and continued to pull Wen Shu forward. Wen Shu also turned to look back. At that moment, she suddenly noticed that several shadowy figures had emerged from the alley they had just passed. The figures wielded weapons resembling iron rods and short blades. Qin Si Yong quickened his pace, urging Wen Shu to run alongside him. In a state of panic, Wen Shu looked up at Qin Si Yong and stammered. They? Who are they? They must be Li Jingwen's uncles, he replied. Her uncle is a notorious thug in the area, with blood on his hands. But why is her uncle following us? Qin Si Yong pondered for a moment. To eliminate both of us. They likely intend to beat me up and then kill me. As for how they will deal with you. He did not finish his sentence, merely casting a symbolic glance up and down at Wen Shu, who instinctively covered her throat. But why? Why do they want to kill us? You heard what I said to her last time, didn't you? Because of her connection with Zhou Yang. Is it because of her involvement with Zhou Yang? Indeed. Zhou Yang, who is he? Just an ordinary person. However, his uncle has awakened a sequence ability, thus recently gaining prominence. Li Jingwen must be trying to cling to Zhou Yang to live a life of luxury. But didn't you say you set a timed email to warn her not to act recklessly? Qin Si Yong offered Wen Shu a slight smile. I deceived her. Deceived? The cost of going to an internet cafe is exorbitant. Where would I acquire such funds? She must have realized this, prompting her uncle to come after us. But how would her uncle know whether you went to the internet cafe? Has he been following you? No, that would be too exhausting. I suspect her uncle had someone stationed at the internet cafe for a week. I mentioned that I would send a timed email with a week's delay, requiring weekly visits to the cafe to postpone the timing. If I hadn't visited the cafe for an entire week, it would imply that I never sent the timed email at all. Wen Shu was utterly astonished. They care so much about Zhou Yang? It seems I overlooked that detail. It becomes clear now that Li Jingwen's entire family views the affair between her and Zhou Yang as their opportunity for a turnaround. Hence, her uncle is going through such elaborate measures. With Qin Si Yong's confirmation, Wen Shu felt completely bewildered. She glanced back at the approaching figures. Despair washing over her as she said, Then are we going to die here? It was my fault to involve you in this matter. Therefore, I shall handle it. You? Qin Si Yong's smile carried a hint of menace. You must be someone capable of keeping a secret, yes? Chapter 19 The Shared Secret. Wen Shu was puzzled by Qin Si Yong's intentions, yet she nodded nonetheless. Qin Si Yong halted, turned around, and pushed Wen Shu aside. Moments later, 5 or 6 burly men brandishing knives and clubs approached. The leading man, sporting a short braid, regarded Qin Si Yong with a sneer and said, Why aren't you running? Weren't you quite the sprinter? Qin Si Yong retorted disdainfully, I've already arrived at my destination. Why would I run now? Destination? Where exactly? The group of men surveyed their surroundings and realized they were in a dilapidated, deserted courtyard. The wooden house and pigsty had collapsed, leaving behind only crumbling walls. In the yard, aside from an abandoned stone mill, there was a stone well whose water level remained uncertain, evidence that no one had resided here for at least 5 or 6 years. A closer inspection revealed layers of dust and spider webs at the entrance, indicating not only neglect but a complete absence of visitors. Perhaps this rural abode had been abandoned before the apocalypse, or its owner had fled to another location after the calamity. The entire courtyard was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the starlight filtering through the air defense glass, offering a vague outline of the environment. As Qin Siyang ran, he attentively observed his surroundings. Having deliberately chosen this particular spot, the man with the braid inquired, "What's south wrong with this place?" Before answering your question, let me ask you one. You are Li Jingwen's uncle, correct? With a mocking laugh, the braided man affirmed, "Indeed, I am. The affair between Jingwen and Zhou Yang is our family's hope. It cannot be ruined by a whelp like you. You deceived Jingwen, claiming you had sent an email with a 1-week delay. Meanwhile, my brothers and I have been waiting at the nearby internet CAF for an entire week. Yet we haven't seen a trace of you. Oh, I found the internet CAF too expensive. So I changed my mind and set the email to be sent a month later. If you apprehend me, Zhou Yang will learn of my affair with Li Jingwen in a month. Your family will still have no hope of revival." "What? A month? Are you toying with me?" Qin Siyang smiled slightly. "Believe it or not, that's your choice." The men accompanying him were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Qin Siyang would alter his decision after visiting the internet CAF, postponing the previously arranged email sending time. When Shu looked at Qin Siyang in confusion, uncertain of his intentions, the man with the braid said, "If you cancel the email, we'll pretend this matter never occurred." "Am I a fool? If I cancel, won't you still pursue both of us? What do you intend to do then?" At that moment, one of the men beside the braided man suggested, "Dragon Brother, bind him and force him to reveal the email account and password. We could cancel the scheduled email ourselves." The braided man's eyes darted as he asked apprehensively, "Are you sure you can get it out of him? I've done debt collection before. I have experience with this sort of thing. Don't boast to me. This matter concerns our family. If it fails, I want to spare you." "Dragon Brother, you can't say that. The brothers have no way to return. In this world, is there truly anything that is absolutely certain? If you doubt my words, so be it. Find your own way." Observing the entangled expressions of a few individuals, Qin Siyang felt an urge to cease waiting. Enough of this charade. In truth, what you say is correct. I have not set up any scheduled emails. If you eliminate me, the matters concerning Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang will be resolved. What? A few individuals displayed incredulous expressions, perplexed as to why Qin Siyang would voluntarily thrust himself into the flames. "Brother Long, this fool seems intent on ending his own life. Let us grant him his wish. Indeed, let us dispose of him first. As for the girl beside him, we can enjoy her for a few days before we finish her off." The man with the small braid still harbored some concerns. Could it be that this fool intends to take us down with him? Perhaps he truly has set up a scheduled email, but, feeling trapped, wishes for a swift end. That is indeed a possibility. Brother Long, your reasoning is not without merit. Nonetheless, this matter concerns your household. Ultimately, it is your decision to make. The others hesitated once more. Qin Siyang felt a sense of helplessness. It is truly absurd that when one speaks falsehoods, they are believed, yet when one speaks the truth, they are met with skepticism. "I am not deceiving you. I have not set up any emails. I truly haven't. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Find him. We shall extract the account password from him. Whoever manages to do so shall receive 1,000 copper coins." The man with the small braid, having steeled himself, resolved to make a significant investment. He must obtain the email associated with Qin Siyang's purported scheduled message. "Excellent. Brother Long, we have made a pact. I genuinely have not set up any scheduled emails. The rationale is rather simple. Had I done so, I would not have lured you here." The man with the small braid furrowed his brow. "You were just discussing how splendid this place is, yet you have failed to clarify. I suspect you are merely trying to intimidate me." Qin Siyang replied, "This location is indeed quite suitable." The group scanned their surroundings once more, remaining vigilant, yet found nothing amiss. The man with the small braid pressed on. "What makes it so advantageous? It is especially conducive to murder." The group initially recoiled in shock before a mocking smile crept across their faces. "Surely, you cannot be so foolish. It is the first time I have encountered a victim who chooses their own grave. Truly, your intellect is questionable. No wonder you dare to provoke our Jingwen." However, just as they prepared to strike, Qin Xiang transformed into a mere shadow. What? Thud. Qin Xiang launched a powerful kick, striking one of them squarely in the chest. None could discern what had transpired, only witnessing Qin Xiang appear beside them, while their companion was suddenly propelled away. Panic ensued as they turned to see. The individual struck by Qin Xiang collapsed, his chest deflated like a punctured balloon. His eyes bulged, his mouth opened and closed slightly, as if attempting to utter something. Yet ultimately, he merely spewed forth blood, his head lolling to one side. In his final moments, astonishment and terror were etched upon his face. The oppressive darkness obscured his features, instilling an inexplicable dread within all present. Upon witnessing their companion's demeanor, they swiftly realized that Qin Xiang was a sequence ability user. How could this be? In a place as dismal as Jiuan School, how could a student awaken such formidable powers? Before they could even gather their wits, Qin Xiang unleashed a punch that struck one man's throat with the force of a cannonball. The unfortunate soul toppled backward, his head flopping like a marionette with severed strings. Just as one individual attempted to plead for mercy, he was met with a blow to the back, propelling him several meters away until he collapsed at Wenshu's feet, prompting her to gasp in shock and retreat several paces. Yet, Qin Xiang sensed that her startled reaction lacked true terror. Typically, when one is frightened, the response is a mere jolt. How peculiar that she would leap backward multiple times. Disregarding the oddity, Qin Xiang turned his gaze to the lifeless body. The individual who had been struck in the back lay motionless on the ground, a gaping indentation the size of a bowl marring his back. Qin Xiang shook his head, lamenting his lack of control. Even with moderated strength, the impact had been excessively forceful. The man with the small braid stood frozen, his pupils trembling, cold sweat trickling from his brow as if his very soul had departed. The two remaining survivors, realizing they stood no chance against Qin Xiang's prowess and unable to flee, promptly fell to their knees. Please spare us. We were foolish. Grant us a chance. It was Kuan Chenglong who summoned us. We had no part in this. Qin Xiang paid them no heed, delivering two swift kicks to their chins. They were sent flying backward, their heads striking the ground with a dull thud. And together they departed this realm. Whether to the underworld or to a hellish fate, Qin Xiang could not ascertain. Ultimately, only the trembling man with the braid remained. Speechless and paralyzed with fear, Qin Xiang placed a hand on a shoulder, expressing with feigned interest, "You are aware of my connection with Li Jingwen, are you not? I once had the opportunity to call you uncle." Alas, Kuan Chenglong immediately grasped the implication, forcing a disjointed and sycophantic grin. "No, there is still a chance. It is not too late. We could become family. Jingwen does not understand. I will teach her. I will ensure she is with you." Qin Xiang sighed dramatically. Once spilled water cannot be retrieved. As a sequence ability user, why should I demean myself to endure such indignity? Did you not claim that Li Jingwen was the hope of your family? Kuan Chenglong nodded vacantly, unable to comprehend Qin Xiang's meaning. With me here, your family's hope is extinguished. I can offer you a path forward. You say, we will comply. To another world, to rebuild your family. Yes. Huh? Qin Xiang struck Kuan Chenglong across the face, sending his head spinning a full 360 degrees before he crumpled to the side. Rest assured, you will not be alone on this journey. In due time, once I am free, I shall accompany your entire family down, having resolved matters with everyone. Qin Xiang exhaled in relief. Another life taken. How many has it been? The number eludes him. It no longer holds significance. He cast his gaze towards Wenshu, who stood trembling at the edge of the courtyard, and approached her. Wenshu, visibly shaken, inquired with urgency, "You are actually a sequence ability user?" Qin Xiang replied with a smile, "Indeed. So, have you figured out how to deal with the bodies here?" To his surprise, Wenshu posed this question. "Aren't you afraid I might kill you as well?" Wenshu seemed taken aback by his query, looking up at him with confusion. "Why would you kill me?" "Because you witnessed my actions." Yet, with an expression of bewilderment, Wenshu countered, "If you wanted to kill me, you could simply let me go home. They would take action. Why complicate matters?" Qin Xiang nodded. "You are quite astute. It's rare to encounter someone so composed in the face of murder." However, Wenshu lowered her head, remaining silent. Qin Xiang disposed of several bodies into the well, hearing the dull thud as they struck the ground. To avoid drawing attention, he refrained from pilfering any valuables from their pockets. This was a dry well. He moved a stone to cover it. "That should suffice. No one comes here. Let us depart." Yet Wenshu interjected, "What you're doing will leave our scent here. If the police discover it, they may trace us. What do you propose? Burn the place down?" It was deserted to begin with, so it wouldn't raise suspicion. But if we set it ablaze, wouldn't that attract attention? There are alternatives to eliminate the scent without resorting to fire. Qin Xiang paused. Then what do you suggest? The cafeteria food has a strong aroma. You could scatter some of it here, and a bit into the well. In no time, our scent will be masked. Qin Xiang nodded, then regarded her curiously. How do you know all this? I enjoy reading. I learned it from books. Does such knowledge exist in literature? What have you been reading? 100 Ways to Commit a Crime Without Being Detected by Sequence Users. Why on earth would you read that? I simply love to read. I delve into everything. Did it not prove useful today? Qin Xiang reevaluated the seemingly fragile girl before him, realizing that appearances can be deceiving. Following Wen Shu's guidance, he tidied the scene. And together they departed. They walked side by side through the dimly lit alley. You were truly impressive, Qin Xiang remarked sincerely. Thank you. I believe you are even more remarkable. Mediocre, really. What is it like to walk alongside a murderer? Surprisingly, it's not so bad. Wen Shu smiled at Qin Xiang, her bright eyes reflecting the starlight. After all, we share a secret now. Chapter 20. Returning home with Wen Shu. By the way, Wen Shu inquired. When do you plan to reveal your identity as a sequence ability user? If you do not disclose it before the college entrance examination, you will be unable to participate in the assessment for sequence ability users. I assumed you would first ask me when I awaken my sequence ability. Why bother with so many questions? Qin Xiang remarked, casting another glance at Wen Shu. She was indeed rather exceptional. It was just recently. I need to investigate what preparations are necessary before visiting the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. My background is somewhat intricate, as you observed today. Thus, I must ensure that no issues arise during registration. That makes sense. Furthermore, it is essential to familiarize oneself with the assessment for sequence ability users. Since I intend to participate, I should prepare everything in advance to avoid any chaotic situations that may arise after I publicly disclose my identity. Indeed, that is reasonable. Do you have any suggestions? Wen Shu shrugged. What you said is all correct. I have no further advice to offer. Very well. And what of Li Jingwen? Given that her uncle is missing, she will likely deduce that it is related to you. Qin Xiang replied coolly. Offer her a glimmer of hope. Keep her in suspense. Are you implying that we should not disrupt her relationship with Zhou Yang and allow her to hold on to some expectation? Precisely. Let her cling to that hope until I have everything sorted out, and then I shall personally shatter her illusions. And then eliminate her? Indeed. Eliminate her and her entire family. How reasonable. A pair of youthful faces exchanged casual talk of murder, which, if overheard by others, would surely seem like mere childish play. After a brief pause, Qin Xiang asked, which academy do you intend to apply to? I have not yet decided. But I must choose one that provides independent dormitories. I want to bring my grandmother along. Are there very few academies with independent dormitories? Wen Shu chuckled lightly. It's evident you did not pay close attention during last week's unified application course for the entire school. As a sequence ability user, why would I waste time on that? All right, you are quite formidable. That is my oversight. Among the 8 academies, only 2 offer independent dormitories. Only 2? What about the others? The rest have communal dormitories, either 4 or 6-person rooms. It seems that the academies with independent dormitories must have superior conditions. They are likely the best 2 academies, right? With your abilities, you should be able to gain admission. Wen Shu intended to say something, but paused upon seeing Qin Xiang's genuinely warm smile, wishing her well. The words lingered on her tongue, but she swallowed them back. Thank you. Qin Xiang nodded, choosing to remain silent. The 2 continued walking for a while. Wen Shu broke the silence. Do you know the way? I do not. You don't know the way? How could I remember the route when you were dragging me along? So, where have we been heading all this time? Never mind, let us proceed forward. Once we reach the main road, I shall recognize it. After walking for another half an hour, the 2 finally caught sight of the dim streetlights. They had reached the main road and decided to examine the signposts. Upon stepping onto the thoroughfare and confirming their bearings, they realized they were headed completely in the opposite direction of home. To return, they would need to walk for over 40 more minutes. The number of people on the road had dwindled, and he offered to escort her home. All right, thank you, she replied. As they walked side by side, their conversation dwindled. Both were acutely aware of boundaries and refrained from probing too deeply into each other's lives, especially regarding sensitive matters that remained unspoken. For instance, when Shu refrained from inquiring about Qin Xiang's sequence. Just as Qin Xiang did not question Wen Shu about how she could so suddenly recall the scent of handling a corpse. They had committed a grave transgression together. And though their relationship had grown intimately close, it was marked by an unspoken distance. This dynamic provided a sense of comfort to both. After a moment, when Shu broke the silence, Qin Si Yang, you're so capable and intelligent. What draws you to lead Jingguan? While the question didn't encroach upon private matters, it nonetheless embarrassed Qin Si Yang immensely. He cast his gaze downward, noticing that when Shu was focused ahead, seemingly devoid of any mocking intent. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that she was silently deriding him. Perhaps it was true that even the wisest among us could have moments of folly. Moreover, he often felt somewhat dull in her presence, at least when he was with her. When Shu gently shook her head, one may act foolishly for a moment. But such foolishness does not persist. Qin Si Yang was momentarily taken aback. Her words grazed the edges of his most profound secrets. It appeared as if she were insinuating that he had undergone a transformation, a stark contrast to his former self. Yet, how could he possibly elucidate that? After all, it was only after his rebirth that such a profound change had occurred. For the first time, Qin Si Yang found himself grappling with an unanswerable question. He felt that no matter what fabrication he conjured, it would surely be unraveled by her keen gaze, framed by cascading locks of hair. After considerable contemplation, he could only respond, many matters are beyond our control. When Shu nodded in agreement, indeed, many things lie beyond our control. Recognizing that further probing would yield no fruit, she ceased her inquiries. Qin Si Yang, too, lost the desire to continue the conversation. From that point onward, they walked in silence, allowing the biting wind to weave through their thin jackets. As they passed one streetlight after another, they finally arrived at the intersection where they would part ways after school. Following when Shu to her home, Qin Si Yang accompanied her to her doorstep. All right, I'm home now. Thank you. I should have invited you in for a moment. But it's rather late, and it wouldn't be convenient for you to stay over, she said. It's perfectly all right, I understand. There is no need for such formality between us, he replied. Then please take care on your way home, she urged. Qin Si Yang smiled at when Shu's radiant face. You know, the one who truly needs to be cautious is others. Goodbye, she said softly. Goodbye. When Shu watched as Qin Si Yang walked away, releasing a gentle sigh. Today, the unfolding events have indeed far exceeded her expectations. She never anticipated that diligently studying at school could entangle her in matters of life and death. All of this was instigated by Qin Si Yang. Nearly a few days ago, the two were strangers. Today, they found themselves in the harrowing act of murder and concealment. She couldn't help but marvel at the capriciousness of fate. When Shu chose not to dwell further on Qin Si Yang, inhaling deeply to calm her tumultuous emotions, she then turned and opened the door. Grandma, I'm back. Her cheerful voice resonated at the threshold. As soon as her words fell, the candlelight within flickered to life. Though her grandmother was blind, she would always sit by the candle before when Shu returned from school, igniting it upon her arrival. This evening, her grandmother had likely waited by the candle for 3 or 4 hours, and the thought stirred a pang of sorrow in Shu's heart. Little Shu, you've returned? Why are you so late today? Yes, I encountered some matters, so I came back late. When Shu removed her shoes at the door, stepping barefoot onto the cool floor of the home. Although the ground was quite chilly, she opted not to wear slippers. Her family's conditions were not vastly different from Qin Si Yang's, in fact, with the added burden of an elderly relative who could no longer work. Her responsibilities were heavier than those of someone like Qin Si Yang, who enjoyed the privilege of a self-sufficient household. She preferred to walk barefoot as the rough, inferior composite flooring was remarkably clean, thanks to the diligent cleaning efforts that removed every speck of dust. When Shu disliked the thought of soiling it with shoes. If she were to enter wearing footwear, her grandmother would have to clean again the next day, a daunting task for a blind woman. Little Shu, why aren't you wearing shoes? It's so cold. Put them on. It's all right, Grandma. I enjoy being barefoot. I used to run around the house without shoes all the time when I was little. Do you remember? Of course, I remember. Back then, you were like a little wild spirit, impossible to contain. Ah, those were the days when the sun still shone in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a decade has passed since the end of the world began. When Shu settled onto the carpet beside her grandmother, grasping her hand, hoping to alleviate the old woman's melancholy, after her grandmother lost her sight. When Shu had removed all the chairs from their home to prevent her from stumbling and had laid down carpets salvaged from the garbage. Even the wooden bed had been moved out, leaving them to sleep on 3 layers of blankets directly laid on the ground. Thus, when Shu's home felt desolate, it would not be an exaggeration to say it was barren. The entire room contained but a small dining table, upon which sat a solitary candle. The flickering flame cast shadows of the elderly and the young, leaning on one another, their faces adorned with smiles, seemingly content with their circumstances. After a moment, When Shu inquired, "Grandma, have you eaten? Let me prepare a meal for you." "I've already eaten. Didn't you bring some leftovers from the cafeteria yesterday?" "I've finished them." "Ah, that's good to hear. I was worried you might be waiting for me to eat and end up starving." "I haven't eaten yet. I'll just prepare a little something for myself later." Just as when Shu was about to rise, her grandmother's frail hand grasped her wrist. "Little Shu, I have a question for you," the grandmother inquired. "What is it, Grandma?" "As soon as you returned home, I caught a whiff of your scent." When Shu momentarily froze, her heart racing with anxiety, before she smiled and asked, "What scent?" "It's the scent of someone else." "Little Shu, are you in a romantic relationship?" A sigh of relief washed over when Shu. She had feared her grandmother had detected the smell of blood. Before coming home, she had meticulously checked her clothes for any traces of blood, finding none, and her shoes bore only dust. She was apprehensive that her grandmother might sense something she could not explain. Ever since her grandmother's eyesight had deteriorated, her sense of smell had become exceptionally acute, allowing her to discern what dishes when Shu had eaten at school. Today, she returned home with trepidation, anxious about being discovered regarding her secret with Qin Xiang. "Oh, I studied with some classmates today, so I might have picked up a bit of a scent." "Little Shu, you usually study alone. No one else in your grade can assist you with your studies. How is it that you were with others?" Faced with her grandmother's concerned questioning, when Shu could only respond with silence. The more she spoke, the more complicated it became. Perhaps remaining silent was the wiser choice. "It's not that I'm scolding you, but you are at a crucial time for the college entrance examination. Please don't let distractions divert your focus. As for romance, once you enter college, I want to hinder you, but do refrain from it now. Apart from you, no one else at your school can consistently qualify for college. Don't waste time on them and jeopardize your future." "All right, Grandma, you needn't worry. I want to hinder my own progress. As for the matter of romance, I'm well aware of it." She could not articulate the sin of someone else, so she ambiguously acknowledged the romance. To deny being in a relationship would imply something far worse, such as being involved in a heinous act. That would be the worst possible scenario. "I have always trusted you." "Grandma, I'm going to prepare dinner now. After that, I still need to review some material." "You should rest early. Is this candle too dim? Studying in such light isn't good for your eyes. Don't end up like me, becoming blind at a young age." When Shu chuckled, "Grandma, don't worry. I'm mindful of it. Over the years, I haven't caused you much worry, have I?" "Oh, it's partly my fault for not providing you with a better study environment. If we could afford electric lights, your academic performance would surely improve." When Shu embraced her grandmother tightly, "Grandma, being with you is my greatest joy. Regardless of the lack of electric lights, I will not let you down. I'm off to heat the food." "Yes, go ahead." When Shu made her way to the kitchen, pouring the meal she had obtained from the cafeteria into a pot, the sounds of clattering filling the air. Like Qin Xiang, she too enjoyed the privilege of receiving extra food from the cafeteria. However, while Qin Xiang's privilege stemmed from Aunt Zhang's sympathy, hers was a genuine privilege. The principal had personally instructed Aunt Zhang to serve when Shu as much food as she desired. As the leading candidate for the college entrance examination this year, the principal was determined that the school would not falter in providing for her needs. When Shu gazed at the flapping flying fish in the pot, her thoughts inadvertently drifting to the series of events that transpired earlier today. As she busied herself in the kitchen, the smile on her grandmother's face gradually faded, replaced by an expression of profound bitterness. In the flickering candlelight, her grandmother's wrinkled visage concealed a deep reservoir of love and concern that elders harbor for their descendants. Alas, there lingered the scent of another upon her, mingled with a faint trace of blood. Could it be that she had once again taken part in the act of violence alongside others? Chapter 21. The entanglement of Zhao Liwen on the following morning. Qin Xiang leisurely embarked on his journey to school. In the past, he had always arrived at class early, for after school, he would return home, have dinner, and then retire for the night without indulging in any nocturnal activities, having cultivated a habit of early to bed and early to rise. In contrast, Li Jingwen typically arrived at the classroom just in the nick of time. However, today, upon his arrival, he noticed that Li Jingwen was already present. The moment she caught sight of Qin Xiang, an unmistakable look of panic crossed her face. Qin Xiang smiled faintly, recognizing that Li Jingwen was clearly feeling guilty. Li Jingwen stood, intending to inquire about something from Qin Xiang, yet she seemed at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, she retreated to her seat. Qin Xiang sauntered past her nonchalantly, maintaining the aloof demeanor he had adopted over the past few days, refraining from any form of communication. Last night, her uncle, Kun Chenglong, had failed to return home, causing concern among the family. They thought of Qin Si-young and Wen-shu as merely ordinary students, posing no threat, and speculated that Kun Chenglong might have been preoccupied with other matters, which explained his absence. However, today, seeing Qin Si-young at school suggested that her uncle had faltered in his mission. Alternatively, it could mean that he had never intended to harm Qin Si-young. Becoming entangled in other troubles. Observing Qin Si-young's tranquil expression, seemingly unaffected by her resentment, Li Jingwen leaned towards the latter interpretation. She pondered what her uncle had been occupied with since last night, failing to fulfill the agreement to eliminate Qin Si-young and Wen-shu. Clenching her fists, she thought to herself, what a fool Kun Chenglong is. Always boasting about his prowess and reliability, yet he cannot distinguish between priorities, losing himself in tasks of little consequence. Qin Si-young, seated at his desk, cast a fleeting glance at Li Jingwen and noted her apparent agitation, prompting him to avert his gaze. Until he publicly acknowledged his identity as an awakened sequence ability user, he would not disclose to anyone that he had encountered Kun Chenglong. Let Li Jingwen and her family navigate this confusion in ignorance. They might feel irritated and anxious, yearning for answers, yet when the truth finally dawned upon them, they would come to miss these days of restlessness and urgency, devoid of any fear. Qin Si-young's lips curled downwards, feeling that he had been excessively lenient towards Li Jingwen. Perhaps she deserved a bit more psychological torment. Nevertheless, his mind was preoccupied with the information he needed to gather before revealing his awakened sequence, leaving him disinclined to squander even a second on Li Jingwen. Throughout the midday and afternoon, he continued to organize books in the library. Wen-shu had also arrived early, working diligently on the challenging problems in her exercise book. As Qin Si-young passed by her, he remarked, keep your eyes a safe distance from the book. If you continue to look down like that and end up needing glasses, you won't have the means to afford them. Oh, thank you, Wen-shu replied, slightly lifting her gaze to maintain a healthier distance from the text. In their everyday academic life, Wen-shu had always been a refined and courteous classmate, and Qin Si-young could sense her politeness and grace in her mannerisms. He resumed his task of organizing the books, and all remained tranquil. Teacher Zhu observed the interaction between the two students, a tender smile gracing her face akin to that of a nurturing mother. It appeared that student Xiaoqin was indeed receptive to advice. Such commendable children ought not to be separated. With a sense of pride, Teacher Zhu settled into her workspace, sipping her warm water, feeling as though she had accomplished something truly worthy of admiration. After school, Wen-shu once again found herself at the library's closing, exiting alongside another student, only to part ways once more at the intersection. Goodbye. Goodbye. Blue Star Chronicles, January 20th, 2010, Gregorian calendar, Wednesday. Lunar calendar. Year of the Earth Ox, 6th day of the 12th month, auspicious for visiting friends and relatives. Visiting friends and relatives? What friends or relatives do I have? Rising from his slumber, Qin Si-young shook his head at the calendar before stepping out with a bag containing his lunchbox. In the classroom, he intended to sit in a daze as usual before heading to the library to work. At that moment, a boy approached him. Are you Qin Si-young? Turning around, Qin Si-young discovered a well-mannered classmate standing before him. Though his attire was not extravagant, it was impeccably tailored, suggesting a background far superior to Qin Si-young's own. However, Qin Si-young had no recollection of this individual. Despite Qin Si-young's lack of familiarity, the female classmates in the room cast glances at him, their expressions revealing a hint of intrigue. Even Li Jingwen, who had been downcast due to her uncle's disappearance, directed a clear, bright gaze toward him. It was evident that he was yet another prominent figure from some prestigious school. Yet, regardless of his reputation, Qin Si-young remained oblivious. He had no idea what the school belle, Wen-shu, looked like, let alone who the notable boys were. Furrowing his brow, Qin Si-young inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Zhao Liwen from Class 2. "Zhao Liwen?" The name rang a bell, albeit faintly. "Sorry, I don't seem to know you." Immediately, a girl whispered, Doesn't he even know Zhao Liwen, who ranked second in our grade? I wonder what Qin Si-young does all day. Naturally, he spent his time daydreaming in class. How could he possibly know these exemplary students? Zhao Liwen, he is not very bright. What do you want with him? We can relay a message. Qin Si-young glanced at the girls who mocked him, their attention on Zhao Liwen as they vied for his admiration, and found it quite amusing. Addressing them, he remarked, I may spend my days in a daze, but it seems my grades surpass yours, doesn't it? If I'm not very bright, what does that make you? Qin Si-young, how can you speak like that? I simply speak the truth. So, he was the perennial second fiddle behind Wen-shu. That explained his slight familiarity. Do you have something to discuss with me? Gazing at Zhao Liwen's refined scholarly appearance, Qin Xiyang felt a disconnect, puzzled as to why this individual had approached him. Zhao Liwen replied earnestly, "Classmate Qin Xiyang, this is a crucial time for preparing for the college entrance examination. I hope you can focus your attention on your studies." This statement left Qin Xiyang utterly baffled. Huh? What do you mean? In a literal sense, I hope you strive to learn, lest you find yourself regretting it later. Qin Xiyang let out a chuckle. You are truly amusing. What does my diligence in studying have to do with you? With that, he turned his head away, no longer casting a glance at Zhao Liwen, but instead gazing out at the starry sky and the divine. Observing Qin Xiyang's disregard for Zhao Liwen, several girls began to voice their discontent. Qin Xiyang, even if you excel in studies, Zhao is looking out for your best interests. Why this attitude? Indeed, it's utterly hopeless. Zhao, I am willing to study diligently, yet I lack assistance. Would you consider studying with me? I too desire to learn. Qin Xiyang turned his gaze back towards them, saying, You all are here trying so hard to curry favor with him. Since he arrived, has he even glanced your way? To me, Zhao Liwen doesn't even regard you. So spare yourselves the effort. You, what did you just say? Those of you who intend to attach yourselves to Zhao, hoping to ascend once he enters the academy, should take a breather. Zhao's standards are high. He wouldn't stoop to your level, unlike some male classmates who have no discernment. With that, Qin Xiyang cast a meaningful glance at Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen understood that Qin Xiyang was indirectly criticizing Zhou Yang for his lack of refinement, which felt like a direct insult aimed at her, causing her to grit her teeth in indignation and turn away. Zhao Liwen, sensing the commotion, seemed disinclined to linger further and stated his purpose. Qin Xiyang, if you have no desire to study, please do not disrupt others who are preparing for the college entrance examination. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you ruin it for others, you will regret it for eternity. Qin Xiyang squinted. I say, Zhao Liwen, are you unwell? I sit in this corner of the classroom daily, either sleeping or daydreaming during class. Who have I disturbed? Is it that the mere thought of my daydreaming keeps you from concentrating on your work? He continued, If I truly disrupted you, I apologize. But the truth is, I do not even know you. Zhao Liwen gritted his teeth and replied, I did not mean to imply that you hinder my studies. Not you? Qin Xiyang raised an eyebrow. If it is not you, then why have you come to speak with me? I am here on behalf of Wen Shu, he stated. You have been disturbing her studies in the library lately, and I hope you can keep your distance. Upon hearing Wen Shu's name, the girls who had been fawning over Zhao Liwen fell silent. They were inwardly cursing Wen Shu, who excelled academically, was beautiful, and possessed a good character. Perhaps Wen Shu was too perfect, leaving them with no grounds to criticize. They could only claim she was cunning, that everything about her was an act. Qin Xiyang assessed Zhao Liwen. So, you have no interest in these girls because you fancy Wen Shu. You have good taste. He then laughed. So you are her boyfriend. I cannot blame you. She has never mentioned having a boyfriend to me. By the way, Zhao, I apologize. I never intended to encroach upon your relationship. Please do not misunderstand. My relationship with Wen Shu is simply platonic. Zhao Liwen paused momentarily, stating, I am not her boyfriend, nor have we been in a romantic relationship. However, after the college entrance examination, we will attend the same institution, and then we shall be together. Huh? Qin Xiyang was taken aback as well. What do you mean? Are you also a sycophant? Why say also? That is not important. Attending the same college as her? Qin Xiyang scoffed, friend. It's not that I doubt you, but you score several points lower than Wen Shu in every exam. What makes you think you can attend the same college as her? I am aware that my grades do not match hers. But if I apply to the two colleges with lower rankings, I am quite certain of my acceptance. Coincidentally, Wen Shu's preferred institutions, Tian Tong College and Renxing College, rank among the lowest of the 8 colleges. Qin Xiyang hesitated for a moment. What Wen Shu had mentioned about colleges offering independent accommodation, were they not the best, but rather the worst? Wouldn't that be a loss for someone with such commendable grades? As the sole friend of Wen Shu in school, Qin Xiyang immediately felt a pang of sympathy for her. He quickly realized that her compromise stemmed from financial constraints. Without money, no matter how well she studied, she would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the secure zone, especially with a blind grandmother to care for. Thus, I hope you do not disturb Wen Shu's preparations for the examination, he continued. Some realities are simply not destined to be part of your life. I hope you can come to terms with this. Qin Xiyang looked at Zhao Liwen as if he were a simpleton. How about we ask Wen Shu later if she would be willing to be with you after graduation? Zhao Liwen seemed taken aback by Qin Xiyang's suggestion, hesitating for a moment before declaring, even if she is unwilling now, I will win her over in the future. She will undoubtedly accept me. Win her over? Except you? Qin Si-young gestured toward Li Jingwen, who sat ahead. Asked that girl how I treated her. Did I win her over? Zhao Liwen did not turn back, stating, "That is your issue. I possess this confidence." You have a point, Qin Si-young retorted. What? Some realities are simply not destined to be part of your life. I hope you can recognize this fact. You truly are incomprehensible. Zhao Liwen, frustrated by Qin Si-young's irreverence, turned and left the classroom. Qin Si-young disdainfully glanced at Zhao Liwen's retreating figure before gazing out the window, lost in thought. Although he was uncertain about what type of man Wen-shu would prefer, it was evident from their conversation that her personal attributes were exceptional. Finding an outstanding partner should not pose a challenge. Moreover, the two of them had shared experiences that were far beyond Qin Si-young's expectations, navigating the realms of good and evil with clarity. This naive young Master Zhao, destined to be a sycophant without even earning a badge of loyalty. Qin Si-young could easily deduce that Zhao Liwen was bound for the same fate he experienced in pursuing Li Jingwen. However, unlike Li Jingwen, Wen-shu was not as harsh. So perhaps Zhao's outcome would be slightly better. At most, he would be a stray dog, unlikely to be sent to a butcher's shop. Qin Si-young pondered earnestly over Zhao Liwen's words, recognizing their inherent wisdom. Indeed, his sycophantic behavior could potentially undermine Wen-shu's studies. Zhao Liwen was correct. During such a pivotal preparatory period, Wen-shu must not be easily distracted. After all, I am set to participate in the sequential competency assessment following the college entrance examination and must promptly prepare for the public awakening of my sequence. Perhaps I should extend a favor and assist Wen-shu in the process. Once I announce my sequence awakening, I shall be liberated from this wretched existence of poverty. The mere thought of the scene following my declaration of awakening filled him with anticipation. It was time to soar. Originally intending to rest well during the 5 school days and research sequence-related materials over the weekend, he reconsidered. Never mind. I shall sacrifice a bit of sleep today and visit Wang Defa after school to explore the forums. Qin Si-young mused to himself. Indeed, I am a truly benevolent person. Chapter 22. The Intelligence of Wang Defa After School. Qin Si-young tidied up the library and once again walked with Wen-shu. However, as Qin Si-young approached the school gate, he caught sight of Zhao Liwen's furious gaze. It was best not to pay him any mind. Huh? Before Qin Si-young could utter a word, he heard Wen-shu's voice. I mean, you needn't concern yourself with Zhao Liwen. Oh. As Qin Si-young and Wen-shu gradually distanced themselves, Zhao Liwen remained rooted in place. Under the streetlight at the school entrance, fixated on Qin Si-young. Possessing exceptional perceptive abilities, Qin Si-young instinctively felt the malice in that stare. Wen-shu, what's wrong? Zhao Liwen has been watching us. He must be a constant annoyance to you, right? Wen-shu shook her head decisively. No. Her refusal was unequivocal. You needn't worry. I'm fine. I haven't exchanged a word with him. She added an extra remark, seemingly anxious that Qin Si-young might take further action that could exacerbate the situation. He warned me to stay away from you and said I should go to a different school. Wen-shu paused, glancing at Qin Si-young. Did you seek out Zhao Liwen? It was he who approached me. Qin Si-young retorted with a roll of his eyes. I don't even know him. Why would I seek him out? Upon hearing this, Wen-shu pouted and offered no further response. Just disregard whatever he says. Let it pass like a fleeting breeze. It has affected my studies at all. Why all this explanation? Are you afraid I might harm him? Qin Si-young sighed resignedly. I'm not a malevolent demon, unless absolutely necessary. I wouldn't wish to engage in such actions. Rest assured, I have my ways. Wen-shu, puzzled, inquired, You? What methods? Nothing worthy of mention. At their parting point, Qin Si-young waved goodbye to Wen-shu and continued on his way. Watching his retreating figure, Wen-shu's lips curled slightly upward. Thank you. Upon returning home and setting down the bag containing his lunchbox, Qin Si-young made his way to a nearby internet CAF. He discreetly glanced at the entrance camera and spotted Wang Defa at the bar, his expression one of deep discontent, staring blankly at the monitor before him. Lu Daji should have been the one sitting there, enjoying the company of his wife and child at home. Yet, unbeknownst to him, for a mere few hundred copper coins belonging to that reclusive miser, Lu Daji had met an untimely demise. With the network administrator gone, Wang Defa, the CAF owner, found himself unable to locate anyone capable of managing the CAF's systems and was forced to step in himself. Damn it. I better not find out which scoundrel killed Lu Daji. If I do, I will ensure they repay me with interest. The burden of his own busy schedule was not the only challenge he faced. Lately, the police had been acting strangely, conducting daily inspections at his CAF, which severely impacted his business. Wang Defa's Internet CAF, situated in a low-income area, was not merely a venue for internet access but rather a gray zone for illicit transactions. The machines in his CAF could manipulate back-end data to obscure login addresses, facilitating anonymous transactions online. Due to the randomly generated login addresses, the network administrators of the United Government are at a loss. When someone requests Wang Defa to provide access to the concealed login address, the internet fee escalates 20-fold. Given that the cost of internet usage is already exorbitant, this increase renders it almost prohibitive. Nevertheless, Wang Defa's Internet CAF continues to attract a steady stream of patrons. The profits from illicit transactions far exceed the exorbitant fees. The CAF's primary source of income lies within the gray market, demonstrating remarkable audacity. It is evident that Wang Defa possesses connections that allow him to operate without hindrance. There are individuals within the United Government who ensure the safety of his CAF's operations, and naturally, the majority of his illicit earnings are funneled to his benefactor. The CAF enjoys considerable operational latitude, bolstered by the strength of its owner's connections, allowing Wang Defa's establishment to quickly gain notoriety in the surrounding area. Having operated for 5 or 6 years without significant incident. However, just a few days ago, personnel from the police station began to patrol and inspect his premises incessantly. Their investigations resulted in the apprehension of a few of his unique clientele, yet no further repercussions ensued. Wang Defa remained perplexed regarding the police's true intentions. He reached out to his benefactor to inquire about the underlying cause of this scrutiny. To his astonishment, his benefactor appeared equally helpless. Let them investigate, he advised. Just don't concern yourself with it. What about the business? Wang Defa pressed. The voice on the other end sighed. For now, let the business take a back seat. I have no solutions. Sir, could you offer me a hint? I am genuinely worried that one day I might also be taken away by the authorities, or worse, vanish like the previous owner did 3 years ago. The individual reassured him. That disappearance was an accident. You need not worry. As for the police, this matter has escalated beyond our control. Wang Defa was taken aback, his heart racing. Our affairs, we're merely making a small profit. How could it attract such attention? The reply was calm. They are not targeting us specifically. You need not worry. The police will not take any drastic actions against you. All right, understood. By the way, have you encountered any unusual individuals lately? Unusual individuals? Wang Defa immediately thought of Qin Xiang. However, in light of the silver coin's silence fee, he opted to withhold this information. No, just the usual business people. Well, that is good. Let us leave it at that for now. I have a meeting to attend. Goodbye, sir. Knowing that the police had ulterior motives eased Wang Defa's mind somewhat. Yet, with the increased scrutiny, his additional income had plummeted, causing him considerable distress. In recent days, he could only strive to minimize expenses. While he was lost in thought, he spotted Qin Xiang at the entrance. To Wang Defa, Qin Xiang embodied both the deity of wealth and the Grim Reaper. Thus, upon seeing Qin Xiang, he felt a mix of anxiety and relief. Wang Defa glanced at the few customers in the CAF, all intently focused on their screens. He held out a roll of paper and exclaimed, I'm heading to the restroom. If anyone arrives, please have them wait a moment. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Boss Wang, replied Wang De. As he exited, he maneuvered around the surveillance and approached Qin Xiang. Good day, boss. Oh, please, you are my superior, Wang De responded, offering Qin Xiang a cigarette. Qin Xiang waved his hand. We don't allow smoking. The casual use of "we" by Qin Xiang reinforced Wang De's conviction that a formidable faction of sequenceability users stood behind him. Ah, indeed. Having the scent of smoke on you while conducting business could lead to complications. Understood. Qin Xiang gestured towards the warehouse, and Wang De comprehended the cue, leading them both towards it. How has business been lately, boss? Wang De sighed. Let us not even discuss it. Those police officers are like hounds, sniffing around every day. Are you intending to use the computer in the warehouse today? Qin Xiang sensed an unsettling atmosphere and cautiously inquired. Do they come to check every day? Should I refrain from visiting recently? No worries. The police have conducted surprise checks 3 times today. They won't be back. 3 times? So many? Yes. Typically. They come once every couple of days, but today they seem unusually restless, hence rest assured. It's absolutely safe today. Qin Xiang nodded, surprised that his clandestine dealings with divine remnants had escalated to such an extent. However, it would be prudent for you to visit less frequently. Many of my customers have already been apprehended. The police are keeping a close watch. I wouldn't want you to get entangled. Wang De cautiously cautioned. Feigning concern for Qin Xiang, while truly worrying that if Qin Si Yang were caught, the repercussions would fall upon him and his organization. Do not worry. I'll finish what I need tonight and should not return for a while, Qin Si Yang assured. Ah, that would be splendid. Once this tumult subsides, you are welcome to come at any time. Qin Si Yang smiled but remained silent. This tumult was indeed stirred by his own actions. Once it passed, unless he were captured, he would remain unscathed. Confirming that the vicinity was clear, the two slipped into the warehouse, one after the other. Boss Wang, I happen to have some queries I'd like to discuss with you. Please, go ahead. Due to directives from above, I intend to register with the Sequenceability Management Bureau. Wang De paused. You have yet to register? I have numerous matters to attend to, and if my information were to be made public, it would be quite easy for me to be exposed. Wang De suddenly realized, yes, you are absolutely correct. However, all they mentioned to me was this matter, instructing me to find a way to register my sequence here. Given your line of work, you must have more insights than I do. Feel free to speak your mind. Qin Si Yang leaned closer to Wang De, locking eyes with him. I need to report a false sequence. Are there any hidden dangers I should be aware of in this area? 14,121? Upon hearing this, Wang De's gaze immediately faltered. Why are you asking me? I'm just an ordinary person. The gaze does not deceive. Your eyes reveal that you are aware. Wang De's face contorted grotesquely, resembling a shoe sole. I implore you, boss, do not place me in such a predicament. I am but a mere buck. How dare I meddle in your affairs with the administration? Qin Si Yang lounged in his chair, crossing his legs. Do you believe that a single silver coin is easily earned? Huh? You expose yourself here daily, living in constant fear. In the end, how much do you truly expect to receive from your benefactor? I have already bestowed upon you this much. Did you not foresee that I would require your assistance with other matters? Wang De swallowed hard. He understood that money was hard to come by, and one must endure hardship to support their family, which was no disgrace. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for the enormity of the burden concealed behind that solitary silver coin. Assisting a Sequenceability user in deceiving the Sequenceability administration was sheer folly. If successful, Qin Si Yang might very well eliminate him to safeguard the secret. If it failed, Qin Si Yang would sell him out, and the administration would undoubtedly ensure his demise. Was he prepared to gamble with his life? No, I implore you, boss, please do not drag me into this murky water. Qin Si Yang smiled faintly, then simply returned the money to me. Wang De contemplated. Although a silver coin was indeed a fortune, it paled in comparison to his own life. Gritting his teeth, he said, Very well, I shall bring you that silver coin in a few days. Who said it was merely a silver coin? Qin Si Yang replied coldly. You must return my silver coin, along with the 20 silver coins worth of items lost by our associates in your establishment. In total, that amounts to 21 silver coins. What? Are you mocking me? 21 silver coins were beyond Wang De's means. He could not even muster such an amount with his life on the line. Thus, upon Qin Si Yang's exorbitant demand, Wang De's composure crumbled. Qin Si Yang slammed the table, mocking you. Do you think I was assigned to register with the administration for no reason? The cases I bear could warrant execution countless times over. The risks of registering with the administration are immense. It is precisely because the transaction involving the 20 silver coins went awry under your watch that those above me seek to punish me. Had you reviewed the surveillance footage that morning, would I have needed to take this risk with the administration? Hearing Qin Si Yang's furious rebuke, Wang De's bravado swiftly diminished. I searched every internet CAF and found nothing. Furthermore, you are not even clear on what those items are. How could I possibly find them? Qin Si Yang glared. If I were aware of what those items were, why on earth would I need to review your surveillance footage? You should simply find them yourself. Let me make this clear. If I cannot disguise my identity to register with the Sequenceability Administration, the first thing I will do is eliminate your entire family. Wang De was nearly on his knees. Boss, let us be reasonable. One must take responsibility for their own actions. Is it not unreasonable to threaten my family? Reason with me? Qin Si Yang scoffed. Do you think you are worthy? Wang De's complexion turned pale ashen. Though he was a prominent figure on the fringes of the safe zone, he was but an insignificant insect before the formidable and ruthless Qin Si Yang. Indeed, there is little rationale to discuss. If you possess any methods for concealing your sequence, I implore you to disclose them promptly. My patience is finite. Wang De, with his furrowed brows reflecting his distress, cast a glance at Qin Si Yang before lowering his head in contemplation. After a brief moment, he gritted his teeth and conceded. Very well, I shall speak. However, you must promise not to share this with anyone. Spare me the pleasantries. Do you truly believe I would confide in anyone? The police? Or perhaps the Sequence Abilities Management Bureau? Wang Defa pondered for a moment, acknowledging the validity of Qin Xiyang's assertion. As an individual shrouded in secrecy regarding his abilities, he would never dare to expose such information. As for the matter at hand, I possess only a rudimentary understanding of it, lacking intricate details. To my knowledge, if you fail to disclose your true sequence upon registering with the Sequence Abilities Management Bureau, it is remarkably easy for them to uncover the truth. However, the specifics of how they ascertain this remain a mystery to me. It is a confidential matter of the Bureau. What? The Sequence Abilities Management Bureau indeed has methods for verifying sequences? Upon hearing this, Qin Xiyang felt a tightening sensation in his chest. It was fortunate that he sought out Wang Defa rather than immersing himself solely in the endeavor of fabricating a false sequence. Otherwise, the day he entered the Bureau could have been the day he unwittingly prepared his own demise. Chapter 23. Coercion and temptation. The tumult within Qin Xiyang remained concealed beneath an impassive faade. With his back turned to the computer, he fixed his gaze upon Wang Defa, his entire countenance shrouded in shadow, leaving Wang Defa's heart suspended in uncertainty. Wang Defa swallowed hard, the bristly hair along his throat twitching slightly as a bead of sweat trickled down his chin. Thus, if one wishes to register a fictitious sequence with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, one cannot simply walk in. Assistance is required. Qin Xiyang felt a jolt of astonishment. Is there truly someone within the Bureau willing to assist in such deception? Could it be that many, like himself, harbor secrets they wish to keep hidden? However, these inquiries remained unvoiced, for a mere internet CAF owner like Wang Defa would hardly possess the answers. Instead, he inquired about who could provide such information. Boss, as for whom to seek, I'm not quite certain. I'm not a sequence ability user. Knowing this much is already quite a feat. Qin Xiyang scoffed coldly. If you cannot indicate who to approach, your words are utterly futile. Wang Defa hesitated momentarily, glancing at the shadowy figure of Qin Xiyang. Before responding, I may not know whom to ask for help, but I have a notion of who might provide insight into the Bureau's informants. Her name is Roylina, the blonde police officer. Roylina? Qin Xiyang was unfamiliar with the personnel of the police department, having never had direct dealings with any officers. Or rather, his interactions had been veiled in subterfuge. A game of wits played anonymously. Yes, Roylina. I became aware of her because, approximately 3 years ago, she visited me and requested that I adjust a computer for her to use under a concealed address. I found her striking, with her golden hair and azure eyes, and was curious about her purpose here. So, you monitored her computer? Yes. It appeared that Lu Daji's penchant for invading customers' privacy was a trait learned from his boss, Wang Defa. Yet, Wang Defa possessed the discernment to know what actions were appropriate post-intrusion, whereas Lu Daji had merely adopted the unsavory habits without grasping the subtleties of Wang Defa's intentions. She was engaged in anonymous conversations on the interface, discussing this very matter. She sought assistance in securing an identity. What identity could a sequence ability user possibly need? I surmise it must pertain to the fabrication of a sequence. Later, I learned that Roylina had joined the police force, a member of the highly favored Scent Seeker sequence, which only deepened my suspicions regarding her. If she truly belonged to the Scent Seeker sequence, why would she be concerned about her identity? Qin Xiyang nodded slightly, acknowledging the validity of Wang Defa's deductions. Likely, Roylina's sequence was indeed compromised. Did that person leave any clues? Wang Defa pondered for a moment before shaking his head. None. That individual was also anonymous. The only detail I recall is their alias in the chatroom, Dreamweaver. However, it seems that the code names in that chatroom are assigned at random, changing daily. On that day, he was called Dreamweaver, but what he would be named next time remains a mystery. Therefore, I consider this to be of little significance. After pondering for a moment, Qin Xiyang inquired, what were the terms of their transaction? A silver coin, Roylina replied, placing a silver coin beneath a tile near a certain exit of the safe zone. Upon receiving the payment, the individual assisted her in fabricating registration information. Did you not attempt to sneak there beforehand and steal Roylina's silver coin? Wang Defa chuckled bitterly. Boss, I lack the audacity for such a deed. If I were to pilfer her coin, she would undoubtedly deduce that I was monitoring her, and then the reputation of my internet CAF would be tarnished. You are aware that I am merely a frontman here. The substantial earnings still need to be handed over. If my superiors discovered that I jeopardized their financial dealings for greed, they would surely flay me alive. You are indeed clever. Nonetheless, Wang Defa did not seem to relish Qin Xiyang's praise. Rather, his tone was laced with frustration. As an ordinary person, dealing with sequence abilities daily, If I were not a bit astute, I would have perished hundreds of times over. However, out of curiosity, I later took the time to visit the location of that tile. What did you discover? Unless one possesses sequence abilities, it is utterly impossible to approach that tile. Why is that? Because that tile is situated near the entrance of the safe zone, belonging to the area where sequence abilities practitioners rest, with numerous individuals passing in and out every day. If there are people coming and going daily, how did Roylina manage to place the coin underneath? I do not know. Perhaps she deliberately chose a time when no one was around. Boss, that is all I am aware of. Qin Xiyang fell silent for a long while, contemplating the next steps. From Wang Defa's discourse, he surmised that the informant within the administration, Dreamweaver, could access all of Roylina's information. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create a tailored fabricated identity for her. Yet, this anonymous method of transaction led Qin Xiyang to believe that Roylina seemed oblivious to the identity of Dreamweaver. This signified that Qin Xiyang would be trading with an unknown entity, relinquishing his entire information while the other party could remain cloaked in shadows. It was tantamount to handing over a lever for blackmail. Such passivity was utterly unacceptable to Qin Xiyang. All right, I understand, thank you. However, there is one more matter for which I require your assistance. Please go on. I am currently short on funds, and I kindly ask you to lend me a silver coin to complete the registration for the fabricated sequence identity. Wang Defa was taken aback. Had he not been bustling about, disregarding his own well-being, solely due to the existence of that silver coin? Now, Qin Xiyang unexpectedly wished to return to the very same predicament. What was his ulterior motive? Qin Xiyang was aware that his request was rather unbecoming, but he simply had no other means to gather the cost of a silver coin. Surely, he could not resort to murder for the sake of a single coin. Could he? Boss, this is rather excessive, isn't it? Are you treating me like a fool? I have stated that this is a loan from you. Once I am inducted into the Bureau of Sequence Manipulators, I shall repay you double. You ought to understand that if I intended to seize it forcefully, there would be no need for such extensive explanations. Wang Defa regarded the promises painted by Qin Xiyang with disdain. Boss, I have encountered credit before. Yet to extend a loan of a single silver coin in such a manner, I find myself pressed for time and cannot afford idle chatter. I seek a silver coin, or I may simply take one. The choice is yours. Should you wish to report me to the police, feel free to attempt that as well. With that, Qin Xiyang did not await Wang Defa's response. You are an astute individual. You know what decision to make. Kindly step outside. I require the use of the computer. I shall return to your internet CAF tomorrow evening, at which time I expect you to lend me a silver coin. Wang Defa clenched his fist, remaining rooted in place as he observed Qin Xiyang's retreating figure. Silent. Do not act foolishly. Consider your family, Qin Xiyang casually reminded him. Chapter 24, Delivering the Letter in an Instant. Wang Defa's mind was flooded with images of his blissful family, his loving wife, and 2 obedient children. Nothing held greater significance than home. A silver coin, he thought, would suffice, accepting it as a minor loss. All right, I understand, he murmured as he quietly departed the warehouse, ensuring to close the door behind him. Meanwhile, Qin Xiyang opened the forums of God-Slaying Camp and Sequence Education, diligently seeking the knowledge he yearned to acquire. Given that this might be his final visit to this place for the foreseeable future, he meticulously scrutinized every detail. For matters of greater complexity, he jotted down notes using paper and pencil from the warehouse, safeguarding against any lapses in memory that could lead to significant errors. By the time Qin Xiyang exited the warehouse, the clock had already struck midnight. The internet CAF had long since closed, and Wang Defa had returned home. After securing the warehouse door and ensuring no one was around, he swiftly made his way back home. What a fruitful day it had been. After a cold shower, he lay in bed, reflecting on the notes he had taken, and sincerely remarked, the next few days will be quite busy. The following morning, around 6 o'clock, he rose, tidied his belongings, and obscured his face with his collar, donning a wide-brimmed hat to ensure he remained unrecognizable before stepping out. Instead of heading straight to school, he first visited a grocery store, purchasing 2 envelopes, a sheet of stationery, and a worn pencil for a single copper coin. He requested the shopkeeper to place one envelope and the stationery inside the other, and although the shopkeeper was puzzled by this request, he complied. With the envelope in hand and guided by the map he had consulted the previous night, Qin Xiyang proceeded to the police station, situated 30 minutes from the school. As it was still early, only 2 officers stood guard outside, and the main entrance remained ajar, with few individuals entering or exiting. After confirming the presence of a public mailbox in front of the station, a faint smile crept across his face. He then made his way to a narrow alley beside the police station. The alley was home to several homeless individuals, mostly high school graduates who, after entering society, struggled to find work in this impoverished area on the fringes of the safe zone. In a bid to survive, they sold the government-provided housing and became wanderers on the streets. Where there were homeless individuals, there were inevitably children wandering alongside them. Many of these vagrants, seeking to avoid being burdened by their offspring, abandoned their children to pursue opportunities elsewhere. Thus, Qin Xiang encountered a few homeless orphans in this alley. This sight made him reflect that his own circumstances after rebirth were not the worst. At least he could attend school and had food to eat. Unlike the children in this alley who were born into despair, though he felt a pang of compassion, he could only sigh in resignation, lacking the power to change their plight. As he walked through the dim alley, he approached the youngest-looking orphan. "Can you read?" he inquired. The child, face smudged with dirt and nibbling on his darkened nails, stared up at Qin Xiang with wide, curious eyes. Yet, Qin Xiang's face remained shrouded in shadow, rendering him invisible to the child's gaze. Qin Xiang inquired once more, "Are you able to recognize characters?" The child shook his head. "Very well." Qin Xiang handed him an envelope. "Open this envelope." Although the child did not comprehend, he followed the instruction. He extracted the contents, which included a letter, paper, and a pencil. Observing the child retrieving the paper and pencil, he picked up a wooden stick and sought a patch of soft, damp earth. "Using the patterns I draw in the dirt as your guide, inscribe them onto the letter." Qin Xiang pinned 2 characters, yet the child stared for a long while, failing to grasp their meaning. "Just replicate what you see." The child eagerly seized the pencil and began to draw on the paper, mirroring Qin Xiang's characters. Once the child finished, he lifted his head, his innocent large eyes gazing at Qin Xiang. "Excellent. Place this letter into the envelope you just opened." Upon receiving Qin Xiang's praise, the child shyly smiled. "Now, write the characters I just inscribed on the envelope's surface." After the child obediently complied, Qin Xiang nodded, impressive. "Could you assist me by depositing this envelope into the large box at the entrance of the police station?" The child seemed somewhat perplexed. Qin Xiang erased the marks he had drawn on the ground, discarding the wooden stick into the depths of the alley, then said, "Follow me." Qin Xiang led him out of the alley, where the brightly lit police station came into view. "Do you see that large blue box?" The child nodded. "Please place this letter inside it, will you?" "You are quite capable of accomplishing this." Upon witnessing the police station, the child inexplicably felt a twinge of fear. "No. Please, no." The child's eyes reflected a deep reluctance, as if he had suffered under the officer's hands before. "If you help me place it inside, I will reward you with something delicious." As he spoke, Qin Xiang opened his bag to reveal a container of mushroom rice. The child's eyes sparkled at the sight of the food. "It's a deal. I won't go back on my word. I'll wait for you right here." The child gritted his teeth, seemingly summoning great resolve, and with a determined expression, he sprinted towards the police station's mailbox. Qin Xiang watched as the child deposited the letter into the mailbox and then hurried back. The child, panting and somewhat incoherent, exclaimed, "Food. Well done." Qin Xiang smiled as he handed the container to him. The child immediately devoured the food. Qin Xiang observed him finish before stowing away the container. "Was it tasty?" The child nodded with a grin. "If you enjoyed it, I shall bring you more next time. By the way, if anyone asks you questions, remember to say that you cannot recognize characters. Understood?" Qin Xiang exited the alley and turned towards the school. He could have offered the child more delectable food, but the cafeteria meals carried a strong odor that would mask his scent, preventing anyone from tracing it back to him. "I hope to meet you pleasantly tomorrow, Officer Roylina." An hour later, police officers began arriving at the station, and among them was Roylina. "Good morning, Roylina." "Good morning, Li Wei." Roylina greeted her colleagues with fervor. "Roylina, it seems there is a letter for you here." The staff in the mailroom furrowed their brows as they scrutinized the handwriting on the envelope, uncertain in their assessment. "It may not belong to you, but I believe these words should read for Roylina. What do you think?" Roylina took the envelope, examining the distorted script with a hint of confusion. "When did it arrive?" "It's unclear, perhaps last night or this morning. I only discovered it while sorting through the mailbox." She mused. It could be the prank of some child. The envelope isn't sealed. I could open it and take a look. If it's not intended for me, I shall leave it here for its rightful owner. "I think that's a splendid idea, Roylina." With a smile, Roylina opened the envelope, but her expression quickly turned to one of shock. Chapter 25. Tranquility remains. Then she chuckled again. It's my letter. Thank you. Oh, it's nothing. It's my job. As you know. Good morning, Roylina. Oh, good morning, Peter. Roylina greeted everyone with her usual warmth, seemingly unchanged from before. However, once she reached her office and closed the door behind her, she could hardly contain herself as she ripped open the envelope, eagerly examining the contents of the letter once more. Tonight at 9, in the woods beside Spring Willow Lane, let us discuss your sequence. I am merciful and kind, and I hope you won't do anything to disappoint me. Roylina clenched her fists, her cascading golden hair trembling with fear and fury. Damn it. How could anyone know about my forgery of the sequence? She glanced at the letter again and pondered. Could it be that this person is unaware of the matter, merely wishing to learn about the fragrant one? But she immediately dismissed the thought. No, that's impossible. If they wanted to know about the fragrant one, they could simply check at the Godslayer camp. There would be no need to summon me. From the pocket of her uniform, she retrieved a medal and placed it upon the letter. A sudden red glow emanated from a certain spot on the medal. Roylina's face lit up with surprise. The letter writer was nearby. She swiftly loaded her handgun, donned her police uniform, and feigned an air of duty as she exited the precinct. Guided by the red dot of the medal, she made her way to the alley where Qin Si Young had lingered that morning. She gazed at the slumbering street child before her and then at her medal, a look of disdain crossing her features. An orphan? How could that be? Yet the guidance of the medal could not be mistaken. She nudged the sleeping child with the toe of her shoe. Wake up. The child rubbed his eyes and, upon seeing Roylina in her uniform, sat up in fright. Did you write this letter? The child initially nodded, but then, as if realizing something, shook his head vigorously. Roylina pressed him. Who made you write it? What does he look like? Suddenly recalling Qin Si Young's words before leaving, the child sobbed. I can't read. I can't read. I don't know who it is. Roylina furrowed her brow, perplexed by the child's seemingly irrelevant answers. Yet, since this child had penned the letter, he had to die. She could not allow all her efforts to be tarnished by this correspondence. Just as she drew her handgun from her waist, intent on silencing the weeping child, the words from the letter echoed in her mind. I am merciful and kind, and I hope you won't do anything to disappoint me. What did that mean? A warning against killing him? The child continued to cry. I can't read. I can't read. So when the child said he couldn't read, that was the implication. Everything was orchestrated by those who summoned her. It seemed she could not yet kill the child. She would have to wait until tonight to deal with the puppet master behind the letter. And only then could she return to finish him off. Roylina slowly lowered the gun in her hand, casting a cold glance at the tear-streaked child before striding away. Qin Si Young sat in the classroom, gazing out at the starry sky and the divine, contemplating how to engage Roylina in conversation that night. Yet, he felt an unsettling gaze upon him. A fleeting glance revealed it to be Li Jingwen. Her uncle had been missing for 2 days, while Qin Si Young and Wen Shu remained unharmed. As the primary beneficiary of the demise of Qin Si Young and Wen Shu, and likely the instigator of the incident, Li Jingwen was understandably restless. She had even forgotten to seek out Zhou Yang for a heartfelt conversation, her mind adrift as she sat in the classroom, occasionally glancing back at Qin Si Young, hoping to glean something from his demeanor. How could Li Jingwen, akin to an ant unable to comprehend the vastness of mountains and seas, compete intellectually with Qin Si Young, who had taken lives and was living anew? She covertly observed him numerous times, yet could not decipher a hint from his calm and composed visage, whether it was a mere illusion or a pang of guilt. Li Jingwen found herself increasingly perplexed by Qin Si Young. Ever since the day he ceased to revolve around her, he seemed to venture into realms completely foreign to her. Once more, she turned her gaze toward him, sensing that his vacant stare at the scenery outside held stories she could not fathom. An inexplicable fear suddenly gripped her. An outlandish thought crossed her mind. What if Qin Si Young was, in fact, a hidden sequence ability user who had slain her uncle? I must be losing my mind. How could there possibly be sequence ability users here? Shaking her head, she dismissed the ridiculous notion, attributing it to her lack of rest over the past few days. During the break, Zhou Yang approached Li Jingwen. Noticing her sudden disinterest in him, he felt a twinge of discomfort and decided to check if she was all right. Li Jingwen glanced at Zhou Yang at the classroom door, a hint of panic rising within her, prompting her to furtively look back at Qin Si Young. He remained lost in thought, propping his chin on his hand, showing no indication of awareness regarding the situation with Kun Chenglong. It seemed that Kun Chenglong had unwittingly crossed paths with someone formidable and had ended up in a dire predicament. This thought lightened Li Jingwen's spirits considerably. She then adorned her face with her signature sweet smile and rushed toward the classroom door. "Zhou Yang, what brings you here?" I noticed you've seemed off these past few days, so I wanted to check in on you." "I'm fine, just dealing with some family issues lately, which has left me somewhat distracted." A shadow of sadness briefly flickered in Li Jingwen's eyes. "What's wrong? Is there any way I can assist you?" Li Jingwen shook her head. "I don't know, but I really wish I had someone to lean on right now." "Zhou Yang, I know we're just ordinary friends, but could I rest my head on your shoulder after school?" Zhou Yang hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Sure. Thank you. You are truly kind. Until we meet again after school." Li Jingwen bid farewell to Zhou Yang and walked back to the classroom entrance. From a distance, she spotted Qin Xiyang, who was seated by the window, already slumped over his desk in slumber. The sight of Qin Xiyang in such a state of relaxation further convinced Li Jingwen that he remained oblivious to the threat posed by Kun Changlong. The previous gloom dissipated, and her heart returned to its former state. She wished fervently for Qin Xiyang's swift demise. She remained uncertain whether Kun Changlong was alive or dead. If he were still among the living, she hoped he would swiftly eliminate this useless individual, for the mere sight of him filled her with irritation. Chapter 26. A meeting with Roylina after school. Qin Xiyang returned to the library to organize the books once more. This time, however, he discovered an additional presence in the library, alongside teacher Zhu and Wenshu Zhao Liwen. Zhao Liwen was seated at a study table, diligently engaged in his studies. Although he did not share a small desk with Wenshu, he sat directly opposite her. Her face bore no expression. Her large eyes fixed intently on the test paper before her, seemingly absorbed in her studies. Yet, Qin Xiyang sensed that her mood was far from pleasant. In the past, whenever he came to the library after school to tidy up, she would greet him with a smile, her demeanor relaxed. Now, however, she resembled a mere studying machine. At that moment, Zhao Liwen approached Wenshu and posed a question. She responded with a blank expression, her answers terse and devoid of elaboration. Qin Xiyang shrugged, intending to engage Zhao Liwen in conversation, but teacher Zhu cleared his throat. He pointed to a note on the table. "For you." Qin Xiyang picked up the note and recognized Wenshu's handwriting. It read, "Zhao Liwen attends Jiuan School because his father is an intern at the engineering bureau here, which makes his schooling convenient. His father is about to be confirmed in his position, and he wields considerable influence. Do not provoke him." A look of resignation crossed Qin Xiyang's face. When Shu had anticipated his actions, there was little left to say. Teacher Zhu then urged, "Hurry up and finish tidying up. We must lock the door and leave." "Understood." Aware of Wenshu's own torment in the library, Qin Xiyang worked swiftly. Shortly thereafter, he announced to Zhao Liwen and Wenshu, "The library is closing. Please exit." Wenshu said nothing, returning her workbook to the shelf before shouldering her bag and departing. Zhao Liwen, however, dawdled, only emerging when teacher Zhu was nearly finished locking the door. "Qin Xiyang," Zhao Liwen called out, stopping him as he turned to leave. "What do you want now? I hope you will reconsider what I said yesterday. I meant no harm. I spoke earnestly." Qin Xiyang, now disinclined to engage further, continued toward the school gate. Zhao Liwen pursued him, adding, "I hope you understand that your presence with Wenshu only serves to distract her. Are you out of your mind? I haven't spoken a word to her. It is you who interrupts her studies." Zhao Liwen pressed his lips together. Even if she were distracted, she could still easily gain admission to the lower-ranked colleges, so I don't affect her. However, your inability to be admitted to a college merely drains her energy, wasting her time. This remark ignited a fire of anger within Qin Xiyang. How dare he claim he was not hindering Wenshu? Such shameless words left Qin Xiyang incredulous, realizing that what he initially perceived as a mere bookish individual was, in fact, a cunning egotist. Were it not for his imminent meeting with Roylina that evening, Qin Xiyang would have certainly dealt Zhao Liwen a blow on his way home. "Your words are sweeter than any flattery," Qin Xiyang retorted, striding away with determination. Zhao Liwen cast a cold gaze at Qin Xiyang before disdainfully snorting and making his way home. Upon returning, Qin Xiyang set down his backpack, preparing to meet Roylina. He recalled the information he had perused in the God-slaying camp. Although Roylina was not a member of the Scent Seeker sequence, she possessed experience in investigations and tracking, likely utilizing a low-level scent tracking tool. The clock struck 7 in the evening, and pedestrians gradually traversed the Spring Willow Alley. This alley served as a shortcut from the outskirts of the safe zone to the central area, frequented by those unable to afford public transport, seeking to save time. Qin Xiyang learned about the alley while browsing the forum. Sequence users heading towards the exit of Safe Zone 114514 often lacked sufficient strength, having slain few deities. resulting in modest earnings. Occasionally, to economize, they opted to walk home. The Spring Willow Alley was a common route for such individuals. Finding a moment when the path was deserted, Qin Xiang slipped into the agreed-upon thicket and took cover. He then opened his lunchbox, smearing the three-winged flying fish from the cafeteria onto his clothes. The efficacy of low-level scent tracking tools paled in comparison to the Scent Seeker Sequence's skill, Scent Pursuit. If he masked himself with a stronger aroma, the tool would be rendered ineffective. The odor of the cafeteria meal should suffice. This insight had been shared in the forum discussions of the God-slaying camp. After applying the food scent to his clothing, he closed the lunchbox and quietly awaited Roylina's arrival. Around 8:30 in the evening, a figure clad in a trench coat emerged from the woods. Qin Xiang could hear the muted sound of leather shoes striking the stones, indicating that Roylina had arrived. He was uncertain why she had come half an hour early. Concealed in the foliage, he quietly observed her. He watched as Roylina retrieved a bottle of perfume, spritzing herself before standing still, motionless. Soon, the fragrance wafted into Qin Xiang's nostrils, refreshing his spirit and alleviating his anxiety. Was this an ordinary perfume, or a precursor to activating a certain sequence skill? Qin Xiang pondered with furrowed brows. He remained cautious, unaware of Roylina's true sequence ability. Seeming to grow impatient, Roylina frequently glanced at her phone. Once he confirmed that she had laid no traps, Qin Xiang obscured his face and stepped out from the bushes. However, the clothing he used to cover his face was tainted with the scent of cafeteria food, making him uncomfortable. Upon seeing Qin Xiang emerge, Roylina paused momentarily before coldly inquiring, "You've been here for a while. Why didn't you reveal yourself sooner?" "I didn't wish to come out too soon," Qin Xiang replied candidly. Roylina flicked her golden bangs and asked, "You sought me out. What is it?" "I wish to ask for your assistance," he stated. "Speak. Please introduce me to the individual who forged your sequence." Roylina's pupils suddenly dilated as she heard the masked figure's words. "I advise you to remove your right hand from the pistol concealed beneath your trench coat. Once the gunfire erupts, you will find that you cannot kill me, and there will be no turning back." Roylina was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this individual could discern her movements so keenly. Such formidable perceptive and predictive abilities. Yet, her hand remained poised over the gun. She had already chambered a round before arriving, ready to draw and fire at a moment's notice. "You possess great confidence. However, I doubt your reflexes can surpass the speed of a bullet," Qin Xiang remarked with a smirk. "Of course, I cannot outpace a bullet. Yet, a bullet requires you to draw the gun and pull the trigger to be fired, does it not? All I need is to be quicker than you." Chapter 27. Preliminary consensus. Roylina regarded Qin Xiang with a wary expression, seemingly unconvinced by his words. Qin Xiang raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, stating, "I would not have come to see you without absolute certainty. Therefore, I hope you might exhibit a modicum of patience and continue our conversation." "What do you desire?" she inquired. "Have I not already made myself clear? I wish for you to introduce me to the individual who fabricated your sequence," he replied. Roylina pressed further. "And what then?" "Then, it appears you have not truly absorbed what I've said. First, kindly lower your weapon." Noting the murderous intent in Roylina's eyes, Qin Xiang understood that she was resolute in her intention to eliminate him. With a hint of resignation, he added, "There is no point in expending your efforts. Before I arrived, I programmed a timed email to be sent to the police department. By tomorrow morning, the entire precinct will be aware that your sequence is fraudulent. If I cannot return tonight to adjust the delay of that email, your deception will be exposed. Thus, even if you were to kill me, it would serve no purpose." "What?" Roylina was taken aback, astonished that the masked figure before her possessed a contingency plan. Panic began to set in as circumstances unfolded unfavorably. "Moreover, you cannot even kill me." Seizing the opportunity while Roylina was momentarily distracted, Qin Xiang activated his violence skill, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. Though Roylina was a sequence wielder and not of the lowest rank, her heightened perception and agility were no match for Qin Xiang's swift approach. She could merely register his rapid advance without the time to react. In an instant, he snatched the gun from her grasp and leaped back 2 paces, establishing a safe distance between them. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with alarm. Spinning the gun in his hands, Qin Xiang quipped, "Having spoken at length, it seems I must resort to tangible evidence to substantiate my claims." He then aimed the weapon at Roylina, whose expression shifted to one of sheer terror. What do you intend to do?" she stammered. "I have stated that I merely wish to converse with you. Now, I believe it is time for you to regain your composure." With that, he lowered the gun. "Now, Tell me how I can contact that person. Roylina glanced at him, realizing that he bore no intention to harm her, and reluctantly acquiesced to his inquiry. I do not know who he is. It was a friend who informed me he could assist with the registration of a sequence. All I know is that he is a frequent visitor to the Icica virtual chat room. If you wish to find him, you might consider spending time in that chat room. How can I ascertain which individual he is? Observe closely in the chat room, and you will eventually identify him. Detecting the obfuscation in Roylina's response, Qin Siyang smiled wryly. Observe closely? I do not possess such luxury of time. If I were to inquire who can assist me as Roylina was assisted, would that prove effective? Roylina, incensed, gritted her teeth. If you enter the chat room 8 times, he will approach you of his own accord. Very well. And then? Then you provide him with your name and personal information and inform him of the sequence you wish to impersonate. He will assist you in passing the registration assessment of the Sequence Abilities Management Bureau. Do I not need to visit the Sequence Abilities Management Bureau myself? You do. Simply go at the time he specifies to collect your certification as a registered Sequence Abilities user. So, can I bypass the assessment? Yes, the assessment can indeed be circumvented. Qin Siyang mentally reviewed Roylina's words, feeling that there were no significant issues. I have divulged all that you wish to know. May I have my firearm returned now? Qin Siyang glanced at Roylina and shook his head. Not acceptable. What must I do for you to return my gun? Officers in the police department are each assigned their own sidearms. Each firearm possesses a unique serial number and is frequently collected for uniform inspections to ascertain any aging issues. Any officer whose weapon has not been submitted will be immediately discovered. If a gun is lost, it constitutes a grave incident, at the very least resulting in a halt to investigations. Should this firearm be involved in a heinous event, the officer who lost it would undoubtedly face dismissal. Roylina, with her fabricated identity, also needs to enter the police department, underscoring her desperation for this position. She cannot allow all her efforts to be obliterated by Qin Siyang. Your prior response to my inquiry was prompted by my knowledge of your secret. To prevent me from revealing your secret, you must answer my questions regarding the fabricated sequence. This gun, which I seized when you attempted to kill me, cannot be counted alongside your previous inquiry. Qin Siyang chuckled, stating that retrieving the gun would come at another price. What do you want from me? Roylina was increasingly exasperated by Qin Siyang. She had not anticipated his obstinacy. Throughout this dialogue, she had remained at a disadvantage, unable to regain control of the situation. Reveal your true sequence to me. In your dreams. Roylina trembled with anger, resembling a golden lion beneath the dim starlight, exuding a lethal aura. I am a person of my word. Since you answered my question earlier, I assure you I will not disclose your fabricated sequence to anyone. However, this gun is not something you can hope to reclaim. With this gun, my future endeavors in taking lives will become significantly easier. Yet, perhaps you will need to take the blame for me. You scoundrel. I have done nothing to provoke you. Why can't you simply let me be? Your true sequence. Tell me, and the gun will be returned to you. I have worked so hard to become an officer. Do you have any idea the hardships I endured? I even sacrificed my own innocence for it. Your true sequence. You heartless fiend. Must you destroy me to feel satisfied? Sequence. Regardless of Roylina's frantic protests and complaints, Qin Siyang remained indifferent, coldly reiterating his inquiry. The words he uttered dwindled, signifying that his patience was waning. Roylina, should your next utterance not belong to your own sequence, I shall depart immediately. I can assure you that your base scent tracking implements will forever fail to uncover my presence. Roylina's emerald-hued eyes, now vain with madness, appear particularly terrifying amidst the dimly lit woods. Meanwhile, Qin Siyang, his face obscured, stands opposite her like a mere observer, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Were it not for the rise and fall of his chest with each breath, one might easily mistake him for an eccentric statue. Chapter 28. A series of twists and turns. Roylina gazed at Qin Siyang, a solitary tear tracing down her cheek. Pleasure seeker, she murmured. What? He inquired. I said. My sequence is pleasure seeker. Upon uttering these words, Roylina revealed a smile tinged with despair. Observing her spirit seemingly drained, Qin Siyang comprehended why Roylina chose to conceal her sequence identity. The most notorious aspect of the pleasure seeker is the level 1 skill, Utmost Joy. When invoked, it grants the target an unparalleled sensation of ecstasy for a limited duration, instilling an overwhelming desire to engage in pleasure with the skill's wielder. Utmost Joy affects not only mortals, but also deities. When a pleasure seeker employs Utmost Joy, divine beings flock to their side. The ultimate fate of a pleasure seeker is confined to 2 paths: to become a plaything of the upper echelons within the safe zone, or to serve as bait for hunting deities outside its borders. Regardless of the chosen path, endless suffering awaits. Thus, those who awaken as pleasure seekers typically must shroud their identity, leading lives as commonplace individuals. Once discovered, it heralds an irrevocable downfall. This was the reason Roylina concealed her sequence. Qin Xiyang's expression remained impassive, yet he felt a flicker of sympathy for her. However, this empathy remained tightly restrained, refusing to expand further. Sympathy could cloud his judgment. He needed to maintain absolute coldness to secure his unwavering control. Despite Roylina revealing her sequence, Qin Xiyang was not yet satisfied. Observing the despondent Roylina, he stated, "The road is deserted now. Therefore, please invoke your utmost joy skill." "What do you want?" she exclaimed. "I must confirm you truly are a pleasure seeker." Qin Xiyang believed that he might need to seek Roylina's assistance in the future, thus he had to seize her most profound secret. It was implausible for him to accept her claim of being a pleasure seeker solely based on her tears. "Must you drive me to the brink? I've told you everything. What more do you want from me?" Roylina pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Yet, Qin Xiyang remained emotionless. "Invoke utmost joy, or I will leave with my gun." Realizing that her lamentations had no effect on him, Roylina conceded, "All right, you win." She wiped away her tears and tidied her disheveled golden locks. "I am not a pleasure seeker. How did you uncover that? Was my earlier performance not convincing enough? Do not ask too many questions, for you lack the standing to do so. Reveal your sequence," Qin Xiyang commanded. He had not detected any signs of her feigned despair. His heart had genuinely softened for a moment. However, after experiencing a setback at the hands of Lu Daji, he had become more cautious in his dealings, ensuring absolute certainty. He had not anticipated that Roylina would continue to employ her cunning. This blue-eyed, golden-haired beauty of a police officer truly masked her depth well. Roylina wore a look of resignation as she stated, "Titan. My sequence is Titan." As she spoke, she revealed her hand. In an inexplicable manner, her palm began to swell, instantly enlarging to a size reminiscent of the sofa in Qin Xiyang's home. Then, as if deflating, her palm returned to its original form. The Titan sequence permits its bearer to amplify a portion of their body or their entire being, simultaneously enhancing the strength of the enlarged area. Typically, this ability positions them as a frontline shield in confrontations against deities. However, the mortality rate associated with the Titan sequence is alarmingly high, as the human body ultimately cannot match the might of the divine. Reluctant to live in constant trepidation beyond the safety zone, I concealed my sequence identity and joined the police force. What I had just unleashed was the level 1 skill of the Titan sequence, known as partial amplification. Only a Titan sequence can achieve such a feat, thus I was not deceptive. Roylina smiled at Qin Xiyang, asking, "Now, may I have my gun back?" Qin Xiyang pondered the characteristics of various sequence bearers. Although he could not recall the skills of every sequence, it seemed that only the Titan sequence could augment physical size. Wait, there was one other. With that thought, Qin Xiyang paused, no longer eager to depart, but instead fell into silence once more. Roylina frowned. "What's wrong? Why do you still not give me my gun?" "I am waiting." "Waiting for what?" "For 10 minutes. For you to demonstrate the level 1 skill of the Titan sequence again." A flicker of astonishment crossed Roylina's eyes. "What do you mean?" "I need to verify whether you are truly a Titan sequence or merely an imposter mimicking the partial amplification skill, a fraudster. If I recall correctly, the fraudster sequence can imitate skills they have witnessed, but can only replicate the external appearance, not the essence. Furthermore, they cannot continuously mimic the same skill." Roylina's previously relaxed smile vanished. "You are indeed quite challenging. So what now?" She slumped against a nearby tree, conceding, "You are correct. I am a fraudster sequence." To affirm her honesty, a vibrant, multicolored mask suddenly appeared on her face, showcasing the ability of the shaman sequence. Qin Xiyang nodded. It was confirmed that Roylina was indeed a fraudster sequence, a realization that had been painstakingly uncovered through a convoluted process that nearly led him astray multiple times. "You speak Mandarin exceptionally well, imbued with such emotion that you nearly deceived me. A tool for dining must be mastered thoroughly. There is no merit in boasting. You are impressive, far surpassing the colleagues and criminals I have encountered." Roylina sincerely praised Qin Xiyang. "In your presence, I feel as powerless as an infant. Every lie I utter is ruthlessly dismantled by you. The last time this happened was when I first met Detective Olaf." Qin Xiyang obtained the answer he sought and had no intention of lingering in the woods, wasting time with this deceitful policewoman. "I shall take my leave." Your firearm will be placed along the path in the woods. 3 minutes after my departure, you will find it along the route I took. Very well, I understand. You should make haste and disappear. I truly wish to see you no more, you treacherous fiend. Qin Xiang shrugged. At least I have never deceived you from the beginning. Have I, the kind-hearted and honest Royliana? Royliana scoffed, but offered no reply. With a light heart, Qin Xiang turned to leave, casually retrieving the lunchbox he had hidden among the bushes. Though you are clever, it would be wise to exercise caution, Royliana called after him. Be wary of falling into Olaf's hands. Otherwise, I too shall be implicated. Olaf, you say? I shall remember that. Thank you. Chapter 29, Exile. Qin Xiang did not return home immediately. Instead, he sought a secluded corner to burn his clothes. He remained apprehensive about the lingering scent on the garments, fearing it would lead to his discovery, even if they were drenched in the pungent sauces from the cafeteria. As he watched his coat gradually turn to ash, a sigh escaped his lips. How long has it been? I have already incinerated 3 or 4 coats. At this rate, I shall soon be left wearing short sleeves in this frigid world. Most of these coats were salvaged from the refuse, discarded by others. None had been purchased with money. However, the days of financial scarcity may persist for some time. Perhaps I should make another trip to the dump to scavenge for treasure. After disposing of the remnants of his meal into a foul drain and thoroughly washing out the container, he finally returned home. He hastily consumed some leftover food from the previous day before venturing out once more, ensuring that he was not being followed. He made his way back to the internet CAF. Wang Defa, upon spotting Qin Xiang at the entrance, emerged reluctantly. Boss, your silver coin, he said. Yesterday, Qin Xiang had arranged with Wang Defa to retrieve this coin today, to cover the cost of obtaining forged serial information. Wang Defa produced a silver coin from his pocket, placing it in Qin Xiang's hand, yet his fingers lingered, betraying a sense of reluctance. Thank you. I shall repay you, Qin Xiang asserted as he wrested the coin from Wang Defa's grasp and tucked it into his pocket. Though it felt somewhat shameful, Qin Xiang found himself without alternatives. Securing a single silver coin was indeed a challenge. Wang Defa, with drooping eyelids, remarked, Boss, if there are no further matters, let us refrain from further dealings. Consider it a lesson learned. Wang Defa had gained nothing from Qin Xiang, and the looming threat of trouble from the Serial Ability Management Bureau weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him feeling as though he had swallowed something bitter. Yet, Qin Xiang could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. He had numerous tasks that required the internet, and Wang Defa's CAF was his sole safe conduit to the online world. How could we cease our interactions? Qin Xiang replied. I still need to use the computers in your warehouse tonight. Ah, you're coming back? The police haven't tea inspected today yet. Wang Defa protested, glancing at the clock as it approached 10. Isn't your CAF about to close soon? Why are you still worried about inspections? Wang Defa pouted in silence. Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you. However, you must wait until I navigate through this predicament. Qin Xiang reassured as he patted Wang Defa on the shoulder before proceeding to the warehouse. As Qin Xiang entered the warehouse, Wang Defa vented his frustration, exclaiming, Damn it. Someone ought to take care of this scoundrel. Seated before the computer, Qin Xiang promptly accessed the A-Psych virtual chat room. The A-Psych virtual chat room serves as a haven for online socializing. Unlike other chat rooms, its enduring popularity stems from its utilization of address-hiding technology. Within this space, all participants remain anonymous, their login addresses completely concealed, rendering their identities a mystery to one another. Even the staff behind ICCO are incapable of identifying the visitors within the chat room. This absolute confidentiality fosters a natural environment for gray market transactions. Unsurprisingly, this chat room has attracted the attention of law enforcement, with undercover officers lurking within, to avoid mistakenly engaging with a police officer during a transaction. Individuals conducting business here employ various encryption methods. For instance, one individual, using a fabricated sequence, enters and exits the chat room 8 times to ascertain the identity of their intended trading partner. How this method of trading spread and how Roylina became aware of it remained unclear to Qin Xiang. Following Roylina's guidance, he repeatedly entered the chat room 8 times, then ceased all action, quietly awaiting contact from the mysterious figure. The interface of the chat room is exceedingly simple. On the left, a list of current visitors. In the center, advertisements for various gaming and gambling companies, and on the right, his current chat partner. Below lies the public chat area, where Qin Xiang observes advertisements for loans and identity forgery continually scrolling by. The design of the chat room evokes memories of his past life. Of course, in that previous existence, much like this one, he was quite impoverished and unable to afford a computer. Thus, he would occasionally visit a nearby internet CAF to converse with Li Jingwen in the chat room, spending his dinner money to do so. Typically, Li Jingwen would create a private channel with others in the chat room to play games, while he would assist her with homework, silently listening in. Reflecting on it now, he feels somewhat like a loyal dog. However, in this life, he should not find himself in such a predicament. Qin Xiyang's thoughts swiftly returned to the present. The right side of his chat room interface was still entirely blank. After a few minutes, the vacant chat box finally flickered. Upon clicking it, he found a user named Exile initiating a conversation. Are you looking for someone? No, I am waiting for someone, Qin Xiyang replied. He noticed that his current alias in the ICO chat room was Future. Who are you waiting for? I await someone who will not waste time asking such questions. Exile fell silent for approximately 2 minutes before responding. Those seeking assistance should adopt a better attitude. Share your terms. Qin Xiyang responded directly. No. I must first know how you discovered the method to contact me. Without hesitation, he presented a fabricated excuse. A friend who prefers to remain nameless informed me. You are speaking meaningless drivel. It will be difficult for us to collaborate under such circumstances. Business is business. Matters unrelated to business should not be discussed. If you are unwilling to engage in this transaction, I will seek another. It seems you fear your friend. Are you concerned that revealing their identity may lead to trouble or even threaten your life? Qin Xiyang chose not to respond to this speculation. Allowing the other party space for imagination was a crucial strategy for him to maintain the upper hand. Share your terms, Exile. I am quite eager to see this transaction through. Please provide me with your personal information. And then find a way to place a silver coin beneath the 10th tile from the left in the 10th row at the exit of Safe Zone 38324 by the end of tomorrow. Then, you may await the arrival of the authorities. What personal information is required? Your thumbprints from both hands, a recent passport-sized photograph, your name, current occupation, and residential address. Of course, I must also inquire about the identity you require. This is the internet, and even in an anonymous chat room, there may be surveillance, so I cannot be too explicit. I trust you understand my meaning, correct? Qin Xiyang immediately comprehended that the so-called identity referred to the sequence he needed to forge. There is too much to provide today. No matter. For precautionary measures, these transactions are meant to occur offline. You may give me the money first. I frequently linger in the chat room. You can choose any time to contact me again in the chat room. Should it be as today? No. Friends who have made a payment should first declare I am a newcomer in the public chat area upon entering the chat room, and then repeatedly enter and exit the chat room 5 times. Chapter 30. The failure of waiting for a rabbit by the stump after concluding his conversation with Exile. Qin Xiyang departed from the warehouse and returned home to wash up and rest. He silently hoped that tomorrow would unfold smoothly. This was the thought that lingered in his mind as he drifted into slumber. The Blue Star Chronicle, January 22, 2010. Gregorian calendar, Friday. Lunar calendar. Year of the Metal Cow, 8th day of the 12th month, Laba festival, auspicious for travel. Though it was Friday, Qin Xiyang did not attend school. Time was too pressing. The exit of Safe Zone 38324 lay 21 bus stops away from his home. Even with his recent rank advancement and enhanced physical condition, it would take him 5 to 6 hours to reach there, making the round trip nearly a dozen hours. This duration did not account for the time he would spend waiting for an opportunity to conceal the silver coins. If all was considered, he might not return home until the early hours of Saturday. As for taking the bus, he could not disembark until the bus arrived at the station, which would restrict his movement. His own 2 feet remained the most reliable mode of travel, provided, of course, that he possessed sufficient stamina. To avoid any unforeseen complications that might delay his journey, Qin Xiyang opted to set out early. By the time he arrived near the exit of Safe Zone 38324, it was already 1 in the afternoon. At this hour, the number of people at the safety exit was relatively sparse. The rank holders had gone to have lunch or take a break, while ordinary individuals seeking to be near the rankers had dispersed, leaving only a few solitary figures loitering near the exit. Qin Xiyang, with his face concealed beneath the oversized hood of his sweatshirt, meticulously counted the tiles beneath his feet before passing nonchalantly by. Taking advantage of the lack of attention, he quickly pried up one of the tiles just enough to create a small gap and discreetly slipped the silver coin inside. After replacing the tile, he stepped on it to ensure it aligned seamlessly with the others, indistinguishable in height. With 2 muffled thuds confirming the tile's placement, Qin Xiyang turned and departed. Next, He sought out a corner where ordinary people gathered to rest. Many were either seated or reclining, seizing the moment to recuperate. For when the rank holders commenced their hunts for deities, they too would need to be industrious. The area was exceedingly crowded, accommodating thousands within its confines, primarily due to its proximity to the safety exit. Should a rank holder approach, they could easily spot those nearby. Although the vicinity near the exit was relatively cold, the throng of bodies provided warmth against the biting wind. After all, what was a mere chill compared to the opportunity to turn the tide? Qin Shi Huang carefully navigated around those napping on the ground, finding a small space where he could stand. He squeezed between two individuals, and amidst their disdainful glances, he unceremoniously sat down on the ground, much like them. From his bag, he retrieved a lunchbox and began to devour its contents voraciously. As he opened the box, the surrounding individuals displayed expressions of contempt. Though they were also ordinary people, they could afford ingredients and would typically prepare their meals at home. No meal could possibly emit a scent as repugnant as that emanating from Qin Shi Huang's lunchbox. Even a simple stir-fry with just a hint of oil and salt could never produce such a nauseating aroma. Finally, a middle-aged woman nearby could no longer contain herself and remarked to Qin Shi Huang, "Young man, you seem quite youthful. Surely this must be the work of your mother's cooking? How can her meals smell so terrible? Such ingredients in her hands are nothing short of a travesty." Qin Shi Huang swallowed the morsel of rat meat and, with an expression devoid of emotion, replied, "My mother has long since passed away." The woman was taken aback for a moment before inquiring, "So, was it your father who prepared the meal?" "My father is also deceased." The woman stood there, mouth agape for a long while, wanting to say something but ultimately falling silent, offering no further comment. An elderly lady beside Qin Shi Huang murmured to herself, "Poor child. He seems to have just graduated high school, yet his future appears utterly bleak." Undeterred by the words of others, Qin Shi Huang continued to consume the cafeteria food from his lunchbox. Once he had finished, he tidied his container, placing it into a bag with the intention of using it as a pillow beneath his head as he lay down to rest. This time, he did not push his way through. The surrounding individuals instinctively shifted their positions to provide him with a space to recline. "Thank you," he expressed vaguely, not directing his gratitude toward anyone in particular, merely acknowledging the kindness shown by those around him. As he lay down, he did not close his eyes to sleep, but instead stared vacantly in a single direction. Others might have assumed he was lost in melancholy or reminiscing, but in truth, his gaze was fixated on the tile concealing the silver coin. Although Exile had instructed him to relinquish the coin before nightfall, he harbored doubts that Exile would retrieve it the following day. Were he Exile, he would certainly devise a means to recover it that very night. This was inherently an unequal transaction. Exile possessed complete knowledge of the forger's true identity, while the forger remained oblivious to Exile's gender. All forgers would be unwilling to be manipulated in such a manner. The agreed deadline for the transaction was tonight, and thus, it was highly probable that the other party would focus their attention here the following day, eager to discover who had taken the coin. Such scrutiny would significantly heighten the risk of exposure. Qin Shi Huang believed his assessment to be unerring. He remained quietly observant. As the lunch break concluded, orderly teams of capable individuals began to depart from this location. The crowd surged once more, blocking the exit of safety zone 38324 to the point of being impenetrable. Qin Shi Huang joined the throng, remaining close to the tile, ensuring it remained within his line of sight. Each time a capable individual entered or exited, the crowd would rush forward, eager to promote their desired transactions. Some sought to sell properties, others offered services, while some attempted to market their daughters. Qin Shi Huang was swept along by the flow of people, moving back and forth without taking any action. His numbed visage concealed beneath the hood of his sweatshirt rendered him an enigma to those nearby, leaving them uncertain of the purpose of this silent lad's presence. Yet, no one dared to inquire about his intent at the exit of the safe zone. To the ordinary onlookers, the addition of a taciturn fool simply meant one less competitor to contend with. Perhaps it was his reserved nature that made him reluctant to express himself. Or perhaps he yearned to become the favored companion of a certain female sequence wielder, yet had yet to identify his quarry. Qin Shi Huang's thoughts remained unheeded, and no one paid him any mind. The individuals who ventured here harbored unwavering convictions and objectives, hoping to seize the day and turn their fortunes around. Who had the time to concern themselves with a bystander? Thus, like a marionette devoid of volition, Qin Shi Huang was swept along by the ebb and flow of the crowd. Ultimately finding himself at the edge of that tiled square, he deliberately maintained a certain distance from the tile, ensuring that his gaze could linger upon it merely to avoid raising alarms. However, As the throng surged, he unexpectedly found himself beside the tile. Oh well. It was merely a serendipitous consequence of being jostled. If he were to suddenly retreat, it would only betray a hint of apprehension. Qin Shi Yang continued to feign inaction, allowing the crowd to carry him along. At last, he was pushed onto the very tile, his foot stepping upon it. Thud. Chapter 31, Thief. His foot struck the stone slab, producing a faint sound. Qin Shi Yang's eyes widened instantly. When he had previously concealed the silver coin beneath this very tile, it had not made such a noise. Back then, it had emitted a dull thud. Now, however, it was a crisp sound. A sudden tightness gripped Qin Shi Yang's heart. It seemed that beneath the tile, there was an emptiness. Did this imply that someone had already taken the silver coin he had hidden here? No. He needed to verify this immediately. No longer swayed by the crowd, Qin Shi Yang stood resolutely upon the tile, resolute against the jostling of those around him. Unwilling to budge an inch. Why are you standing there? Are you unwell? Just as the crowd began to scold him for obstructing their way, several sequence abilities users clad in frost-proof attire passed by. Instantly, the attention of the crowd shifted, and they clustered around, fervently promoting their businesses. Seizing the moment when no one was focused on him, Qin Shi Yang quickly crouched down, feigning that sand had entered his shoe. He adjusted his posture, using his body to shield the tile from view, ensuring that no one could see any change. As he removed his shoe, he slipped a finger into the crevice of the tile, gently lifting it. Illuminated by the overhead lights of the safe zone exit, his keen vision revealed a shallow pit, half a centimeter deep and the size of a fist, beneath the tile. The silver coin had indeed vanished. Qin Shi Yang placed the tile back down nonchalantly, his mind momentarily blank. Despite his vigilant watch, the coin had still been taken. How could this be possible? He had only set the silver coin down a mere 2 or 3 hours prior. How could it have disappeared so quickly? Could it be that the thief had been lurking in the shadows, watching him place the coin there before promptly taking it? Fist clenched, Qin Shi Yang trembled with anger. Throughout, the tile had remained undisturbed. Was it possible to take an object from a distance? It seemed that a sequence ability user had stealthily appropriated the coin while others were distracted. Scanning the frenzied crowd around him, he sought to identify the hidden sequence user. Yet, searching in such a vast sea of faces felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Regaining his composure, Qin Shi Yang began to devise a plan. To relinquish this pursuit would mean allowing himself to be manipulated by exile. Absolutely not. After the incident with Lu Daji, Qin Shi Yang would not permit himself to hand over any leverage to others. He paid for results, not to provide someone else with an advantage. Damn it. Qin Shi Yang silently cursed. If the one who had taken the silver coin was a sequence user masquerading as an ordinary person, he would have no means of reclaiming his loss. However, if the thief belonged to a hunter team, perhaps there remained a chance for redemption. With this thought, Qin Shi Yang ceased waiting and, like the others, began to push his way toward the location of the sequence users. Qin Shi Yang possessed formidable strength, effortlessly maneuvering his way to the front row. However, such overt behavior was conspicuous and likely to attract the attention of the sequence ability users from the Hunter God team, which was far from prudent. Shortly after he had placed down a silver coin, it was swiftly taken by a sequence user. This individual had likely been observing him closely, aware of both his actions and appearance. If Qin Shi Yang's movements became too noticeable, he would undoubtedly be recognized. To evade the scrutiny of the sequence users, he could only advance cautiously. As he approached the front row, he removed his coat, revealing a youthful visage. He believed that the person who had taken the silver coin would no longer recognize him. Qin Shi Yang fervently prayed in his heart, hoping that the coin thief was a member of the Hunter God team rather than an innocent bystander. He recalled the sequence information he had reviewed that day at the God-slaying camp. The thief was likely a thief sequence user capable of utilizing the skill steal, which allowed them to appropriate items within a certain vicinity. Within the safety zone, the steal skill was renowned for its efficacy, enabling one to effortlessly obtain riches overnight. Consequently, the joint government strictly prohibited thief sequence users from employing their abilities within safety zones. Those caught would face execution. Nevertheless, the utility of such a sequence user within the Hunter God team was limited. Their range for steal was minimal, and they lacked skills for self-preservation. Attempting to activate their abilities against a deity would result in immediate demise. Thus, within the Hunter God team, they were relegated to a mere ancillary role. Qin Shi Yang sifted through the information regarding the thief sequence in his mind, his gaze gradually hardening with resolve. The individual at the periphery of the Hunter God team, displaying the most humble demeanor, was likely the thief. Having identified the sequence of the coin thief, A profile that matched the characteristics began to emerge. With each sequence user team that passed by, he meticulously observed their demeanor. If the members were engaged in light-hearted conversation, he would pay them less heed. Conversely, if a team member stood silently or was overly accommodating, Qin Xiang would devote greater attention, straining to capture their dialogue. As several Hunter God teams passed, discussing recent battles outside the safety zone, Qin Xiang felt a twinge of disappointment upon failing to identify the thief. Just then, another Hunter God team emerged from the crowd. Unlike the previous groups, this team seemed unconcerned with battles against deities. They were animatedly planning which bar to visit for relaxation. One slender youth in his early 20s remarked, "Everyone, I won't be joining for drinks later." "Why not?" came the inquiry. The slender youth hesitated momentarily. "Greetings. Do we even need to mention it? He has exerted no effort, so how can he shamelessly join us for a drink? Indeed, he is merely a petty thief, only capable of offering us minimal assistance. Were it not for the fact that the chief of the administration forced him into our ranks, who would willingly accept him?" The team members exchanged derisive remarks, while the gaunt young man clenched his teeth in silence, offering no retort. The others cast him a fleeting glance of disdain before departing, arm in arm. The emaciated youth lingered behind, choosing to walk alone in solitude. However, this internal strife within the hunter squad was merely a form of exclusion, one that did not hinder the fervor of the surrounding ordinary populace. Even the ridiculed ability user was still an ability user, a stark contrast to the common folk. Noticing the gaunt young man standing apart, the crowd around him eagerly encircled him. Chapter 32, A Stroke of Luck Once Again. The crowd clamored to recommend a business to the gaunt young man, repeating their pitches as if on an endless loop. "Young man, don't be downcast. Come to our establishment for a delightful meal. It will surely lift your spirits. I won't charge you a penny. I only ask for a photograph together. Can a meal truly alleviate one's troubles? In this life, one must seek the right partner. My daughter has just graduated high school, youthful, beautiful, kind-hearted, and obedient. She has set her sights on you and declares she will marry no one else. Would you care to meet her? Pay no heed to him. Spending a lifetime with a single woman is dreadfully dull. Come to me. Women in their teens, 20s, and 30s await your selection, ensuring your joy tonight. If you fancy maturity, I can accompany you myself." These individuals surrounded the slender youth, their faces a blend of excitement and desperation as they pushed against one another, striving to claim his attention for themselves. The ordinary folk, clad in frosty attire, shouted loudly around him, yearning for recognition. Each harbored dreams of a remarkable turnaround in their fortunes, believing perhaps they could realize such aspirations through this sequence of abilities. Saliva flew as the crowd grew animated, splattering Qin Xiang's face with a foul odor. This stench, mingling with the pervasive scent of sweat, became increasingly unbearable. Yet, this collective endeavor was destined to fail. The gaunt young man glanced coldly at the throng, uttering not a word before making a decisive exit. While the crowd continued to shout and promote their offers, they instinctively parted to grant him passage. It was only after he had receded into the distance that their disappointment silenced them, and they turned their gaze toward the entrance of the safe zone, awaiting the next opportunity. Shortly after the slender youth exited the safety zone, a boy of 17 or 18, resembling a wild bull, effortlessly pushed through the layers of the crowd. Amid startled glances, he stealthily followed. Once Qin Xiang confirmed that the gaunt young man was on the main thoroughfare, he sought a secluded corner to alter his attire, ensuring he would not be recognized. The thief, sequence, yet still connected to the chief of the bureau. If the one who took the silver coins ISNTU, I suppose I must accept my fate. Before long, he resumed pace behind the gaunt young man. Qin Xiang's current appearance was somewhat ludicrous. To avoid being identified while tailing the slender youth, he wore his coat and trousers inside out, attracting the attention of many along the way. "Mom, that big brother seems a bit unhinged." "Shoo, keep your voice down. We must steer clear of such deranged individuals." Remember, Qin Xiang paid no heed to the whispers of passers-by, his focus unwavering on the slender youth ahead. Perhaps sensing the murmurs, the gaunt young man halted, glancing back at Qin Xiang. Yet, he seemed unable to recognize him, merely giving a mocking appraisal before resuming his stride. The two walked in tandem along the main road, their silhouettes illuminated by flickering streetlights, as if weaving an unnoticed tale. As the number of pedestrians on the road gradually dwindled, they found themselves at the entrance of a secluded alley, leaving only the two of them. Qin Xiang continued to trail behind the emaciated young man. Even if the youth was somewhat oblivious, he could sense that something was amiss. He slowed his pace, intending to allow Qin Xiang to pass him by. However, Qin Si Young appeared not to be pursuing him, maintaining his forward momentum. The emaciated youth cast a glance back and noted that Qin Si Young seemed to be merely 17 or 18 years old, possibly a high school student or one who had recently graduated. He appeared to be an innocent, inexperienced youth, presenting no threat whatsoever. The youth concluded that he had been overly anxious, perhaps still tense from the recent hunt for deities. It was time to relax. Thus, he stood beneath the streetlight, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and placing one between his lips. With practiced ease, he pulled out a match from another pocket, shielding the flame from the wind with the cigarette pack as he struck it, preparing to light his smoke. Suddenly, the light from the street lamp before him flickered out. Looking up, he saw the student who had been following him, grinning brightly. "I hope it's you," he thought, realizing that something was wrong. The emaciated youth had no time to react before a shadow darted past him. In an instant, he felt as though he had been struck by a truck in the chest, his body uncontrollably propelled backward into the dark recesses of the alley. Thud, 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 he crashed into a trash bin, sending refuse scattering everywhere. Qin Si Young collected himself, ensuring the street was devoid of onlookers, before hastening to the emaciated youth's side. The young man was sprawled beneath a pile of filthy, odorous garbage, his orange and white frost-resistant jacket now sullied with muck. But he paid little heed to the state of his attire. Clutching his chest in pain, he grimaced and gazed at Qin Si Young in terror, exclaiming, "Who are you?" Without a word, Qin Si Young delivered another punch to his jaw. The emaciated youth felt as if his brain had collided violently with his skull. A cacophony of tremors coursing through him before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Qin Si Young dragged the unconscious figure from the refuse and began to search his person, finding little of interest until his gaze landed on the distinctive black backpack of a deity hunting team member. He opened the pack to reveal over a dozen small compartments, each sealed with a zipper. Upon inspection, he discovered several compartments contained items. One held a glass vial filled with a pale blue liquid. Qin Si Young lifted the vial for closer examination and noted the label, "Special supply from the Ability Management Bureau, Series Potion." So this is what the Series Potion looks like. He uncapped it and inhaled deeply, a sweet aroma wafting up to greet him. Yet, amidst the surrounding stench of refuse, the sweetness only intensified his nausea. He replaced the cap and stowed the Series Potion in his pocket, fully aware of its immense value to those with abilities. Knowledge gleaned from his time at the God-slaying camp. He took the vial of the Sequence Potion, which could likely compel the gaunt youth to assist him with various tasks. No, it was not a threat. Rather, it was an invitation for the gaunt youth to lend him a hand. He rummaged through the other compartments of his backpack and discovered a mobile phone, a handful of copper coins, and a solitary silver coin. Qin Si Young switched off the phone and tucked it into his pocket. Such a luxurious item, worth thousands of copper coins, was something Qin Si Young greatly needed and would undoubtedly find useful in the future. He then picked up the silver coin for a closer inspection, realizing that it was not the one he had placed beneath the floor tiles. The coin he had left behind bore the mark of the Li Mint, while this one was minted by the Henry Mint. Had he perhaps mistaken the individual? He searched through his backpack and the gaunt youth's belongings, but could not find the coin. Just as he was pondering this, he noticed that the bottom of the backpack felt uneven, with something hard pressing against it. After some time, he finally discovered a hidden compartment nestled beneath the other sections. Quite inconspicuous. Had Qin Si Young not had ample time on his hands, he might never have found it. He opened the compartment to reveal some clods of earth and another silver coin. He retrieved the coin and examined its edge, where the words Li Mint were inscribed, then glanced at the unconscious gaunt youth, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. Indeed, a boy who delights in laughter is seldom burdened by misfortune. Chapter 33. The Art of Interrogation. Qin Si Young was not particularly skilled in the art of interrogation. Rather, he possessed a more adept hand at the act of killing. Alas, the latter did not offer solutions to every predicament. Perched upon a tree stump, he gazed at the emaciated youth suspended before him by rough hemp ropes, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Previously, he had deemed murder a cumbersome affair. Now, he found the inability to resort to it to be even more vexing. In his quest for an utterly secluded spot, Qin Si Young had traversed numerous narrow alleys, carrying the youth, who resembled a lifeless corpse, until he stumbled upon an abandoned courtyard. As a practitioner of the thief sequence, he required the use of his own hands to execute his skills. Thus, prior to the youth regaining consciousness, he meticulously bound the fingers of both hands together, securing the palms firmly before further restraining the arms, ultimately suspending him from the gnarled branches of a once mighty tree. Now withered yet resilient. A decade had passed since the apocalypse had descended, and though this tree stood dead, it had not succumbed to the ground easily. Observing the youth dangling from the tree, Qin Xiang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had also gathered an array of tools, hammers, nails, and the like, from a nearby derelict warehouse to aid in the interrogation. Everything appeared to be in place, with success seemingly assured, awaiting only the youth's awakening. However, half an hour passed, then an hour, and eventually 2 hours, with the youth still slumped against the tree, resembling a cadaver, showing no signs of stirring. Qin Xiang's confidence began to wane. Could it be that he had accidentally dealt a fatal blow? Tentatively, he placed his hand upon the youth's nose. A faint breath confirmed his survival, eliciting a sigh of relief from Qin Xiang, who then grimaced, how fragile he must be. He had not even exerted full force. Yet the youth had succumbed to slumber for 2 hours. Perhaps sensing Qin Xiang's disdain, the youth's head bobbed slightly. At last, he stirred awake. Qin Xiang gave a light pat on the youth's face, and as he opened his eyes, Qin returned to his seat upon the stump. The youth, still somewhat dazed, blinked vigorously before finally acclimating to his surroundings. Struggling against his bonds, he realized he was suspended and confronted by the very boy who had attacked him. His eyes widened in alarm. Who are you? How dare you assault a sequence ability user? The youth's exclamation reassured Qin Xiang, calming his nerves. Thankfully, the youth appeared somewhat dim-witted. Extracting useful information from him might not prove too arduous. Who else could dare to assault a sequence ability user but another of the same ilk? Choosing silence, Qin Xiang produced a silver coin, declaring, "This coin is mine. You? You dare to follow me? Do you have any idea who my uncle is? And your uncle is?" The head of the information department at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, Qian Wenda. Qin Xiang was taken aback, utterly flabbergasted. Was it truly this easy? Shouldn't the youth have been more resistant, withholding the identity of his puppet master? Was the expectation that he would resort to coercion and threats, ultimately yielding a false confession before resorting to torture to extract the truth? The moment the youth spoke, Qin Xiang realized the youth's intellect was rather lacking. However, it was unexpectedly ineffective. Qin Xiang sighed, exclaiming, "Your uncle must consider himself fortunate to have you as a nephew." The emaciated youth, hearing Qin Xiang's words, furrowed his brow and queried, "What do you mean?" In a literal sense, Qin Xiang pondered for a moment, sensing something amiss. This gaunt young man appeared rather dim-witted. Had no one noticed when he retrieved the silver coins earlier? Even a cunning woman like Royliana, who was adept at spinning lies, could not trace his whereabouts? Quite peculiar. At that moment, the emaciated youth spoke again. Previously, my uncle would collect the money himself. Today, due to some matters he had to attend to, I came to assist him. If you know what's good for you, release me. If my uncle finds out, you will regret it. Oh, Qin Xiang nodded. This clarified things. Previously, it was always Qian Wenda who personally came to collect the silver coins. This department head, who had exploited a loophole, was certainly not to be underestimated. He must have been exceedingly cautious, which is why he had never exposed himself. Today, however, a Na'vi youth had appeared, and Qin Xiang had seized the opportunity, causing the truth to unravel. Qin Xiang murmured, "It seems I am indeed blessed by divine favor. No, the deities of today are rather enigmatic presences. Perhaps I should say, I am favored by fortune. Release me at once. Otherwise, I will definitely inform my uncle." With such eloquence, why did you not dare to stand your ground when your teammates bullied you? I disdain engaging in quarrels with them. Qin Xiang shook his head. You fear offending them, lest they expel you from the team. They possess the power to cast you out. Yet you cannot even utter a harsh word. I, on the other hand, could be the one to take your life, and you still dare to threaten me? Qin Xiang cast a cold glance at him. I truly wonder how you have survived this long. Perhaps it is indeed because of a benevolent uncle. You intend to kill me? The emaciated youth's gaze flickered, his demeanor betraying a palpable panic. He discerned a murderous intent in the eyes of this 18-year-old boy. That piercing look sent shivers down his spine, even through the insulation of his protective gear. He realized that the youth before him might very well have killed before. My uncle is Qian Wenda. If you kill me, he will surely seek vengeance. At the mention of the emaciated youth's words, Qin Xiang could no longer contain himself and let out a laugh. What are you laughing at? Has your uncle not informed you of the nature of this silver coin? The emaciated youth swallowed hard. No. But I know it must be that you sought my uncle's assistance, thus providing him with a silver coin as payment. Qin Xiang nodded. A fool. Yet not entirely devoid of sense. Are you insulting me? Qin Xiang regarded the 20-something youth with a gaze filled with bewilderment. With such a prestigious family background, clearly a sequence ability user, and a few years his senior, How could he be so foolish? Even someone as maliciously cunning as Li Jingwen was several times more astute than he. Qin Xiyang rose and patted the young man's shoulder, saying, "Even if I were to kill you, your uncle would not dare utter a word. Do you understand? Never mind. You may rest a while longer. I must verify the truth of your words." "Rest? I won't rest. Let me go." The slender youth's protest was abruptly silenced as Qin Xiang delivered a punch to his jaw, rendering him unconscious. Though the fool spoke with a likelihood of 99% truth, it was prudent to first confirm in the Aishi virtual chat room whether he was indeed Qian Wenda before releasing this imbecile. Qin Xiang lowered the young man from the tree and carried him to an abandoned warehouse he had previously prepared for confinement. He then returned to the tree. Gathering the interrogation tools, saws, hammers, nails, and scissors he had set aside. After all that preparation, it seemed there would be no need to employ them. Qin Xiang sighed deeply, reflecting. Indeed, the foolish often find themselves fortunate. Chapter 34. A conversation renewed. Qin Xiang securely detained the emaciated youth and then ignited a piece of damp wood at the entrance of the warehouse, allowing the smoke to linger for an extended period to ensure that no trace of scent remained. He then hastened back with great urgency, as time was of the essence. Upon arriving once more at the internet CAF, Wang Defa, upon seeing Qin Xiang, inwardly lamented his misfortune. He informed the patrons that he had a matter to attend to and stepped outside. "Boss, what troubles you this time?" he inquired. "I require access to your warehouse computer," Qin Xiang replied. Wang Defa sighed. "The key is in your possession. You may use it as you wish." "No, the network belongs to you, and so does the warehouse. I must inform you before using it to avoid causing you any inconvenience." Wang Defa offered a perfunctory smile. "You are quite courteous." Qin Xiang then retrieved 2 silver coins from his pocket, placing them in Wang Defa's hand. "Here is your money, along with the interest." One coin was his own, while the other had been pilfered from the emaciated youth's backpack. By returning these 2 coins, he felt he had fulfilled his prior promise. Wang Defa gazed at the coins in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Xiang patted his shoulder and proceeded toward the warehouse. It was only after watching Qin Xiang's figure disappear through the doorway that Wang Defa regained his composure. Biting one of the coins with his teeth, he confirmed its authenticity. Realizing that Qin Xiang had not deceived him, his worldview was utterly transformed. Never had a sequenceability user shown such integrity toward an ordinary person like himself. Throughout his years managing the internet CAF as a facilitator for officials, he had scarcely earned a handful of silver coins, some of which were used to appease various inspectors visiting the CAF. When he calculated his net gains, he realized they scarcely surpassed what Qin Xiang had given him. He had misjudged Qin Xiang all along. Yet, who would have imagined that Qin Xiang was not jesting? Clutching the silver coins tightly, he felt as though awakening from a profound dream, his expression one of bewilderment. "Truly, I have encountered a living deity." Qin Xiang re-entered the A-Psych virtual chat room, announcing, "I am a newcomer," and then promptly entered and exited 5 times, awaiting a response. The day's chat room advertisement promoted virtual gambling, with the slogan, "Take a chance, perhaps today luck is on your side." The phrase was rather fitting. Qin Xiang chuckled. Although he had no intention of participating in online gambling, he felt his fortune was indeed favorable today. The random alias assigned to him in the chat room was Counterattack, further reinforcing his belief that everything was predestined. After a while, a dialog box flickered on the right side of the chat room. Qin Xiang clicked to open it. The user identified as Corner inquired, "Have you sent the money?" Qin Xiang replied, "Yes." "Good. You may send me your personal information now. However, I doubt you will be able to retrieve that silver coin." Corner responded with a smiling emoji. "Do you think the comings and goings there are too numerous for me to lift the floor tiles and reclaim it? You need not concern yourself with this. I shall find a way." "No, I mean the person who is supposed to pay you may not return." The dialog box fell silent for a considerable time. After a while, Wall Corner finally sent another message. "What do you mean?" Qin Xiang pondered for a moment and then replied with a light-hearted message. "He said his uncle is present, and I could never dare to harm him. Therefore, let us arrange a place to meet and discuss his fate. I am quite curious about whether such a clever nephew will indeed be safeguarded by you." This time, Wall Corner seemed to have frozen, remaining unresponsive for half an hour. Qin Xiang noticed that Wall Corner's name remained blue, indicating that he was still online, perhaps merely taking time to digest the words Counterattack had conveyed. Qin Xiang rested his arms behind his head, idly gazing at the screen. I wonder what Section Chief Qian is doing. Is he coldly staring at the screen or angrily smashing things within the room? After another 10 minutes, Wall Corner finally sent another message. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Let us meet beside the unfinished building at the exit of Safety Zone 38324. It seems you have misunderstood the situation. The time and place for our meeting should be determined by me. Wall Corner immediately retorted. What are you thinking? You request my assistance yet wish to dictate terms? Had you not sought me out, I would never have exchanged a word with you. I dictate the meeting place, and it shall be there. Remember to bring my nephew along, and do not forget the silver coin you asked for my help with. Qin Si Young chuckled. His dear uncle. It is not the one who types the most who holds the advantage. At the very least, do you even know who I am? Perhaps feeling his bluster pierced by Qin Si Young's unrelenting truth, Wall Corner quickly replied, You set the time and place, but you must bring my nephew and the silver coin. Let us meet at noon tomorrow at the second floor of the collapsed department store beside the exit of Safety Zone 54320. Very well. Remember to bring my nephew and the silver coin. Observing, Wall Corner emphasized this point twice. Qin Si Young could only kindly respond, I am afraid I shall not be bringing either of those items. What exactly do you intend? If I do not see my nephew and the silver coin, I will not assist you. His uncle, you should understand who holds the initiative now. You truly possess no sense of reason. I lack reason? To prevent your information from leaking and to avert any monitoring of our conversation by iSykes backend personnel. I have refrained from even uttering your name. Do you still believe I lack reason? Qin Si Young deliberately avoided using the title section chief, Qian, in the chat room, fearing that the information might be monitored. According to what Qian inquired during our last conversation, the virtual network could indeed be surveilled. Even if iSykes' virtual chat room claims that everything is confidential, it remains difficult to place complete trust in it. Offline transactions, involving only two individuals, each holding leverage against the other, provide the most foolproof assurance. At that time, Qian Wenda merely instructed Qin Si Young to place the silver coins in a particular location, without specifying the exact nature of the transaction, and suggested that it would be preferable to conduct it offline. On this occasion, Qian Wenda continued to only disclose the time and place of the transaction, without revealing the details of its content. Consequently, even if someone were monitoring, it would remain ambiguous what they were discussing. The Aishiku chatroom attracts tens of thousands of visitors daily. In comparison, transactions involving larger numbers of participants and greater sums are more likely to draw the attention of watchers. The vague exchanges between Qin Si Young and Qian Wenda are innumerable, and no one would focus their attention on them. The cautious and meticulous Qin Si Young, having suffered losses at the hands of Lu Daji, has since made every effort to ensure that not a single detail is overlooked. Chapter 35, The Police Raid Corner, responded, Very well, I retract my previous statement. How can I see my nephew? Upon completing the transaction, I will naturally return him. If you wish to involve the police's scent tracking agents in locating him, I am indifferent. However, I hope you are prepared to bear the consequences of such actions. Are you threatening me? This is merely a suggestion, not a threat. By the way, I have already scheduled an email regarding your affairs. Should my matters remain unresolved this weekend, or should I meet my demise en route to our transaction, many of your colleagues will be made aware of your dealings. Your colleagues' email information is quite easily accessible, as you well know. All personnel information from the Sequenceability Management Bureau is publicly available online, both for the sake of oversight and for inquiries. You are truly despicable. What of it? It is merely self-preservation. Unless, of course, you intended to kill me tomorrow. Humph. The thoughts in your mind are truly repugnant. Is there anything else you wish to say? One final request. You must ensure my nephew is unharmed. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Very well, I have a question as well. Speak. What purpose does such a foolish nephew serve? Were it not for him, you would never have been exposed. Corner did not respond to this inquiry, and the name faded to gray. Qin Si Young shrugged. What a callous section chief. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief. His act of forging a sequence had finally begun to take shape. Meeting with Wenda to discuss the money would clarify matters, and soon everything would be resolved, ushering in a new chapter in life. Suddenly, he felt a weight lift from his heart. Just as he was preparing to leave, he suddenly heard Wang Defa shout, Officer. It's late. My internet CAF is about to close. What are you doing here? The police had come to conduct a surprise inspection? Wang Defa's loud warning immediately registered with Qin Si Young. He hurriedly cleared the browser history and attempted to access the surveillance footage. At that moment, he froze. The surveillance screen was pitch black. Wang Defa had turned off the cameras. Damn it. That miser is trying to save on electricity. I have no idea where the surveillance switch is. If the police were to suddenly discover the warehouse door unlocked, enter to investigate, and find Qin Si-young staring blankly at the dark screen, they would certainly suspect something amiss. As Qin Si-young grew increasingly anxious, the very scenario he feared unfolded before him. The warehouse door creaked open, and it was not Wang Defa who entered. A silver-haired elder, dressed in plain clothes, wrapped in a scarf, and holding a cigar, stepped through the door. Upon seeing Qin Si-young, the elder's gaze turned scrutinizing. Qin Si-young, though not genuinely panicked, feigned a look of alarm, believing that as a mere youth of 17 or 18, he ought to appear startled by the sudden intrusion. Thus, he adopted a suitably distressed expression. The warehouse descended into a brief silence, interrupted only by the footsteps outside and the gentle crackling of an elder's cigar. Soon, several individuals entered, all clad in police uniforms. "Detective Olaf, what brings you here?" The detective replied, "The warehouse was previously locked, and today it is unexpectedly open. So I came to see if there were any fortuitous discoveries." Olaf? Wasn't he the detective that Roylina had warned her to be cautious of? The fact that such a woman acknowledged his formidable skills suggested that Olaf was certainly no less competent than herself. A true expert reveals their caliber with but a glance. In the fleeting moment of eye contact with Olaf, Qin Si-young quickly realized that this old man would be quite formidable. He had not anticipated encountering Olaf. Was the detective leading a late-night raid on internet cafes due to the 3 corpses found in the alley, or was it related to the theft of divine relics? Perhaps it was a combination of both? Qin Si-young's heart sank, and he immediately steeled himself, preparing for the impending situation. At that moment, Wang Defa squeezed in from behind, smiling apologetically at Olaf. "Detective, what are you here to investigate again?" "Do not move," Olaf commanded, ignoring Wang's query, and turned his attention to Qin Si-young. Obediently, Qin Si-young removed his hands from the mouse and keyboard, leaving a computer desktop devoid of any activity. Olaf approached, scrutinizing the screen before opening the browser, only to find that the history had been cleared. His gaze towards Qin Si-young sharpened instantly. "What are you doing here?" Qin Si-young stammered, failing to articulate a coherent response. Olaf examined him closely, noting that his belt had indeed been loosened. "Were you watching adult content?" Qin Si-young feigned a bashful demeanor, quickly lowering his head. The act of loosening his belt was a swift endeavor, intended to craft the illusion that he had been browsing adult websites. Hence the deletion of the browsing history. "Is this warehouse and computer yours?" Olaf shifted away from the topic of adult content, presenting a different line of inquiry. Qin Si-young's heart sank further. This old man was indeed a tough opponent, remaining unwaveringly objective and composed despite Qin Si-young's attempts to misdirect him. Qin Si-young timidly replied, "No. This warehouse, it belongs to Wang Defa." Wang Defa, caught off guard by Qin Si-young's mention of him, hesitated momentarily. He had assumed Qin Si-young would claim the warehouse as his own to dissuade the police, but upon reflection, such a claim would be fraught with inconsistencies and could raise suspicions. In a situation devoid of deceit, honesty was the best policy. Wang Defa then stepped forward, asserting, "This warehouse is mine." "Your warehouse? What is its purpose?" Wang Defa chuckled. "It is for monitoring surveillance." "Surveillance?" Olaf noticed the surveillance icon on the computer desktop, clicked on it, and found nothing but darkness. "Why is it black?" "You are aware that we operate a modest business, and in order to conserve energy and reduce costs, we may turn off the surveillance when there is nothing significant occurring. I recognize that my actions are not in accordance with regulations, and I shall reflect upon this. I assure you it will not happen again." However, Olaf did not follow Wang Defa's lead in the conversation. He seemed indifferent to Wang Defa's violations of the rules. Indeed, Wang Defa has committed numerous infractions while running this internet CAF. Turning off the surveillance is hardly significant. The only matter of concern for him was whether the young man before him had any connection to the theft of the divine relic. Olaf picked up the water cup from the table, tapped the ash from his cigar, and took another 2 puffs. Throughout this process, his gaze remained fixed on Qin Si-young. This penetrating look reminded Qin Si-young of the sensation of being scrutinized by the divine outside his home, as if he were to be devoured. Olaf remained silent. Yet in the dark confines of the warehouse, Qin Si-young felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead, revealing a trace of fear and guilt. This time, his trepidation was genuine. Chapter 36. The matter is not yet resolved. What is your relationship with Wang Defa? We are friends. Friends? How did you meet? Online. We met through online dating. As Qin Si-young responded, he hesitated, seemingly filled with guilt. Olive took another puff of his cigar, propping his other hand before Qin Si-young, looking down at him as he exhaled a cloud of smoke. What kind of friend? Qin Siyang glanced at Wang Defa nervously and quickly turned away, noticing Qin Siyang's demeanor, which suggested a fear of Wang Defa. Olive contemplated asking Wang Defa to leave the warehouse. However, he was interrupted by Qin Siyang's faint whisper. He gives me money every time we meet. Gives you money after meeting? At Qin Siyang's words, everyone was taken aback. Even Olive's gaze momentarily froze. They all turned their eyes toward Wang Defa with expressions of utter disgust and disdain. Wang Defa was equally bewildered, as though struck by lightning, rendered a soulless husk. What does this mean? Friends who give money after meeting? A gray transaction? What kind of person do they think I am? Wang Defa stared blankly, scanning the room, and noticed Olive and the other officers glaring coldly at him. Instantly, he was filled with innocence and rage. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Qin Siyang, baffled by how this teenager could concoct such a vile story on the spot. Could it be that such transactions are commonplace in the organization behind Qin Siyang, allowing him to fabricate lies without a trace of fear? But I have a wife and children. If this gets out, my family will be shattered. I must maintain my distance from Qin Siyang, despite his mounting resentment. Reason dictated that Wang Defa must continue to play along with Qin Siyang's narrative. If news of Qin Siyang's affairs were to leak, he would undoubtedly be implicated. Olive would not spare him, neither would the individuals behind Qin Siyang, nor would his own backers. Refusing to assist Qin Siyang would lead him to a dead end. Damn it. Wang Defa cursed inwardly. These 2 silver coins were truly scalding. Not just scalding, but they were burning his very core. He never imagined he would have to sacrifice his lifelong reputation for this. Wang Defa's face flushed with indignation. You must not believe him. He is just a poor kid. What could I possibly gain from him? This is slander. Utterly alarmist. Qin Siyang felt a slight sense of relief. Wang Defa, indeed, was a seasoned player, quickly grasping his intentions. The more Wang Defa vehemently protested, the more those around him believed Qin Siyang's account. Even after stating that he received money after every meeting, Wang Defa fell silent, lowering his head to gaze at his own toes. With an understanding of their relationship, the reason for Qin Siyang's presence here at night became evident. He was waiting for Wang Defa to give him money. Olaf scrutinized Qin Siyang once more, noting that his attire was indeed quite tattered, unmistakably indicative of a life entrenched in poverty. It was not uncommon for Olaf to encounter individuals at the periphery of the safe zone, willing to sacrifice everything for mere monetary gain. The absence of employment opportunities rendered high school graduation merely a precursor to unemployment, and the quest for sustenance became a pressing dilemma. He held no grounds for reproach, for his own needs were met, allowing him to remain oblivious to the hardships faced by those at the lower echelons of society. Olaf inquired, "Are your parents aware of this situation?" "Both my parents are deceased," Qin Siyang replied. "I live alone." Upon hearing this, Olaf became increasingly convinced of the implications woven into Qin Siyang's words. Without parents or alternative support, existence for him was a formidable challenge. All the officers expressed sympathy for Qin Siyang's plight and condemned Wang Defa's actions. However, not a single one reached into their pockets to assist Qin Siyang with his basic needs. They possessed moral integrity. Yet their generosity did not extend to the point of financial aid. Olaf extinguished his cigarette in a cup of water and withdrew his hand from the table. "Let us proceed home and rest," he announced. At that moment, a police officer promptly asked, "Chief, are we leaving this child here?" Olaf cast a glance at the officer and queried, "What? Are you willing to provide him with money for food?" "I am willing," the officer exclaimed. "It's just a few copper coins. It's not as if I can't afford it." A robust officer with thick brows and large eyes could no longer contain his voice, his conscience ultimately triumphing over his fixation on wealth. Olaf replied, "If you give him money this time, what will you do next? Can you sustain him indefinitely? Perhaps we could find him a job?" The officer suggested. At the edge of the safe zone, there are not merely 1,000 but 5,000 individuals like him. Can you find work for each one? Listening to Olaf's words, the officer with thick brows lowered his head. If you assist him in finding employment, you will inevitably invite a cascade of troubles upon yourself. Remember, you are a police officer. Your primary duty is to investigate cases and maintain public order. Do not concern yourself excessively with matters beyond that, or you will find yourself failing at all. With that, Olaf departed the warehouse, followed by the other officers. The officer with thick brows glanced at Qin Siyang, clenched his teeth, and hastened to catch up with the others. Only Qin Siyang and Wang Defa remained in the dimly lit warehouse. Qin Siyang's expression relaxed, while Wang Defa wore a face of indignation. Their gazes met, each harboring their own thoughts. Wang Defa turned and walked to the warehouse door. Noticing that the officers had moved far away, he shut the door. In the darkened space, only the monitor emitted a soft blue glow, illuminating Qin Siyang's face. "Boss, you have gone a bit too far this time." Qin Siyang sighed. Indeed, it was somewhat excessive. Wang Defa assumed that Qin Siyang felt guilty about the situation, but was taken aback when Qin Siyang continued, having evaded Olaf's scrutiny this time. "If he discovers that I registered as a sequence user in the Bureau, he will undoubtedly harbor new suspicions. It is foreseeable that I will encounter considerable difficulties in the future." Qin Siyang shook his head. "Tonight, I found myself compelled by Olaf, resorting to this rather inadequate tale to dismiss the individuals from the police station. The persona of a destitute orphan has already been firmly established in Olaf's mind. However, tomorrow he is to meet Qian Wenda, and this weekend, he must register as a Sequence Abilities user. Should Olaf come across Qin Siyang's information at the Bureau of Sequence Abilities, how could he possibly remain unaware of the discrepancies? Yet, without this pretext, Qin Siyang risks being returned to the police station by Olaf, thereby disrupting his meticulously crafted plans. There is even the grim possibility that a detention and investigation lasting 10 days to half a month could lead to the tragic demise of Qian Wenda's foolish nephew, left to starve in an abandoned warehouse. From the tone of Qian Wenda, it is evident that this nephew holds significant importance to him. Should harm befall him, Qian Wenda would surely seek relentless retribution, and one could hardly expect assistance in fabricating a sequence. Unable to accept such a dire outcome, Qin Siyang was left with no choice but to opt for the lesser of two evils. Observing Qin Siyang's singular focus on his own plight, Wang Defa lamented, "Boss, you are in trouble. What of my reputation?" Yet, Qin Siyang did not spare him a glance. "Your reputation is worth but a few copper coins." Chapter 37. Negotiation. Amidst the ruins. Upon his return, Qin Siyang took a cold shower and soon succumbed to slumber. The following morning, after consuming some leftover food, he hastily departed. On Friday, in pursuit of someone at the exit of Safe Zone 38324, he had skipped school and consequently did not procure any meals from the cafeteria to take home. The prospect of what to eat over the weekend loomed as a source of mild distress. Nevertheless, he did not fret excessively about food, for he possessed a modest sum of copper coins. The copper coins he had salvaged from the three robbers still amounted to a considerable number. Thus, managing to scrape by for a meal or two would pose no insurmountable challenge. Of course, he could not afford to squander them frivolously. As a destitute orphan and student, it would be uncharacteristic for him to indulge in street food for 2 consecutive meals over a weekend. On Saturday morning, the streets were largely deserted. Most of the labor at the periphery of the safe zone transpired from Monday to Friday, with the weekends reserved for rest. Given the impoverished circumstances, the residents tended to sleep soundly during the weekends, conserving their energy and minimizing their meals whenever possible, thereby relishing the modest thrill of accumulating a few copper coins. In this environment, it was widely believed that only a fool would squander energy wandering the streets on a weekend. Clearly, Qin Siyang embodied that foolishness. Each day, he stepped outside, gazing at the indistinguishable starry sky, traversing the uneven streets illuminated by dim streetlights. This monotonous existence had begun to wear on him. Were it not for the intriguing presence of Wen Shu, everything at the edge of the safe zone would have felt like repugnant mire. Despite Wen Shu's company, he still found it intolerable to envision a prolonged stay in such a dilapidated place. Enduring silently for an extended period? In his past life, he had adhered to that principle, only to be laid off and subsequently killed by hired thugs. In this life, the notion of prolonged endurance had been excised from his lexicon and discarded into the abyss. He could tolerate momentary discomfort, but long-term patience was beyond his capacity. Today, he resolved to collaborate with Qian Wenda to accomplish their objectives. By the following week, he intended to return to school as a newly empowered sequence practitioner. As for Olive, that could wait. If necessary, eliminating him seemed a viable solution to the problem. Facing the morning chill, Qin Siyang walked for over an hour until he reached the exit of Safe Zone 54320. The journey, which would typically take him over 2 hours by public transport, was now accomplished with remarkable swiftness following his sequence advancement. He arrived beside the partially collapsed department store, its structure broken at the 4th or 5th floor. Resembling a being with a severed neck, it was reminiscent of his posture when he had slain Kuan Changlong that day, the head still attached to the shoulders. Yet the spine had been irrevocably severed. Qin Siyang chuckled softly as he stepped into the department store. Inside, the walls were a patchwork of peeling paint, with rebar protruding from the walls like twisted roots. The stair railings had succumbed to rust and decay, dissuading Qin Xiang from even the slightest touch. The ground was strewn with debris, coated in dust, unattended by any cleaning hand. With each step Qin Xiang took, small fragments would cascade from above. However, within this building, there were no cobwebs. Perhaps the proximity to the safety zone's exit rendered it too cold for even spiders to make their abode here. He cautiously navigated the peeling walls and stones of the staircase, leaping a dozen steps to reach the second floor of the department store. Here, he discovered that someone awaited his arrival. The individual sat upon a chair with a broken leg, coldly regarding Qin Xiang as he entered. Upon seeing Qin Xiang, he rose from his seat, which toppled over due to its loss of balance. Qin Xiang scrutinized him. He was of average height, clad in a gray wool coat and black trousers, with ordinary cloth shoes adorning his feet. His features were obscured beneath a wide-brimmed hat. And even with Qin Xiang's keen eyesight, he could not discern them clearly. This was of little concern, for Qin Xiang himself was hidden beneath the hood of his sweatshirt. Confident that the man across from him could not see his face distinctly either. Nevertheless, the man's demeanor exuded the air of someone accustomed to a position of authority. A haughty attitude that could not be feigned. "You have arrived quite early," Qin Xiang spoke with a light tone. Their appointment was set for noon. Yet it was only just past 8. "And you?" The two fell silent for a moment, choosing not to pursue the topic further. It was then that the man introduced himself. "I am Qian Wenda, head of the information department at the Bureau of Sequenceability Management. I am aware. As a matter of courtesy, you should introduce yourself. You need not rush. I require your assistance, so I shall certainly provide you with my personal information." Qin Xiang refrained from hastily revealing his details, intent on maintaining control over the conversation. "Very well. I will assist you in forging an identity, and in return, you will release my nephew. I shall not demand the coin either. Is this arrangement acceptable? After the transaction, we part ways, without further entanglements." It was thus before. "What do you mean by before? Have you changed your mind?" "I believe I might pursue a deeper collaboration with you, Director Qian." "No need for that. After this transaction, our relationship can conclude." Qian Wenda exhibited no interest in Qin Xiang's proposal. He was solely focused on expeditiously dispatching this troublesome individual and retrieving his nephew. Yet, the more resistant he became, the more Qin Xiang perceived Qian Wenda as a potentially valuable ally, cautious and astute. His elevated position could indeed provide substantial support in critical moments. "Releasing your nephew serves as leverage for me to forge a sequence. But what about you, Director Qian?" "And I? I have regular correspondence to send to your colleagues at the Bureau of Sequenceability Management." Qian Wenda snorted derisively. "If this transaction is successful, would you dare to report me? Should I falter, you would meet the same fate." "Oh, in that case, allow me to introduce myself." With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Qin Xiang identified himself as a senior student at Juan School. Upon hearing the word student, Qian Wenda slowly nodded. A flicker of anger evident in his demeanor. "Is it amusing to toy with me like this?" Qian Wenda promptly concluded that Qin Xiang was not being truthful. It was common knowledge that Juan School had yet to produce a single individual with extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, how could a 17 or 18-year-old high school senior possess such intricate schemes and alarming tactics? Qian Wenda scoffed inwardly, fully skeptical. In contrast, Qin Xiang removed the hood of his sweatshirt, revealing his still boyish features. "If you doubt me, you may wait at the entrance of Juan School on Monday morning to see for yourself whether I am indeed a student." Chapter 38. The deal. Observing the countenance of Qin Xiang, Qian Wenda spoke ominously. "Your visage may not truly reflect your identity. Thus, does your sequence allow for a transformation of appearance? Are you a trickster? Or perhaps a shapeshifter?" Qin Xiang merely chuckled with disdain before suddenly unleashing violence. In an instant, he propelled himself off the ground, appearing behind Qian Wenda, and swiftly removed the hat from atop his head. Qian Wenda, momentarily bewildered, stood frozen, unable to comprehend the rapid turn of events. Leaning close to Qian Wenda's ear, Qin Xiang whispered, "I apologize, but you have misjudged. My sequence is of the offensive type, not some trivial nonsense. And this visage is indeed my true face." With that, he laughed softly twice and placed the wide-brimmed hat atop his own head. The gleam of the nearby street lamp reflected in Qian Wenda's drooping eyes, revealing his astonishment. "You are truly a senior at Juan School?" "Certainly. The identity I require for my forgery is precisely this." "How could that be? If you are a senior, then how could it be?" Qian Wenda gazed at Qin Xiang with renewed curiosity. "Which force do you represent?" A sigh of relief washed over Qin Xiang at last. Qian Wenda began to indulge in the imaginative speculations he had been guiding. "That is of no concern to you. I merely wish to establish further collaboration with Director Qian. Qian Wenda realized that Qin Si-yong's background was far more intricate than he had previously surmised. Initially, he had envisioned Qin Si-yong as merely a lone thief wandering here. But now it appeared he might be a prominent figure within a powerful faction. The situation seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. Cursed be the day. I should never have allowed my foolish nephew to procure the silver coins. No, I should never have accepted this dubious transaction from the outset. During their first conversation in the ASIC chat room, Qin Si-yong had been rather vague, and in the end, Qian Wenda had been left in the dark regarding who had introduced him to seek a forged sequence, though he felt a sense of unease. He had chosen to disregard it, adopting a stance of indifference toward unnecessary affairs. Now, reflecting upon his previous actions, every detail seemed to whisper of the oddities he had overlooked. How foolish, utterly foolish. Qian Wenda cursed his own avaricious behavior in silence. It appeared he had embroiled himself in a matter of grave significance. Gritting his teeth, he dared not confront Qin Si-yong aggressively, instead asking, in this continued collaboration, "Will I be working with you or with those who stand behind you?" "I am but myself," Qin Si-yong revealed, his gaze deepening. "I intend to reclaim what is rightfully mine." Upon hearing this, Qian Wenda instantly recognized that Qin Si-yong was likely not merely a frontman for a vast power, but perhaps a pivotal figure within it. "How do you propose we collaborate?" "We shall discuss the future later. For now, I require your assistance with the immediate matter at hand." Qin Si-yong chose not to elaborate further. Qian Wenda was no fool, and it would not be so easy to deceive him. The more one spoke, the greater the risk of complications. "By next Monday, I require the identity of a sequence ability user. I shall send you the information via your nephew's phone. Once the task is accomplished, I will ensure his safe return. From now on, I shall communicate with you through your nephew's mobile phone." "Very well." Qin Si-yong pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Is the mobile number registered under real name authentication?" Qian Wenda furrowed his brow, a flicker of curiosity igniting in his gaze. "Have you never used a mobile phone?" It seemed implausible that a pivotal figure within a powerful faction would be ignorant of mobile numbers. "I have indeed never utilized such a device meant for the less fortunate." Qin Si-yong replied coldly, seemingly unperturbed by the revelation. Qian Wenda instantly grasped the situation. The youth before him had once lived a life of privilege. The calls he made were facilitated by servants, leaving him entirely unfamiliar with mobile phones. Just how elevated was Qin Si-yong's status? Even Qian Wenda, who commanded respect at the fringes of the safe zone, felt a momentary uncertainty. Since the number was not registered under a real name, anyone could use it. All right. Qin Si-yong promptly unlocked the phone, took a selfie, and sent his information along with the photograph to the number he referred to as Uncle, subsequently deleting the message. "Once you have arranged everything, inform me, and I shall retrieve the certificate from your administration office." With that, Qin Si-yong departed from the department store without awaiting Qian Wenda's response. Qian Wenda gazed at Qin Si-yong's message, his frown deepening. The address. It appeared to be at the very edge of the safe zone. An orphan? Such a background awakening a sequential ability was undoubtedly suspicious. Had this been a former client, Qian Wenda might not have been overly concerned. Yet, Qin Si-yong was evidently a person of significant influence, one he could not afford to provoke. Thus, he promptly dialed the number. "Hello? Nephew, it's me. You haven't ventured far, have you? Come back so we can discuss further." After Qin Si-yong hung up, he understood that Qian Wenda was wary of discussing sensitive matters over the phone, fearing surveillance, and thus retraced his steps. "Qin Si-yong, this address of yours is absolutely untenable. Such a location capable of awakening sequential abilities will undoubtedly attract considerable attention. It is far too conspicuous. I fear many will become intrigued by your true identity." Upon hearing this, Qin Si-yong felt a twinge of anxiety. He had indeed overlooked the implications of what Qian Wenda had said. Director Qian was exceptionally astute. "What do you suggest I do?" "My current identity is that of a poor orphan. If the address is in a more favorable area, it will similarly raise suspicions." "You are correct. That is indeed a concern." Qian Wenda paced, his eyes darting back and forth as he contemplated. "If all else fails, we could declare you as a vagrant." "A vagrant?" "Yes, a vagrant. You may be an orphan without a home, but that does not necessitate your being aimless. In prosperous areas of the safe zone, it is conceivable that you could be residing with benevolent individuals, wanting for nothing. Residing with kind-hearted people hardly qualifies as being a vagrant, does it? It is close enough, at least more credible than your current address. There have been instances of vagrants awakening their abilities in areas with decent conditions, though they typically involve bankrupt tycoons or disinherited scions of wealthy families. Qin Siyang mused further. But the people around me are aware that I reside on the outskirts of the safe zone. If they perceive my message as one of a vagabond, would they suspect something amiss? What about those around you? The group from Jiuan School? They cannot awaken the sequence, so how could they possibly know your registration details? But what if? It is essential to ensure absolute certainty. Qian Wenda pondered for a moment and remarked, since you are concerned, why not sell or even burn your house? And truly become a vagabond? Qin Siyang crossed his arms and contemplated for a while, finding merit in Qian Wenda's words. The term vagabond could obscure numerous issues and alleviate many of his troubles. Very well, let it be so. Chapter 39. To the Bureau, the process of buying and selling houses is excessively protracted and leaves behind a record of transactions, which is not an ideal option for Qin Siyang. Thus, the money offered to him by Qian Wenda was, in essence, a singular choice. Upon returning home, he carefully wrapped the hidden hundreds of copper coins and placed them in a cloth bag, then took a lunchbox along with his resident identification. Subsequently, he set his house ablaze. Qin Siyang's residence was situated at the periphery of the safe zone, where few dared to reside. And no developers would undertake grand projects in such a desolate area post-apocalypse. As a result, the neighborhood consisted solely of single-story bungalows, spaced apart from one another. The destruction of Qin Siyang's house did not jeopardize the safety of others. It even failed to rouse the slumbering neighbors next door. And so it was. With his home unexpectedly incinerated, Qin Siyang became a true vagabond. Yet, even in his wandering state, he sought a place to rest. After meandering for quite some time, he ultimately found himself at Wang Defa's internet CAF. Upon seeing Qin Siyang again, Wang Defa no longer exhibited his initial trepidation or subsequent elation. Instead, he wore a countenance of resignation and a belly full of grievances. He muttered under his breath, "This is no boss. He's clearly a harbinger of doom." Sigh. Why did I even bother with him in the first place? Despite his discontent, when he stepped out of the CAF to speak with Qin Siyang, he donned a polite "Fade. Boss, what brings you here again?" "Oh, I need to stay in your CAF storage for a while. It should only be for a few days. Once I sort out my registration, securing a house shouldn't be difficult." What? Wang Defa trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. "I said, I need to stay here for a short while. Boss, if the police come to conduct surprise inspections again, what am I supposed to say? Just say what you said last time. It should suffice." Wang Defa waved his hands repeatedly. "No way. Boss, this is truly unacceptable. Last time was an emergency. I understand that. But you can't keep doing this. I have a wife and children. If they find out about us, how can I be a husband or a father?" Qin Siyang shot him a glance. "Do you think I want this? You don't actually believe that our association is to my advantage and your detriment, do you?" Wang Defa's face contorted as if he had scrubbed floors for a decade. I'm not saying you take advantage. We both lose, right? This is a lose-lose situation. Enough with the excuses. If you don't let me sleep here, I will go to your home." "What? You can't be serious. Stop reasoning with me." Qin Siyang, weary of the back and forth, opened the storage door, shook off the dust from the carpet, and lay down to rest. Wang Defa, left with unuttered grievances, sighed silently and closed the door behind Qin Siyang. What a ridiculous situation this is. He cursed under his breath as he departed. Qin Siyang, lying on the floor of the storage, felt a similar sense of helplessness. Now, he finds himself yearning for the comfort of his bed. Hopefully, Qian Wenda can expedite matters. This wretched place is unbearable even for a single day. After enduring a night of discomfort, Qin Siyang awoke around 6 in the morning, roused by the cold, hard ground that made his back ache. Although he was robust, sleeping on the floor was something he struggled to acclimate to. Truly, it was more excruciating than one could imagine. With a lingering irritability, Qin Siyang splashed some water on his face and checked his phone, discovering an unread message. "All set. Sunday, 8 a.m. Bring your resident permit to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, number 14121. He glanced at the sender, his uncle. "Oh, my dear Chief Qian." Qin Siyang was nearly ecstatic, nearly leaping with joy. Qian Wenda was indeed reliable, resolving the matter on the same day. Eagerly, he opened the nearby computer to check the route to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. It appeared to be approximately 6 bus stops away. He needed to set off immediately. Memorizing the route, he cleared his browser history, stowed his belongings in the drawer beside the computer, and took only his resident permit as he exited the warehouse. He walked along the main road for 4 stops, then turned into a narrow lane, proceeding for 10 minutes before veering onto another main road and continuing for half an hour. At last, he arrived at number 14121, the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. It was a 3-story, square building, its exterior adorned in gray paint. The streetlights cast a dim glow upon the structure, imparting an almost blackish hue. Qin Siyang was intrigued by this peculiar darkness that emitted light, enhancing the already solemn ambience of the building, creating an aura that was somewhat intimidating. To him, it was merely fascinating. He never imagined that this place, once too daunting to even glance at, would be approached by him in a manner so cheeky upon their first encounter. Observing the desolate street and the gray facade of the square building, he felt a surge of emotion. There were no guards at the entrance of the bureau. All personnel within were awakened individuals, possessing sequence abilities. Thieves and scoundrels would not dare to create trouble here. To even approach the bureau required immense courage from ordinary people, lest they be accidentally killed by a sequence user, leaving them with no recourse for justice. According to the edicts of the United Government, if a sequence user were to kill an ordinary person, conventional police stations, prosecutors, and courts had no authority to adjudicate the matter. Such cases must be transferred to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau for resolution. The outcomes of these resolutions often mandated an increase in the sequence user's quota for hunting deities, euphemistically termed a contribution to the safety zone to atone for their actions. In reality, everyone understood that even without penalties, sequence users were bound to indulge in deity hunting within the safety zones. This mechanism served to indirectly protect the sequence users. Yet, despite their privileges, no one dared voice their grievances. Firstly, the awakening of sequence ability users is entirely random. No one is born a sequence ability user. It can be said that the channels for ascending into this privileged class are remarkably transparent. Secondly, sequence ability users possess the power to slay deities, embodying humanity's hope. To dare to strip them of their privileges is to deny humanity the opportunity to venture beyond the safety zone. Such a burden is unbearable for anyone. Thus, at the fringes of the safety zone, sequence ability users are revered as divine beings, causing all to treat them with utmost caution. However, the United Government does not grant sequence ability users unlimited privileges. The act of killing ordinary people is met with severe consequences. Yet, sequence ability users are prohibited from harming students and public officials. Students represent the future nurtured by the United Government, while public officials are the bedrock of its governance. Should either of these groups be harmed, even a sequence ability user would face stringent legal repercussions. Under such constraints, public animosity towards the privileges of sequence ability users diminishes. Consequently, within this apocalyptic realm, a relatively stable, yet grotesque social structure has emerged. Qin Siyang ascended the steps and pushed open the black wooden door of the Administration Bureau. Chapter 40. Registration Sequence. Upon pushing open the door, Qin Siyang was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. He had anticipated that the interior of the Sequence Management Bureau would be as dreary and mundane as it appeared on the surface, imbued with a hint of mystery. To his astonishment, his assumptions were entirely erroneous. The interior of the bureau was resplendent, adorned with golden accents. Upon entering, he found himself in an opulent foyer, where various antique decorations were meticulously arranged, each accompanied by a corresponding description. Qin Siyang could not help but pause to examine these artifacts, which included ancient coins from Huagua, pyramid-shaped bricks, and manuscripts from painters of a millennium past. These items, steeped in cultural and historical significance, radiated an alluring charm under the glow of incandescent lights. As he navigated past the foyer, he entered the heart of the bureau. Indeed, the building lacked corridors and a reception area. He could directly glimpse the interior upon crossing the threshold. The expansive first floor, spanning over 1,000 square meters, housed merely a dozen desks, each equipped with 3 computers, a standard desktop, and 2 laptops. This was his first encounter with laptops since his rebirth, and he was astounded to see dozens of them in one place. Adjacent to this was a coffee bar, offering a variety of complimentary beverages, with a staff member skillfully preparing hand-ground coffee at the counter. Some individuals were engaged in lively conversations over coffee, others rested their chins on their hands, idly browsing through materials, while a few wandered aimlessly within the vast office space. Despite the building's 3 floors, it seemed as though the first floor had no ceiling. Instead, a soft white light emanated from the overhead fixtures, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of daylight. Whether these were incandescent bulbs or energy-efficient lights, Qin Siyang could not discern. However, the bulbs were concealed beneath a matte lampshade, bathing the entire first floor of the bureau in a luminous glow akin to that of a sunlit day, not the harsh, glaring brightness of a school but a genuine daylight, warm and inviting. Qin Siyang stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. The decor of the Sequenceability Management Bureau conveyed a singular message. This was a realm for the privileged. While he aimlessly surveyed the interior, a familiar figure descended the staircase from the second floor. Qin Siyang, you have arrived, Qian Wenda greeted him warmly. Today, he had exchanged his understated woolen coat for a pristine navy blue suit. Clad in this attire, Qian Wenda exuded the vitality of a successful individual. Even his typically indifferent gaze seemed to convey the aloofness of someone in a position of power. His personal welcome drew the attention of the bureau staff on the first floor, who turned their eyes toward Qin Siyang, eager to decipher the identity of this intriguing newcomer. However, no one could comprehend the message conveyed by his tattered clothing, shabby trousers, and open-toed shoes, which spoke volumes of his humble circumstances. By all reasonable standards, Qian Wenda should have dismissed someone like Qin Siyang, who had fortuitously awakened a sequence. Director Qin Siyang bowed respectfully before Qian Wenda, acknowledging his subordinates. Come, let us converse upstairs. Certainly. Qin Siyang stepped forward, ascending the stairs made of dark gray stone slabs. Under the enthusiastic greeting of Qian Wenda, he made his way to the second floor. The second floor, much like the first, exuded spaciousness, adorned with soft white lighting on the ceiling. However, it lacked desks. Featuring only scattered genuine leather sofas, coffee tables, snacks, and 4 offices nestled in the corners. Qian Wenda ushered Qin Siyang into the office in the northwest corner, carefully shutting the door and drawing the blinds. This office is the only secure place in the entire building, he asserted. Here, we can speak freely. Qian Wenda was direct, and Qin Siyang nodded in agreement, refraining from inquiring why this location was secure. He had complete faith in Qian Wenda's cautious nature. He would never speak without reason. Perhaps feeling more confident in his own territory, Qian Wenda appeared noticeably more relaxed during their conversation today than he had the previous day. To be honest, I have always exercised caution in my actions and have never made a mistake in this endeavor. It was only last time, due to a lack of time, that I sent my nephew to withdraw the money, and unfortunately, you happened to catch him. Even the wisest can err, Director Qian. No one is infallible, and there are no impenetrable secrets. You are correct, Qian Wenda replied, retrieving a small blue booklet from his drawer and handing it to Qin Siyang. Please verify that the information is accurate. The cover of the blue booklet bore the inscription Sequenceability User Registration Certificate, with a smaller line below stating, issued by the Sequenceability User Management Bureau. Upon opening it, Qin Siyang noticed his own details. Sequenceability user number 000095527. Sequence, Phantom Assassin. Residence, Wanderer. Why is my number so high? He pondered, aware that the membership of the God-Layer camp exceeded 100,000. It was improbable for him to hold a number in the thousands. That number belonged to someone who has since passed away. It has been recycled and assigned to you. Ah, then there is no issue. How about your housing situation? Resolved. Qian Wenda did not press for details on how Qin Siyang had managed that. Both meticulous individuals shared a profound trust. This booklet serves as your identification. I did not have your fingerprints before, but now that you are here, we can input them into the system. Do not doubt my intentions. This follows proper protocol. Understood. Qin Siyang placed his thumbs on the fingerprint scanner, while Qian Wenda typed a few keys. All set. You are now an official Sequenceability user and can log into the God-Layer camp to access the Sequenceability User Information section, where you can review the details of all legally registered Sequenceability users. What about my account password? I will send it to your phone. You can change the password yourself. If you forget it, you will need to bring this Sequenceability User Registration Certificate to the Management Bureau and verify your fingerprints to reset it. It can be quite cumbersome, so do not forget. Additionally, you can rest assured about your sequence. The United Government stipulates that a Sequenceability user will not be tested a second time before being convicted. Thus, your identity is now securely registered. Before you provoke any trouble, you shall not face any scrutiny. Very well, thank you. Your nephew, I shall release him upon my departure. Ah, thank you, Chief Qian. Allow me to clarify that while I will set him free, the belongings he carries, I understand. This serves as a lesson for him. And you may keep them. Do you have any other matters to discuss? Hearing Qian's directive to dismiss him, Qin Siyang pondered for a moment before nodding and stating, there is another inquiry I wish to make. Proceed. Chief Qian, considering your position in such an establishment, Why would you concern yourself over a mere silver coin? Qian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. It seems you truly possess little understanding of monetary value. It appears Qian perceives Qin Xiyang as a fallen noble, to which Qin Xiyang neither confirmed nor denied. A single silver coin is valued at 10,000 copper coins. Though such exchanges are rare, the market rate typically hovers around 12,000 copper coins. My salary as the chief of this bureau amounts to merely 1,550 copper coins each month. An unexpected bonus would equate to nearly half a year's wages for me. As for the office environment you mentioned, this is the property of the United Government, not mine. Chapter 41. The previous night after leaving the Administration Bureau, Qin Xiyang made his way to the warehouse where Qian Wenda's nephew was imprisoned. He opened the door and sighed in relief at the sight of the emaciated young man, securely bound. He had been somewhat concerned that this individual might perish in the warehouse, leaving him unable to report back to Qian Wenda. The young man, blindfolded and gagged with a rag, was unaware that it was Qin Xiyang who had arrived. Approaching him, Qin Xiyang removed the blindfold and took out the cloth from his mouth. "It's your uncle's call," he said, placing the phone to the young man's ear. Uncle, it's me." The young man, having been famished for 2 days, still managed to produce a desperate cry upon hearing Qian Wenda's voice. Qin Xiyang silently marveled at the resilience of those with extraordinary abilities. Their physical constitution was indeed superior to that of ordinary individuals. "What did you say? You're sending him the phone? And the things in my backpack? There are my potions in there." "Uncle, yes, I understand." The young man, who had initially been filled with fervor, suddenly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, his spirit diminished. On the other end of the line, Qian Wenda's voice erupted in a fierce reprimand. After listening in silence for several minutes, the young man turned to Qin Xiyang and said, "Uncle wants you to take the call." "Hello, Section Chief Qian." "All right, fine, you can let him go." "Not a problem, Section Chief Qian. Until next time." With that, Qin Xiyang hung up and severed the ropes binding the young man. Noticing a slight movement in the young man's fingers, Qin Xiyang kindly warned, "You would do well not to activate your theft skill to pilfer anything from my pockets. Your uncle should have advised you against causing unnecessary complications. Should you stir up any further trouble, it will come at an additional cost. Do you comprehend?" Listening to Qin Xiyang's admonition, the young man clenched his teeth and bowed his head in silence. Once assured that he could move freely, Qin Xiyang turned to leave without exchanging any parting pleasantries. He found this foolish individual so distasteful that it was better to remain oblivious to his existence. As Qin Xiyang walked towards his home, he suddenly recalled that his house had been destroyed in a fire, rendering him homeless. With no other option, he headed to the warehouse next to Wang Defa's internet CAF. This time, Wang Defa merely nodded in resignation from behind the bar. Watching as Qin Xiyang entered his own warehouse, Wang Defa mumbled to himself, "That's my warehouse." Upon entering, Qin Xiyang promptly opened the Godlayer camp, logged into his account, and changed the password. Next, he accessed the Information on Ability Users section, perusing the details within. The director of the Education Department in Area 14121, Zhou Xing, must be Zhou Yang's uncle. He had awakened the sequence of soft body. Qin Xiyang felt a twinge of confusion. What kind of sequence was this? And why had he never heard of it? He conducted a further inquiry. The skill, softening, allows the body to adopt a pliable state for 5 minutes. What a lamentable sequence this is. No wonder, despite his awakening, his nephew Zhou Yang did not receive much preferential treatment from the Education Bureau. It turns out he is merely a feudal sequence ability user. Those who awaken their sequence abilities at the fringes of the safe zone are often individuals like Zhou Xing, whose sequences prove to be of little worth. However, with the enhancement of physical prowess that comes with possessing a sequence ability, Zhou Xing's strength surpasses that of the average person, thus affording him some degree of privilege. Qin Xiyang continued to examine others he was acquainted with. Officer Roy Liana, a second-level officer at the police station, possessed the sequence Scent Seeker. It was indeed a fabricated sequence. The chief of the 14121 Regional Management Bureau, Qian Wenda, held the sequence Mimic with the skill Liquefaction, allowing him to dissolve his body in water for 10 minutes. This water source sequence seems rather intriguing. Unfortunately, the information panel here only displays skills of sequence level 1. After searching the forum, he found no additional sequence level skills related to Mimic. It remains quite enigmatic. Qian Wenda's sequence is relatively rare, and Qin Xiyang could not uncover much related discourse. This sequence likely contributes significantly to his role as chief. Even though officials at the Bureau do not need to venture outside the safe zone to hunt deities, A chief with A mimic sequence certainly sounds more impressive than one with A soft body sequence. Qin Si-young then looked into Olaf's sequence. A first-level detective at the 14121 Regional Police Bureau transferred 6 months ago. Olaf sequence. Balance, skill confidential. The sequence, balance, was also a first encounter for Qin Si-young. He scoured the God-slaying camp for quite some time, but found not a shred of information. All he could see were a few exclusive chat groups for balance sequence users. Qin Si-young promptly registered an account intending to infiltrate this balance group to glean some truths. At the very least to uncover what Olaf's skill truly is. However, when he sought the group number, he was immediately deterred by the group name. Discussion group for personnel from the Changdong Safe Zone Management Bureau Police Court. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Si-young realized that the computer he was using concealed his network login address entirely, so there was no need for alarm. He could join, peruse the relevant information, and then exit without anyone knowing his identity. He clicked the button to add the group, only to be met with a pop-up dialog box. Verification question. Please provide your bureau number, police number, or court number. Qin Si-young shook his head, having no choice but to abandon the attempt. It appeared that this balance sequence was exclusive to public officials. The matter of Olaf loomed over Qin Si-young like a dark cloud, causing him considerable unease. However, despite this discomfort, if he wished to enroll in university for specialized education for sequence users, he must register his sequence identity with the Bureau within 6 months. An encounter with Olaf seemed inevitable. For now, he resolved to not dwell on tomorrow's troubles while today was still unfolding. He cleared his browser history and then accessed several adult websites. After fast-forwarding through them for a while, he left behind dozens of browsing records before lying back down on the floor, preparing to sleep. Having not bathed for 2 days, he planned to take a shower in the restroom at school when no one was around. However, if a teacher were to catch him during an inspection, he would likely face a scolding for neglecting his studies, as he had chosen to shower during class hours. Qin Si-young lay on the ground, gazing at the dust-covered ceiling of the warehouse, contemplating his plans for the following day. According to the records in the Godslayer camp, if any students awakened their sequence abilities, the administration would notify their respective schools to ensure they did not miss the assessment for their sequence abilities post-college entrance examination. Therefore, my esteemed principal must already be aware of my awakening. If that is the case, tomorrow might indeed offer me the freedom to act as I please. Chapter 42. Joyful moments at school. Awakening to the dawn. The world outside the warehouse remained shrouded in darkness, untouched by the sun's rays. Yet, within Qin Si-young's heart, an abundance of sunshine flourished. Today marked the finest day since his rebirth, surpassing even the day of his awakening sequence. Without a bag in hand, he clutched his lunchbox and departed from the warehouse, embarking on a path to school that felt both familiar and novel. Navigating through the glow of street lamps, he was illuminated time and again. At last, he arrived at the school gates. Today, the principal stood once more at the entrance, not for inspection this time. Observing the hastily crafted handwritten banner, Qin Si-young understood that the principal had come early solely to welcome him. The principal's demeanor was particularly humble today as he greeted each student with warmth. Initially puzzled by this change in attitude, Qin Si-young soon comprehended the reason upon closer inspection. The principal clutched a photograph, seemingly trying to identify each student entering the campus, searching for Qin Si-young. Unfamiliar with him, the principal sought to avoid offending this newly awakened individual, thus adopting an unusually cordial approach to make a favorable impression. He had forgotten that during a previous inspection, he had reprimanded a student who failed to greet him. Unfortunately, the principal's display was ultimately mere theatrics, as Qin Si-young was not easily swayed by such superficial gestures. Beyond his sequence abilities, he was no ordinary high school senior. As Qin Si-young approached, his gaze fell upon the red banner at the school gate, which read, "Warm congratulations to our senior student Qin Si-young for becoming a sequence ability wielder." The letters were crooked and barely legible. He recognized the fabric of the banner from a few months prior, used during the pre-examination rally, marked by a dropping stain from a nightbird that had made its presence known during the principal's address. The school truly lacked refinement. It seemed they had not anticipated any other occasion for the red banner's use. Beneath the banner stood a crowd of students, all curious about the historic figure that was Qin Si-young. As he approached the principal, their eyes met. Principal Li Tianming scrutinized the photograph provided by the administration and, upon glancing back at Qin Si-young, instantly recognized him as the pride of their school, Jiuan Academy. "Qin, you have arrived. Congratulations on successfully awakening your sequence abilities." he exclaimed, prompting a wave of astonishment from the surrounding students. Is he truly Qin Shi? His family's circumstances seem rather modest. Lower your voices. He is a sequence wielder. If he can awaken, might I have a chance as well? Li Tianming extended his hands, eager to shake Qin Xiang's hand. Qin Xiang tilted his body slightly, initially considering offering the principal a gesture of respect. However, after a moment's reflection, he opted to maintain his posture, one hand clutching the lunchbox while the other rested in his pocket, remaining unresponsive. Li Tianming's expression froze momentarily, his brows slightly furrowing as he scrutinized Qin Xiang. Qin, would you accompany me to the principal's office for a brief discussion? You are the pride of our Ju Yuan school, and the institution holds you in high regard. A nearby teacher nodded eagerly, adding, Indeed, Qin, we have prepared some gifts to celebrate your awakening sequence. The faculty takes great pride in your progress. As he spoke, he stepped forward to tug at Qin Xiang's sleeve, wearing a sycophantic smile as he showered him with flattery. Qin Xiang tilted his head, recognizing the grade director who had troubled him previously. Even those who had no connection to him sought to curry favor? He pondered how many would flock to him in the future. A flicker of disdain crossed his gaze as he inquired, Pride? Do you recall what we discussed previously? The teacher paused, racking his brain but failing to remember any interaction with Qin Xiang. After a long moment, he finally asked, You are my student? Qin Xiang shook his head. Indeed, it was merely a trivial matter. How could someone so elevated ever remember? Yet, I still feel unsatisfied. If one does not experience a sense of dissatisfaction upon awakening, then what was the point? With that, he swung his lunchbox and lightly struck the director's face, producing a dull thud, causing the teacher to stumble and fall to the ground in shock. As he clutched his face, attempting to regain his balance, confusion etched on his features, the onlookers gaped in astonishment. Having had experience with violence, Qin Xiang had learned to control his strength. The strike was not forceful, yet it served to intimidate those around him. Witnessing Qin Xiang's sudden outburst, Principal Li Tianming's eyes flickered with confusion. A student murmured nearby, Are all sequence ability users so violent? Violent? A slight smile graced Qin Xiang's lips. If I were truly violent, that strike would have sent the director's head flying to the rooftop of the teaching building. He discarded the deformed lunchbox into the trash bin, surveying the hushed crowd around him. I prefer this tranquil campus life. With that, he strode away. As Qin Xiang entered the classroom, numerous students stood outside, watching him. He settled into a corner seat and gazed at the starry sky for a moment, reflecting on the beauty of life before redirecting his attention back to the classroom. Li Jingwen was looking at him, her expression a mixture of profound fear and subtle flirtation. When their eyes met, she rose from her seat and approached him. In a voice tinged with faint shyness, she asked, Qin Xiang, I realize I was in the wrong before. Can we start anew? Perhaps fearing rejection, Li Jingwen hastily continued. I know I acted poorly, but we have shared moments together. I promise to heed your every word from now on. I will no longer associate with Zhou Yang. To me, he is but a substitute for you. In truth, I still cherish the moments when you cared for me. Qin Xiang was at a loss for how Li Jingwen could articulate such sentiments. In his view, the relationship between the two was unmistakably clear. Li Jingwen was certainly not the simpleton that Qian Wen's nephew was. What was she truly contemplating? Qin Xiang found himself perplexed. Perhaps humans are a rather absurd species, clinging to a glimmer of hope even when the prospects appear bleak. What if it were to succeed? As Qin Xiang pondered these thoughts, Li Jingwen unexpectedly took his hand, bashfully admitting her fault. However, her attempts to act coy, in Qin Xiang's eyes, were akin to feeding one's self-excrement. A classmate who once sought to harm him now came forth to curry favor, truly considering herself a fool. Qin Xiang could no longer endure it. Once Li Jingwen graduated from high school and lost the protective veil of student identity, he would certainly visit her home to personally inquire about her family. With a smile, Qin Xiang grasped Li Jingwen's hand, causing her to momentarily panic before her gaze softened, as she mistakenly believed he had forgiven her. Yet, leaning close to her ear, Qin Xiang gently remarked, I bear no grudge. It is merely that your uncle in the netherworld may have a differing opinion. Chapter 43. Dining Hall. Li Jingwen stood motionless, her body trembling uncontrollably. Kuan Chenglong was dead. He had perished at the hands of Qin Xiang. She dared not turn to face Qin Xiang. Yet her mind raced with terror. When had he killed Kuan Chenglong? Kuan Chenglong had been accompanied by a group of thugs. It was inconceivable that Qin Xiang, alone, could have triumphed. Without the awakening of his sequence ability, he should have succumbed to Kuan Chenglong's attack. Thus, he must have slain Kuan Chenglong only after awakening his powers. Hadn't he just awakened this weekend? Yet, Kuan Chenglong had vanished long before. The timelines simply did not align. Could it be that Qin Shi Yang had awakened his abilities long ago, masquerading as an ordinary person all this time? What could have been his motive for such deception? To kill me? No, no, I am a student. Even those with sequence abilities cannot kill indiscriminately. What could it be for? To exact revenge upon me? Li Jingwen's thoughts spiraled into an abyss of uncertainty, venturing beyond the confines of her mind's safe haven. Soon, dread consumed her entirely. At that moment, she felt her body, which seemed on the brink of detaching from her soul, move involuntarily. Looking down, she realized it was Qin Shi Yang who had gently squeezed her hand. She could not bear to meet his gaze, yet from his tender tone, it was clear that a smile adorned his face. What is the matter? Do you not wish to be amiable with me? Li Jingwen shuddered, hastily retracting her hand, her complexion paling, paralyzed by fear. Qin Shi Yang ceased to linger on her, rising from his seat to depart. Before exiting the classroom, he glanced back at Li Jingwen and remarked, I thought you would say that all of this was to test my feelings for you. To Li Jingwen's friends. This statement seemed an encouragement for her to pursue Qin Shi Yang further. However, to Li Jingwen, it resonated like a sinister whisper. As soon as Qin Shi Yang left, her friends surged forward, encircling her. Jingwen, Qin Shi Yang is encouraging you. Why don't you go after him? Indeed. Weren't you the one who used to encourage Qin Shi Yang? Just a bit more effort, and you could become the partner of a sequence ability user. Qin Shi Yang, having awakened his powers, is far superior to Zhou Yang. Their exhortation struck Li Jingwen's already fragile consciousness like a hammer. No, she cried out. And much to the astonishment of her friends, she bolted from the room. Jingwen, where are you going? Don't worry, she must be chasing after Qin Shi Yang. Oh, that makes sense. What do you think? If Li Jingwen marries Qin Shi Yang, will we benefit in some way? I see no reason why not. After all, we possess so many secrets about Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang. If she dares to mistreat us, we'll simply inform Qin Shi Yang. Sounds reasonable. Hee. Brighter days are surely ahead. Qin Shi Yang glanced at the time. It was already 8 in the morning, and the dining hall had opened. Upon his departure from the classroom, he did not proceed directly to the library. Instead, he first ventured to the dining hall to satiate his hunger. The dining hall has always served breakfast, yet Qin Shi Yang had never indulged in it. According to the regulations of Jiuan School, students are only entitled to free lunch and dinner, while the luxurious offering of breakfast is exclusively available at the service window for the faculty and administrative staff. However, today, he too could partake in this treat. As Qin Shi Yang entered the dining hall, he found it already populated with several teachers and school leaders, gathered in small clusters, inevitably discussing the remarkable feat he had achieved. Upon noticing Qin Shi Yang's arrival, their conversations abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned to him. The incident at the school gate involving the head of his grade had spread like wildfire. Consequently, the expressions of the teachers shifted from disdain and annoyance towards the orphan to one of palpable fear. A bespectacled teacher rose and approached Qin Shi Yang with a smile. Student Qin, you are truly the pride of our class. Is there anything you would like to eat? I can assist you with your order. This seemingly polite teacher was, in fact, Qin Shi Yang's homeroom teacher. Given Qin Shi Yang's impoverished background and the absence of any influential support, the teacher had relegated him to a corner seat at the back of the classroom, out of sight and out of mind. Thus, witnessing this teacher's sudden eagerness to curry favor with him struck Qin Shi Yang as particularly amusing. Having little patience for idle pleasantries from a teacher with whom he was not well acquainted, he coldly retorted, "Get lost." With that, he proceeded to the food counter. The homeroom teacher, seemingly unwilling to miss the opportunity to ingratiate himself with this newly empowered student, stepped forward despite the disdainful glances of his colleagues. Student Qin, I acknowledge that I have not treated you well in the past. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Shi Yang seized his tray and struck him across the face. The sound of metal colliding with flesh echoed through the hall, and the teacher crumpled to the side. You insist on provoking me when I've been patient enough to engage in discourse? The other teachers swallowed hard, gripped by an intense fear of Qin Shi Yang's violent outburst. Was he truly expected to engage in reasoned dialogue? Had he not merely uttered a single command? In truth, this was merely Qin Shi Yang's method of resolving conflicts. With 2 teachers who sought to befriend him now incapacitated, the remaining faculty would likely think twice before approaching him again. He harbored deep suspicion and hostility towards those drawn to him due to his newly awakened abilities, fearing the scrutiny of his many secrets. To disperse this swarm of flies, nothing proved more effective than a display of physical force. Moreover, in this world, those with extraordinary abilities were revered as deities. His actions could easily be framed as a rise to power, concealing his underlying motivations. To the teachers, Qin Xiang's ascent appeared fraught with aggression, a perspective that could be understood given his youth and inexperience with the harsh realities of society. After all, he was but 18. A boy yet unscathed by the trials of the world, and thus acted without the subtleties that adulthood often demands. A brazen slap from a true villain was preferable to the false promises of a hypocrite who would lead one to despair. Qin Xiang stood before the food service window, where the plump auntie, who daily bestowed him with extra portions, was so startled that she dropped her ladle onto the floor. "Auntie, could you please prepare 3 servings of breakfast for me to take away?" In the cafeteria, only the school leaders were permitted to utilize disposable takeout containers. Now, this small privilege had also been conferred upon Qin Xiang, even without formal approval. Oh, certainly. I'll get that for you right away." The auntie hastily picked up the fallen ladle, only to realize it was unwashed, and she quickly apologized before fetching a fresh one. As she filled the container and managed a strained smile while handing it to Qin Xiang, he returned her smile with a slight nod. "Auntie, there is no need to be flustered. I remember your kindness." He then turned to the teachers in the cafeteria and said, "There is something I hope you all can convey to the principal." Chapter 44. A debt of gratitude. Qin Xiang initially intended to converse with the principal in person. However, the principal was likely occupied at the school gate, attending to the head of the grade whose unconsciousness was a result of Qin Xiang's actions, leaving little time for discussion. Enlisting the assistance of other teachers in the cafeteria to relay his message was also a viable option. As I see it, our esteemed institution, the only school at the fringes of the safe zone, encapsulating 12 years of education from elementary to high school, should prioritize the cultivation of virtue over the mere nurturing of talent. The official tone of Qin Xiang's opening remarks left the other teachers astonished. Was this really the same student who would dismiss others with a mere word? How could he articulate such mature sentiments? Could he be suffering from a split personality? Yet, no teacher dared voice their thoughts aloud, especially with their homeroom teacher sprawled on the ground. Who would risk invoking the ire of this newly emerged authority in their safe haven? Lacking sound moral character, our students, upon stepping out of the campus and into society, would inevitably be subjected to its harsh lessons, potentially tarnishing the reputation of our alma mater. This was not a scenario that any of us desired to witness. The teachers could not help but murmur among themselves that Qin Xiang's bureaucratic rhetoric was, in fact, rather impressive, rivaling that of the school leadership. One might mistake it for a principal addressing the faculty in an assembly. Yet, what was Qin Xiang's underlying intent in expressing such thoughts? He paused momentarily before inquiring, "Where is the director of moral education?" All eyes turned towards a middle-aged man with a corpulent visage and a balding head. The man smiled as he stood up. "Student Qin, that would be me." However, as he rose, he nearly lost his balance, his smile failing to mask his palpable anxiety. "Do you consider yourself competent in your role as the director of moral education?" In an instant, their eyes met, and he understood Qin Xiang's dissatisfaction. He hastily began to self-reflect. "I have not fulfilled my duties adequately as the director of moral education over the years. There are many areas in which I must improve." "There is no need to wait for the future," Qin Xiang interjected, his temper flaring. "After 12 years in this school, I do not even recognize what you look like as the director of moral education. My current frustration stems from the inadequacies in our moral education efforts, which ultimately reflect your shortcomings as well. It would be prudent for you to step aside and allow someone more capable to take your place. You must agree with my assessment, do you not?" Although Qin Xiang's words seemed to seek consensus, he left no room for negotiation. With deliberate intent, he kicked the fallen homeroom teacher twice, seemingly sending an unspoken message. The director of moral education's brow furrowed, and ultimately, his attachment to the position could not withstand the looming specter of fear. He nodded in acquiescence. "Yes, I have not performed well. I should relinquish my role as director of moral education." Qin Xiang nodded approvingly. Acknowledging one's faults and striving for improvement is commendable. As for the position of director of moral education, I believe Aunt Zhang, who serves meals in the cafeteria, would be an excellent candidate. She consistently encourages the students during mealtimes and provides special attention to those of us from underprivileged backgrounds. Her actions exemplify the finest moral standards. Therefore, I wish to nominate Aunt Zhang as the new director of moral education. Standing alone, Qin Xiang surveyed all the teachers present. Wherever the gaze fell, the teachers instinctively recoiled. "I hope you can convey this message to the principal. Otherwise, I fear my volatile temper may provoke me into actions that are best left unperformed. Upon hearing this, the teachers nodded emphatically, eager to rid themselves of this harbinger of misfortune. We will certainly relay your message. We wholeheartedly support Qin's perspective. At this juncture, the teachers finally comprehended that Qin Shi Yang's elaborate preamble was merely a strategy to elevate Aunt Zhang, the lunch lady, to a position of prominence. Qin Shi Yang had ascended to the status of a sequenceability user, rendering him an entity beyond the law. His only limitation was the prohibition against harming students and public servants. However, not every teacher in the school was classified as a public servant. In GUN school, only the principal held that designation. The other teachers were bound by contractual agreements. This revelation implied that Qin Xiang could indiscriminately select a couple of teachers to eliminate, facing only the punitive measures imposed by the hunting deity. Naturally, he could not go to extremes and eradicate all the faculty, as such actions would still categorize him as a threat to the security of the zone, subjecting him to severe penalties from the Sequenceability Administration. With the shield of privilege, it became evident that no teacher dared oppose him. Consequently, when Qin Xiang demanded the position of Moral Education Director, the principal found no grounds to refuse. Qin Xiang appeared as a madman. The principal had encountered far too many young students in their teens, whose ignorance and fearlessness led them to commit astonishingly egregious acts. He was reluctant to gamble on whether Qin Xiang was a rational individual or whether he held any regard for the laws of the security zone. As long as he could placate Qin Xiang, the principal was prepared to go to any lengths. Pleased with the teacher's compliance, Qin Xiang turned back and leaned into the lunch-serving window, addressing the bewildered Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, I have nominated you for the position of Moral Education Director to the principal, and I trust he will agree. I hope you will continue to extend your kindness towards me. Aunt Zhang hesitated, responding, but my family situation is quite challenging. I dropped out of middle school to work, lacking knowledge and education. How could I possibly assume such a significant role? It's not as complicated as you think. Aunt Zhang, in this dilapidated school on the outskirts of our security zone, there are two immutable rules for leadership. Either one is devoid of conscience or possesses a powerful background. So, you are a person of conscience. After making this statement, Qin Xiang departed with 3 lunchboxes in hand, leaving Aunt Zhang clutching her ladle, still struggling to grasp the events that had unfolded. Qin Xiang made his way to the library, where he encountered Teacher Zhu, who was arranging the shelves, and Wen Shu, who was studying at a desk. Wen Shu wore a gentle smile, suggesting a pleasant mood, while Teacher Zhu regarded Qin Xiang with a gaze that bore a hint of complexity. Qin Xiang placed the lunchboxes on the table. I had breakfast in the cafeteria. Wen Shu, Teacher Zhu, let us dine together. He had even brought a breakfast portion specifically for Teacher Zhu, who, as a re-employed teacher, did not enjoy the same privileges as regular faculty, thus only able to partake of meals at the student-serving window. Yet, her compensation was on par with that of her peers. I've already eaten. I have also had my meal. Qin Xiang initially intended to bring breakfast for the two and engage in casual conversation, but to his surprise, they had already eaten. Well then, I shall dine alone and take the remaining 2 portions with me. Teacher Zhu, please take a moment to rest. Once I finish my meal, I will tidy up. At your age, there is no need to be so diligent. Hearing Qin Xiang's familiar manner of speaking, Teacher Zhu felt that despite his awakening sequence abilities, he seemed unchanged. She pondered, Little Qin, why do I sense that you remain the same as before? I have always been the same. Then how did you end up striking Lu Qiangzhong at the school gate? Well, I have always found him displeasing, and after some prior friction, when I saw him today, I simply gave him a taste of his own medicine. You are a good student. How could you hit a teacher? Before Qin Xiang could respond, Wen Shu leisurely set down her exercise book and remarked, I actually believe that striking Lu Qiangzhong is more indicative of a good student's character. Chapter 45. A small gathering in the library. Wen Shu continued, Teacher Zhu, apart from you, how many teachers at our school are truly dedicated? You should not worry about them unnecessarily. Is that truly how you feel, little one? Teacher Zhu seemed to encounter a side of Wen Shu that was not merely obedient, but rather spirited. Indeed, for many in our school, being a teacher is merely an ordinary profession. They hardly embody the essence of nurturing and educating. Yet the teachers are quite kind to you. When I was in elementary school, my grades were mediocre, and I often faced bullying, with no teacher standing up for me. It was only when my grades improved and I had a chance of entering a prestigious academy that they became willing to assist me. When she gazed at Teacher Zhu with her bright, clear eyes, tell me, should I express gratitude to these opportunistic teachers, or to the improved version of myself? Teacher Zhu was rendered speechless by Wen Shu's inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, she conceded that there was merit to her argument. Teachers, after all, are merely pursuing a livelihood. Teaching is their duty, while nurturing is their benevolence. If they fulfill their professional responsibilities, why expend energy fostering relationships with students who may not succeed? Well said, Qin Xiang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. No wonder you're the top student in our grade. Your eloquence is remarkable. I believe, Teacher Zhu, it's time you took a break. Spend time with your granddaughter instead of lingering in the library. Hand me the keys. With me here, the library will remain in order. Qin Xiang opened his lunchbox and eagerly devoured a succulent duck wing, chewing contentedly. The moment he tasted it, a rich, savory essence flooded his senses, illuminating his day. Goodness! The breakfast provided to the school's faculty is far superior to the lunch and dinner offerings. No wonder the teachers enjoy their meals so much. The flavors at the staff window are worlds apart from those at the student window. It's not that the kitchen staff cannot cook. They simply choose not to prepare good meals for the students. I could easily confront the kitchen staff about this. But then again, I am merely a recipient of their generosity. I shouldn't complain about the food. Teacher Zhu, having taught at Jiuan School, was aware of the breakfast's quality, though Wen Shu likely had not experienced it. With his mouth full, Qin Xiang found it difficult to speak. He managed a few muffled sounds towards Wen Shu, who looked up in confusion to see him enthusiastically gesturing towards his lunchbox, giving an exuberant thumbs up, seemingly praising the delectable taste. After swallowing the delicious morsel, Qin Xiang urged, "Try it. It's genuinely delightful, far superior to the lunch and dinner at the cafeteria." The breakfast at the cafeteria is indeed a special treat for staff, Teacher Zhu affirmed. Upon hearing their recommendations, Wen Shu set down her pen, moved closer, and opened a lunchbox. She picked up a piece of marbled rabbit fish and placed it in her mouth. Her eyes instantly lit up with surprise. "It's truly delicious. I told you I was lying. This is a special treat from the teacher's window. I've taken some for you and Teacher Zhu as well." "Teacher Zhu, you shouldn't eat at home. It's such a waste of money. I pack a bit extra every day. You can take it home for your granddaughter, so she doesn't always have to eat the scraps from the student window." Teacher Zhu chuckled slightly and replied, "All right." Qin Xiang then inquired, "By the way, why didn't Zhao Liwen come to the library today? Has he stopped studying?" Wen Shu let out a laugh. "He must have been scared off by you." "Me?" "Zhao had actually come to the library before you arrived, earnestly apologized to me, and mentioned that he had overstepped, jeopardizing my relationship with you. He asked me to convey his apologies, hoping you wouldn't take it to heart." Qin Xiang curled his lip. This Zhao, the young master, is quite quick to retreat. I hadn't even had the chance to confront him, and he came to admit his fault first. He certainly knows how to assess the situation. As Teacher Zhu organized the bookshelf, she remarked, "You've been known to confront teachers at the school gate. He wouldn't dare provoke a fierce figure like you. Please, don't trouble yourself with that at your age. I'll finish eating shortly. Just leave it to me." Teacher Zhu, whether out of sadness or reflection, genuinely heeded the advice and set down the book in her hands, taking a seat nearby and letting out a sigh. "Well, you both have grown up. Your words reflect mature thoughts. Witnessing you two fine children flourish brings me great solace. Your words sound as if you're about to depart," Qin Xiang jested, only to find that Teacher Zhu offered no response. Both he and Wen Shu sensed something amiss and looked up, discovering the bittersweet expression etched on Teacher Zhu's face. "No, Teacher Zhu, you wouldn't possibly." Teacher Zhu waved her hand dismissively. "It's an old ailment, incurable. You needn't worry. Everyone has their fate. My life is nearly as it should be. Your futures stretch long ahead. But what exactly is the problem? Please, tell us." "Stomach cancer. It's beyond treatment." "Late-stage stomach cancer?" Teacher Zhu shook her head. "No, it's mid-stage. However, I am on the edge of the safety zone. There aren't any hospitals capable of performing surgery for stomach cancer, and those that can, I cannot afford. I suppose I'll hold on for a few more years before I must depart. I've lived longer than my husband, seen quite a bit in this life, and have no regrets." Although she spoke with a sense of acceptance, Teacher Zhu's voice still trembled slightly. It was then that Qin Xiang realized that the ever-kind and smiling Teacher Zhu had been battling cancer for quite some time. Despite their long acquaintance, he had never discerned the underlying worry of illness etched in her demeanor. Teacher Zhu took another deep breath. "All right, let us not dwell on this. It dampens everyone's spirits. Life and death should be approached with equanimity." "No, I was planning to speak with the education department leaders to arrange a position for you. You cannot simply leave us like this." Teacher Zhu was initially taken aback, but then smiled appreciatively. I am grateful for your concern, but I am not suited for such roles. I've even managed to help Aunt Zhang in the cafeteria become the moral education director. You pursuing a public office in education is not a significant feat. What? Is this not a case of nepotism? Although Xiao Zhang is quite admirable, what you are doing to Xiao Qin is rather inappropriate. This cannot be termed as favoritism. It is rather the appointment of the capable. Teacher Zhu. We are in a post-apocalyptic era, and moral standards are not so easily upheld. Those in positions of power on the fringes of the safe zone are akin to ferocious beasts, each having ascended through familial ties or their own awakened sequences. Where are the individuals dedicated to their work? When Shu concurred, I agree. With your character, serving in the education sector would be a blessing for the students. Consider this. It has been a decade since the onset of the apocalypse, and over 100 universities for sequence abilities have been established. Yet, Zhouan School still lacks courses on the understanding of the apocalypse and sequences. Is this not a dereliction of duty on the part of the education department? Should you take a position in the education sector, merely fulfilling your responsibilities would surpass the capabilities of 99% of public servants. Chapter 46. Status amidst the praise from Qin Xiyang and when Shu, Teacher Zhu felt a tinge of bashfulness. She offered a warm smile and remarked, to have the recognition of 2 exemplary students like you brings me great contentment. This illness is indeed beyond our control, so please do not worry. When Shu cast a glance at Qin Xiyang, who was engrossed in his meal, remaining silent. If there was a flicker of human warmth that Qin Xiyang felt in this world of solitude, it undoubtedly emanated from Teacher Zhu. As long as he desired the work-study position, Teacher Zhu would always reserve it for him. Other parents had attempted to curry favor with her, hoping she would allocate the position to their children, yet Teacher Zhu stood firm. If your child is an orphan, then he may alternate with Qin Xiyang. For everyone else, it's out of the question. Even in the apocalypse, on the fringes of the safe zone, there existed individuals like Teacher Zhu. Thus, Qin Xiyang genuinely hoped for a favorable outcome for such a benevolent soul. However, how does one treat cancer? What would it cost? He was uncertain. It seemed he would need to go online again tonight to check the God's Lair camp. Qin Xiyang refrained from boasting, as he was unsure of his current abilities and whether he could assist Teacher Zhu in overcoming this challenge. After finishing his meal, he began to tidy the books in the library. However, the moment he rose from his chair, he did not sit down again. The library was particularly crowded today, especially with female students. Qin, may I borrow this book? Qin, my foundation is rather weak. Do you have any recommended study guides? Qin, I have many glow-in-the-dark books at home. Shall we read together tonight? Qin Xiyang's tranquil existence in the library was shattered by a throng of proactive, reasonably attractive female classmates. Their exuberance proved too distracting, prompting Wen Shu to borrow a workbook and relocate to another area to study. Wen Shu was the epitome of what all the girls aspired to be, yet she was also the target of their covert rivalry. Her mere presence exuded an aura of excellence that made them feel somewhat inferior and slightly restrained. However, once Wen Shu departed, their inhibitions dissipated, and they launched a full-scale assault on Qin Xiyang. Noticing that Qin Xiyang did not engage in any excessive behavior, they realized he was unlikely to react as the grade director did, emboldening them further. With shoulders bare and skirts playfully lifted, they engaged in flirtatious antics. One girl, while unbuttoning her top, collided into Qin Xiyang, leaving him momentarily speechless. Qin Xiyang mused to himself, so, this is the treatment a sequence ability user receives among ordinary people. If previously he had displayed his status by effortlessly dispatching the grade director and class teacher, then this encounter in the library illustrated the recognition of his status by others. Indeed, being adored and acknowledged was far more gratifying than demonstrating power through force. In 2 lifetimes, Qin Xiyang had never encountered so many fervent admirers, reminiscent of a star idol from a previous existence. If he were an ordinary 18-year-old student, newly wealthy and unacquainted with the world, he might have been entranced by these superficial affections. Teacher Zhu, observing from the side, sighed repeatedly, fearing that Qin Xiyang might lose himself amidst the chaos. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Xiyang had taken lives more than one. His heart, having been steeped in bloodshed, had grown exceedingly calm. These girls were far too mundane, and any close association felt burdensome. They could neither serve as companions in his life nor as sanctuaries for his body. In his eyes, they did not even qualify as fleeting specters, they were merely voids. Qin Xiyang was increasingly convinced that a beautiful life awaited him. Thus, with a smile adorning his face, he dismissively addressed the girls who hovered around him. Leave. The girls paused, instinctively glancing at Qin Xiang's face, only to find his expression devoid of emotion. A stark contrast to moments ago. In an instant, they grasped the dread that the head of their grade had experienced earlier that morning and hastily recoiled from his side. Qin Xiang chuckled softly. Indeed, it is much easier to communicate with peers than with my homeroom teacher. However, the girls sensed an unsettling chill emanating from his smile. As Qin Xiang walked through the path they made, he exited the library. Upon reaching the doorway, he turned to Teacher Zhu and said, "Teacher, I will return after school this afternoon. You may eat this breakfast when you are hungry." "All right," Teacher Zhu replied, smiling and nodding, noting that Qin Xiang remained unaffected. As he intended to tidy up the leftovers he had shared with Wen Shu, he discovered the table was already vacant, evidently. Wen Shu had disposed of the trash on her way out. Qin Xiang murmured, "Classmate Wen is quite polite." Indeed, Teacher Zhu, hearing Qin Xiang praise Wen Shu, quickly chimed in. Wen is an excellent student, of good character, kind-hearted, and has her own opinions, unlike others. She cast a disparaging glance at the girls who had been noisy in the library for quite some time. Qin Xiang nodded. She certainly has her own ideas. Regarding other aspects, he was less informed. However, he wholeheartedly agreed that Wen Shu was a girl with her own convictions. He recalled the night he was pursued by Li Jingwen's uncle and a group of ruffians. Wen Shu had imparted a valuable lesson on how to erase traces. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Please do not overexert yourself." "All right." After departing the library, Qin Xiang did not return to the classroom but instead sought a secluded spot. Took out his phone and called Qian. "Hello, Director Qian. I apologize for the interruption. Do you have a moment? I would like to discuss something with you." "Ah. Xiao Qin, what is it?" "I have a friend with whom I share a close relationship. She has been diagnosed with cancer, and I would like to inquire about possible treatment options." Director Qian hesitated momentarily. "Your friend? A sequence ability user?" "No, just an ordinary person." "You still maintain friendships with ordinary people?" "Of course, one can certainly befriend ordinary individuals. Upon birth, who among us is not an ordinary individual?" This statement holds a modicum of truth. If one possesses wealth, they may seek treatment at a hospital. Were I affluent, I would not be compelled to inquire of you. Are you suggesting a desire to uncover the unique pathways available to sequence practitioners? Indeed. Generally speaking, for us sequence practitioners seeking medical assistance, there exist two primary methods. Please elaborate. The first method involves venturing beyond the safety zone to hunt deities, subsequently exchanging the spoils at the administration for currency to fund hospital treatment. The second option entails enlisting the aid of a healer, sequence practitioner to provide care. However, such services tend to be exorbitantly priced. I am somewhat familiar with the healer, sequence, yet it appears to be exceedingly rare and difficult to locate. You are correct. Nearly all healer, sequence practitioners are employed in the most opulent hospitals within the safety zone, catering exclusively to the elite. For the average individual, such encounters are virtually impossible. Given this, it seems my only recourse is to venture outside the safety zone to hunt deities. However, having only just awakened my sequence and joined the deity hunting squad, I fear my preparations may be insufficient. What kind of friend do you have that inspires such regard, willing to slay deities to secure their treatment? An exceptionally kind individual who has shown me considerable care. Chapter 47. The Rewards of Slaying Deities. Good person? Qin, are you jesting with me? What merit does a good person possess that warrants such sacrifices? In this world, the most inconsequential are those who are good. Director Qian, this matter is open to interpretation. We merely engage in collaboration on certain affairs, which does not necessitate a uniformity of beliefs, does it? Very well, my inquiry. Nevertheless, embarking on the hunt for deities may indeed be advantageous for you. In what manner? You have yet to participate in the post-examination assessment for capable individuals, correct? Indeed, that is so. Then you may leverage the points earned from slaying deities to garner greater favor from universities during the assessment, thus increasing your chances of admission. Even once you enter university, numerous students with points from slaying deities enjoy various benefits. These are stringent regulations set forth by the United Government. You can verify this on the Sequence Education Forum. Is it truly so? Very well, I shall take note of it. Thank you for your assistance, Director Qian. Ah, it is but a trifling matter. Director Qian tossed his phone onto the table, murmuring Qin Xiang's words to himself. Saving a good person? Good person. It has been many years since I last heard that term. It carries a tinge of melancholy. Who, upon entering this world, aspires to be a villain? At that moment, his phone rang once more. Hello, Xiao Tang, what is it? Oh, those were just a few ordinary folks causing a scene in front of the director? Then what is there to ponder? Eliminate them all. Very well, let us proceed thus. After hanging up, Director Qian let out a self-deprecating chuckle. It seems I shall never be able to embody a good person. Qin Xiyang, having ended the call, resolved to visit the Internet CAF after school to peruse the forum. Wait, doesn't the principal's office have a computer? Yes, it should, after all. The principal is a public servant. How else would he receive documents from the United Government? As for the advantage of concealing addresses with the computer in Wang Defa's warehouse, that has significantly diminished since he publicly revealed his sequence capabilities and registered as a capable individual. He no longer needs to hide away to access the Godslaying camp and sequence education forums. Given this, why not pay a visit to the principal's office? Wasn't he invited there this morning? With a light-hearted stride, Qin Xiang made his way to the principal's office. The principal had just returned from the infirmary, wiping the perspiration from his gleaming forehead with a towel. Ah, truly busy. I wonder what offense Lu Qiangzhong committed to warrant such a blow. This young Qin has only just awakened his sequence abilities and is rather temperamental. One must tread carefully around him. To secure a position for Xiao Zhang as the moral education director, he even went so far as to strike the homeroom teacher. Oh, I am at my wit's end. I shall arrange for Xiao Zhang to take up the moral education directorship next week. After today's events, I no longer hope for a friendship with Qin Xiyang to absolve me of my transgressions. I merely wish to see him graduate smoothly without entanglements. Principal Li, I have arrived, Qin Xiyang announced, pushing open the door to the office. The principal's gaze initially reflected a sense of despair, only to be swiftly replaced by his trademark smile. Ah, little Qin, what brings you here? By the way, regarding Aunt Zhang's matter, I have already taken steps to address it. Tomorrow, no, today it shall be resolved. Thank you, Principal. Furthermore, I have some other matters I wish to discuss with you. Speak freely, and I shall assist in any way I can. I am set to participate in the post-university entrance examination assessment for sequence abilities, yet I am wholly unfamiliar with the process. You are aware of my family's financial constraints. I cannot afford to frequent Internet CAFS. Therefore, I was hoping to borrow the desktop computer in your office. What do you think? Principal Li paused momentarily, unsure of how to respond. However, Qin Xiang unceremoniously took a seat beside him. Qin Yu, Principal Li, our school's moral education efforts have long been inadequate, resulting in my increasingly volatile emotions. Surely, you would not wish for me to cause any disturbances before graduation, would you? As a sequence ability user, even if you were to harm a teacher, you would likely face no repercussions. Nonetheless, as the principal, Li Tianming would be held accountable by the joint government for any safety issues within the campus. The emergence of a sequence ability user in the school had led Li Tianming to believe it was a stroke of good fortune, only to discover it was akin to awakening a ruthless entity in a world on the brink of collapse. Li Tianming wanted to voice his thoughts but swallowed his words upon observing Qin Xiyang's somewhat unruly demeanor. Use it as you wish, but it is strictly for internet access. Nothing more. Understood. Qin Xiang deftly accessed the Sequence Education Forum, searching for information pertinent to the sequence abilities assessment for the university entrance examination. Li Tianming sighed, unwilling to cast another glance at Qin Xiang, and departed the principal's office in search of a quiet place to rest. Qin Xiang opened a highlighted post, Guide to Sequence Ability User University Entrance Examination Assessment. Sequence ability users are exempt from the standard examination, undergoing an alternative assessment method. This evaluation considers the user's sequence abilities, on-site performance, and future potential, culminating in a score. Once students receive their results, they log into the Sequence University application interface to submit their scores and resumes for school applications, with the admitting institutions subsequently sending acceptance letters. Generally, the scoring for sequences ranges from low to high as follows. Useless sequences, e.g., soft, common sequences, e.g., sleepless, law enforcement sequences, e.g., scent reader, immortal, combat sequences, e.g., warrior, phantom assassin, and special sequences, extremely rare with unique skills, e.g., mimetic. Upon examining the 5 levels of sequences, Qin Xiang discovered that Qian Wenda's mimetic was, in fact, the highest tier of special sequences, prompting him to regard Qian Wenda with newfound respect. Mr. Qian, the more I learn, the more astonishing you become, Qin Xiang mused. Indeed, those who manage to ascend even modestly within significant departments are rarely ordinary individuals. He continued to peruse the post. A special circumstance allows for exemption from the examination, possessing a record of slaying deities. The points earned from slaying deities can be substituted for examination results and submitted alongside one's academic record when applying to universities. The Education Department maintains comprehensive files on all students with awakened sequence abilities, and whenever a student accrues deity slaying points, the database is updated accordingly. Accessible to admissions officers at all universities. Typically, when a student's deity slaying points surpass a certain threshold, universities will proactively reach out with conditions for admission. Is it truly possible? Qin Shi Huang contemplated the formidable combat prowess bestowed upon him by his Devourer of Gods sequence, and an exhilarating surge of ambition coursed through him. Does this not signify an opportunity to gain entry into the most prestigious universities? Chapter 48. The principal's secret. In his previous life, Qin Shi Huang's academic performance was mediocre, and after the college entrance examination, he could only attend an ordinary university. In this life, however, he senses a glimmer of hope, aspiring to gain admission to the most prestigious institution within the safe zone. The post elucidates the distinctions among universities, emphasizing that the quality of a sequential university is a pivotal factor in differentiating individuals within the sequence and serves as a watershed moment that influences one's life trajectory. A distinguished sequential university boasts an exemplary learning environment and abundant educational resources. High-ranking sequences are replete with mentors rich in combat and research experience. The living and dining conditions are exceptional, accompanied by a plethora of scholarships that alleviate financial burdens for outstanding students. Exceptional alumni and promising classmates provide a solid foundation for future advancement. Whether one chooses to battle deities, join the united government, or engage in research related to sequential abilities, these resources are invaluable. Therefore, if possible, one must strive to gain admission to a highly ranked sequential university. Otherwise, one may live to regret it. Just by perusing the introduction, Qin Shi Huang is filled with yearning for the esteemed sequential universities. The universities of this era differ significantly from those of his past life. After graduating in his previous life, entering society primarily hinged on personal capability and background, with alumni resources having a relatively minor impact. However, in this life, he finds himself in a world where deities are fought against and a new order is being established. The apocalypse has only descended for a decade, and the various classes within the safe zone have only just emerged, suggesting that the order is still in the process of being redefined. The primary circles are likely yet to be solidified. To seize an advantage at this moment, one must endeavor to secure a place in the VIP section, which translates to gaining entry into a prestigious sequential university. According to the post, even if Qin Shi Huang is an orphan and impoverished, it matters little, for sequential abilities are the currency of the apocalypse. As long as one's sequential abilities are formidable enough, circles will naturally embrace you. He then accessed the God-Slaying Forum to review the reward details for hunting deities. Slaying deities yields monetary rewards, sequential potion bonuses, and deity hunting points, all provided by the United Government. Specifically, for each deity slain that earns a deity hunting point, one receives 1,000 copper coins and 1/10 of the resources for a sequential potion. When a group hunts together, the distribution is based on mutual agreement among the members. If one slays a deity alone, they can earn double the deity hunting points. However, the Sequential Abilities Management Bureau does not advocate solo operations. Collaboration in hunting deities is emphasized. This rule is instituted to facilitate the selection of the strongest human hunters, who will lead the counter-offensive against the deities in the future. The method of acquiring points involves severing a portion bearing the deity's mark after slaying it, with detailed explanations available in the forum. Should one face the unfortunate fate of death during the hunt, compensation will be distributed to the family of the fallen, based on their sequential rank. If there are no surviving relatives, and the individual perishes during a team hunt, the compensation may also be allocated to other team members. Allocate to other team members? Qin Shi Huang found himself perplexed by the implications of this regulation, sensing an underlying dissonance. As a sequence ability user, the act of slaying ordinary individuals bore little consequence for him. However, if he were the sole sequence ability user in his team, could he not annihilate the entire family of a teammate, only to subsequently eliminate the teammate himself and seize their death benefits? Was this not an encouragement of internecine conflict? Was this truly one of the survival tenets within the safety zones of the apocalypse? There were numerous matters that left Qin Shi Huang in a haze of confusion. Before officially joining the God-hunting squad, he had already caught a whiff of the sanguinary atmosphere through an introductory post. At that moment, he noticed a crimson numeral 157, adorning his sequence ability user form avatar. Intrigued, he clicked to investigate and discovered he had received 157 messages within the site. Hello, little brother. Your Phantom Assassin ability is precisely what our sister squad needs, and since our team consists solely of women, we lack the presence of a robust man to stabilize our ranks. You would be the perfect fit. Join us in hunting the gods. We will take good care of you. Greetings, Xiaoqin. Your ability is exactly what we are in urgent need of. Come join our god hunting squad. Our team has been established for 2 years with minimal changes in membership, ensuring a high safety quotient. Hello, Qin Xiang. Your Phantom Assassin ability perfectly complements our team's offensive deficiencies. We possess repair and armor ability users to guarantee your safety during hunts. We implore you to join us. As Qin Xiang perused the messages, he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of invitations from 157 different god hunting squads. Just as he was sifting through the invitations, he received 2 more messages inviting him to join a squad. It was indeed said that the Phantom Assassin was highly sought after. And the truth of this assertion was now apparent. How could so many squads desire him? Yet, how was he to select a suitable god hunting squad? His initial instinct was to consult Qian Wenda, but upon reflection, he reconsidered. Qian Wenda was far too astute, and Qin Xiang preferred not to draw too close to him. Nor did he wish to reveal his own ignorance. His experience from 2 lifetimes taught him that one must conceal their shortcomings from the clever and display their vulnerabilities to the foolish. Relying excessively on Qian Wenda would only lead him to view himself as foolish and, in turn, create a distance between them. He searched the forum for guidance on how to select a god hunting squad, but found no posts addressing this topic. Perhaps such guidance had existed at one point, but was deleted by the moderators, indicating that the wisdom of choosing a squad was not meant for public dissemination. Why was this knowledge withheld? Qin Xiang understood he could not delve deeper into this mystery and would have to invest his own time and energy to comprehend it. At that moment, a series of beeping sounds interrupted his thoughts. It appeared that Li Tianming had forgotten to turn off the notification for his device upon leaving. Curiosity compelled Qin Xiang to open the dialog box, revealing a message from a user named Tingting. Tianming, I miss you. Would you keep me company tonight? She wrote, accompanied by a video of questionable content. Qin Xiang scrutinized the video with a gaze of judgment, then clicked the close button, opting to download the video instead. However, when he opened the folder containing the downloaded videos, he was momentarily taken aback. So many? Despite the abundance, the collection was remarkably organized, as Li Tianming had thoughtfully categorized each video with detailed labels. Among them, there were quite a few featuring Li Tianming himself. Qin Xiang was stunned. Wasn't he Li Tianming just an ordinary principal? How could he possess such a plethora of these types of videos? It seemed that the female lead was constantly changing. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Xiang, prompting him to access the sequence ability user's information section and input Li Tianming. Instantly, over 20 individuals sharing the same name appeared. Qin Xiang meticulously filtered through the results and found a profile bearing an uncanny resemblance to Li Tianming, yet distinctly younger with flowing long hair. Indeed, in this world, the sole reason for attracting the attention of the opposite sex was being a sequence ability user. Li Tianming was, without a doubt, one of them. Yet, after so many years as principal, it appeared no student was aware of this fact. Li Tianming had been quite handsome in his youth. Now, with a protruding belly and receding hairline, time had proven to be merciless. As he clicked on Li Tianming's personal information, his gaze was immediately drawn to the first 2 lines. Li Tianming, sequence shaman, and due to negligent actions resulting in the deaths of dozens in Area 14121. He was reassigned from the Education Bureau and is currently serving as the principal at Juyuan School. Chapter 49. Principal Li Tianming. Qin Xiang gazed in astonishment at the information regarding Li Tianming, rendered momentarily speechless. Principal, you have killed dozens of people? How is it possible that one could commit such acts and still be appointed as a principal? What formidable connections or formidable backing must you possess? Suddenly, Qin Xiang felt that during his previous conversation with the principal, he had spoken too loudly, failing to exhibit the respect due to his superior. Perhaps it would be best to avoid this place in the future and instead seek out Wang Defa to bully easier targets. The principal seemed far too intimidating. He closed the video, marked the message from Tingting as unread, and deleted the downloaded video, planning to leave the office while Li Tianming was absent. He resolved to minimize encounters with Li Tianming in the future. Just as he was about to rise, the office door swung open, revealing Li Tianming, who returned from outside, carrying a thermos and his belly protruding. Noticing Qin Xiang seemingly about to stand, he chuckled. What's this? Finished your research and ready to leave? Yes, thank you, Principal, for allowing me to use the computer. I have gathered the information I sought. The principal approached Qin Xiang's side, observing the tidy desk and the animated icon in the lower right corner. He hovered the mouse over it, revealing an unread message from Tingting. The principal frowned, casting a somewhat guilty glance at Qin Xiang, who smiled and remarked, Are you about to chat with someone? I shall take my leave now. Invading others' privacy is hardly commendable. Ah, you may go. Goodbye, Principal. Just as Qin Xiang departed his seat and had not yet reached the door, he heard Li Tianming's voice. Since you have seen it, do not leave just yet. Sit down and let us converse for a moment. Qin Xiang paused. I did not peruse your chat records with anyone, Principal. What are you insinuating? Li Tianming pulled out a nearby chair and patted its back. Tingting has sent me 4 or 5 new messages, yet only one is marked as unread. It seems you viewed them and then marked them unread again, does it not? Qin Xiang was taken aback, astonished that such a flaw in his meticulousness had been discerned by Li Tianming. Please, have a seat. Let us discuss. The current demeanor of Li Tianming was a stark contrast to the helpless principal from earlier. He now emanated an air of solemnity and authority. Were it not for the knowledge of his position, Qin Xiang might have mistaken him for an official of similar stature to Qian Wenda. Yet, fully aware of Li Tianming's perilous nature, why would Qin Xiang lean closer? Even if discovered, what of it? This scandal belonged to Li Tianming and bore no relation to him, Qin Xiang. Even if Li Tianming attempted to restrain him from leaving, he still pushed open the office door, intending to depart. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable loss of control over his body. His feet seemed glued to the ground, immovable. Looking down, he was horrified to see his freshly cleaned ragged trousers and worn shoes covered in dirt, the soil wrapping around his legs like a vice. Panic surged within him. Qin, come back and have a seat. As Qin Xiang turned to glance back, he was suddenly confronted by a vibrant mask adorning Li Tianming's face, identical to the fleeting visage of Roy Liana's mask that had flickered in the woods that night. How audacious of Li Tianming to employ a sequential skill against him. It is well known that the shaman class serves as an exceptionally potent auxiliary, and the skill Earthbind is an invaluable means of controlling deities, sought after by countless hunting teams. To unleash such skills within a safe zone against a sequential ability user is an exceedingly perilous provocation. Should the authorities become aware, Li Tianming would undoubtedly face their ire. Just as Qin Xiang prepared to issue a warning, Li Tianming interjected. Are you suggesting that I report your use of skills in the safe zone to the management? Feel free to do so. My position has already plummeted beyond redemption. I harbor no further aspirations. Since you have seen my chat logs, you must have also viewed my videos and discovered my sequential identity. Thus, I believe I no longer wear any hypocritical masks before you, and we can engage in an open discussion. Why should I converse with you? One moment. With a sudden thud, 2 raven-sized creatures appeared out of thin air, flying to the entrance and firmly shutting the office door. Qin Xiang squinted, adopting a defensive stance. 2 skills. Your sequence level is 2nd tier? No, the recent Minor Beast Spirit Summon is a 3rd tier skill. Just then, an ancient wooden pillar, adorned with totemic symbols, erupted from the office floor, and in an instant, Qin Xiang felt invigorated. This primordial totem is indeed a 2nd tier skill. Qin Xiang's eyes widened in astonishment. You are a 3rd tier sequential ability user. Within the God-slaying camp, Qin Xiang had encountered classifications regarding sequential ability levels. The vast majority of sequential users are 1st tier. Ascending to the 2nd tier typically requires extensive combat experience or public service. If one hails from a hunting team, the 2nd tier qualifies them to serve as a team leader, guiding members and slaying deities. Conversely, if one comes from a public service background, the 2nd tier allows them to rise above the lowest ranks, securing a modest position within the power structure of the united government. However, the 3rd tier sequential ability users were scarcely mentioned in the God-slaying camp due to their rarity. Elevating from 1st to 2nd tier necessitates merely 5 vials of sequential elixir, whereas advancing from 2nd to 3rd tier demands a staggering 30 vials. Each vial of sequential elixir requires 10 demon hunting points or corresponding merit points from the united government. Qin Xiang was unaware of how to obtain merit points, but he understood the demon hunting points. This implies that even if one were to secure double points alone, they would need to hunt 5 deities. When in a team, the points earned would be even less, likely requiring the slaying of 50 to exchange for a single vial. 30 vials of sequential elixir is undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Of course, through relentless efforts in slaying deities over the years, as long as one remains alive, there remains hope for breaking through to the third-tier sequence. However, it has only been 5 years since the first sequence ability wielder awakened. To accumulate the achievements required for 30 vials of sequence potion in such a brief span is indeed a formidable challenge. Furthermore, he recalls that Li Tianming was appointed as the principal of Jiyuan School during his second semester of high school, nearly 2 years ago. This implies that he accomplished the remarkable transition from sequence awakening to level 3 sequence ability in merely 3 years. The principal, now smiling at Qin Xiyang, is undeniably a chosen one endowed with a special sequence, unlike him who must methodically receive sequence potions from the administration. One could say that his advancement is akin to soaring in a rocket. Qin Xiyang was left astonished. Who exactly is this Li Tianming? With his prominent belly and receding hairline? Chapter 50. Exchanging information. Ultimately, Qin Xiyang chose to take a seat. He reasoned that Li Tianming lacked both the motive and the capability to take his life, should violence be employed. He was confident that even if Li Tianming were a third-tier shaman, a single strike would suffice to end him. He decided to wait and see what Li Tianming had to say. Li Tianming removed his glasses, without the lenses obscuring his gaze. His previously somewhat lecherous eyes transformed into piercing orbs, brimming with untold stories. Qin Xiyang, I have laid bare my circumstances before you, hoping that you might trust me and not perceive my approach as a scheme against you. If it is not a scheme against me, then why engage in conversation? Qin Xiyang queried. Well, your point is valid. What I meant to convey is that I harbor no intention of causing you harm. On the contrary, I can be of assistance to you. Assist me? How so? I can offer you guidance in hunting deities, as well as support for your university admissions. You belong to the Phantom Assassin sequence, correct? This sequence is exceptionally suited for combat. You may hunt deities beyond the safety zone, earning hunter points that will not only aid your university application, but also have far-reaching implications for your future. More importantly, through slaying deities, you can earn money to cover your tuition fees. It is essential to recognize that university tuition is not inexpensive. Many students, lacking sufficient funds, are compelled to forfeit their acceptance letters. Forgo my acceptance letter? But the Forum for the Sequence Education clearly states that universities offer scholarships to outstanding and needy students. Li Tianming chuckled softly. Qin, have you ever heard the saying, there is no such thing as a free lunch? Why should scholarships be granted to you and not to others? Simply because you excel academically and come from a less fortunate background? Does the safety zone truly lack for your single sequence ability? Schools are not charitable institutions. The educational facilities erected after the apocalypse are entangled with numerous interests, and the dynamics within are quite intricate. To obtain a scholarship, one must be prepared to pay a price. As for what that price entails, it is not easily articulated. Understood. I had assumed that universities in this world would be akin to those of my previous life, providing assistance to underprivileged students. Observing the forums, I saw numerous scholarships from esteemed universities, capable of covering living expenses and tuition fees. Thus, I had not given the matter much thought. However, after your remarks, I now grasp that the situation is far more complex than I had imagined. Principal, how is it that you possess such insight into the sequence universities? At your age, it seems improbable that you have ever attended one. Li Tianming leaned back in his chair. I once served as the vice president of a certain university. Vice president? Indeed. I was subsequently wrongfully accused and relegated to this dismal place as principal. Thus, as I have stated, my sequence abilities can aid you in slaying deities, and my past experiences can facilitate your entry into university. You require my assistance, just as I require yours. Qin Xiyang shook his head. Principal, I appreciate your extensive discourse. However, it seems I do not require your assistance. Are you certain? Li Tianming exhibited a smile laden with significance. Let us not dwell on the distant future. Your immediate focus should be on how to earn Hunter God points, should it not? The sequence of the Phantom Assassin is exceedingly sought after. Upon registration, numerous individuals will approach you for team formation. Are you aware of which team to select? Qin Xiyang lowered his head slightly, scrutinizing the smiling Li Tianming. Although he had not seen his browsing history, it was remarkable that Li Tianming was aware of the predicament he currently faced. Truly, he was a seasoned old fox. Compared to his previous life, the world now was far more intricate and chaotic. Yet, one thing remained constant. Those in positions of power were never foolish. This was true of Olaf, Qian Wenda, and Li Tianming alike. Each individual left an indelible impression in Qin Si Yang's memory, preventing him from feeling any sense of arrogance as a reborn soul. Living two lives, he still lacked confidence in his ability to spar with these masters of intrigue and emerge unscathed. Student Qin, you need not fear. I merely possess a bit more information than you do, which enables me to make such deductions. As your mentor, it is only natural that I provide guidance. We can select a suitable hunter-god team together. If necessary, I may even lend a hand, accompanying you to hunt deities outside the safety zone. Wait a moment, Qin Si Yang interrupted Li Tianming. Principal Li, you just uttered a phrase that resonates with me. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I am already aware of how you can assist me. Next, I wish to know what you require in return. Li Tianming nodded, refraining from elaborating on his advantages, and cast a heavy gaze upon Qin Si Yang. I wish for you to help me clear my name. This unfounded accusation has cost me my position, my power, and my wife has left me. I hope you can assist me in regaining my standing. Help you regain your standing? Me? Qin Si Yang pointed incredulously at himself, bewildered at how Li Tianming could have come to utter such a statement. A sequence level 3 ability user like Li Tianming had been thoroughly subdued, obediently serving as the principal of the safety school. Did he truly expect a high school senior like him to help absolve him of his charges? Was he truly considering him a fool? Principal Li, if this is the matter at hand, then I must confess my inability to assist. As a newly awakened sequence ability user, while I may possess a hint of arrogance, I am not so naive as to overestimate my capabilities. If even you find yourself at an impasse, there is no way I could intervene. I bid you farewell. There was no longer any purpose in continuing the conversation with Li Tianming. Qin Si Yang stood to leave. However, his legs were once again ensnared, preventing his departure. Principal Li, employing such tactics to retain me holds little value. Once your skill expires, I shall still take my leave. Li Tianming sighed. You truly are a clever one. Far more astute than I had anticipated. There was a matter that struck me as peculiar, and I pondered whether I was overthinking. How could a 17-year-old high school student possess so many secrets? It appears that the issue lies not with me. A sense of unease gripped Qin Si Yang as he pondered the implications of Li Tianming's words. Principal Li, what do you mean? My ex-wife was also a wielder of sequence abilities. Interestingly, she shared your designation as a phantom assassin. However, there exists a crucial distinction between you two. When ensnared by my earth-binding skill, she was rendered utterly incapacitated, unable to utter a single word. In contrast, Li Tianming continued, lifting his gaze to meet Qin Si Yang's. You possess the remarkable ability to articulate freely, with your upper body movements remaining entirely unaffected. Chapter 51. Mutual Assistance. Qin Si Yang maintained a calm demeanor. Yet unease began to creep into his heart. Damn it, I've overlooked something. He had only focused on the skills of the Shadow Assassin sequence, which bore resemblance to his own, thus facilitating his concealment. He had never considered how he would react when other sequence abilities were employed against him. The critical issue was that there were no posts on the forum sharing such experiences. The skills were primarily utilized for hunting deities. Who would dare to validate them on another? However, this lack of experience had once again plunged Qin Si Yang into peril. Nevertheless, he could not show any signs of weakness. He had to persist in claiming to be a shadow assassin. Principal Li, I fail to comprehend your meaning. My sequence was assessed by the Bureau, and I possess the pertinent documentation. Perhaps it is due to a disparity in physical prowess compared to your ex-wife, he asserted. Li Tianming rose, stating, the physical attributes of different sequence abilities vary, hence the reactions to the same skill will also differ. Therefore, I am merely speculating at this point, and it cannot be regarded as conclusive. Is it possible that there was an error during your registration at the Sequence Abilities Bureau, leading to a misclassification of your sequence? Of course, this is merely my personal opinion. You need not take it to heart. Li Tianming's tone was amicable, yet it was rife with an undercurrent of threat. Qin Si Yang squinted at the middle-aged man with a protruding belly and a colorful mask, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him. The United Government, for certain reasons, only tests the sequences of ability users at the time of registration, and no further assessments are conducted thereafter. To some extent, he felt secure, as Li Tianming was aware of this fact and could not threaten him further. However, the knowledge of his secret by another was ultimately precarious. Principal Li, should you insist on spreading rumors, you must be aware that there will be consequences. If Li Tianming were to persist in his obstinacy, Qin Si Yang would have no choice but to consider resorting to violence. After all, this was not his first experience with murder. It would merely be his first time killing a sequence ability user. Every endeavor has its first time, and it should not be regarded as anything extraordinary. Li Tianming shook his head. I do not intend to spread rumors or harm anyone. From the very beginning, I have stated that I require your assistance to clear my name. As a token of gratitude, I shall offer you my unwavering support. You wish for me to assist you in provoking someone you cannot stand against? Strength in numbers? Qin Xiyang retorted, Principal Li, as a sequence ability user. Do you not find that statement to be rather absurd? So, you remain unwilling to acquiesce? Qin Xiyang no longer concealed his disdain, stating coldly. To agree to your request would only invite greater troubles. To refuse, however, presents me with a singular dilemma. You tell me, how shall I choose? Li Tianming chuckled softly. To refuse my proposition means you believe your only trouble would be me? Do you imply that by killing me, your troubles would be resolved? Qin. It is not that I lack faith in your abilities. Rather, I suspect that taking my life may not be as facile as you presume. Although it may not be easy to kill you, assisting you proves to be even more troublesome. If you were in my position, how would you choose? After a prolonged contemplation, Li Tianming sighed and acknowledged, You make a valid point. With that, his vibrant mask gradually melded into his visage, reverting to the form of a middle-aged man, while simultaneously, the bindings that constrained Qin Xiyang vanished without a trace. A transaction where the rewards do not align with the risks is destined for failure. Let us consider an alternative approach. Qin Xiyang raised an eyebrow, inquiring, What kind of approach? I shall first aid you in accomplishing a certain task of hunting deities, while simultaneously providing support for your academic pursuits to the best of my abilities. However, should you still require my assistance in clearing your name, I must regrettably decline. No. That ambition is rather grand. One must eat one bite at a time. It is unrealistic to expect you to handle everything at once. Just assist me with one task. What task? Qin Xiyang had already resolved that he would refuse any request that involved confronting unknown adversaries. Despite Li Tianming's formidable nature, he was preferable to an ambiguous foe. Help me locate an individual classified as deceiver. Qin Xiyang paused momentarily upon hearing Li Tianming's request. Why? The reason I was falsely accused of murder was that someone at the scene witnessed an ability user donning a shaman mask. The only individual registered as a shaman in that vicinity was myself. Coincidentally, I was alone that day, lacking an alibi, and my essence lingered oddly at the scene, which led to my wrongful accusation. Qin Xiyang, after listening, remarked coolly, Principal Li, based on your description, it certainly sounds as though you are the true culprit. Does it not? It is not I. Please continue. Thus, I surmise that there must have been a shaman present, or someone masquerading as a shaman, ability user. The shaman sequence, unlike yours or others, cannot disguise itself. Once a skill is employed, a shaman mask appears upon the face. Therefore, it is implausible for a shaman user to conceal their identity. I speculate that a deceiver was present, mimicking my appearance and framing me. You are likely aware that a deceiver can replicate the visual transformations of other sequences when utilizing their abilities, making it exceedingly simple to obscure their identity. At least within the United Government, there are but a handful of deceiver users. Qin Xiyang pondered for a moment and asked, How would locating a deceiver benefit you? Based on my understanding, such clandestine sequences undoubtedly possess their own organization. If you assist me in finding a deceiver, I can devise my own means of extracting certain information. Qin Xiyang, after absorbing this information, remained noncommittal. Completing this task would be a trivial matter for him. The blonde police officer, Roylina, is indeed a deceiver. Moreover, she has always had a contentious relationship with him, to the extent that they are adversaries compelled to share a burden of secrecy. Selling Luliana to Li Tianming as a means of compensation for assistance is undoubtedly a fitting transaction. However, he suppressed the impulse to readily agree and continued to inquire. Principal Li, why do you not seek assistance on your own? Li Tianming responded with a bitter smile. All my privileges as a sequence ability user have been revoked by the United Government due to that baseless accusation, though I hold the title of principal of Ju Yuan School. My situation is no different from that of a banished exile. For the past 5 years, this institution has failed to produce a single sequence ability user. They have left me here, hoping I would simply wither away. Were it not for my sufficiently high sequence rank, I might have already faced execution. Aside from you, I am essentially unable to connect with any sequence ability users. Even if I were to establish contact, a mere glance at my record would result in immediate severance. What Li Tianming articulated was undeniably accurate, yet there remained an aspect that did not quite resonate. Principally, if you have indeed been wronged, I truly sympathize with your plight. However, I have one question. Go on. Why would they seek to frame you? Chapter 52. Solo team Li Tianming refrained from answering Qin Xiyang's inquiry, instead posing a new question. Qin, may I ask what your sequence entails? As he posed this question, he did not gaze at Qin Xiyang but rather stared into the dark night outside, seemingly indifferent to receiving an answer. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Xiyang grasped Li Tianming's implication. The reason behind Li Tianming's false accusations was a secret too delicate to disclose, akin to his own sequence, an unspoken truth. The art of conversation among the astute requires no explicitness. Through a clever analogy, Li Tianming enabled Qin Xiyang to comprehend the situation. Since the cause of Li Tianming's slander could not be articulated, the consequent severance of his ties with all sequence wielders was likely another matter shrouded in silence. It was indeed absurd that a high-ranking individual of sequence level 3 found himself reliant on the nascent abilities of a mere newly awakened sequence wielder like Qin Xiyang. Yet, amid this absurdity lay a semblance of logic. Li Tianming had offended numerous individuals, many capable of silencing him, yet unable to extinguish his life. He required the assistance of a fresh face, entirely unconnected to those who sought his downfall. Qin Xiyang was acutely aware of his own limited capabilities, as was Li Tianming. Yet he still chose to seek Qin Xiyang's aid. It sounded utterly implausible. However, after their brief exchange, Qin Xiyang deemed Li Tianming's depth of character comparable to that of Qian Wenda. Why then would he select this novice for such a perilous venture? The only plausible explanation was that Li Tianming possessed a hidden card. Should Qin Xiyang manage to pry open even the slightest fissure, Li Tianming was confident in his ability to turn the tide. This realization dawned upon Qin Xiyang. To Li Tianming, he was not a savior capable of reversing fate, but rather a spark, a mere ember with the potential to ignite a powder keg. Li Tianming, on the other hand, was a vessel of gunpowder devoid of a spark. With this understanding, Qin Xiyang formed a rough outline of the situation, and his gaze towards Li Tianming shifted to one of respect. Seemingly, Li Tianming noticed the subtle change in Qin Xiyang's expression, his face reflecting a hint of surprise and doubt. Could this lad have grasped the truth so swiftly? Surely not. Principally, I agree to your proposition. As long as you assist me with the matter of hunting the divine and aid my entrance into university, I shall seek out an individual with the deceiver sequence ability for you. However, I cannot guarantee that this person will be of any assistance. Very well, it is settled. You will help me find someone with the deceiver sequence, and I shall handle the rest. I am 90% certain that an individual who has not revealed their true sequence as a deceiver will possess an underlying organization. Now, let us commence our discussions regarding the hunt for the divine. Qin Xiyang was eager to accrue points from the hunt, having awakened his sequence abilities rather late. He had less than 6 months until the sequence wielder assessment following the college entrance examination. Other students who have awakened their abilities early have likely accumulated years of experience. Standing out among them is no easy feat indeed. If one's goal is merely to attend a mid-tier university for ability wielders, it is not a formidable challenge. However, Qin Xiyang's aspirations soared to the most prestigious institutions dedicated to the study of abilities. His God-Eater sequence is undoubtedly the strongest among them. Failing to enroll in the finest university would be a sheer waste. According to his understanding, the top universities possess the latest research advancements in sequence abilities along with an array of unparalleled resources. This is essential for his comprehension of the apocalypse and his path to personal empowerment. After his rebirth, Qin Xiyang severed all ties with the trajectory and disposition of his previous life. In just a month, driven by myriad circumstances both voluntary and involuntary, he has engaged in acts of violence, deception against the government. There is little he would shy away from. His ambition continues to swell. He refrains from uttering the grandiose proclamations of standing at the pinnacle of humanity in the apocalypse, yet he harbors his own convictions. Principally, I seek guidance on how to select a hunting team. I perused the joint government's decree and discovered that if an orphan like myself perishes outside the safety zone, the compensation is awarded to the hunting team. I am deeply concerned about falling into the hands of a malevolent group that would exploit me. Li Tianming smiled faintly. Indeed. Qin, your insight is impressive. After merely a couple of hours, you have pinpointed the crux of the matter. It is true that orphans like yourself are susceptible to the treachery of teammates. Choosing a hunting team is a daunting task. How then can I filter out teams known for such behavior? Teams with a history of such conduct are likely to repeat their transgressions. Yet, can you guarantee that a team without such a history won't suddenly be tempted to harm you? Consider this. If you find yourself in peril and require your teammates to rescue you, but upon doing so, you are unable to vanquish the deity, resulting in a futile endeavor that could endanger your safety. There is no decree stating that if a team member dies, the teammates will be penalized. Abandoning you would not incur any repercussions for them. Instead, they would receive a substantial compensation. If you were in their position, what choice would you make? A chill ran down Qin Xiang's spine, for Li Tianming's words bore a profound truth. The essence of humanity is greed. One must never wager on human nature, nor should one gamble their life against it. Then, Principal Li, what should I do in my situation? The optimal solution would be for you to form a solo team. A single-person team ensures you are solely responsible for your safety, which is the most secure approach. A solo team? Indeed. Moreover, as a solo team, you can earn double the points. What could be more advantageous? Qin Xiang hesitated. That sounds appealing, but I have never hunted a deity alone, and I am uncertain how to proceed. Rest assured, I will accompany you beyond the safety zone to assist in hunting the deity. But I am a solo team. If it becomes known that someone is aiding me, would I not face punishment? Hunting divine beings alone grants double points. If one could feign solitary hunting while enlisting the assistance of other sequence abilities, subsequently claiming the double points, would that not constitute a fraud against the joint government's hunting points? The joint government is far from naive and would not engage in unprofitable transactions. Although Qin Xiang is unaware of how the joint government differentiates such fraudulent point activities, he is certain that a viable method exists. Otherwise, such a significant loophole would have long been exploited by countless individuals, who would still venture out in teams. Chapter 53, Preparing to Hunt the Divine. You are indeed correct. If one ventures out alone and receives assistance from other sequence ability users, it will inevitably be discovered by the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, resulting in severe repercussions. Upon concluding a solitary hunt for the divine and entering the safety zone's exit, officials responsible for verifying the remnants of the divine will subject you to a lie detection test and a memory continuity assessment. Furthermore, the data regarding your hunt will be uploaded to the God-Slaying Camp under the Solo Expedition Points section. The lie detection test will pose a singular question. Did you slay these divine beings alone? This inquiry aims to confirm that your recollection indicates the hunt was solely your accomplishment. The memory continuity assessment, on the other hand, serves to ensure that your memories have not been altered by sequence ability users such as writers or soul weavers who possess the capacity to modify recollections. The Forum for Data Submission encourages witnesses to report actively. Sequence ability users who successfully provide evidence will receive a reward for their reports. With such meticulous safeguards in place, deception is virtually impossible. I see. I comprehend now. How will you offer your assistance? I shall accompany you beyond the safety zone. Upon encountering a divine being you may hunt, I will inform you of its characteristics, habits, and methods of attack. After that, you must rely on your own actions. Should you fail to successfully slay the divine or find yourself in peril, I will use binding to ensnare the divine, subsequently employing primordial totem to replenish your strength, ensuring your swift escape and safety. In other words, I will assume the role of your guardian, much like I do at Jiuan Academy, while outside the safety zone. Guardian? For some reason, Qin Xiang found a hint of amusement in that term. As a smile crept upon his lips, he noticed a self-deprecating grin on Li Tianming's face as well. Principal Li, is this arrangement acceptable? I am not assisting you in hunting the divine. So what issue could arise? Many privileged youths in the prosperous areas of the safety zone complete their solo divine hunting tasks in this manner. My role has a specific designation, known as Insurer, tasked with providing assurance for solo teams. I understand now. I must express my gratitude to Principal Li. It is nothing. We are merely aiding one another. However, I must make it clear that I cannot provide my assistance without compensation indefinitely. As your insurer, the points earned will be yours. Yet you must allocate half of the monetary rewards to me. With double the points, even receiving half of the financial reward is still a profitable venture for you. Taking half of the earnings? A sequence level 3 shaman accompanying one outside the safety zone solely to ensure personal safety, taking half of the earnings seems quite reasonable. In fact, Qin Xiang felt it might even be slightly less than warranted. Very well, I accept. Additionally, I require updates on your progress. My aid in hunting the divine is not motivated by mere financial gain. It is because you will assist me in locating the fraudster. Do you understand? Should I make progress, I will inform you promptly. Agreed. When shall we commence the hunt for the divine? This weekend? You are now a sequence ability user. Attending classes holds no significance for you anymore. Let us commence tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, you shall arrive at school. And together we will take the bus to the exit of Safe Zone 38324, where we shall embark on a hunt for the divine beings. Take the bus? Principal Li. I do not possess such funds. Li Tian discerned from a glance that this crafty young lad surely had a method to acquire money, merely feigning ignorance in his presence. However, a wandering orphan, even after recently awakening his sequence abilities, remains just that, a wandering orphan. Should he produce funds, a justification must be concocted, which may inadvertently attract further troubles. Never mind, I shall cover the few copper coins. You must hastily devise a legitimate means of earning income. You cannot always rely on me for transportation expenses. Tomorrow, once we slay the divine beings outside the safe zone, we shall have money. What further justification do we need? You exhibit remarkable confidence. If we are to start tomorrow, what preparations must I undertake? You must visit the Sequence Ability Management Bureau to collect your frost-resistant suit, a sequence blade, and your first vial of sequence potion. Very well. Without waiting for school to end, Qin Si Yang exchanged a few brief words with Li Tianming before promptly heading to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, messaging Qian Wenda as he approached. Qian Wenda responded swiftly. Just come to my office. Upon entering the Bureau's building, although it was not his first visit, he was still awestruck by the understated luxury of the interior. He hoped that in the near future, he too might enjoy such a lifestyle. Upon reaching the corner office on the second floor, he found an orange and white frost-resistant suit laid out on Qian Wenda's desk, accompanied by a god-hunting dagger and a vial of sequence potion. Qian Wenda was intently typing away on his computer, appearing quite busy. You've arrived. Yes. Please, have a seat. I have a few matters to attend to. So bear with me for a moment. All right. After a brief interval, with the satisfying sound of the enter key being struck, Qian Wenda let out a long breath and turned his attention to Qin Si Yang. You've decided to hunt divine beings so swiftly? I'm already somewhat behind. I must hasten to accumulate god-hunting points. Qian Wenda chuckled. So urgent. Are you aiming for the most prestigious university? Indeed. Otherwise, I would be doing a disservice to myself. Qian Wenda nodded. Qin Si Yang's response aligned with his expectations of Qin Si Yang's identity. A fallen noble, now wandering the streets, naturally seeks to reclaim his former glory and prove wrong those who once looked down upon him. Youth, after all, is characterized by the inability to let go of aspirations. Qian Wenda inquired with concern, have you found a god-hunting team? It is crucial to exercise caution in this matter. Your status as an orphan makes you an easy target. I haven't joined a god-hunting team. I'll be going solo. Solo? Qian Wenda expressed surprise. Do you possess experience in hunting divine beings? No. Then how do you dare venture alone? Going solo does not imply I am entirely alone. Qian Wenda licked his dry lips. Have you found an insurance provider? Qin Si Yang smiled and retorted. Are you surprised? Not at all, not at all. Although Qian Wen's expression remained unchanged, his heart was profoundly shaken. He had heard of the profession of insurer, typically comprised of high-ranking, seasoned ability users who escort newcomers and individual teams. However, hiring an insurer requires more than just wealth. A high-level ability user is not concerned about money. A substantial exchange of benefits is necessary to secure a capable insurer. This is not a luxury accessible to the average person. Is Qin Si Yang beginning to make his move? Should he seize the opportunity to hitch a ride on Qin Si Yang's ascent before he fully takes off? Chapter 54. The Sandworm Servants. The sudden emergence of a perplexing dilemma left Qian Wenda in a state of anxious anticipation. He found himself unable to discern the true nature of Qin Si Yang. Was it a prudent decision to stake his fortunes upon him? Would he soar to great heights alongside him? Or would he be dragged into a quagmire? Perhaps it would be wise to first evaluate the strength of both Qin Si Yang and his insurer before making any further plans. Should Qin Si Yang indeed possess the potential to gain admission to the most prestigious academy, his future would undoubtedly be bright. To invest now would be akin to a bird soaring alongside a phoenix. Conversely, if it were all mere pretense, maintaining a lukewarm relationship would suffice. Having made up his mind, Qian Wenda inquired, which safe zone exit will you and your insurer be targeting to hunt divine beings? The largest nearby, the exit of safe zone 38324. Qin Si Yang replied. Qian Wenda was taken aback. 38,324? That area has a record of large divine entities appearing. Are you certain about venturing there for your first hunt? Upon hearing Qian Wenda's concern, Qin Si Yang felt a slight tightening in his chest. He was unaware that the exit of safe zone 38324 had witnessed the emergence of formidable divine beings. Since the awakening of the sequences, there had yet to be a successful hunt of such large entities. He did not believe that he, a novice sequence ability user, could be the first to achieve this. This was a decision made by Li Tianming, who now shared a fateful bond with him, rendering it unnecessary to cause him harm. Therefore, he remained composed, nodding nonchalantly at Qian Wenda. Understood. Seeing Qin Si Yong's calm demeanor, Qian Wenda felt reassured. He continued, I have heard from the Management Bureau that the number of sequence ability users at the exit of Safe Zone 38324 has recently surged. A large group of weaker minor divine beings has been wandering nearby. If you encounter them, you should reap significant rewards. Minor divine beings? Could you elaborate? Qin Si Yong expressed keen interest in the intelligence regarding the area beyond the safe zone. There is a multitude of sandworm servants. Their master seems to have become lost deep outside the safe zone, leaving them without support, and they have been pushed into the impoverished regions, namely the edges of our safe zone. They are currently seeking new masters. Qin Si Yong was somewhat familiar with the sandworm servants. These peculiar creatures resembled parasites, living off the remains of prey consumed by large sandworms. In terms of individual strength, sandworm servants were undoubtedly the weakest of the weak. However, they often appeared in large numbers, and as the saying goes, many ants can take down an elephant, making them quite troublesome. But that was the case for others. For someone like Qin Si Yong, who could enhance himself by consuming divine beings, there was no fear of being worn down. The more servants there were, the more he thrived. Qin Si Yong soon posed another question. The sandworm servants congregate around the sandworms. If they are gathered there, does that not imply? Indeed, Qian Wenda confirmed. The large divine being that has appeared outside the exit of Safe Zone 38324 is a sandworm. The sandworm minions have come here in search of a new master. Once they latch onto the sandworms, these succulent creatures will no longer belong to our sequence practitioners. Qin Si Yong felt a surge of excitement as he listened. Director Qian, you mentioned that many have come to the exit of Safe Zone 38324 solely to hunt the sandworm minions. Even if I uncover their traces, how can I secure much loot? Qian, with a sly smile, replied, You have come to the right person, Qin. I do have a method. Oh? I would be grateful for your guidance, Director Qian. Please wait a moment. Qian rose from his swivel chair, approached the shelf behind him, and retrieved a black glass vial. With this, you will be able to detect the sandworm minions before anyone else. Qin Si Yong picked up the black vial and examined it, puzzled. Director Qian, what is this? A sandworm scale. A sandworm scale? What does it do? The scale carries the scent of the sandworms. If you open this vial in a secluded area, it will undoubtedly attract some sandworm minions. Where did you obtain this? This is evidence provided by a traveling sequence practitioner of the sandworm's presence. They found the scale not far from the safe zone. I purchased it for 2 silver coins, intending for my nephew to use it. But alas, you know how it is. That boy is not cut out for this. He gets bullied even in the team, let alone with something that invites envy. Valued at 2 silver coins, why didn't the finder keep it for themselves? A few newcomers lack the ability to handle a swarm of sandworm minions. They could seek help. Seek help? Qian chuckled coldly. Do you know, Qin, that outside the safe zone, it is not the gods that kill the most humans, but rather other humans? Outside the safe zone, you cannot fully trust even your own teammates, let alone others. Should you encounter a formidable deity, everyone would likely unite in cooperation. Yet when faced with a tempting target, the first instinct of sequence practitioners is often not to share the bounty, but to eliminate anyone who might claim it. This is the inherent flaw of humanity. We can endure hardships together, but we cannot share prosperity. Even when elevated to sequence practitioners, our baser instincts remain unchanged. With a sidelong glance at Qin Si Yong, Qian added, You are not one of those individuals, are you, Qin? Haha. Do not take it to heart, Qin. Qin Si Yong offered a gentle smile and returned. Director Qian, how many sequence practitioners have you seen willing to hunt deities for the sake of raising funds for ordinary people with no blood ties? You should have the answer to whether I am one of those you describe. As he held the black glass vial, Qin Si Yong thought, This item is truly a remarkable treasure. With it, my first hunt for a deity will be remarkably efficient. Chief Qian, I truly find myself at a loss for how to express my gratitude towards you. This assistance is no less significant than the prior help you provided in registering my sequence. Classmate Qin has certainly made a mountain out of a molehill. Nearly 2 silver coins, after all, is not a vast sum. No, the 2 silver coins merely represent the price you received, Chief Qian. Were it not for our acquaintance, I doubt I could have procured even 10 silver coins. I shall remember this matter. Chief Qian, I must now prepare for the hunt of the divine. May we meet again under fortunate circumstances. Indeed, farewell. Qin Si Yong gathered the antifreeze suit, the divine hunting dagger, and the sequence potion into a cloth bag. Then discreetly tucked the black glass vial into his pocket. Thank you. Qian bid farewell as he watched Qin Si Yong depart, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 55, Preparations. Qin Siyang returned to Wang Defa's warehouse. He opened a bag and retrieved the hundreds of copper coins acquired after his confrontation with 3 homeless men. Now that his identity as a sequence had been disclosed, the origins of these coins could be easily justified, eliminating the need for subterfuge. Holding the coins, he made his way to the only supermarket nearby. The outskirts of the safe zone were characterized by abject poverty, with nearly everyone cooking for themselves to save money. Thus, only raw ingredients were sold, and pre-prepared meals were virtually non-existent. However, this supermarket offered an array of finished food products, catering to sequence practitioners venturing to hunt deities at the exit of Safe Zone 114514. Qin Siyang had passed by this supermarket countless times, but had never had the opportunity to step inside. As he entered, the dim lighting revealed shelves stocked with a limited selection of goods. By the cash register stood 2 burly men, their hands concealed beneath the counter, seemingly gripping weapons. And they regarded Qin Siyang with wary expressions. Initially puzzled, Qin Siyang quickly understood the source of their suspicion upon noticing his tattered attire. They likely mistook him for a thief. He could empathize. In such a destitute area, a supermarket without adequate security would have been looted long ago. Shaking his head in resignation at his disheveled appearance, he acknowledged that he needed to address his clothing situation, albeit not at this moment. He picked out a large backpack with numerous compartments and proceeded to purchase a variety of compressed food items to stave off hunger. How much? He inquired at the register. 200 copper coins, came the response. This amount aligned closely with Qin Siyang's mental calculations. Although the price was slightly inflated, he thought little of it. He retrieved the coins from his pocket, counted out 200, and handed them to the men. After neatly stowing the food into the compartments of his backpack, he turned to leave. Just as he grasped the straps of his backpack and prepared to depart, a distinct click echoed from behind him, the unmistakable sound of a handgun being cocked. Without hesitation, Qin Siyang activated his violence skill, leaping over the counter to seize the throats of the 2 men. Furrowing his brow, he demanded, "What is the meaning of this? I pay for my goods, and you seek to kill me?" The men's faces flushed crimson as they struggled against his iron grip, attempting to pry his hands away. Yet, Qin Siyang's hold remained unyielding. One of the men rasped, "No. No." He gestured toward something, and following his finger, Qin Siyang noticed a peculiar drawer slightly ajar. "What do you mean? Are you implying it was the drawer that made the noise?" "Yes, yes." Seeing no weapons beside the men and the cash register spotless and devoid of any threat, Qin Siyang released his grip and turned his attention to the drawer, pushing it inward. The sound of the drawer emitted a noise strikingly akin to the chambering of a handgun. Qin Siyang turned his gaze back towards the 2 burly men, panting heavily with tears and snot streaming down their faces, and uttered with a scoff, "In the future, refrain from employing such petty tricks." "Yes, yes, yes." Qin Siyang then took several packages of compressed instant food. "Consider these a form of compensation for the fright you just imposed upon me." "Very well. Take as you please." "Take as I please? Will your benefactors not come after me for this?" "Dare not, dare not." Qin Siyang paid them no further heed and shouldered his backpack, departing the scene. Once he left, the 2 burly men exhaled in relief. The sound from the drawer was a ruse specifically designed for robbery and murder. Though most customers in the store were of the sequence ability type, a significant number of ordinary people, who preferred to remain unseen, also frequented the place. Whenever they noticed a customer who seemed less than likely to possess sequence abilities, they would subtly pull the drawer, creating a noise reminiscent of a handgun being chambered. If the customer were indeed a sequence ability user, their acute hearing would detect the deception, and they would inevitably display the unassailable authority inherent to their kind. Even if they angered a sequence ability user, they could easily dismiss it as merely the sound of the drawer. Operating a supermarket in this manner, they had backing, and typically, an apology along with a few gifts would suffice to placate matters. If a customer lacked sequence abilities, however, they could draw out a real handgun from the hidden compartment of the drawer, eliminate the customer, and plunder their belongings, thus reaping a considerable profit. Qin Siyang discerned the scheme of the 2 men, which is why he opted to take extra provisions as compensation. One of the burly men, wearing a face of grievance, remarked, with his shabby appearance, "Who would ever suspect he was a sequence ability user? I thought he was a fugitive. I nearly killed him." The other burly man, rubbing his neck, replied, "Have you lost your mind?" He was carrying a backpack specially designed for sequence ability users to store divine remains. With such an obvious item, he might as well have had "I am a sequence ability user" written on his face. If he isn't a sequence ability user, then can he possibly be an ordinary person? Are you so reckless as to engage the drawer at such a moment? But where have you ever seen a sequence ability user dressed so poorly? Nonsense. He must have just awakened. Can you not think for a moment? Is your head merely for show? I only thought he had a bit of money. Business has been slow lately, and I was hoping for a windfall. You would covet a mere few hundred copper coins. You should cease your partnership in this store immediately. I will call the boss shortly and have you removed for your naivety. Please, brother, grant me a chance. Securing this position is no easy feat. I implore you for an opportunity. Then for this month's accounts, it shall be 80-20. I take 80, you take 20. If you agree, I shall keep this incident from the boss. Ah, what, are you not satisfied? Satisfied, satisfied. I shall heed your every arrangement. Qin Si Young returned to the warehouse, placing the black glass bottles and the hunter's dagger into his backpack as well. What should he do with these 2 vials of sequence elixir? He gazed at the glass bottles, lost in contemplation, having already harnessed divine nourishment to enhance his prowess. Consuming this sequence potion would be a sheer waste. Should the opportunity arise, it would be prudent to find someone to dispose of it in exchange for some currency. After a night's slumber, tomorrow morning he would take a brisk cold shower at school, then accompany the principal to the safety exit number 38324 to hunt some deities. Qin Xiang lay upon the soft mat, filled with anticipation for the morrow, and drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, he awoke at an early hour. Donning his frost-resistant suit in the warehouse and shouldering a large backpack, he stepped outside. His entire ensemble undoubtedly attracted the gaze of every passerby. Each individual regarded him with reverence, envy, and admiration. Amidst such scrutiny, Qin Xiang's steps grew ever lighter. Chapter 56. Departing the safe zone with an air of confidence. Qin Xiang strode into the school, drawing the attention of all with his resplendent frost-resistant attire and large backpack, signaling his intent to hunt deities. He made his way directly to the principal's office. Principal Li, let us be on our way, he declared. Li Tianming, taken aback by Qin Xiang's choice of attire as a sequence ability user, remarked, "Why are you wearing frost-resistant clothing here? Surely that will alert everyone to our impending departure to hunt deities." Qin Xiang shrugged nonchalantly. "If I don't wear the frost-resistant gear, won't the others still notice? Principal Li, I cannot conceal my status as an insured for long. Those who are watching you will inevitably learn of this matter. Instead of shrouding ourselves in secrecy and provoking suspicion, it is far better to be forthright and clarify that we are merely a teacher and student engaged in a common endeavor. You have faith in my potential to assist you in the future, thus this is merely an investment. Nothing more." Li Tianming found himself persuaded by Qin Xiang's reasoning. "You make a valid point. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." With that, Li Tianming donned his own frost-resistant attire and departed the school alongside Qin Xiang. It was only then that the teachers and students realized that Principal Li Tianming was, in fact, a sequence ability user. Teachers Zhu and Wenshu, newly enlightened to this revelation, were left in a state of shock. "I never imagined little Li could be so adept at concealing his abilities," Zhu exclaimed in disbelief. Wenshu added, "It is certainly better for someone to accompany Qin Xiang in hunting deities than for him to venture alone." "Alone?" Zhu queried, puzzled. "Isn't it common knowledge that sequence ability users form teams for such hunts?" Wenshu chuckled lightly. "I cannot say for certain. It was merely a guess." With that, she returned her focus to the exercises in her workbook. Upon reaching the bus stop, Qin Xiang and Li Tianming boarded an old and somewhat worn bus. "Thank you." Principal Li. Li Tianming shot him a knowing glance and produced some copper coins to pay for their fare. As the apocalypse had descended, most regions were under the dominion of deities, rendering energy sources exceedingly scarce. Thus, the buses, still reliant on gasoline or electricity, were high-consumption commodities, making fares quite exorbitant. Consequently, the bus was devoid of ordinary citizens, filled instead with sequence ability users who sought to save time on their journeys. Some had just concluded their deity hunting activities at the 114514 safe zone exit, while others were en route to commence their hunts at different exits. The atmosphere on the bus was serene. Passengers were either engrossed in their smartphones or resting with their eyes closed. Qin Xiang glanced at the smartphones of others, then at his own outdated yet sturdy device, contemplating that it might be time to upgrade his equipment. However, he deemed that consideration a matter for another day. After more than an hour, the bus's intercom crackled to life. "Safe zone exit 38324, we have arrived. Please disembark." "Understood." Qin Xiang and Li Tianming stepped off the bus, walking together towards the exit of the safe zone. Today, at the exit of safety zone 38324, there seemed to be quite a throng of people. Li Tianming surveyed the overcrowded exit with a sense of exasperation. It is due to the recent emergence of a horde of rogue sandworm minions, Qin Xiang elucidated. Upon hearing this, Li Tianming's eyes immediately sparkled with surprise. How do you know this? Of course, I found a way to inquire, Qin Xiang replied. Li Tianming nodded slightly, feeling an increased sense of admiration for Qin Xiang. His intellect was far beyond that of an ordinary adolescent. Relying on him for personal matters might indeed prove beneficial. The two of them stepped out of the safety zone together. As the metallic door opened with a soft hiss, Qin Xiang faced the world beyond the safety zone for the first time. The faint starlight above illuminated the desolate expanse of the Evernight Blue Star, casting a dim glow upon the ruins of civilization. The landscape was littered with crumbling walls and derelict vehicles, faint remnants of a once thriving culture. However, a decade had passed, and much of this civilization's evidence had been buried beneath the relentless sands. In time, these vestiges may vanish entirely, or perhaps one day, an archaeologist might unearth them, filled with exhilaration. Alternatively, they might remain entombed in the earth, never to see the light of day again. As Qin Xiang gazed at the scene before him, his mind wandered, and he felt a profound sense of melancholy. The fragility of human civilization was truly disheartening. Let us proceed, he said, following Li Tianming out of the safety zone. No sooner had they stepped outside than a strong gust of wind swept through, causing his protective suit to flutter uncontrollably. Li Tianming observed the bustling hunter teams around them and contemplated for a moment. With my experience, we could head towards that. Principal Li, follow me. Qin Xiang interjected, choosing a path with fewer shadows. Li Tianming hesitated briefly, but did not question him, trailing behind Qin Xiang. If Qin Xiang had knowledge of the sandworm minions, he might also be aware of their whereabouts. However, it was unlikely, after departing from their masters. The sandworm minions roamed aimlessly without a fixed location. Qin Xiang continued on in silence, delving deeper into the desolation, where the crowd began to thin. Qin, where is the gathering place of the sandworm minions you know of? Venturing further in could be perilous. If we encounter a mid-tier deity, I may not be able to safeguard you, Li Tianming cautioned, glancing around to confirm the absence of any other souls. The safety zone behind them had transformed into a distant glimmer. After traversing over 10 kilometers, Li Tianming deemed it sufficient. He retrieved a black glass vial from his backpack and unscrewed the cap. Qin, what is this? A sandworm scale, Qin Xiang replied. What? Where did you acquire such a thing? From the place where I gathered the information, Qin Xiang was reluctant to elaborate. The two individuals, Qian Wen and Li Tianming, were his hidden cards. Though they were unaware of each other's identities, their mere existence served his interests at present. After waiting for over half an hour, Qin Xiang suddenly sensed a stir. Prepare yourselves. Understood. Qin Xiang drew forth the hunter's dagger, his gaze fixed intently on the direction from whence the sound emanated. He held his breath, every muscle in his body taut with anticipation. Though he had taken lives before, he had never faced a deity. As the moment approached, a palpable tension gripped his heart. Beneath his frost-resistant attire, beads of sweat began to form on his back. He steeled himself. Only 10 seconds remained. After delivering this reminder, Li Tianming silently retreated, distancing himself from Qin Xiang to avoid any implications that he was unable to meet the demands of solitary combat. As the sounds drew ever closer, Qin Xiang's nerves tightened further. Suddenly, a shadow, half his height, leapt forth, lunging directly at him. Unable to discern the creature's true form, he could only vaguely make out its grotesque shape, seemingly adorned with a multitude of elongated, crab-like legs, while its body bore a resemblance to a mutated cockroach. Chapter 57. The hunt's triumph. This colossal, mutated deity resembling a cockroach moved with remarkable swiftness. Nevertheless, Qin Xiang was still able to accurately discern its position. Taking a deep breath, he resolved against employing the brute force, skill, choosing instead to rely on his physical reflexes to confront this entity. Although brute force did not specify a cooldown period, suggesting it could be utilized indefinitely, the skill promised to triple his strength, agility, and perception, undoubtedly consuming a significant amount of energy. It was evident that this energy would be drawn from Qin Xiang's own physique. Overuse would lead to physical exhaustion, rendering it unsustainable. Thus, he opted to refrain from activating brute force for the time being, as long as he could maintain a clear view. It indicated that the enemy's agility had not surpassed his capacity to respond. Regarding strength, this deity stood only half his height, likely posing no greater challenge than himself. Moreover, with only one deity present, it was the perfect opportunity for practice. Despite being a novice, Qin Shi Yang firmly believed that honing his combat reflexes was imperative. As he observed the large, mutated cockroach lunging toward him with its claws outstretched, Qin Shi Yang seized the moment. Just as the elongated, sharp claws were about to make contact with his chest, he executed a powerful leap, soaring above the approaching deity. The creature, with its head angled toward the ground, was oblivious to what transpired behind it. Insect-like beings typically possess limited vision, and it appeared this deity shared the same trait. Gripping his demon-hunting dagger tightly, Qin Shi Yang directed his descent straight toward the creature's head. He was confident that the deity's cranium would not be overly resilient. The dagger would surely penetrate. He envisioned the scene moments later. The deity's anguished wail as foul, viscous fluid erupted from its head. Success was within reach. A slight smile graced his lips. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The cockroach-like deity abruptly twisted its head 180 degrees, its large, bulging black eyes locking onto Qin Shi Yang as he descended. From those grotesque, round eyes, he perceived a strange, sinister grin. How could this be possible? Not far away, Li Tianming furrowed his brow, poised to unleash the Urbind, skilled to prevent any harm from befalling Qin Shi Yang. It seemed that Qin had drawn the attention of one of the more troublesome, aberrant scythes among the sandworm minions. Many would mistakenly assume it to be a sight-restricted insect. Yet its vision extended a full 360 degrees. Numerous sequence ability users had met their demise ensnared within its visual trap. Li Tianming closely monitored Qin Shi Yang's reactions. Should his next move falter, he might be impaled directly through the chest and abdomen by the aberrant scythe, leading to a fatal outcome. Beads of sweat began to form on Li Tianming's palms, fear gripping him at the thought of failing to intervene in time and allowing Qin Shi Yang to perish. Upon witnessing the sudden rotation of the deity's head, Qin Shi Yang instantly recognized the peril of his situation. He abandoned his attack and instead planted a foot on the back shell of the aberrant scythe, propelling himself upward once more. Just as his foot had just left the back armor, two black, scythe-like appendages suddenly emerged from the distorted carapace's dark, round eyes, brushing past Qin Shi Yang's masked visage. Even through his frost-resistant suit, he could feel the rush of air as it sliced through the space before him. That was close. Had he pressed on with his assault? He would have been severed into pieces by those suddenly manifested scythes. Damn it! Despite having researched the information on the sandworm minions prior to his arrival, he had never encountered this deity before. Wait. As Qin Shi Yang gazed at the head of the distorted carapace, a realization struck him. Those scythes had materialized from its eyes. Did that not imply that its vision had vanished, rendering it blind? Observing the scythes retract swiftly confirmed his suspicions. The distorted carapace seemed eager to regain its sight, which explained its desire to withdraw the scythes after missing their target. This was the moment. Without hesitation, Qin Shi Yang pressed down again as he descended, thrusting his dagger toward the head of the distorted carapace. With a soft thud, the dagger pierced through the outer layer of its armor before plunging into the tender, moist flesh beneath. The distorted carapace writhed in agony, its sides extending once more in a desperate attempt to sweep toward Qin Shi Yang, intent on taking him down with it. However, Qin Shi Yang had seized the initiative and was determined not to squander this opportunity. He pressed down with both hands, driving the dagger deeper and pinning the distorted carapace's head firmly into the ground. Its head had already warped beyond recognition, and the size that had emerged from its eyes could only extend a short distance before being trapped. Seizing the chance, Qin Shi Yang twisted forcefully, creating a hole the width of a steel pipe, accompanied by a splash of dark green fluid that splattered onto his protective suit, sending a chill through his body. The numerous legs of the distorted carapace twitched a couple of times before falling still. It was done. Qin Shi Yang exhaled in relief and quickly secured the lid on the glass vial containing the sandworm scales. He needed a moment to recuperate. If a few more distorted carapaces were to arrive now, he would be in dire straits. He sat atop the back armor of the fallen creature, regulating his breath. Li Tianming approached from a short distance. Qin, well done. Thank you. I appreciate Principal Li's protection during the ordeal. While taking a moment for himself, Qin Shi Yang did not forget to express his gratitude to Li Tianming. He understood that, in that critical moment, Li Tianming had surely been ready to assist him. Li Tianming smiled. Qin, to have successfully slain a deity on your first hunt is indeed beyond my expectations. Just lucky, I suppose. Principal Li, what is the name of this deity? The distorted carapace? Why was there no mention of this entity in the information I found on the sandworm minions at the Godlayer camp? The forums are free, but the information available is limited. The distorted carapace is already a highly advanced existence among the sandworm minions, not easily vanquished. Particularly, Its vision is actually 360 degrees, a trait that has claimed the lives of many sequence abilities users. The experience of vanquishing it is forged from the casualties of those endowed with sequential abilities. Such precious information is seldom disclosed. No one would dare to make it public? Then, how is it that you, Principal Lee, are aware of it? Me? Have you forgotten? I am the vice president of a certain university, and my understanding of the divine is naturally far more profound. The fact that information regarding the hunting of deities remains undisclosed is truly astonishing. It is no wonder that humanity has yet to devise a means to escape the confines of the safe zone. What a bunch of scoundrels! Li Tianming inquired, classmate Qin. Do you intend to disclose the information regarding the aberrant scythe? Qin Xiang chuckled softly. I am even more of a scoundrel than they. Ha ha. Well, let us not dwell on such matters. Principal Li, where must I sever to prove that I have slain this deity? Chapter 58. Infidelity: How to prove the hunting of deities remains elusive within the forum. Qin Xiang could only glean from fragmented conversations that one must sever a portion from the divine being, a part that serves as proof of identity. To bring back to the safe zone. The acceptance personnel of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau at the entrance of the safe zone would allocate rewards based on these severed parts. Although he had slain the aberrant scythe, he was uncertain how to validate his accomplishment. Fortunately, with Li Tianming by his side, this should not pose a significant problem. Turn the aberrant scythe over, Li Tianming instructed. Following his directive, Qin Xiang observed as Li Tianming pointed to a circular segment located at the core of its abdomen. Do you see this circular segment? Sever it and take it back. It will serve as proof of your hunt for the deity. Each divine being possesses such a circular segment, which substantiates your claim. With the god-hunting dagger, Qin Xiang meticulously cut along the edge of the circular segment, inadvertently extracting a considerable amount of flesh and blood in the process. Just as he was about to dispose of it, Li Tianming halted him. Do not discard that flesh and blood. The verification personnel at the entrance of the safe zone will assess the freshness of these remains to determine if you have cheated. They will clean the blood and flesh from the circular segment and dispose of it, retaining only the segment itself. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang was enlightened. He had previously wondered why the garbage bins outside the safe zone contained such a plethora of divine remains. Now he understood the reason. He then inquired, what is the value of this circular segment in terms of god-hunting points? Li Tianming extended 6 fingers. 6 god-hunting points. Is that so many? Qin Xiang was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that the minuscule sandworm servants yielded merely a single point when slain. Indeed, that is quite substantial, Li Tianming affirmed. How is this point system determined? Examine the circular segment closely, Li Tianming replied, wiping away the dark green fluid. He pointed to a circular indentation on it. This circular mark denotes 5 points, and this linear indentation signifies 1 point. Together, they amount to 6 points. Qin Xiang wore a perplexed expression. But how is this point standard established? Naturally, it is derived from practical combat experience. The Bureau discovered that hunting a deity with a circular mark is approximately 5 times more challenging than one with a single indentation, which led to the establishment of the exchange criteria. Understanding dawned on Qin Xiang as he opened his backpack to carefully stow away the precious circular segment. 6 points? And with his solo team status, that would double to 12 points. Although he was uncertain of the significance, 12 points certainly sounded impressive. He resolved to secure it diligently to prevent theft. Noticing his cautious demeanor, Li Tianming reassured him, you need not worry about others stealing this circular segment. Your god-hunting dagger carries your essence, and so does the circular segment. Even if someone were to seize it, their essence would merely overlay yours. According to the Bureau's regulations, rewards are allocated to the original essence holder of the circular segment. That sounds quite reasonable. Please, continue. Qin Xiang carefully unscrewed the lid of the sandworm scale bottle, resuming his watchful vigil. Yet, in addition to his keen observation of the surroundings, he found his thoughts drifting towards the corpse of the deformed crab-like entity. What a magnificent divine body! If I were to consume it entirely, wouldn't that elevate me to the heavens? He was instantly filled with excitement. Without hesitation, he set to work. First, he wielded his hunter-s dagger to sever the small legs of the deformed crab-like creature, reminiscent of crab pincers. Qin, what are you doing? Came the voice of Li Tianming, oblivious to Qin Xiang's intentions. Oh, just passing the time, having a little fun, Li Tianming. Unaware of Qin Xiang's motives, and seeing no signs of the sandworm minions, chose to let him be. Qin Xiang then proceeded to remove the joint from one of the severed legs, inspecting the remaining segment in his hand. If I hollow it out, it could serve as a straw. His gaze shifted to the abdomen of the deformed crab-like creature, where a gaping wound, left by his earlier incision, oozed a viscous, dark green fluid. After ensuring no divine beings were nearby in the desolate surroundings, he cautiously opened a small gap in his frost-resistant suit's mask. A frigid gust of wind rushed in, causing Qin Shi Huang to shiver. Outside the safety zone, it was indeed cold. The bodies of sequence ability users are not impervious to such chill. Once he acclimated to the biting cold, he resolved to hasten the creation of his makeshift straw. Otherwise, the precious fluid within the creature might freeze solid. Gripping the hollowed leg, he placed it to his mouth and sucked vigorously, drawing the flesh into his mouth. It tastes somewhat like crab meat. Having experienced raw drunken crab in his previous life, he found the tender, succulent flesh of the leg strikingly similar. After swallowing, a wave of warmth surged through his body, bringing a sense of comfort. Not bad at all. He promptly inserted the hollow crab leg back into the deformed creature's body, greedily siphoning off the rich fluid within. Indeed, the cold had begun to solidify the liquid into icy shards. However, Qin Shi Huang felt no disdain. All this was in pursuit of strength. Strength, after all, is not to be trifled with. As the nourishing essence flowed into him, it transformed into a source of energy, allowing him to consume as much divine remains as he wished without feeling overly full. After about a minute of fervent sucking, the fluid finally ran dry. A glance revealed that most of the creature's interior was filled with this nourishing liquid, with only a meager portion of flesh remaining. The bulk of the energy had been absorbed by him. He then stuffed the straw back into the deformed crab's corpse, pouring in some sand as well. Surely, no one else would dare to touch a divine body besides me? Feeling satisfied, Qin Shi Huang let out a burp, wiped the remnants of juice from the corner of his mouth, and sealed his frost-resistant suit's mask, reclining lazily against the creature's exoskeleton. He had grown stronger once again. If only he could bask in the sun at this moment, his contentment would be complete. Though his sequence level had not ascended, he could distinctly sense his burgeoning power. Not only had his strength increased, but even his eyesight had sharpened somewhat. What had previously been unclear in the distance was now vividly visible. Meanwhile, Li Tianming, not far off, remained oblivious to Qin Shi Huang's curious activities. He had thought that he had suddenly rediscovered his childhood, finding joy in solitary play. Yet, one could not ascertain whether Qin was truly mature or simply immature. After a brief respite, Qin Shi Huang was suddenly alerted by a rustling sound. It seemed that another sandworm minion was approaching. He immediately sprang to his feet, resuming a combat stance, calmly preparing to confront the enemy drawing near. Qin Shi Huang was confident. Should another aberrant scythe beater appear, he would surely dispatch it with ease. With enhanced vision, he discerned a divine entity advancing towards him in the distance. Was that a long-legged worm? A smile crept across Qin Shi Huang's lips. The soft target he had anticipated had finally arrived. Time to hunt with fervor. Chapter 59. Sequence Level 3. If the distorted is regarded as the superior among the sandworm minions, then the long-legged worm is merely the mud beneath the soles of their shoes. No deity is weaker than the long-legged worm. They possess neither formidable defense, nor sharp offensive weapons, nor lethal toxins, nor even a clever mind. With merely a mouth the size of a fingertip, their bite upon a sequence ability user feels akin to a light scraping. The long-legged worm not only boasts limited abilities but also lacks intelligence. When faced with peril, it does not even attempt to evade. There was a time when the Sequence Ability Management Bureau seriously considered the reduction or even the abolition of the hunting points awarded for slaying long-legged worms. Ultimately, however, they refrained from such actions. The long-legged worm, despite its frailty, often attaches itself to more powerful deities. The mere presence of a long-legged worm heralds the arrival of formidable foes. The risks associated with exterminating them are considerable. Furthermore, they remain deities, impervious to the common folk's attempts to vanquish them. Only sequence ability users are capable of delivering the fatal blow. As deities, they deserve respect. Thus, the Sequence Ability Management Bureau continues to grant hunting points for slaying long-legged worms, encouraging sequence ability users to bravely hunt down these divine beings. However, the Bureau never anticipated the shameless actions of Qin Shi Huang, who lured the sandworm minions with a single sandworm scale. The long-legged worms came seeking a new master, thus failing to band together with other powerful deities. A vast throng rushed towards the source of the sandworm's scent. Qin Shi Huang beamed at the sight of the multitude of long-legged worms, nearly grinning from ear to ear. Nearby, Li Tianming was also taken aback. This kid's luck is simply outrageous. There were at least several hundred long-legged worms before him. Wasn't he about to soar to great heights? Why had he never encountered such fortune during his own hunts? Li Tianming felt a twinge of envy. Had it not been for the necessity of Qin Shi Yang's assistance in the presence of numerous witnesses when they set out, he might have contemplated eliminating Qin Shi Yang and claiming the long-legged worms for himself. Restraint, restraint. Li Tianming, you have more pressing matters to attend to. He took a deep breath, striving to suppress his jealousy. Qin Shi Yang, not one to linger, immediately brandished his hunting dagger and charged forth. Most of these long-legged worms were about half a meter long and 2 fingers wide. Their slender legs elevated them roughly 20 centimeters off the ground. Yet, to Qin Shi Yang, they resembled nothing more than filthy insects. With a sweep of his dagger, he could swiftly dispatch 3 or 5 of them. At that moment, an idea struck him. He understood that only sequence ability users could slay deities, but there was no stipulation that it had to be with a hunting dagger. Observing the long-legged worms crawling on the ground, he became curious. Could he crush these humble deities with his foot? He stepped down, and the long-legged worm he squished immediately restored itself and continued its crawl. Not effective? Suddenly, he realized something. It was likely due to the insulating suit he wore, which enveloped him entirely. Even if the physical mutation awakens a sequence, the power of this mutation cannot be transmitted through the frost-resistant suit. To validate his hypothesis, he unfastened his frost-resistant suit and stepped onto the long-footed worm. With a squelching sound, red fluid was immediately expelled from the worm, splattering onto Qin Shi Yang's foot. After twitching a couple of times, the long-footed worm fell still. It was dead. Qin Shi Yang nodded. Indeed. The bodies of sequence abilities users were no longer the same as those of ordinary individuals, having undergone a peculiar transformation. Even without employing his sequence abilities, he could slay a deity. With this understanding, Qin Shi Yang no longer fixated on using a dagger to kill the divine beings. Swinging a dagger was too slow. With so many worms, it was far quicker to trample them underfoot. From a distance, Li Tianming watched Qin Shi Yang's actions with admiration, nodding in approval. Initially, Qin Shi Yang had tried to crush the long-footed worms while wearing his frost-resistant suit, and then he discarded it to continue his assault. Li Tianming observed this keenly. On the battlefield, encountering simple foes, rather than merely seeking to harvest points from the deities, he exhibited a spirit of exploration. Truly, he was a promising candidate for scientific research. If I were still in university, I would certainly take this lad as a student. Alas, I wonder if I will ever have the chance to venture beyond the periphery of the safe zone in this lifetime. Li Tianming cast another glance at Qin Shi Yang's retreating figure. It seemed that even until death, Zhu Yuan School would not awaken another sequence abilities user. Qin, my future depends on you. Qin Shi Yang removed his frost-resistant suit and tossed it aside, then ran amidst the throngs of long-footed worms. However, perhaps due to the chill, he bent forward, cradling his body with his hands, resembling a refugee in flight, at least from Li Tianming's perspective. Yet, this posture was not solely due to the cold. Another reason was that it allowed him to lower his head. When his foot landed on the long-footed worm, red fluid would be squeezed out and sprayed forth. Or rather, burst forth. Qin Shi Yang kept his head down, preparing to accept the gifts of the divine. He had already gained experience. He discovered that when he stepped at an angle with his heel on the head of the long-footed worm and then crushed with his toes, the red fluid would be expelled from the worm's rear, perfectly spraying into his mouth. The taste was somewhat peculiar, likely a mix of various substances. Qin Shi Yang glanced at the worm's rear with discomfort. However, his ever-strengthening body soon allowed him to cast this discomfort aside. What could be more exhilarating than the sensation of becoming stronger? He galloped tirelessly amidst the army of long-footed worms, with bright red juice at the corner of his mouth and a joyful smile. Just as he was reveling in this experience, suddenly, a strange sensation coursed through his body. And Qin Shi Yang felt a qualitative leap in both his strength and perception. Simultaneously, the sequence information in his brain underwent a transformation. Sequence Devourer promotion, consuming deities enhances strength, current sequence level. Level 3, Crimson Knight, skill, Blood Feast. Skill description, able to digest deities through direct consumption. Skill, Brutality. Skill description, within 10 minutes, one's agility and physical strength are tripled, during which no pain is felt. Skill, Dual Metal. Skill description, upon slaying a deity, all current power, excluding skills, is permanently doubled. Skill cooldown period, 1 year. The prospect of a 100% increase in total power. Qin Shi Yang was taken aback. The joy on his face was uncontainable, as if he had just struck the jackpot in a lottery. This, Dual Metal, is astonishingly powerful. Chapter 60, Enhancement of Abilities. The only regret is the lengthy cooldown period of 1 year. Had it been shorter, He would have chosen to reside outside the safe zone indefinitely, biding his time until he became invincible before returning. However, the path of survival remained elusive. He had contemplated persistently hunting deities beyond the safe zone, relying on blood drink to augment his strength, which seemed a viable strategy. Yet, he swiftly dismissed this notion. The act of consuming the remnants of deities must remain undiscovered, necessitating hunts in secluded areas devoid of witnesses, specifically deep outside the safe zone. This entailed doubling the danger, significantly heightening the likelihood of encountering unknown, formidable deities, which could lead to an untimely demise. He had observed far too many such instances on the obituary board of the God-slaying camp. Whether chasing injured deities into the depths beyond the safe zone or exploring uncharted territories, these sequenceability users invariably met their end at the hands of unknown deities. Numerous hunting teams had faced complete annihilation, though Qin Shi Huang considered himself strong. He recognized the limitations of his strength and acknowledged that he had yet to reach a level where he could navigate freely outside the safe zone. In light of the constant threat to his life, it seemed far safer to engage in the intricate games of wit within the confines of the safe zone. Qin Shi Huang glanced at the dual medal, his heart swelling with joy. An increase in strength by a factor of 2. Alas, the ways of the world seldom align with one's desires. He decided to utilize it without delay. This skill, which enhances attributes, is best employed promptly to minimize cooldowns. He meticulously reviewed the skill's description and realized it would double his current strength. A thought struck him. If he activated violence, his current strength would triple. Would using the dual medal then elevate him to 6 times his usual power? The prospect of such amplification left Qin Shi Huang swallowing hard. He surveyed the dwindling number of long-legged worms, contemplating that today's harvest was nearly sufficient. Once he cleared these crawling deities, he could prepare to return to the safe zone. Given this, it seemed there would be no opportunity to employ violence, alleviating concerns about his energy expenditure. Why not give it a try? He activated violence and subsequently initiated the dual medal. Targeting a long-legged worm, he brought his foot down with precision. With the enhancement from his sequence level and violence, his foot sank into the ground to a depth of half a palm's breadth. The long-legged worm scarcely had time to struggle before it perished, departing without any pain. In that moment, Qin Shi Huang felt a surge of formidable power coursing through him, enhancing every facet of his being. His ears could detect the sounds of long-legged worms moving from various directions. His eyes could discern every single hair on a long-legged worm 10 paces away. His body felt as light as a feather, allowing him to outrun the wind. His fists brimmed with strength, as if they could shatter steel with a single blow. Qin Shi Huang immediately sought to test his newfound power, placing his foot upon a nearby long-legged worm once more. His lower leg sank deeply into the ground. Qin Shi Huang felt a surge of emotions. Power. This is absolute power. Meanwhile, not far from him, Li Tianming furrowed his brow. Did I just have a hallucination? Why did it seem that, as Qin raised his foot, an afterimage appeared? Yet, with my current sequence rank, my perception and vision are exceptionally acute. If even I cannot clearly capture his movements, then could it be that sequence rank 4? No, sequence rank 5 is necessary. Li Tianming's frown deepened. Is Qin Shi Huang truly sequence rank 5? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If he were sequence rank 5, why would he seek me as an insurer? He could single-handedly confront the divine beings. Moreover, sequence rank 5 requires hundreds of vials of sequence potions. He could never procure them. Perhaps my fatigue has clouded my vision. I must quickly regain my alertness, lest he encounters danger and I am too slow to assist him. With this thought, Li Tianming removed his mask, feeling the biting cold wind against his face. A shiver coursed through him, and he immediately felt his senses sharpen. He then replaced the mask. Looking again at Qin Shi Huang, he found his movements seemingly unchanged. It was indeed his eyes playing tricks on him. Qin Shi Huang, however, felt a tinge of disappointment. He noticed that, with the conclusion of the violent skill, his strength and agility had somewhat diminished. Yet, it did not plummet by 2/3 as before. He estimated it to be roughly a third less. Thus, after utilizing the dual medal, his strength and agility were approximately 4 times that of his original capacity. He calculated this change. If his initial strength was 1 unit, activating violence would elevate it to 3 units, and then activating the dual medal would increase it to 6 units. However, upon the cessation of violence, he lost the 2 units gained, leaving him with 4 units. He had anticipated a 6-fold increase, but ultimately achieved only a 4-fold enhancement. Nevertheless, Qin Shi Huang felt satisfied. This was far more pleasant than merely doubling his strength. He controlled his speed and power, ensuring that Li Tianming would not perceive any discrepancies, and then proceeded to eliminate the remaining long-footed worms. Afterwards, he promptly sealed the black glass vial containing the sandworm scales, preparing to tally his gains. The ground was littered with remnants, enough to keep him occupied for a while. Qin Shi Yang donned his frost-resistant suit, retrieved the hunter's dagger, and began harvesting the circular armor. Due to the limited space in his backpack, he was particularly meticulous during the process, retaining only a small amount of flesh and blood, sufficient for the Bureau's inspectors to ascertain they perished today. Li Tianming watched Qin Shi Yang's industrious figure, jealousy igniting in his eyes. He had never witnessed such a multitude of seemingly simple-minded long-footed worms appearing in clusters. Typically, encountering a dozen would be considered fortunate. Qin Shi Yang unexpectedly encountered an army of legged worms. A rough count revealed no fewer than 500 of them. 500 legged worms equate to 500 hunter god points. Engaging in single combat, he would receive double the rewards. That amounts to over 1,000 hunter god points. It is unlikely that anyone in the entire hunter team at the exit of Safe Zone 38324 could surpass him. This bounty is more than sufficient to open the doors to the prestigious academy for top-tier ability practitioners. Qin Shi Yang's fortune truly knows no bounds. He is indeed the favored child of destiny. Li Tianming has already devised a plan. Once he returns, he will undoubtedly seek to extract a substantial profit from Qin Shi Yang. He cannot let this lucrative opportunity slip away. Meanwhile, Qin Shi Yang remains blissfully unaware of the jealousy contorting Li Tianming's features, lost in the joy of his harvest. He cut off the last piece of the round shell and carefully stowed it in his bulging backpack. Fortunately, the round shell of the legged worm is significantly smaller than that of the distorted scythe, otherwise, his large backpack would have struggled to accommodate it. To make room, he decided to carry the round shell of the distorted scythe in his hands on the way back. With a heavy backpack on his shoulders, he listened to the howling cold wind outside his mask, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Today, the wind is particularly boisterous. Chapter 61. The hunters points Qin Shi Yang, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, walked alongside Li Tianming towards the safety zone. Gradually, they encountered other hunter teams, most of whom appeared despondent. Their harvest today was meager, yielding only 7 points, averaging just over 1 point per person among their group of 5. Indeed, rumors had spread that a multitude of sandworm minions had appeared at the exit of their safety zone, enticing many to join the fray. Yet, not a single shadow of a sandworm minion was sighted. In fact, the divine beings they hunted were even scarcer than before. Who could have disseminated such a falsehood? It was truly a disservice to all. At this rate, when would they ever earn enough to pay off their mortgage? Do not fret. Those who come seeking easy gains will eventually leave upon finding no sandworm minions, Li Tianming reassured. Things will return to normal in due course. Listening to the disheartened words of the surrounding hunter teams, Qin Shi Yang struggled to suppress his smile, desperate to conceal his amusement. He relished the thrill of the hunt and found even greater joy in the misfortunes of others. Human emotions seldom intersect. Often, one's happiness is built upon another's suffering. Li Tianming, observing Qin Shi Yang's barely contained laughter, admonished him in a mirror-like manner. Qin, such schadenfreude is rather unbecoming. Unbecoming? Is there still a chance for me to become a good person? Qin Shi Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the notion. Li Tianming shot him a glance but refrained from responding. Was there truly a chance for Qin Shi Yang to embody goodness? Good individuals seldom thrive in the safety zone. With that thought, Li Tianming chose to suppress his lecturing instincts and fell silent, allowing Qin Shi Yang to revel in his delight. It was unclear who had first claimed that a plethora of sandworm minions resided here. I traveled a great distance, only to find not a single one, he lamented. Not only their team, but others that had accompanied them also reported a lack of fortune. Perhaps those sandworm minions had already migrated to another area. Tomorrow, let us explore the exit of Safety Zone 54,320. We may encounter unexpected rewards. Very well. If after 5 or 6 days we still do not catch sight of the sandworm minions, we shall return, Li Tianming agreed. As they made their way back through the protective iron gates of the safety zone, Qin Shi Yang noticed the hunter teams passing by, all sighing in disappointment, as it seemed no one had achieved satisfactory results. He strode confidently alongside Li Tianming, re-entering the safety zone. A long line had formed near the exit, where ability users awaited the inspection of their round plates of armor. The two men remained silent, with Li Tianming seemingly lost in thought, while Qin Shi Yang utilized his keen perception to eavesdrop on nearby conversations. Captain John, we managed to hunt 10 points worth of round plates today. It seems quite decent. One voice remarked. Indeed. Initially, I thought our efforts were lackluster, But upon observing the returns of other teams, most achieved less than half of our bounty, replied Captain John. Captain, you can allocate 4 points from this 10 to yourself, his companion added. With the addition of these 4 points, your total should reach 200, correct? Yes, indeed. Suddenly, a bystander interjected, 200 points. That means you could rank among the top 5 at the exit of safe zone 38,324. The individual named John, casting a haughty glance at the envious onlookers, replied nonchalantly, I should just about secure the 5th position. Is it true that those in the top 5 at the safe zone exit enjoy certain privileges? That information is confidential. Oh, I apologize. The person offered an awkward smile before continuing, you were truly impressive. With 200 points. You must be able to enter the top 100,000 of the safe zone, right? What is your actual rank there? Approximately around 950,000. Well, 950,000. I am still outside the 1 million mark, without even a rank. With time and perseverance, you'll get there. Qin Si Yang observed as John spoke, his chin slightly raised. It seemed he was encouraging the questioner, yet his inner disdain was palpable. As if an insurmountable chasm lay between him and the Inquisitor. The surrounding individuals looked at John with admiration. John removed his helmet, adjusting his collar with an air of superiority, resembling a nobleman of high birth. At that moment, someone chuckled, Little John, with such an arrogant demeanor. You look like a rooster just having laid an egg. Have you encountered some delightful news? Upon hearing this, John immediately shot an angry glance. Humph, Sun Juhong. I knew it was you, the foul-mouthed scoundrel. The man smirked, his scar twisting like a worm. Hey, if you're even lower than a scoundrel, what does that make you? A heap of dung? You are only ahead of me by a little over 40 points. What is so impressive about that? Being ahead by over 40 points is still considerable. At the exit of safe zone 38324, I rank 4th while you're 5th. That is an unchangeable fact. John's golden eyes revealed a look of disgust. In less than a year, I will surpass you. That is utterly laughable. You don't believe that in a year. Only your points will grow while mine remain stagnant, do you? Saying this, Sun Juhong turned his head to his team members, remarking, Little John is 20 years younger than his father and claims that in 20 years, he will be the same age as his father. Ha ha ha, the captain is right. It is indeed ridiculous. Little John, is your father deceased? If not, you will never catch up to his age in this lifetime. You. John's face turned pale with anger, and he turned away, choosing silence. Qin Si Yang, witnessing the quarrel among the sequence abilities users, asked, Principal, what is the significance of the hunting god points among these sequence abilities users? The hunting god points symbolize the personal strength of the sequence abilities users. The higher the hunting god points, the more respect one garners. Isn't it similar to school examinations, where those who excel in their studies receive greater respect? You could say that hunting god points are akin to examination scores. However, any examination merely signifies a certain phase, whereas the hunter's points accompany you throughout your lifetime. The United Government compiles and ranks these points to incentivize individuals with extraordinary abilities to pursue divine beings. The higher your hunter's points, the greater your privileges. If you and another individual with exceptional capabilities both desire a particular property, and your points surpass theirs, that property must be sold to you first. If you and another individual fall ill simultaneously, and the hospital has only one available bed, the one with the higher points shall have the bed. If you and another individual are enamored with a nightclub entertainer, ahem, you understand the implication. Principal, please do not cough. Kindly elaborate on the matter of the nightclub entertainer. Chapter 62. Acceptance of points after waiting for over 40 minutes. Qin Si Yang was finally nearing his turn. The individual in front of him glanced at the circular shields in Qin Si Yang's hands, his eyes lighting up. Young man, you and your companion have managed to acquire 6 points. That is quite an achievement. Indeed, replied Qin Si Yang. Recently, the crowds here have been overwhelming. Many returned from their outings without even a single point, prompting numerous individuals to take a break during this period. I have heard as much. Those circular shields you possess. They're the aberrant blade shields, correct? Yes. How fortunate you are. Unlike us, who have only managed to hunt 3 spinning blade spiders. Qin Si Yang cast a glance at the 3 circular shields in his possession, each adorned with a circle, totaling what appeared to be 15 points. Observing the man smile, he understood. What he had initially thought to be a lamentation turned out to be a display of pride. Choosing not to engage further, Qin Si Yang directed his gaze elsewhere. Noticing Qin Si Yang's disinterest in continuing the conversation, the man ceased his attempts at banter. Ah, only 1500 points, how pitiful, he lamented. Qin Siyong remained silent. But those behind him were less than pleased. So what if he has 15 points? What is so remarkable about that? Let him revel in it. Today is a rare day of bounty for our team. He has flaunted those 3 spinning blade spider shields all day long. It's no wonder. Indeed. The man shook the 3 circular shields in his hand. Do you possess such prowess? You're merely envious. Yes, you're impressive. But I wonder how many of those 15 points will actually count towards you. The remark seemed to strike a nerve, prompting the man to turn away, no longer boasting. Those behind Qin Siyong persisted. True prowess is often unassuming. It is usually the inept who are the loudest. Exactly. In my opinion. If he manages to claim even 1 point, he should consider himself fortunate. The man immediately turned back, shouting, "Do not underestimate me. I can claim 1.2. Oh my, how impressive. 1.2 indeed suits your character perfectly." The man's face flushed with embarrassment, while laughter erupted from behind Qin Siyong. After the verification of the circular shields, the individual in front of Qin Siyong departed in defeat. At last, it was Qin Siyong's turn. This was his first experience with the verification process. The personnel from the Superpower Management Bureau examined the circular shields in Qin Siyong's hands. Name: Qin Siyong. Superpower Identifier: 00009527. The verifier checked the records, frowning slightly. There is no information regarding your team. Are you part of a solo team? Yes. Upon learning that Qin Siyong was a solo participant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Good heavens, does that mean he can instantly gain 12 points? He is a solo participant? How is that possible when that old man has been standing beside him the whole time? Is he cheating? The inspector regarded Li Tianming with a discerning gaze. Li Tianming replied nonchalantly, "I am the insurer. I did not partake in the slaying of deities." The inspector nodded, then grasped a small scanning device, illuminating the round armor before directing the light towards Qin Siyong. Beep. The aura of the hunter aligns. Identity confirmed. Subsequently, he produced a compact square instrument, positioning its screen to assess Qin Siyong's facial features. Within the screen, Qin Siyong glimpsed his own visage. The lie detector appeared to possess a front-facing camera, the principle of which eluded him. As per protocol, I am obligated to conduct a lie detection test on individuals in single groups. Please answer. Have you entirely hunted the deity alone? Yes. 5 seconds elapsed before the device emitted a sound. Beep. Truth confirmed. The inspector retracted the lie detector and addressed Qin Siyong. Next, I shall conduct a memory continuity test. Kindly extend your hand. Very well. Qin Siyong placed his hand atop that of the inspector. The inspector's palm suddenly sprouted myriad tiny suction cups, connecting with Qin Siyong's hand. The inspector then closed his eyes for approximately 10 seconds before reopening them, revealing pure white irises. Qin Siyong understood this to be the validator's sequential ability, capable of observing another's cerebral activity. Should the brain function normally, the validator's eyes would remain white. Otherwise, they would turn black. All brain regions were functioning properly, showing no signs of intrusion from other sequence users. The memory continuity verification was successful. The inspector's eyes returned to normal, and the suction cups on his hand faded away. You may collect your reward from the Bureau of Sequence Users, but I will transmit the data regarding the remains of the deity you hunted to the solo team point section of the Godslayer camp. Should there be a valid report against you, your reward will be rescinded, and you will face penalties. Understood. The others, witnessing Qin Siyong's successful test, were utterly astonished. 12 points at once. This could be directly exchanged for a bottle of high-grade sequence potion, plus 6,000 copper coins to claim. John cast a sidelong glance at Qin Siyong, coolly remarking, "Just a lucky kid. One cannot achieve greatness all at once." Sun Juhong chuckled, lightly touching the corner of his mouth, saying little more, though his gaze remained rather frivolous. At the exit of the safe zone, fortunes often smiled upon the fortunate. Individuals like Qin Siyong appeared annually. However, those in single groups faced greater peril, often meeting their demise outside the safe zone or suffering grievous injuries, with little hope for a favorable outcome. As for the insurer, it was impossible to shield him indefinitely. Sooner or later, he would have to confront the dangers that lay beyond the safe zone. Very well. Next, after posting the information regarding Qin Siyong's single group and rewards on the forum, the inspector gestured for him to step aside. Wait. Yet, Qin Siyong did not budge. The inspector regarded the youthful figure of Qin Siyong. Is there something else? Are you suggesting that this round armor was not earned by me? There is no opportunity left. I have completed the inspection and submitted the report. Even if you admit your mistake now, it is too late. Qin Siyong smiled faintly, stating, I do not intend to acknowledge any error. Rather, you have yet to complete the inspection. With that, he unzipped his bulging backpack and cast it down before him. A resounding thud echoed, causing the floor beneath the inspector to tremble. He pondered the reason behind the youth carrying such a heavy load for the purpose of hunting deities. Perhaps it was a precautionary measure for a solo venture, laden with various tools just in case. Others, too, were intrigued by the contents of Qin Xiang's backpack, speculating that he was merely a novice, burdened with an assortment of useless items for his divine hunt. Indeed, I too ventured beyond the safety zone for the first time. Not unlike him. However, as Qin Xiang unzipped the bag, every onlooker's eyes widened in astonishment, their breaths held in suspense. With a clatter, circular armor pieces cascaded from the backpack, scattering across the ground. Qin Xiang offered a slight smile. Please continue with the inspection. Chapter 63. Abundant rewards. A peculiar silence enveloped the surroundings. After a brief moment, someone finally grasped that the circular armor before them was crafted by the hands of the young Qin Xiang. John immediately exclaimed, "You little trickster. You are as cunning as a black-footed fox, more insidious than the deities lurking in the shadows. Where on earth did you pilfer so many pieces of circular armor?" Sun Juhong, who had just been embroiled in an argument with John, aligned himself with him, questioning, "What means did you employ? How could you possibly acquire such an abundance of circular armor?" Qin Xiang, however, paid them no heed and addressed the bewildered inspectors from the Management Bureau, saying, "There is a considerable quantity here. I would appreciate your assistance in the inspection. These pieces of circular armor, I obtained them through solo efforts." "Impossible," Sun Juhong interjected. "With this many pieces of circular armor, not only could you not acquire them alone, but even in collaboration with the person beside you. It would be unfeasible. Moreover, with your guardian at your side, which indicates a lack of expertise in slaying deities, how could you possibly procure so many in one go? You must have employed some method that violates the regulations of the United Government." Both Sun Juhong and John, who had previously exhibited an air of superiority, were now flushed with anger, seemingly intent on devouring Qin Xiang whole. The inspectors from the Management Bureau widened their eyes, frowning as they questioned Qin Xiang. "How did you come by such a large amount of circular armor?" "Naturally, by slaying deities," he replied calmly. "And how did you accomplish that?" The tone of the inspector was stern, as though interrogating a criminal. Qin Xiang understood their skepticism, after all. Presenting such a considerable quantity of circular armor would undoubtedly raise suspicions. With a tranquil demeanor, he responded, "May I inquire if the Bureau of Sequenceability Management has a regulation mandating the disclosure of the process by which one slays a deity?" The inspector furrowed his brow, replying, "No, but your situation is exceedingly unusual, and thus I require clarification. Since there is no such regulation, what is the purpose of your inquiry? I need to make a reasonable judgment." Qin Xiang interrupted. "Judgment can be made through your aura detection device, polygraph tests, continuity of memory assessments, and community reporting encouragement posts. Your personal inquiry does not fall under any of these categories, does it?" The inspector's expression darkened significantly. However, Qin Xiang remained unfazed. The act of slaying deities is of utmost importance within the safety zone. Thus, the United Government has established detailed regulations. The existence of regulations serves to standardize various behaviors. Where regulations exist, the rule of survival is to adhere to them. As long as one's actions align with the regulations, there is nothing to fear. He complied with every stipulation within the regulations. On matters outside their purview, he would not utter a word. The inspector and Qin Xiang exchanged glances for an extended time. Qin Xiang maintained his serene expression, showing no inclination to concede. Ultimately, the inspector had no choice but to proceed with the inspection as dictated by the regulations. He first retrieved the aura detection device and systematically illuminated each piece of circular armor, confirming that the aura emanated from the same divine hunting dagger. 794 circular tokens of armor, upon counting, evoked a sense of astonishment within him. Since he took on the role of an inspector at this secure zone's exit, he had never encountered such an abundance of circular tokens. Even he, as an inspector, found himself tempted by this immense fortune. Yet, surrounded by watchful eyes, he was unable to resort to any clandestine methods to pocket a portion of them. His jealousy towards the young Qin Xiang intensified. What right did he have to possess such a substantial quantity of circular tokens? Thus, he inspected each token with meticulous care, often examining a single piece 4 or 5 times, ensuring there were no foreign traces before begrudgingly placing it down and moving on to the next. This entire process stretched on for more than 2 hours before he turned his gaze to Qin Xiang. confirming that he was indeed the wielder of the God Hunter dagger. Subsequently, lie detector and memory continuity tests were conducted, all of which Qin Xiang passed. While preparing to file a report, the inspector inquired, "Your collection of over 700 circular tokens appears to be derived from the long-legged worm." Given his daily dealings with these tokens, recognizing their origin was hardly surprising. Before Qin Xiang could respond, the crowd erupted once more. Long-legged worm. All of these are from long-legged worms. Indeed. Look. These tokens are the size of copper coins with only a single groove, resembling the long-legged worms. This implies that the horde of sandworm minions were all long-legged worms. All dispatched by this young lad. No wonder he was able to slay so many. They were merely feeble long-legged worms. What rank is he? How could he attract such a multitude of long-legged worms? Qin Xiang initially wished to speak, but upon hearing this, he closed his mouth. He coldly regarded the inspector. Understanding that this individual aimed to inform the onlookers that the majority of the sandworm minions had been eliminated by him, implying that many God Hunter teams had made a fruitless trip, their resentment would likely be directed toward him. Observing the anger in the crowd's eyes, Qin Xiang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Although there was no grudge between them, it felt as if a bitter rivalry had formed. No matter. They were merely a bunch of insignificant creatures. The strongest among them was likely only at rank 2, perhaps even inferior to Li Tianming beside him, scarcely worth consideration. If a life-and-death struggle were to unfold outside the secure zone, Qin Xiang was confident that he and Li Tianming could eliminate them thoroughly. He might not even require Li Tianming's assistance. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a hint of murderous intent unconsciously flickered in his gaze. The other rank abilities immediately sensed that Qin Xiang was not as naive as he appeared. Li Tianming gently tapped the back of Qin Xiang's hand, urging him to temper his demeanor. It was only then that Qin Xiang realized, reassembling a student-like smile. At merely 17 years of age, why was he constantly preoccupied with thoughts of violence? This was not good. Very much so. The inspector announced Qin Xiang's God Hunter rewards, 794 tokens at 1 point each and 1 token at 6 points. In total, he garnered 800 God Hunter points. Due to the nature of the solo team, the points are doubled, resulting in a total of 1,600 points. The other rewards remain unchanged. Each point corresponds to 1,000 copper coins, leading to a grand total of 800,000 copper coins. Additionally, 1 point equates to 1/10 of a bottle of sequence potion. Therefore, you shall receive 80 bottles of sequence potion. Given the substantial quantity of rewards, I am unable to collect them here. Please proceed to the nearby Sequence Ability Management Bureau to claim them. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang's smile widened to an almost comical degree. 800,000 copper coins equate to over 60 silver coins, a leap into wealth. However, a sudden glance at the equally jubilant Li Tianming, who stood nearby, reminded him that he would need to share half of it with this bald, rotund gentleman. Chapter 64. Resolving disputes. Qin Xiang found it effortless to earn money, while Li Tianming found it even easier. Just by accompanying Qin Xiang for a stroll outside the safety zone, he managed to acquire over 30 silver coins. Although Qin Xiang felt a twinge of regret, he had no intention of keeping the money for himself. Despite Li Tianming not contributing directly, he had been vigilantly ensuring Qin Xiang's safety, remaining in a state of heightened alertness. Out of both sentiment and logic, it was only fair to provide compensation as previously agreed. Moreover, their collaboration was a long-term endeavor, not a fleeting affair. Over 30 silver coins was a trivial sum to part with, having recently transitioned from poverty to affluence. Qin Xiang was eager to claim his reward without delay. The nearby Bureau of Ability Managers, located in the 14121 area, was where Qian Wendu was stationed. Determined, he decided to head to the bureau to collect his earnings. Just as he picked up his empty backpack and turned to leave, he was unexpectedly called back. Wait a moment. Turning around, Qin Xiang saw John approaching. What is it you want? I wish to challenge you at the battle arena. Qin Xiang furrowed his brow. The battle arena? What is that? A place for combat? Indeed. I propose we face off at the battle arena. Why should I engage in a duel with you? Are you afraid? Taken aback, Qin Xiang stared at the furious blonde John, then glanced at Li Tianming. What has gotten into this blonde fellow? Has he lost his senses? Li Tianming explained. You must have heard that he was originally among the top 5 in accumulating points at this exit, thus enjoying certain privileges. Now that your ranking surpasses his, he feels his privileges have been usurped and seeks to challenge you at the battle arena. Hold on. That's a lot of information to digest. Qin Xiang processed Li Tianming's words and inquired, what are these privileges? Each manager at the safety zone exits has performance metrics. The more deities a safety exit team slays, the greater the rewards for their supervisor. Thus, to incentivize formidable hunting teams to launch from their managed safety zones, the managers provide rewards to the top 5. This reward system is sanctioned by both the Bureau and the United Government. Qin Xiang turned to the verification personnel. What are the privileges at the 38,324 safety zone exit? The verification personnel replied coldly, an additional 10% in copper coins. Does that mean I would receive 880,000 copper coins? Qin Xiang's eyes widened in astonishment, pointing at the verification personnel. You scoundrel! Are you attempting to deprive me of my privilege reward? The verification personnel scoffed. You only acquire privileges after today. Your previous performance does not count. Oh, my apologies. I was just overwhelmed by my prior poverty, hence my hasty words. Please forgive me. With that, Qin Xiang donned a smile and offered an apology to the verification personnel. Li Tianming sighed in resignation at Qin Xiang's abrupt change in demeanor, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Isn't it rather shameful? Since I have overshadowed his privileges, shouldn't he strive to reclaim them by hunting deities? Why seek me out for a duel at the battle arena? By the way, what exactly is this battle arena? Between the sequence ability users, conflicts are inevitably encountered. The combat arena, provided by the United Government, serves as the official venue for resolving disputes among these individuals. Before taking to the stage, the two parties enter into a wager, the outcome of which determines the allocation of stakes. Indeed, after John and Li Tianming concluded their commentary, he turned to Qin Xiang and declared, I wish to wager the privilege of the exit at safe zone 38,324. Are you out of your mind? Why would I wager with you? John clenched his teeth. I shall offer you a silver coin. Do you take me for a fool? Such a trifling sum does not pique my interest. Should I lose, I will provide you with a vial of sequence potion. I possess 80 bottles. What difference does one make? I will heed your commands for 2 years. I am quite busy and have no time to tend to a dog. John was exasperated. He felt compelled to reclaim his privilege, not merely for the sake of the money, but also for the sake of his standing among the exits of the safe zone. Those who once held privileges but were usurped are often met with disdain, especially when it is by a mere rookie who relies solely on luck and possesses no real strength. Yet, Qin Xiang had no intention of facing him in the combat arena. No matter how much John protested, it was futile. After all, his sequence ability was not that of the Shadow Assassin. Should he reveal any weaknesses on the arena, it would be a loss that far outweighed any potential gain. Just as he was about to leave, John obstructed his path, enunciating deliberately, I have just verified that you are of the Shadow Assassin sequence. If I lose, I shall grant you a hunting deity artifact, Blind Blade. Blind Blade? I have no need for it. Before Qin Xiang could decline, he was halted by Li Tianming. Leaning closer, Li Tianming whispered, This is a remarkable item. You should accept his challenge. How remarkable? Remarkable enough that money cannot procure it. What could possibly be beyond the reach of wealth? Qin Xiang remained skeptical of Li Tianming's assertions. In his understanding, those with wealth held dominion over all, save for worries. Li Tianming continued, Hunting deity artifacts are crafted by sequence ability users specializing in forging. You must realize, not all sequence ability users are solely motivated by money. Are hunting deity artifacts truly that formidable? Why have I never heard of them in the Godslayer camp? Li Tianming chuckled. Those qualified to possess hunting deity artifacts are unlikely to disseminate information on a public forum like the Godslayer camp. This implied that his perspective was still woefully limited. It seemed that such forums offered little utility, at least for Qin Xiang in his current state, failing to satisfy his aspirations, to broaden his horizons. He needed to ascend to a higher platform. His desire for the University of Sequence ability users intensified. Though the hunting deity artifact was enticing, he could not accept it. He could not risk exposing the truth of his sequence fabrication for the sake of a mere weapon. Just as he was about to refuse, Li Tianming whispered again, You need not worry. In the combat arena, there are no spectators. Only the two of you are present. Whatever transpires, no one will be the wiser. Why is it so? Every sequence ability user possesses their own trump card, which they are reluctant to reveal to others. In accordance with the requests of these individuals, the combat arena established by the United Government operates under complete secrecy. So, how is victory determined? Upon entry, participants are equipped with a surrender wristband. A simple 3-tap signifies capitulation. Once one party surrenders, the battle concludes, allowing the victor to claim the wager. Qin Xiang nodded, finding this arrangement exceedingly reasonable. If only 2 individuals were involved, there might be instances of surrendering in the arena, yet refusing to acknowledge it once outside. However, the matter of surrender was not what concerned Qin Shi Yang. He cautiously inquired, if I were to kill him, would there be any repercussions? The answer was negative. Once in the combat arena, the responsibility for life and death lies solely with the participants. A spark of excitement ignited in Qin Shi Yang's eyes. Killing poses no consequences? This certainly invigorates me. Chapter 65. To the battle arena. Observing the gleam in Qin Shi Yang's eyes, Li Tianming immediately discerned the young man's intentions. He cast a sympathetic glance towards John, who, poor soul, merely wished to triumph over Qin Shi Yang and reclaim his privileges at the exit of the safe zone. Yet, Qin Shi Yang had set his sights on John's hunting artifact, and with it, sought to claim his life. Li Tianming was acutely aware of the peculiarities surrounding Qin Shi Yang's abilities. Even when the latter restrained his strength, Li Tianming, with his seasoned insight, recognized that Qin Shi Yang's fundamental attributes far surpassed those of an ordinary first-level ability user. Two possibilities emerged. Either Qin Shi Yang was not a first-level ability user, or he was not an ordinary ability user at all. Whichever the case, it suggested that a profound secret lay concealed behind Qin Shi Yang. Only Li Tianming, who shared a mutual reliance with him, could fathom this secret. Others who had encountered his abilities would not exhibit the same discretion. Thus, once Qin Shi Yang and John ascended the battle arena, there was but one inevitable outcome: death. Noting that Qin Shi Yang appeared unfazed by the prospect of murder, his gaze filled solely with yearning for the hunting artifact, Li Tianming's curiosity piqued. This young man was certainly no stranger to bloodshed. Who, then, had he slain before? The fringes of the safe zone were rife with chaos. Every week, individuals vanished, and murders transpired. Li Tianming remained uncertain. Yet, it mattered little. He chuckled bitterly to himself. Who among them had not taken a life? Realizing he could unleash his full might in the battle arena, Qin Shi Yang fixated on John like a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey. Do you truly possess a hunting artifact? I find that hard to believe unless you present it for my inspection. John drew a short blade from his waist, slightly longer than the hunting dagger, and handed it to Qin Shi Yang. As Qin Shi Yang grasped the blind blade, he felt an immediate resonance between his inner strength and the weapon. It seemed as though the blade were an extension of himself. This was a blind blade, should one strike a deity with it. That deity would succumb to blindness within a minute. Qin Shi Yang licked his lips. Indeed, a remarkable item. How long will the deity remain blind? This depends on the deity's size. The smaller the deity, the longer the blindness lasts. If it were the long-legged worm you hunted, it would likely be blind for about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Such a duration. Qin Shi Yang had expected the weapon's inherent skill to last mere seconds, never anticipating it could extend to 5 minutes. A treasure. A gem among gems. His gaze seemed entranced by the blind blade, unable to waver. Today, John was undoubtedly doomed. Even the United Government could not save him. Witnessing the avarice on Qin Shi Yang's face, John sneered inwardly, knowing that the young man would surely accept his challenge. At that moment, he planned to use the battle arena to teach Qin Shi Yang a lesson about youthful hubris leading to great losses. Very well, I accept your challenge. Let us proceed to the battle arena. Right now? Of course, I am quite occupied. After visiting the combat arena, I must also collect my rewards from the administration. John had assumed that Qin Shi Yang would request a brief respite, especially after his recent hunt where he dispatched over 700 divine beings. Although they were merely long-legged worms, pursuing and slaying such a multitude was no trivial endeavor. However, Qin Shi Yang had no desire for rest, which aligned perfectly with John's intentions. Very well. Let us proceed to the combat arena. Shall we walk? Or would taking the bus be quicker? Taking the bus is the fastest option. All right then, let us go. Principal Li, could you cover my fare? Li Tianming scoffed. I'm out of money. John is accompanying you to the combat arena. Let him pay your fare. Such a miser. I'm offering you over 30 silver coins, and you can't even spare 10 copper coins for the fare? John, unwilling to squander time on the fare, interjected, I shall cover both your fares. Now, let us go. Ah, thank you, Brother John. Upon hearing that John and Qin Shi Yang were heading to the combat arena, others expressed interest and decided to join them. Weren't we planning to hunt divine beings? Are we not going anymore? Hunt? That lad has already slain over 700 long-legged worms. There can't be many divine beings left outside. It's better to witness the spectacle. Exactly. Divine beings can be hunted any day. The combat arena nearby hardly opens once a month. How can you not discern the priorities? Is it truly so entertaining to watch? You are speaking nonsense. If the spectacle is devoid of interest, then what can we call it? A throng of sequence abilities users surged towards the bus station. When the bus driver arrived at the bus stop for the 38324 safety zone, he was utterly bewildered. Since the establishment of the safety zone, he had never seen so many people waiting at a bus stop. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had returned to the pre-apocalypse days, when throngs of office workers crowded the buses. However, upon noticing that every passenger was clad in frost-proof attire, he was abruptly brought back to reality. They were all Sequence Abilities users. Where could such a multitude of Sequence Abilities users be headed? The bus was filled to capacity. A few impatient passengers, unwilling to wait for the next bus, paid their fare and clambered onto the roof. One Sequence Abilities user, utilizing the skill Suction Cup, even adhered to the underside of the bus, relishing the unique position. The bus driver, now carrying a full load, departed. Those Sequence Abilities users who did not board the bus glanced disdainfully at those perched atop. It's merely a 20-minute ride. What difference will it make to wait for the next bus? Do you think the combat arena will conclude in just 20 minutes? Absurd. Driver, we are all headed to the combat arena. Just take us straight there. Understood. Due to the bus being overcrowded and no one alighting en route, the driver did not stop at other bus stations. Upon reaching the combat arena station, a cacophony ensued as all the passengers disembarked. The driver gazed at the empty bus interior, feeling as though he had traversed into another realm. John and Qin Si Young led the way through the crowd, with Qin Si Young relying entirely on John's guidance as he was unfamiliar with the route. However, the location of the combat arena is quite conspicuous. After alighting from the bus and walking for approximately a minute, I arrived. John pointed towards a pitch-black square structure and remarked, "This is the combat arena. Why are there no lights? Typically, this place sees little foot traffic, so the lights are kept off to conserve energy," he explained. "Very well." John approached and rapped on a small door on the dark edifice. "Who is it?" came the response. "I have come to the combat arena to resolve a dispute." "Oh. Please hold on." After about a minute, suddenly all the lights illuminated, casting a bright glow around us. It was then that Qin Si Young observed that the once ominous structure shimmered with a spectrum of colors, though not entirely vibrant, as a hint of darkness permeated through, reminiscent of soap bubbles in the twilight. A uniformed figure emerged, holding an electronic tablet. The individual yawned and inquired, "I am the manager of the combat arena. Who seeks to settle a dispute?" Chapter 66. Instant kill. Here, one must fill in their information, press their thumbprint, leave their hunter's dagger, and then specify their wager to ascend to the arena. The administrator appeared disinterested in further dialogue, succinctly conveying all requirements in one go. After Qin Si Young and John completed the process, they returned the electronic tablet to the administrator. Upon verifying the information, the administrator retrieved a remote from his pocket and pressed a button, causing a door in the structure to suddenly open. He then produced 2 wristbands, which he affixed to the right wrists of Qin Si Young and John. The arena was before them. According to the laws of the United Government, the contest within the fighting arena was to remain entirely confidential. Should either party concede, they were to tap their left index finger on the wristband 3 times consecutively, thereby concluding the match. Within the arena, life and death were at their own discretion. Both had just signed the agreement on the tablet and should be aware of this. When the door closes, the battle shall commence. "Go ahead," Qin Si Young exclaimed eagerly as he stepped into the arena, followed closely by John with a cold smirk. Once both had crossed the threshold, the door shut behind them, sealing without a trace, as though it had never existed. Outside, Sun Juhong chuckled. "That kid is bound to lose." "Why is that?" John, like him, belonged to the Shadow Assassin sequence, yet John's rank was level 2, making it effortless for him to eliminate his opponent. "No wonder you say that." Sun Juhong's facial scar twisted slightly, revealing a sinister smile. Moreover, John entered with a blind dagger. There are no regulations against bringing weapons into the fighting arena. A blind dagger, isn't that a hunter's tool? Does it affect those with sequence abilities? Of course, such a simple concept eludes you. Skills effective against humans are not necessarily ineffective against deities. However, skills effective against deities are equally effective against humans. With the blind dagger, Qin Si Young is bound to lose. Sun Juhong then turned to Li Tianming. "Buddy, are you prepared to send that kid to the hospital?" Li Tianming glanced at the smug Sun Juhong but remained silent. "To the hospital? It's not that complicated. A direct funeral will suffice." "Oh, wait. John isn't from Huagua. They don't have funerals like that. It seems they prefer a priest and a burial." Noting Li Tianming's disinterest in his banter, Sun Juhong chose not to further irritate himself, letting out a cold snort as he awaited news of John's victory. Upon entering the door, Qin Si Young and John found themselves in a square room, utterly devoid of furnishings. The walls, ceiling, and floor were coated in a white, plastic-like material, the nature of which was unknown. Soft lighting fixtures illuminated each corner of the ceiling, casting a gentle glow throughout the space. Suddenly, Qin Xiang realized that this entire room was, in fact, the battleground. He had unknowingly stepped upon the arena itself. The combat arena, astonishingly, is an entirely enclosed chamber, devoid of any boundaries. It appears that the only resolution is to fight until one side surrenders. Yet, it stands to reason, without a referee or any form of monitoring. How else could a victor be determined but through capitulation? At that moment, the grand door began to close slowly. As it sealed shut, John swiftly drew his concealed dagger. Activating the skill, life and death on the line, enhanced, tripling his agility and doubling his strength, he swung his blade towards the silhouette of Qin Xiang. However, Qin Xiang seemed momentarily oblivious, standing still in place. "You wretched insect, you shall pay dearly for your foolish ignorance." John had already devised plans for how to torment Qin Xiang. Yet, just as he believed his strike was assured, the figure of Qin Xiang suddenly vanished. How was this possible? In his moment of panic, Qin Xiang had reappeared at his side. Qin Xiang, possessing strength that surpassed the average sequence ability user and with his sequence level at 3, was already a formidable opponent even without skills. Furthermore, having utilized the dual metal to amplify his attributes fourfold, combined with the activation of the brutality skill for a threefold stack, he wielded an astonishing 12 times the strength and agility, leaving John utterly defenseless. John's body struggled to keep pace with Qin Xiang's movements. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Qin Xiang's maniacal grin. In that instant, he realized that Qin Xiang was anything but a mere phantom assassin. Moreover, Qin Xiang's sequence level was undoubtedly superior to his own. What is he? A monster. Once the strike concluded, he would surrender immediately. Yet, Qin Xiang would not grant him that mercy. With his fist raised high, Qin Xiang whispered softly in John's ear, "Thank you." His punch landed squarely on John's cheek. Before John could even register the sensation, he felt his vision compress instantaneously, then abruptly vanish. At this moment, his consciousness continued to wrestle with confusion. Why could he not see? Had his own dagger struck him? No, the dagger remained firmly grasped in his hand. He could feel it. It was a punch, a solid blow to his face. What sequence was he? How could he possess such immense strength? After a brief moment of bewilderment, John's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. He was compelled to cease his musings. For Qin Xiang's punch had caved in his skull, disrupting the once orderly folds of his brain. Perhaps it was a gesture of gratitude from Qin Xiang for generously offering him a hunting god artifact. When Qin Xiang struck, John felt no pain. As his thoughts ceased, so too did his life. Qin Xiang slowly approached John's lifeless body, retrieving the dagger, admiring it with fascination. He had initially considered testing its sharpness by cutting his hand, but suddenly realized that its blinding effect might also work on humans. What if he were to lose his sight for a time? That would be quite troublesome. Thus, he resolved to waste no more time. He cast a glance at the lifeless John, sighed, and realized he was once again tasked with managing the scene. To the onlookers, he was merely a rookie of rank 1, and the notion of swiftly vanquishing John seemed utterly implausible. Qin Xiang first plunged a knife into John's heart. Just as the heart ceased to beat, blood pressure still lingered. This fatal wound appeared remarkably authentic. It was likely that when Shu would commend him upon witnessing it. A satisfied smile crept across Qin Xiang's face. He then proceeded to alter John's visage, ensuring that no trace of the earlier blow remained. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Qin Xiang reflected, "Due to the lack of proper moral guidance at Jiuan School, my temperament has grown rather volatile. Today, provoked by John in the combat arena, after defeating him and seeing his repugnant expression, I could not help but continue to strike his skull with the hilt of my knife, leading to this outcome. This explanation should pose no significant issues." He glanced at the display on his wristband. A mere 2 minutes had elapsed. The skill, life and death line, of the rank 1 Shadow Assassin doubled his agility for 5 minutes, followed by a debilitating fatigue lasting 20 minutes. Thus, it seemed that when he stepped outside, he would need to have Li Tianming carry him onto the bus. Offering him over 30 silver coins to bear him the distance hardly seemed excessive, did it? Chapter 67, discussed. The door to the combat arena slowly creaked open once more, leaving the spectators in a state of astonishment. Had it truly only been a matter of minutes? Was the conflict resolved so swiftly? Had John already vanquished that young man? He had distinctly mentioned his intention to thoroughly torment the lad. How could it conclude in merely 3 minutes? Perhaps he deemed it sufficient to impart a lesson without resorting to excessive force. Alas, had I known it would end so abruptly, I would have refrained from attending. How utterly dull. Sun Juhong stifled a yawn, feeling a sense of ennui as he prepared to depart. At that moment, someone grasped his arm, preventing him from turning toward the station. Brother Sunday. Something seems amiss. What seems amiss? Look. Sun Juhong followed the direction indicated and was instantly taken aback. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Si Yang emerged from the doorway, his body drenched in blood. Yet, his expression was vacant, and he clutched a blind knife in his hand. Why was it Qin Si Yang who emerged? Where was John? Immediately, John's comrades rushed forward to seize Qin Si Yang, eager to inquire about the unfolding events. However, Qin Si Yang appeared to be in a daze, offering no response as he walked directly toward Li Tianming. Observing this, John's teammates surged into the arena, as others speculated about what had transpired. Those few who had rushed into the combat arena re-emerged, leaning against the wall and retching uncontrollably, their eyes filled with terror as they regarded Qin Si Yang. Yet, he seemed oblivious to their distress. Suddenly, as if all strength had drained from him, Qin Si Yang collapsed against Li Tianming. Li Tianming supported him, an expression of resignation upon his face. This young man was indeed a seasoned performer. Sun Juhong, perplexed, ventured into the combat arena himself. After a brief interval, he returned outside. However, being well-versed in such matters, he did not succumb to nausea like the others. He merely trembled slightly, casting a glance at Qin Si Yang before averting his gaze. Having witnessed the gruesome fate of John, Sun Juhong could not help but regard Qin Si Yang as a lunatic, an unpredictable one at that. Although he publicly dismissed John, he had to concede that John, ranked just below him in the Hunter's Points leaderboard at the exit of Safe Zone 38324, was no ordinary opponent. With extensive combat experience, superior rankings, and possessing Hunter's artifacts, it was astonishing that he had been slain by Qin Si Yang. Evidently, Qin Si Yang was not a mere pawn. Moreover, judging by the grotesque state of John's head, it seemed he had endured a prolonged assault from Qin Si Yang. From the moment they entered the arena until Qin Si Yang emerged, a mere 3 minutes had elapsed. This indicated that Qin Si Yang had likely defeated John in less than a minute. How was this possible? The more Sun Juhong pondered, the more his heart quaked. This youth possessed an unfathomable power. The curiosity of the onlookers grew as they witnessed Sun Juhong's speechless state. One by one, they ventured into the combat arena. Yet, much like John's teammates before them, most fled after mere seconds, desperately retching against the walls. The manager was retching while blocking those who attempted to enter once more. Do not go in there. I still need to find someone to clean this mess. The sight of all that vomit is utterly revolting. All who had witnessed John's lifeless form gazed with a mix of horror at the feeble Qin Si Yang, who leaned against Li Tianming. Li Tianming understood that Qin Si Yang had likely not engaged in any nefarious acts inside. It was highly probable that he had resorted to some gruesome method to prevent John's memories from being accessed by the undying sequenceability users. Li Tianming had little interest in discovering the specifics of what had transpired. No matter how terrifying it might seem, it was merely a matter of taking a life. In Li Tianming's extensive experience, murder was entirely devoid of any association with horror. It was a commonplace occurrence. Leaning close to Qin Si Yang's ear, Li Tianming whispered, "You should at least pretend to be more convincingly exhausted after playing the life and death card. How is it that your hand still possesses the strength to grip that knife?" Qin Si Yang replied softly, "I plan to seize an opportunity to test the effectiveness of this hunting artifact skills on a person. You needn't bother. I can assure you that it works. All skills effective against deities are equally effective against humans, though the reverse may not hold true." "Oh, then I shall rest easy." Clang, the blind knife slipped from Qin Si Yang's hand, falling to the ground and striking the marble floor with a crisp sound. As Li Tianming supported Qin Si Yang, he bent down to retrieve the knife and placed it in Qin Si Yang's backpack. He then addressed the still retching manager. "This battle must have been won by Qin Si Yang, correct? Shall we take this blind knife with us?" The manager, leaning against the wall, did not lift his gaze but merely waved his hand dismissively at Li Tianming, indicating for them to leave promptly. "All right, thank you." Li Tianming, with one arm around Qin Si Yang, departed the battleground. "Principal Li, would you carry me for a bit?" Although it appeared that Qin Si Yang was being supported by Li Tianming, in reality, he was being dragged along, his toes scraping against the ground, which was rather uncomfortable. "Carry you? Dream on. Do you still want your silver coins? Ah, why don't you try and see? Principal Li, I am at least your student. I never taught you to read, nor did I instruct you in murder. We have no teacher-student relationship. Li Tianming was not swayed by Qin Xiang's tactics. However, Qin Xiang found himself at a loss, as Li Tianming knew him too well for any threats to hold weight. Thus, he allowed himself to be dragged like a lifeless log to the bus station. The two waited for a while at the bus stop, preparing to board the bus back. However, taking the bus did not mean returning home. They were to collect their rewards from the Management Bureau, a notion shared by both Li Tianming and Qin Xiang. Li Tianming pulled him onto the bus and paid for the fare. The two, covered in blood, stood out conspicuously on the bus, prompting even other sequence ability users to unconsciously shift to a position farther away from them. Qin Xiang rested his head against Li Tianming's shoulder, his expression vacant. Yet, his heart was brimming with the joy of acquiring the coveted hunting deity artifacts. Nearby the battle arena, throngs of onlookers lingered, their perceptions of Qin Xiang transformed anew. The order at the exit of Safety Zone 38324 was likely to undergo a significant shift as a result. At that moment, those who had missed the first bus, curious onlookers among the sequence abilities, arrived. They noticed the crowd still gathered outside the arena, surmising that the duel between Qin Xiang and John had yet to reach its conclusion. As they strolled leisurely towards the battle arena, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air, reminiscent of vomit. Upon closer inspection, they were met with unsightly pools of filth strewn about. One individual, pinching his nose, inquired, "What on earth is happening here? Have you all collectively suffered from food poisoning?" However, no one paid him any mind. He pressed further, asking, "Where are Qin Xiang and John? Has the battle not commenced?" A weary voice emerged from the crowd, responding, "It has already concluded." Concluded. Chapter 68, claiming rewards upon hearing that the battle had concluded. The latecomers hastily inquired about the outcome. "What? Are you saying John lost?" "What? You mean John, armed with a blind knife, was defeated?" "What? Not only did John lose, but he also perished." As they absorbed this astonishing information, their disbelief compelled them to rush to the arena for a first-hand account of the situation. Despite the efforts of the staff to restrain them, two onlookers, eager for a spectacle, pushed their way through, and the crowd surged into the arena. Before long, this throng emerged in a frenzy, seeking a clean spot to expel their stomach contents. The staff, already exhausted, gazed at the multitude of areas requiring cleanup and fainted from exasperation. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang and Li Tianming remained oblivious to the chaos that ensued. They sat on the bus, each contemplating how to allocate the rewards from the administration. After a while, Li Tianming gently nudged Qin Xiang with his elbow. 20 minutes have passed. We should be able to move now." "Oh," Qin Xiang feigned having just regained his strength, straightening up and no longer leaning against Li Tianming. "The station for the Ability Management Bureau has arrived." The bus's speaker announced their stop, and both disembarked, chatting amiably as they made their way toward the bureau located in Area 14121. The bus driver glanced at their departing figures and sighed resignedly. The two had boarded covered in blood from their frost-resistant suits, which had already irked him. Yet, as they were both ability users, he felt powerless to intervene. Their seats were stained with blood, and he would have to expend effort cleaning up after his shift. "Damn ability users," the driver muttered before continuing his route. Qin Xiang inquired, "Principal, will you accompany me to claim the reward?" "I shall refrain from entering. As an insurance agent, I am not qualified to receive the reward. I will wait for you outside the bureau." "Very well." Arriving once more at the bureau's towering structure, the gray exterior remained unchanged. The dim lighting outside mirrored that of previous visits. Yet, Qin Xiang felt transformed. He realized that each visit to the bureau signified new progress or achievements. Thus, his spirits lifted whenever he approached the Management Bureau. No wonder the ability users from the God-slaying camp adore this place. I can now comprehend why. Each time I arrive here, I feel remarkably at ease. Li Tianming smiled, neither confirming nor denying his sentiments. As Qin Xiang entered the bureau, navigating past the threshold, he once again beheld the vacant office area. However, this time, clad in his bloodied, frost-resistant suit, he was a striking sight. Recognizing him as an ability user, a staff member promptly approached. "Sir, what brings you to the bureau?" "Oh, I am here to collect the reward for slaying a deity." "Claiming a reward? Very well. Please hold on." The staff member returned to his desk, retrieved an electronic tablet, and swiftly approached Qin Xiang once more. "Sir, what is your sequence ability identifier?" 00009527. "It belongs to Mr. Qin Xiang, correct?" "Indeed. Let me take a look. Your points were acquired at the exit of Security Zone 38324. "That's correct. The Pinning God Layer points amount to 1600? The individual gazed incredulously at the string of numbers following Qin Si Yong's name, exclaiming in disbelief. This outburst drew the attention of other personnel within the hall. 1600 points. Who exactly is this young man? The nearby exits of security zones were predominantly gathered at 38324, the largest of which was in the vicinity. Here, the most formidable sequence ability users of Area 14121 congregated. Yet even the top scorer at the 38324 exit, Fran, only possessed a little over 300 points. How could he have amassed 1600 points? Did he eradicate all the deities outside the 38324 exit? Amidst the astonished gazes, Qin Si Yong nodded. Indeed, my God Layer points have been verified by the management personnel. I am here to claim my rewards. The man swallowed hard. All right, please wait a moment while I retrieve your rewards. Thank you. Qin Si Yong initially contemplated sitting down. But upon observing the immaculate management hall and glancing at the bloodstains on his attire, he reconsidered. After a brief interval, the management personnel approached with 2 cloth bags in hand. Hello, here are your rewards. First, 80,000 copper coins. According to our exchange rate, we have converted it into 80 silver coins. Please verify. Upon hearing this, Qin Si Yong accepted the hefty bag of coins, his face instantly brightening with joy. 80,000 copper coins was a substantial amount, and he had anticipated the management would convert it into silver coins. He had expected the exchange rate to be 12,000 copper coins for 1 silver coin. Yet they had granted him 80 silver coins at the unified government rate of 1 to 10,000. This exceeded his expectations by 20%, filling him with elation. Qin Si Yong extracted the silver coins, counting them twice, and then bid each coin individually to ensure their authenticity before gleefully accepting them. Next was the bag containing 80 bottles of sequence elixirs. All of them are in this bag. It's a bit heavy, so please take care of it. Qin Si Yong took the bag filled with the sequence elixirs, discovering 4 tiers of small racks, each neatly arranged with 20 bottles. Everything appears to be in order. Thank you. You're welcome, take care. Although Qin Si Yong appeared quite youthful, the management personnel had unconsciously addressed him with respect. 1600 points were indeed formidable. Once Qin Si Yong departed, the personnel on the first floor immediately commenced discussions regarding his identity. Who is he? I've never seen him before. I looked up his information. He's a newcomer at sequence level 1. How did he suddenly acquire 1600 points? I have just received news from Lao Cheng today. He conducted an inspection at the exit of Safety Zone 38324, claiming that this fellow single-handedly vanquished over 700 long-legged worms. Qin Si Yong stepped outside the bureau, shaking a pouch of coins towards Li Tianming. Principal, it's time to distribute the earnings. Li Tianming nodded in acknowledgement. The two moved aside, with Qin Si Yong brimming with excitement. I never anticipated receiving 80 silver coins. That means we each get 40. What a delight. He carefully counted out 40 silver coins and placed them into his backpack. Then handed the remaining coins along with the pouch to Li Tianming. After a moment's contemplation, Li Tianming replied, As for these silver coins, I shall forego them. No way. Qin Si Yong abruptly interrupted, his previous jovial demeanor evaporating as he regarded Li Tianming with a cold, piercing gaze. Chapter 69. The Rules of Cooperation. Li Tianming's expression grew notably somber. 40 silver coins represented a substantial sum for him, yet it did little to alter his circumstances. However, the situation with the sequence elixirs was entirely different. He had not anticipated that Qin Si Yong would acquire 80 vials of sequence elixirs in one go. If he were to receive half, it could significantly enhance his abilities. With further effort, advancing to sequence level 4 would not pose an insurmountable challenge. Thus, he resolved to forego the silver coins in favor of requesting the sequence elixirs. Yet, Qin Si Yong saw through his intentions and interrupted him before he could finish speaking. Placing the pouch of 40 silver coins before him, Li Tianming forced a smile and said, Classmate Qin, your substantial rewards this time are undoubtedly linked to my role as your insurer. Hence, I shall share these 40 silver coins with you, as we previously agreed. However, the coins hold little value for me now, while they would serve you far better, wouldn't they? Qin Si Yong scrutinized Li Tianming, Principal Li. Do you understand the principles of trade? We have already established how the rewards would be divided upon completion of the task. Now that the matter is concluded, are you attempting to renege on our agreement? I am not reneging. I genuinely require the sequence elixirs. Who does not desire them? Is the pursuit of divine beings merely for this amount of money? Principal Li, had we previously agreed to share half of the sequence elixirs upon completion, I would have no objections. However, we clearly stipulated a division of wealth, and you did not mention an interest in the elixirs. Surely, you cannot alter the terms simply because you now see that I have acquired more sequence elixirs? Li Tianming's lips twitched slightly in frustration. I truly did not expect you to obtain so many sequence elixirs. 80 vials are indeed a considerable burden in your possession. This is my concern. Qin Xiyang replied resolutely. Recognizing Qin Xiyang's unwavering stance, Li Tianming sighed in resignation. If this were merely a one-time transaction, he would certainly seek an opportunity to seize all the sequence elixirs. Yet, the reality was that he needed Qin Xiyang's assistance. Without him, he had no means of connecting with other sequence ability users, as all avenues had been obstructed by those wretched individuals. Qin Xiyang's emergence was his only lifeline. Moreover, given Qin Xiyang's formidable prowess, he was an invaluable ally. Li Tianming could not afford to jeopardize this relationship for a few vials of sequence elixirs. How about this? The 40 silver coins you provided, I shall use to purchase the sequence elixirs. Would that be acceptable? The suggestion intrigued Qin Xiyang. With 80 vials of sequence elixirs, coupled with the 2 he already possessed, he had no personal need for them and intended to sell them for resources. If Li Tianming was willing to buy, it would alleviate some of his burdens. How do you propose to purchase them? The market price is 5 silver coins per vial of sequence elixir. I shall buy 8 vials for 40 silver coins. Does that pose any issue? Your market price seems rather low, Qin Xiyang remarked. He had previously seen posts on the forum where sequence elixirs were being collected at 7 silver coins per vial. That was merely the buyback price. The selling price would undoubtedly be higher. However, this post was fleeting, appearing for less than a minute before being deleted by the administrator. In the safe zone, the trading of sequence potions is strictly prohibited. Li Tianming remarked. Cheap? Are you attempting to sell it to me at black market prices? Transactions in the black market are far from simple. A mere appearance could bring you significant trouble. I intend to use it myself, not to sell. If you sell it to me at a lower price, it will be beneficial for both of us. Li Tianming's words persuaded Qin Xiyang. At present, he truly lacked a channel to sell sequence potions, so selling some to Li Tianming at a lower price seemed reasonable. After all, they were partners, and it was prudent to keep the profits within their circle. All right. Qin Xiyang counted out 8 bottles of sequence potions and handed them to Li Tianming. Receiving a pouch containing 40 silver coins in return, Li Tianming tucked away the sequence potions and nodded. A pleasant collaboration. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration. Where do you intend to go next? I plan to rent a room near the school. I still have the identity of a vagrant. Haven't you forgotten, Principal? Oh, I would have indeed forgotten had you not mentioned it. Who would have thought that someone possessing 80 silver coins is a vagrant? I too have suddenly found wealth from poverty. With just the 2 of them present, there were unspoken understandings, and there was no need for pretense. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiyang awkwardly chuckled a couple of times and fell silent. However, I advise you to be cautious when renting a place. It's best not to disclose your identity. Why? Because your information is still posted on the forum's reporting board. Everyone knows you currently possess 80 bottles of sequence potions. Although the use of skills by sequence users is prohibited within the safe zone, money can be quite tempting. Your 80 bottles of sequence potions are an enticing prize for many sequence users who are stuck at a bottleneck with no objective income. There are certainly individuals who have already devised plans to create trouble for you. I suggest you temporarily reside in inexpensive housing that does not require identity registration and change locations daily. Qin Xiyang sighed, but I must attend school. With so many people watching me, if I don't go to school, I will surely be reported and forced to drop out. In that case, I would lose my eligibility for the post-university sequence user assessment and be unable to attend college. That is indeed a troublesome situation. Li Tianming pondered for a moment. What if you stay at the school? There are cameras everywhere, and no sequence user would dare to cause chaos in such a place. I thought you would suggest I come to your home. My home is not an option. Why? Is it because of Dingting? Qin Xiyang teased with a grin. He recalled the messages and explicit videos sent by Dingting during his last visit to Li Tianming's office. Li Tianming did not shy away from the topic. To be honest, there is indeed Dingting at home, though sometimes it's just 1, and other times 3 or 5. They change periodically. Qin Xiyang gasped. Principal Li, you certainly lead an extravagant life. It is no longer as it once was. It used to be far more splendid. Then, with a hint of wistfulness, she cast a glance at Qin Xiyang, saying, Ah, how I truly long for the days of your youth. Those beautiful moments have slipped away, never to return. Ugh, your gaze just sent shivers down my spine. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us return to school. I have some personal belongings to retrieve. You shall stay in my office tonight. There is a foldable bed available. Tomorrow, I will have someone assist you in settling in. Thank you, Principal Li. Qin Xiyang and Li Tianming boarded the bus once more. Now that you have acquired such wealth, why do you still require my assistance with the fare? Qin Xiyang scratched his head. I just attempted to pay. But the driver claimed he could not provide change. You truly are something else. Chapter 70. Deadly rivals Qin Xiyang and Li Tianming returned to the school together. As night had descended, the campus lay deserted, with the gates securely locked. This, however, posed no hindrance to the two sequence abilities users. With a few agile leaps, they scaled the gate and entered the grounds. Principal Li, do you think the teacher reviewing the surveillance footage tomorrow will be startled upon discovering us? Qin Xiyang inquired. I am the principal. What could he possibly say? Yet, your appearance, drenched in blood, is indeed quite alarming, Li Tianming replied. Qin Xiyang glanced at his frost-resistant attire, noting that the blood had already congealed. The deep green stains at the bottom belonged to the aberrant scythe, while the crimson above was from the long-legged worm. The deep red at the top was a remnant of the unfortunate John. The layers were distinct, the colors varied, resembling a camouflage suit altered with color discrepancies. Principal, does your office have a place to bathe? Qin Xiyang asked. Li Tianming scratched his neck. In my office, having a bed is already a luxury. How could there possibly be a bathing facility? I noticed a folder named Office. When I used your computer the other day, how much did you actually see? Not much. However, I observed that you, Principal, always maintain an air of refinement, with your attire immaculate, suggesting a certain fastidiousness. Therefore, there must be a bathing space in the office. Right? Fine, behind the bookshelf in the office, I had a bathroom installed, Li Tianming conceded. I knew it. Thank you, Principal. You are too kind. Just remember to tidy up after using it. Understood. Together, Qin Xiyang and Li Tianming entered the principal's office, and under Li Tianming's guidance, accessed the bathroom, where they cleansed their garments and took a refreshing shower. After giving Qin Xiyang a few more instructions, Li Tianming departed with his folder and a bag containing 8 vials of magical potions. After his bath, Qin Xiyang reclined on the folding bed. The soft mattress transported him back to a previous life. Since his rebirth, he had yet to experience such comfort. Fatigue washed over him like a tide, and as he lay reflecting on the events of the day, he swiftly slipped into slumber. When Qin Xiyang awoke, it was just past 6 in the morning. Perhaps due to the unfamiliarity of sleeping in the principal's office, the comfort of the bed did not extend his rest. Rising, he unwrapped the unused towel and toothbrush in the bathroom for his morning routine. These must have been prepared for some female teacher. They might as well be put to use by me. At least I can procure potions for her at a discount, Qin Xiyang thought. Relishing the privilege of Li Tianming's private space, he spent some time at the computer, researching information on sequence abilities users. As the time for morning self-study approached, he set off for the classroom. Being a sequence abilities user came with certain constraints. Previously, skipping class went unnoticed, but now, the same was no longer true. His absence from school the previous day was justified by his expedition outside the safety zone to hunt deities, a valid excuse that left no room for scrutiny. However, should he choose to skip school today without cause, he would undoubtedly attract the ire of envious classmates eager to report him to the educational authorities. The coalition government places great emphasis on the cultivation of students' thoughts and character. They are reluctant to support individuals with anti-human or anti-social tendencies. Consequently, those who awaken their abilities during their student years receive special attention. The coalition government strives to ensure that every student entering the university for special abilities is both academically and morally exemplary, capable of becoming a pillar of humanity's future. However, from Qin Xiyang's perspective, this investment yields little effect. Nonetheless, he prefers to avoid trouble, should his truancy have significant repercussions. The Education Department would likely contact the Bureau of Special Abilities Management, prompting them to provide him with a verbal reprimand. He is quite certain that it will not be long before someone from the Bureau approaches him to inquire about the incident with John at the combat arena. Taking a life, even within legal boundaries, is no trivial matter. Therefore, he has prepared an excuse, attributing his lack of moral education to the school's ethics director. He tore off a page from the office calendar. Blue Star Era, January 27, 2010. Gregorian calendar, Wednesday. Lunar calendar, Year of the Ox, 12th month. Day of release. Release what? Qin Xiyang shook his head and proceeded to the classroom. As soon as Qin Xiyang sat down, 2 individuals appeared before him. Looking up, he recognized Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang. Li Jingwen clung to Zhou Yang's arm, her gaze toward Qin Xiyang still brimming with trepidation. Zhou Yang spoke, "Classmate Qin. Both you and my uncle are individuals with special abilities. Could you, for my sake, refrain from holding past grievances against Jingwen? Qin Siyang sniffed disdainfully and glanced at Li Jingwen. Is this the ally you have summoned? Li Jingwen swallowed hard. Qin Siyang, I truly realize my mistake. Qin Siyang turned his attention back to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, are you genuinely aware of the enmity between Li Jingwen and me? Zhou Yang held his head high. Regardless of the enmity, we are all classmates. There is nothing that cannot be resolved. Qin Siyang nodded. It seems she has not told you the truth. Understandably so. How could she dare to speak honestly about such matters? You are quite swift in your actions, Li Jingwen. What do you mean? Qin Siyang retorted. I publicly disclosed just the day before yesterday that I had been with Zhou Yang, binding this fool. Zhou Yang's face turned crimson immediately. Do not speak such nonsense. I am a person with special abilities. My senses are acute. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and added, Indeed. Jingwen and I have made plans to marry after the college entrance examination. Therefore, could you do me a favor and cease this turmoil with her? Qin Siyang scoffed. I truly do not know who has granted you the audacity to address me in such a manner. Your worthless uncle, perhaps? What did you say? Qin Siyang pulled out his phone and tossed it to Zhou Yang. You should remember your uncle's number, right? Call him, now. You. Otherwise, I will treat you as I did the grade director. I mean what I say. Zhou Yang, recalling the grade director still lying in the hospital, felt a chill run down his spine as he dialed his uncle's number. Hello, uncle, it's me. As Qin Siyang heard the call connect, he seized the phone. Is this Director Zhou? This is Qin Siyang. On the other end, Zhou Xing immediately responded with a warm smile. Ah, it's you, Qin. I was just about to have Zhou Yang reach out to you regarding your recent experiences at school. What a coincidence that you called me first. By the way, is there something you wanted to discuss? Are you aware of what happened yesterday? Yes, of course. You single-handedly vanquished so many deities. You are a hero of Juyin School. A paragon for our Area 14121. With 80 vials of sequence potions in hand, Qin Siyang was assuredly on the path to ascending to sequence level 3. Moreover, having awakened his sequence abilities prior to the college entrance examination ensured that gaining admission to a prestigious university would be no challenge, paving a boundless future for him. He was far beyond the reach of a mere grassroots official within the educational department at the edge of the safe zone. Furthermore, now that he had awakened his sequence abilities, Qin Siyang fell solely under the jurisdiction of the sequence ability administrators, rendering any control by Zhou Xing, an official of the educational department, utterly ineffective. Although Zhou Xing was officially a bureaucrat and Qin Siyang a student, he was eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with the latter. Well, since you are aware, it makes our conversation much simpler. There is nothing pressing. But your nephew Zhou Yang wishes to protect a personal adversary of mine. What is your take on that? Zhou Xing paused, inquiring, an adversary? Yes, a sworn enemy. I understand. Please pass the phone to Zhou Yang. All right. Zhou Yang took the phone, casting a glance at Qin Siyang. Uncle, don't listen to his nonsense. We're merely classmates. There is no sworn enmity. A cold voice came from the other end of the line. Sever ties with that individual and apologize to Qin Siyang. But uncle, if Qin Siyang does not grant you forgiveness, then your family shall have no further connection with me. Do you comprehend? Chapter 71. Conversations in the classroom. Upon hearing the unequivocal words of his uncle, Zhou Xing, Zhou Yang's complexion immediately turned ashen. His father had often remarked that his relationship with his younger brother, Zhou Xing, was not particularly close. This was partly due to their 8-year age gap, which created a significant generational divide. Additionally, during their childhood, Zhou Yang's academic performance had notably lagged behind that of Zhou Xing, leading to feelings of jealousy and resulting in numerous obstacles imposed by his father upon his brother. Despite being biological siblings, there was a palpable discord between them. Zhou Yang's father, with mediocre academic achievements, had attempted the college entrance examination prior to the apocalypse. Yet, even in an era with numerous universities and broad enrollment, he failed to gain admission. After graduation, he became an ordinary freight worker. In contrast, Zhou Xing, who excelled academically, managed to enter an esteemed institution after the onset of the apocalypse and subsequently ascended to a position as an official within the education department. This stark disparity in their respective standings exacerbated the rift between their families. Had it not been for their mother's dying wish for the brothers to reconcile and for Zhou Xing to assist his elder brother, it is likely that Zhou Xing would have severed all ties with them. Realizing that his brother now held considerable power and was a significant figure on the periphery of the safe zone, Zhou Yang's father abandoned his previous mockery and began to fawn over his brother. Although Zhou Xing harbored ill feelings towards his elder brother, he begrudgingly offered some support due to their mother's last request, especially after Zhou Yang repeatedly apologized and acknowledged his faults. Thus, should Zhou Yang find himself in serious trouble, Zhou Xing would undoubtedly have the heart to cut ties with their family. However, Zhou Yang never anticipated that this grave trouble would stem from Qin Xiyang, whom he had previously dismissed. Reluctantly, he replied, "Yes, uncle, I understand. Please hand the phone to Qin Xiyang." Zhou Yang passed the phone to Qin Xiyang, his eyes filled with reluctance and confusion. Qin Xiyang took the phone. "Hello? Director Zhou. Thank you." Upon hearing Qin Xiyang's voice, Zhou Yang instantly reverted to his previous enthusiasm. "Student Qin, when are you free? Shall we have a meal together?" Qin Xiyang straightforwardly inquired. "Is there something we need to discuss over dinner?" As the director of the education department, Zhou Xing's influence did not pertain to him. Thus, Qin Xiyang preferred to avoid unnecessary entanglements. "Oh, I see. A special admission opportunity from Xingren University has come through, and I wanted to discuss it with you to see if you're interested." Xingren University? Qin Xiyang was largely unfamiliar with universities for those possessing sequence abilities and had little knowledge regarding special admissions. However, he found Zhou Xing's offer somewhat intriguing. After pondering, he decided to tentatively accept and later consult Li Tianming about the matter. If it turned out to be unappealing, he could always decline the dinner invitation with Zhou Xing. "All right, since Director Zhou is interested in dining together, I would be delighted. Please select a time and place." "Thank you, Student Qin. I will send you the restaurant details and reservation time via text." "Certainly. Goodbye, Student Qin." "Yes, goodbye." Qin Xiyang hung up the phone and cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Yang and Li Jingwen. "Zhou Yang, what do you say?" Zhou Yang, witnessing the jovial exchange between Qin Xiyang and his uncle, was utterly astonished. He had never seen his uncle behave in such a manner, seemingly eager to curry favor. With Zhou Xing having awakened his sequence abilities, even the director of the education department had to regard him as an equal, if not slightly inferior. The audacity of Qin Xiyang to render Zhou Xing so humble was astonishing. Zhou Yang realized that Qin Xiyang was indeed someone he could not afford to offend. Furthermore, the prohibition against sequence ability users harming ordinary citizens only applied to students and public servants. Once he graduated from high school and lost his backing, if Qin Xiyang chose to pursue the matter, he could very well take his life at any moment. The thought sent a chill down Zhou Yang's spine. In comparison to Li Jingwen beside him, his relationship with his uncle Zhou Xing took precedence. Zhou Yang bowed slightly to Qin Xiyang. "I apologize, classmate Qin. I was in the wrong previously. I will not meddle in your affairs with Li Jingwen any longer." Upon hearing Zhou Yang's intention to withdraw his support, Li Jingwen immediately clutched his arm in panic, desperately trying to retain him. "Zhou Yang, do you remember what you said to me last night? You promised to be with me for a lifetime. You said you would shield me from storms and take care of me forever." Zhou Yang, aware of his own guilt, dared not meet Li Jingwen's gaze. "Who told you to offend classmate Qin? You heard what my uncle said. How can I intervene? You might as well apologize to classmate Qin and see if you can resolve your enmity with him and earn his forgiveness. You heartless wretch. Are you going back on your word now? Why didn't you say this when we were together? Are you even a man? You're nothing more than a coward. Being a coward is still preferable to being dead." Zhou Yang shook off Li Jingwen's hand and left the classroom with a dismissive remark. Qin Xiyang nodded with interest. "Jingwen, congratulations on finding yourself a clever man." Li Jingwen turned to see Qin Xiyang's smiling face, causing her to tremble in shock. Qin Xiyang, I truly regret what happened before. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? I can give you anything as long as you spare me." As she spoke, Li Jingwen slightly pushed out her modestly rounded chest. Qin Xiyang scrutinized her for a moment before shaking his head. "This is insufficient for atonement. You might as well relish your final moments of tranquility." Upon hearing this, Li Jingwen's face drained of color, resembling the lifelessness of wall plaster. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the class bell rang. "Return to your seats. Do not disrupt my lesson." Li Jingwen dazedly walked back to her seat, which was now eerily empty. The animosity between her and Qin Xiyang had swiftly spread throughout the campus since he became a sequence ability user. Although few knew the specifics of their feud, aside from the somewhat influential Zhou Yang, no one was willing to provoke the trouble that was Li Jingwen. Even her deskmate chose to sit elsewhere, and her once loyal friends now kept their distance from her. She sat alone on the chair, her face a canvas of terror. Everything had come to an end. The threats from Qin Xiyang were insurmountable. As a sequence ability user and an orphan, he possessed no vulnerabilities. Wait, vulnerabilities? While he himself may lack weaknesses, those around him do. It appeared that Qin Xiyang had a favorable relationship with the elderly librarian, Julia, and also with Wen Shu. It had to be the case. Otherwise, he would not frequently visit the library without reason. With this realization, Li Jingwen's eyes sparkled. If she could seize hold of these two individuals, perhaps she could compel Qin Xiyang to hesitate. Chapter 72. An ordinary day after class. Qin Xiyang once again made his way to the library. As usual, the atmosphere within was serene, occupied only by Teacher Zhu, who was tidying up the books, and Wen Shu, who was engrossed in her studies nearby. Long time no see, Qin Xiyang greeted both Teacher Zhu and Wen Shu, then proceeded to assist in organizing the books. Teacher Zhu chuckled. What do you mean, long time no see? It's only been a day. Is that so? Qin Xiyang pondered for a moment, realizing that indeed, it had merely been a day. Yet, with the multitude of events that had transpired yesterday, hunting deities, slaying John, and claiming rewards, he felt as if a considerable time had passed. Oh, all right. I've been a bit busy lately and lost track of time. By the way, Wen Shu, how has Zhao Wenlai been recently? Wen Shu lifted her head from her work and replied, he transferred schools yesterday. Transferred? Qin Xiyang chuckled. He certainly moves quickly. After all, with you confronting the grade director and your homeroom teacher, it's no wonder he feared for his Healthcom College entrance exams. That makes sense. Thank you. You're welcome. Hey, Teacher Zhu, you needn't trouble yourself. As a sequenceability user, moving books is a trivial task for me. I'll handle it. It's precisely because you are a sequenceability user that I want to allow you to do it. You must focus your energy on the assessments after the college entrance exams, or on hunting deities to save humanity. Teacher Zhu, I'm just an ordinary sequenceability user. In our realm, I may seem rare, but in those developed regions, I'm merely commonplace. Where would I find the strength to save humanity? Let me first save your back. With that, Qin Xiyang snatched the books from Teacher Zhu's hands. Teacher Zhu stood there momentarily empty-handed, then chuckled and sat down in her chair. Once Qin Xiyang had finished organizing the books, he turned to Teacher Zhu and inquired, Teacher Zhu, how much does it cost to treat your stomach ailment? Why bring this up out of the blue? Just asking. Oh, I've come to terms with it. It's not important. Not important? How much is that? Teacher Zhu shot a glance at Qin Xiyang and replied, I'm not certain. That can't be true. You must have at least inquired about the cost before deciding against treatment. Understanding the underlying meaning in Qin Xiyang's words, Teacher Zhu advised, child, even though you are a sequenceability user, earning money is not easy. I've had a fulfilling life as a teacher. You should save your money for yourself. I'm just curious about the price. Seeing Qin Xiyang's insistence, Teacher Zhu sighed. It's probably just a little over a silver coin. You nearly scared me. I thought it would cost dozens of silver coins. Dozens? That amount could replace all the parts of my body. You truly have no concept of money. Qin Xiyang removed a pouch from his waist and poured out 80 silver coins, pushing 3 of them toward Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu, take this money for your treatment. This. Teacher Zhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Where on earth did you acquire so much money? I earned it yesterday. Fearing that you might doubt my sincerity, I have taken the liberty to lay out these 3 silver coins for your inspection, so you do not assume they constitute my entire fortune and refuse to accept them. Wen Shu glanced at the coins on the table and was momentarily taken aback, yet she soon returned her focus to the sea of questions before her. Teacher, please accept these. Earning money is rather effortless for me, far easier than you might think. For a considerable time, Teacher Zhu remained silent. She was not one to seek death. After all, who would willingly choose such a fate when life persists? It was merely a lack of funds that brought her to this juncture. Now, with Qin Xiyang placing her lifeline upon the table, she felt a stirring within her. Yet, what right did she have to claim such a sum from him? Teacher Zhu had devoted her life to educating others, adhering strictly to her principles. At this moment, her moral convictions and the instinct for survival wrestled within her. Qin Xiyang discerned the turmoil in Teacher Zhu's heart. Teacher Zhu, you may perceive this money as substantial, but to me, you are my sole elder in this world. These coins truly hold little significance. Wen Shu chimed in, Teacher Zhu, please accept them. Judging by his demeanor, earning this amount seems to come with little effort. Indeed, one must not let life's hardships dictate their fate. Teacher, I am an orphan, and your kindness is a rare gift to me. Accept this as a token of my gratitude. If it helps in your recovery, I shall find solace in that. With that, she pressed the 3 silver coins directly into Teacher Zhu's pocket. Well, very well then. Take today off, go to the hospital, and expedite the surgery. We cannot afford to let life slip away while the money remains unspent. Leave the library closure matter to me. Rest assured, Principal Lee will surely approve your leave. You speak wisely, little Qin. Fine, I understand. Teacher Zhu nodded with excitement but refrained from elaborating further. Clutching the coins in her pocket, she cast a grateful glance at Qin Siyang and then took her bag, departing the library. Once Teacher Zhu had left, only Qin Siyang and Wenshu remained in the library. Qin Siyang ventured to inquire. I heard from Zhaowen that you intend to apply to the 2 least esteemed colleges? What do you mean by the least esteemed? Those are merely the 2 lowest ranking among the 8 colleges. It sounds as though you believe I am applying to some disreputable institution. It is indeed a matter of accommodation. You must care for your grandmother, necessitating a single occupancy room. Only the last 2 colleges provide such arrangements for their students. Wenshu set her pen down. Intrigued by Qin Siyang's proposition, I possess this sum, but it is not immediately useful. How about this? I will cover your rent at the college as a loan, with a modest interest rate. Once you graduate and join the United Government, you can repay me. How does that sound? Wenshu smiled faintly, shaking her head as she resumed her studies. Are you declining? It is not a refusal. Rather, I believe you may not be able to afford such an amount. Even if you could, I would not be able to repay it. Qin Siyang frowned. How much could renting a room possibly cost? You can look it up. Qin Siyang regarded Wenshu with a puzzled expression before heading to the principal's office. He attempted to push open the office door, only to find it locked. He extracted the key given to him by Li Tianming to unlock the door, only to be met with the startled gazes of 2 individuals. Li Tianming was fervently engaged with a female teacher on a folding bed. Qin Siyang closed the door, took a seat in the principal's chair, and promptly accessed the sequential education forum, stating, Principal Li, Teacher Yang, continue with your activities. I am merely searching for some information. The female teacher immediately panicked, hastily dressing herself before fleeing. Li Tianming, with a look of fury, exclaimed, Qin Siyang, what do you think you are doing? Oh, I mentioned I am researching, came the nonchalant reply. Could you not wait a moment? Curiosity has taken hold. There is no time for delay. Li Tianming, adjusting his trousers, approached Qin Siyang from behind. The rental prices for single rooms near the college. You intend to attend the University of Sequential Abilities, not the Academy. Whom are you searching for? Noticing that Qin Siyang ignored him and continued his inquiry, Li Tianming narrowed his eyes. You brat are looking up information for Wenshu, aren't you? Damn it, are you sabotaging my chances for your own romantic pursuits? Li Tianming was genuinely irate, expletives slipping from his lips, completely devoid of the composure expected of a principal who is pursuing romance. We maintain a proper classmate relationship. Spare me your nonsense. A proper classmate relationship. And you are prepared to part with hundreds of silver coins to assist her in renting a room. Chapter 73. The Poor in the Rich District. How much? Qin Siyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Li Tianming. Renting a house costs hundreds of silver coins. Though I have not encountered much wealth, you cannot possibly deceive me like this. For hundreds of silver coins, I might as well purchase a house outright. Wait, purchasing a house cannot be this exorbitant, can it? Li Tianming scoffed dismissively and casually fastened his belt. Youngster, you are still too naive and lack an understanding of the world within the safe zones. Do you truly believe that other places are akin to our dilapidated edge of the safe zone, where a single silver coin suffices for a modest dwelling? Let me enlighten you. The disparity between different regions within the safe zone is far greater than the gap between you and your classmates. To put it simply, we are located in the 14,121st safe zone. Do you know where the regions of the 8 academies are? No, I do not. They reside within the top 30 zones. The numbering of the zones is akin to that of the exits of the safe zones. The smaller the number, the greater the power and influence of the inhabitants. Residents of the top 30 zones are either wealthy or noble. A casual conversation on the street might involve someone holding the title of director or bureau chief. In that realm, even the head of the education department must tread carefully. What do you think the housing prices in such a place would be? Perhaps you are wondering why the academies are established in the top 30 zones. Qin Siyang nodded. I was indeed about to inquire. Have you ever contemplated the true essence of the 8 academies built for the common people? Are these institutions genuinely intended for the ordinary populace? You see, if they were truly meant for individuals like Wenshu, why not establish 100 or 80 academies instead of merely 8? This is because these 8 academies cater to the children of the elite who have yet to awaken their sequence abilities. These privileged individuals hail from noble backgrounds. It would be unthinkable for them to be deprived of decent education simply due to the lack of awakened sequence abilities. Thus, to maintain internal stability. The government collaborated to create these 8 academies. You are mistaken if you believe that the academies serve the common people while universities for sequence ability holders serve the exalted few. In truth, it is the hundreds of universities that cater to individuals like you and me, while the academies were originally established for the exalted class. The difficulty in gaining admission to these academies is also related to the fact that most slots are pre-allocated. Excluding those privileged offspring who are granted admission through sponsorship or alumni recommendations, only 1/5 of the slots remain available for students like Wenshu. In other words, 4/5 of the admissions are confined to a particular circle, with only 1/5 attainable through personal effort. So, do you think the location of the academies is designed to accommodate that 1/5, or to cater to the 4/5? Qin Si-young was profoundly shocked. He had not anticipated that the so-called 8 academies were entangled in such complexities. Therefore, if you intend to woo a girl by covering her accommodation expenses, I advise you to reconsider. Upon graduation in 4 years, based on the prevailing housing prices, a modest studio will cost at least several hundred silver coins. And even that is a rare opportunity to encounter. I have heard that as the safety zone becomes increasingly stable, property prices in that area have soared. The rent for single accommodations has generally risen to a gold coin. If one were to consider the top-ranked Lianrong Academy in Zone 3, the 4-year rental cost for single rooms in its vicinity is likely to double. Moreover, one must pre-book in advance to secure a place. Li Tianming donned his suit and poured himself a cup of hot water. Long ago, when Shu had discussed matters regarding the academy with me, she opted for the lesser-ranked Tiantong Academy and Rinxing Academy, a decision I wholeheartedly supported. She intends to attend school alongside her grandmother. And only these 2 institutions provide single-room dormitories for outstanding students. She calculated that if she were to take out a loan for housing, she might never clear the debt after graduating and joining the United Government. I concurred with her assessment, as such accommodations were not designed for students like her. The primary tenants are mostly upper-class youths who find it inconvenient to return home. You see? Li Tianming observed the still-dazed Qin Si-young, and the earlier annoyance of having interrupted a good moment dissipated. Qin, I advise you to save your efforts. The sum you might acquire from hunting deities would be considered immense wealth for an average person, yet in the core of the safety zone, it is hardly sufficient. I understand your affection for Wenshu. After all, she is a well-mannered and attractive young lady. Upon hearing this, Qin Si-young glanced at Li Tianming, suspecting that this lecherous figure might have ulterior motives regarding the students. Li Tianming smirked. I am not so desperate as to target students. My concern for Wenshu is merely that of an elder. You should not overthink it. Best that it remains so, he added. She is an innocent student. Not to my taste, rest assured. Innocent? Qin Si-young refrained from retorting. It seems that Wenshu is well concealed in the eyes of others. Li Tianming continued. Qin, as someone who has been through this, I feel compelled to offer you some advice. When it comes to courting, certain fundamentals must be observed. You would seriously consider earning a few hundred silver coins or even several gold coins to pay her rent, would you? Such a sum is unlikely to be earned by her throughout her career in the United Government. If you genuinely wish to be with her, it would be far wiser to save that money as an asset for your future home after marriage rather than squander it on exorbitant rent. Wouldn't you agree? Qin Si-young displayed some impatience. I have told you, I am not pursuing her. Right, you are entirely correct. I merely wish to share my perspective. As the principal, I am engaging with you now. Listen to what I say first, and you may express differing opinions later. Understood? I am not one who enjoys lecturing. But I truly admire you, which is why I choose to speak at length, hoping you will heed my words. Yes, I recognize that Principal Li speaks from a place of goodwill. I am not someone who disregards sound advice. I knew you would grasp it quickly. Let me say something unpleasant. Regardless of your current feelings towards her, even if you two were to marry in the end, nothing is guaranteed. Just look at me. When I served as the vice dean at university, my relationship with my wife was harmonious. However, after encountering some troubles, she became my ex-wife. Therefore, do not devote yourself entirely to the ethereal notion of love. One must live for oneself. I have always agreed with Principal Li's assertion. I never intended to embarrass myself in an effort to assist her. Li Tianming clapped his hands. Precisely this reasoning. Love is unreliable. The bond of marriage may not be as strong as the cooperative relationship we share. Engaging in 1,000 good deeds together pales in comparison to committing a single misdeed. Li Tianming sighed thoughtfully. To be honest, few relationships can rival the closeness we share, unless one has committed murder or disposed of a body together. Yet, Wenshu, that obedient girl, would never partake in such actions with you. Regardless of the multitude of words spoken, one must remain grounded, dear Qin. Chapter 74 Inquiry. Qin Siyang then inquired, Principal Li, do you believe that those involved in a murder and the subsequent disposal of a body share an inseparable bond? Essentially, yes. In such circumstances, it is exceedingly difficult for their relationship to fracture. Even if they do, they might still. As Li Tianming spoke, his expression suddenly shifted to one of vigilance. He glanced at Qin Siyang and asked, why do you pose this question? Qin Siyang had merely asked out of casual curiosity, initially concerned that Li Tianming might discern something from him. To his surprise, Li Tianming's reaction was even more intense. Qin Siyang smiled slightly and asked, Principal Li, how many have you killed? What do you mean, how many? I could never have taken a life. Li Tianming scoffed and ceased to engage with Qin Siyang. Qin Siyang chuckled lightly, dismissing the matter. Killing, after all, could be regarded as a rather commonplace occurrence. Secrets that one wishes to keep hidden may surface, where one might find themselves threatened. What alternative is there if one does not eliminate the threat? Should one merely await their own demise? There is little more to discuss. As for whom Li Tianming has killed, it was of no concern to him. Let it be. Their collaboration was strictly confined to the pursuit of deities, academic advancement, and the search for the fraudster sequenceability. Other matters were best left untouched. This delicate balance is essential among collaborators. Just as Qin Siyang was about to continue the conversation, a knock echoed at the office door. Principal, representatives from the Sequenceability Management Bureau have arrived and wish to inquire about student Qin Siyang. I searched the classrooms and library but could not find him. Someone mentioned he might be here, so I brought him along. Li Tianming and Qin Siyang exchanged glances and nodded slightly. They likely sought to question him about John's death yesterday. Let them in. Yes, please come in. The door swung open, revealing a medium-built official clad in formal attire. Upon closer inspection, Qin Siyang recognized Qian Wenda. With an acquaintance present for questioning, he thought it would simply be a matter of casual conversation. However, he noted that Qian Wenda's expression appeared somewhat grave. Qin Siyang was perplexed as to why. His confusion deepened upon seeing another individual enter the office behind Qian Wenda. This person, with a head full of white hair and draped in an overcoat, took a seat beside Qian Wenda. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qian Wenda, Chief of the 14121 Area Sequence Ability Management Bureau, and I am Olaf, Senior Inspector of the 14121 Area Police Department. Olaf scrutinized Qin Siyang with an assessing gaze, offering a knowing smile. Student Qin, you have truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Once a homeless vagabond, you have now become the most sought-after new star of sequence abilities in our region. Olaf appeared generous with his praise, holding Qin Siyang in high regard. Yet, both Qin Siyang and his familiar associates, Qian Wenda and Li Tianming, sensed an underlying menace in Olaf's words. Qian Wenda spoke up. Student Qin, I am here on behalf of the Bureau to inquire about the events surrounding John's death in the combat arena yesterday. Detective Olaf has some cases he wishes to consult with you about. Upon learning of my visit, he decided to join me at the last moment. Qin Siyang glanced at Qian and understood why his demeanor was not at ease upon entering the office. It was due to the sudden appearance of a police detective accompanying him. Olaf nodded at Qian, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Director Qian. I indeed have some inquiries for student Qin. However, as you represent the Bureau, I believe it would be appropriate for you to pose the first question. Li Tianming observed the two and inquired, should I excuse myself? Qian shook his head. You are student Qin's guarantor, and the questions I wish to ask require your testimony as well, so your presence is necessary. As for what Detective Olaf from the police department decides, I cannot speak for him. Olaf smiled amicably. I intend to gather information directly from student Qin, so it would be best for everyone else to step back during our conversation. Without further ado, let us commence. Student Qin, you killed John Steppen around 6 o'clock last night in the combat arena, correct? Yes. What compelled you to take his life? Because he seemed intent on killing me. He stated he would not grant me the chance to surrender. In a moment of urgency, I ended his life. He is a level 2 Shadow Assassin sequence ability user and possesses a God Hunter artifact, while you are a level 1 Shadow Assassin sequence ability user. I am quite curious as to how you managed to kill him. Qin Siyang pondered for a moment. Isn't the method of combat within the arena confidential? Indeed. It is confidential, which is why I merely expressed curiosity. Do I have the right to decline to answer? After all, it is a matter of my survival, and I would prefer not to disclose my means. Very well. Qian's words seemed to place Qin Siyang in a difficult position. He could not allow others to learn about his connection to Qin Si Yang. In fact, when he posed the question, he intentionally included the phrase "I am quite curious," indicating the subjectivity of the inquiry. This also served as an indirect reminder to Qin Si Yang that this particular question was not an obligation of the Bureau to pursue. If Qin Si Yang failed to grasp this, there was little that could be done. Fortunately, Qin Si Yang, with his keen intellect, recognized the subtle cue from Qian, displaying displeasure while dismissing the inquiry. "May I ask why you killed him?" As I stated, he threatened to kill me, and in a moment of panic, I acted and killed him. "Then why did you crush his skull?" "Because I was anxious." At this moment, Qin Si Yang appeared somewhat restless, as if the urgency had indeed returned. Li Tianming interjected, "This matter involves me as the principal as well." "Principal Li, please continue," Qian encouraged. "Director Qian is aware that our GUN school has never had a precedent for students awakening sequence abilities. Therefore, my usual educational policy has been to focus on nurturing top students who can gain admission to prestigious academies, inadvertently neglecting some of the other students. This neglect was specifically manifested in allowing a rather irresponsible teacher to assume the role of the school's moral education director. Since childhood, Qin has been an orphan, leading to a reclusive nature and frequent bullying at school, which has rendered him introverted. Had the moral education director provided diligent guidance, it might have fostered a more cheerful disposition in him. However, due to my negligence, the director failed to address the prevailing issues within the school in a timely manner, resulting in Qin's increasingly volatile temperament. Previously, during his time at school, he inadvertently injured both his homeroom teacher and the grade director, incidents that became known to all faculty and students, further evidencing his irascible character. In an effort to atone for my past oversights, I have chosen to act as his protector, ensuring his safety outside the safe zone while guiding his academic and personal life within it. Additionally, I have replaced the previous moral education director with a well-respected staff member known for their exemplary character and ability to lead by example. I am confident that under such positive influence, Qin will gradually ameliorate his previous issues. Qin Si Yang listened, nearly applauding in admiration. Truly, the principal is remarkable, a master of navigating complexities. Chapter 75. The Conversation with Olaf. Truly, the principal is remarkable. Although Qin Si Yang's expression still bore traces of anger, his heavy breaths betrayed a profound admiration for Li Tianming's eloquence. The sequence of events was laid out with clarity, accompanied by suggestions for future improvements. The entire matter was impeccably managed. Qian Wenda, after a moment of feigned contemplation, slowly nodded. Indeed, Principal Li's assertions were devoid of faults. Thus, I shall report this matter truthfully to the Management Bureau for record keeping. Olaf gazed at the smiling Li Tianming for a prolonged moment, choosing not to elaborate further. Li Tianming expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, Director Qian, for your understanding. Our school shall continue to strive for excellence." "Very well, I have no further inquiries. It is time for me to return to the Management Bureau," Olaf declared. "I shall not wait for you, Detective Olaf." Qian Wenda maintained a deliberately distant and minimally concerned demeanor towards Qin Si Yang, wary of Olaf detecting any issues from the minutiae. Unlike Li Tianming, who bore no serious case nor any prospects for advancement, relegated to a remote area as a high school principal, Qian Wenda had always approached his work with diligence. Given the rarity of his awakened sequence, securing the position of director before retirement seemed a certainty. Provoking Olaf or attracting unnecessary troubles was not in his interests. Olaf nodded, stating, "I look forward to our next meeting, Director Qian." "Very well." Qian Wenda stood, casting a final glance at Li Tianming seated in his chair. "Principal Li, Detective Olaf wishes to converse privately with Qin. You might want to step out for a moment." "Understood, Director Qian." Li Tianming rose and followed Qian Wenda out of the principal's office, closing the door behind him. Only Qin Si Yang and Olaf remained. Olaf smiled faintly. The passage of time etched into his weathered features. "Qin Si Yang, you are quite skilled. You have deceived me." Qin Si Yang regarded Olaf silently, offering no response. "I have worked in law enforcement for 40 years and have been deceived only 5 times. You are the youngest among them." Qin Si Yang remained mute. "When I first encountered you in the Internet CAFS storage room, I genuinely believed you to be a destitute child, victimized by that wretched Wang Defa. I never anticipated that a 17-year-old high school student could orchestrate the actions of a local tyrant like Wang Defa." Olaf mused to himself. Qin Si Yang continued to maintain his silence. Upon realizing Olaf's awakened sequence ability, all explanations became futile. Thus, he had no interest in discussing anything superfluous, merely awaiting Olaf's inquiries. While Olaf spoke these words, he posed no questions. He merely articulated the conclusions he had drawn. Should Qin Xiang choose to speak now, he risked revealing more than intended. Noticing Qin Xiang's calm demeanor, Olaf grew increasingly convinced of the boy's complexity. Therefore, he presented his first question. The day before yesterday, while browsing the information hall for awakened abilities, I came across your profile. I was taken aback. After repeated confirmations, I became certain that this person was indeed you. Consequently, I hurried to the Internet CAF to inquire about you from Wang Defa. Would you care to guess his response? Qin Xiang understood that this was merely a bait. Although Wang Defa was the proprietor of an Internet CAF on the fringes of a safe zone, he possessed connections and was quite astute. That night in the warehouse, Wang Defa neither acknowledged any matters nor suggested that he had ever acted inappropriately towards Qin Xiang. All of Olive's speculations were imposed upon him through Qin Xiang's nearly instinctive body language and verbal expressions. Should Wang Defa maintain that he had no association with the matter, all would be well. However, if he were to inadvertently reveal something, an abyss of consequences awaited him. The orphan Qin Xiang firmly believed that Olive's interrogation of Wang Defa would yield no fruitful results. Qin Xiang finally spoke. Detective Olive, is this the matter you wish to discuss with me today? I do not believe these events pertain to me. Olive was taken aback. You are aware that Wang Defa will say nothing, aren't you? Detective Olive, I am merely a student. Your inquiries are far too profound for my understanding. What is your relationship with Wang Defa? Ordinary friends. Ordinary friends? Indeed. That's not what you said previously, is it? I seem to have forgotten. Olive adjusted his silver hair. You truly are a troublesome little rascal. Perhaps I should procure a warrant to detain you at the police station for a thorough interrogation. I am aware of this matter. Detective Olive, I am a sequence ability user, and only the Sequence Ability Management Bureau has the authority to detain me. It appears you lack such power. Olive's gaze towards Qin Xiang brightened. You seem quite knowledgeable. Did you gather this information from Wang Defa's CAF? No, the CAF is too expensive for me. I accessed the information using the computer in Principal Li Tianming's office. Qin Xiang refrained from addressing the matter of researching information at Wang Defa's CAF. Given that he was merely an orphan before awakening his sequence ability, frequenting an Internet CAF would pose a challenging dilemma regarding the explanation of Internet costs. Hence, he decisively opted to use Li Tianming as a shield. Besides you and Wang Defa, the only other individual aware of your Internet CAF experiences is Lu Daji. You killed Lu Daji, and with Wang Defa remaining tight-lipped, I truly have no means to proceed against you. Qin Xiang remained composed, though a twinge of anxiety gripped his heart. He had not anticipated that Olive would connect the unfortunate incident of Lu Daji's death to himself. Moreover, you possess ample alibi. When I entered the school, I consulted the guard and reviewed the surveillance footage from the morning of Lu Daji's death. You arrived at the school less than 10 minutes after Lu Daji's demise, leaving no time for you to commit the act, which indicates that I am not the murderer. A glint of cunning flashed in Olive's eyes. You should inquire who Lu Daji is. A brief silence ensued. Qin Xiang shook his head. Since I know Wang Defa, how could I possibly be unaware of Lu Daji? Detective Olive, I too mourn his untimely passing. However, your assertion that I was the one who committed the murder is rather excessive. After all, you have also stated that I lacked the opportunity to commit the crime. Olaf clenched his fist slightly, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Qin Xiang. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such a formidable suspect, and to think it was a mere 17-year-old high school student. You are quite cautious, almost a natural-born criminal. This was Olaf's conclusion after the first round of questioning. Indeed, as I mentioned, you do not possess an alibi for the time of the crime, provided that you had not awakened your sequence abilities by that day. Qin Xiang replied nonchalantly, but I only awakened my sequence abilities last weekend. No, Olaf countered, you could feign having awakened your abilities only last weekend, while in reality, you may have already been utilizing them prior to that. Qin Xiang shrugged. Detective Olaf, your conjecture is quite intriguing. Yet, how can such a claim be substantiated? Chapter 76, Digging Deeper. Olaf sighed. As I mentioned earlier, you were quite cautious. You cremated Lu Daji's body, his brain now a mushy mass, rendering the undying sequence ability skill Death Edict ineffective. Thus, you were correct. I cannot substantiate any of this. Qin Xiang responded earnestly, Detective Olaf. Everything you have stated is mere conjecture, devoid of evidence. Therefore, please refrain from asserting that I incinerated Lu Daji's remains, for I did not commit that act. Very well. I shall heed your words. Olaf replied with a dismissive smile, continuing, "You shattered John's skull. His brain scattered across the arena, which similarly prevents us from accessing his memories. To me, you appear to possess an innate affinity for murder, calm and cold-blooded. This is not your first transgression, is it?" Qin Xiyang retorted. "The act of killing John was a moment of loss of control. I deeply regret it. As for the other matters you mentioned, I am genuinely unaware. Detective, I am merely a student, focused on my studies. If you have no further questions for me, I shall take my leave." "One more thing," Olaf interjected. "Please proceed. I hope it is not yet another absurdity." Olaf, unhurried, produced a cigar, lit it, and exhaled a plume of smoke, shrouding the space between them in a haze. "Did you know," he began, "that a few days prior to Lu Daji's demise, we discovered 3 charred bodies just 2 stops away from the exit of Safe Zone 5-4320? At this revelation, Qin Xiyang's body involuntarily tensed. He had not anticipated Olaf would connect this matter. Despite his efforts to remain composed, a flicker of unease crossed his features. With the cigar perched between his lips and a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, Olaf continued languidly. "Those 3 individuals not only had their skulls crushed but were subsequently incinerated. Without a doubt, the perpetrator was a sequence ability user. I found it peculiar why the assailant would resort to such measures. Eventually, I deduced that the killer was unaware of the limitations of the undying sequence ability's skill death edict. Such fundamental knowledge, and yet the killer, a sequence ability user, was oblivious. I surmised that this individual must hail from a destitute region, devoid of channels to acquire such information. This murderer, having just awakened their sequence ability, lacked means to gather knowledge and could only act on their assumptions, obliterating and then burning the corpses to prevent any other sequence ability users from uncovering their identity through the victim's memories." Qin Xiyang yearned to regain his composure, yet beads of sweat instinctively emerged on his forehead. He could only rely on silence to maintain his calm. Then, Olaf uttered the words he dreaded most. "This murder took place after the bizarre disappearance of the divine remnants from the trash bin at the exit of Safe Zone 54320. Classmate Qin Xiyang, do you believe there is any connection between the 2 events?" Qin Xiyang closed his eyes. Olaf had indeed deduced the truth. Even though he had never witnessed the crime firsthand, he managed to weave all the threads together. At that moment, he recalled the advice Roylina had imparted during their conversation that fateful night, never fall into Olaf's hands. Now, he comprehended the depth of her caution regarding Olaf. Olaf claimed to be a born criminal, yet he was, in essence, a detective adept at apprehending wrongdoers. A game of cat and mouse was unfolding between the two. Qin Xiyang slowly spoke, striving to keep his voice steady. "However, you possess no evidence. Inspector Olaf, everything you assert is merely conjecture." "You are correct. I lack tangible proof." Olaf replied, a smile playing on his lips. "But do you believe my interest lies in these individuals themselves? The fates of John, Lu Daji, and those 3 nameless corpses do not concern me. Their manner of death and what transpired before it hold no significance for me. My sole interest has always been one matter. Who is the individual that stole the remains of the deity? Where did you hide the remnants? And what have you done with them? This is what truly captivates me. Can you enlighten me on this matter, dear student Qin?" Olaf had finally unveiled his intentions, having circled around to clarify the connections before revealing to Qin Xiyang that he had uncovered his secret. "I'm afraid I still do not comprehend what you are implying." "Inspector Olaf," Qin Xiyang responded, no longer anxious. His hands gripped the armrests of the chair, a smile gracing his face as a murderous intent began to stir within him. This man was terrifying, capable of deducing everything with uncanny accuracy. Allowing him to live could indeed provoke greater calamity. To resolve everything, Olaf had to be eliminated. Olaf continued. "Qin Xiyang, have you ever considered that escape is not an option for you? All these elaborate machinations are merely to conceal the awakening of your sequence ability. I am 90% certain that your sequence is certainly not Phantom Assassin. I am uncertain how you have managed to forge this sequence. To expose you, it would suffice to take you to the Bureau for a re-evaluation of your sequence ability." At this revelation, Qin Xiyang was momentarily stunned, casting a disbelieving glance at Olaf. Qian Wenda had informed him that once a sequence ability was assessed by the Bureau, it would not undergo further verification unless the ability holder had been convicted. The United Government had faced protests from sequence ability holders due to repeated assessments of their abilities and ranks, which infringed upon their privacy. Since that incident, the United Government had turned a blind eye within all secure zones, regardless of one's sequence or rank. As long as one refrained from causing disturbances in secure zones while hunting deities, Their legitimacy was tacitly acknowledged. However, one must not overstep bounds. If one were to openly assist in the forgery of sequences, the coalition government would undoubtedly seek accountability. This is precisely the reason why Qian Wenda dares to accept payment in exchange for aiding in the fabrication of sequences. Were the coalition government to impose a strict prohibition against such forgeries, with severe penalties for those caught, Qian Wenda would certainly refrain from entangling himself in such murky waters. In essence, it is common knowledge among virtually all sequence practitioners that the capabilities of sequences should not undergo multiple tests. The Bureau of Sequence Administration, being the authority that issues sequence certifications, would categorically refuse Olaf's request to facilitate another test of Qin Shiyang's sequence abilities. What perplexed Qin Shiyang was Olaf's apparent ignorance of this information. The situation was decidedly unusual. Like a mouse scenting cheese, Qin Shiyang caressed the armrest of his chair, lowering his gaze in contemplation. Chapter 77. A turn of events. The sudden silence and contemplation of Qin Shiyang caused Alof's white eyebrows to arch slightly. He observed the young man silently, while puffing on his cigar, uncertain of what thoughts were occupying his mind. Qin Shiyang cast a fleeting glance at him before rising without a word to sit at the computer. He double-checked and confirmed that the regulations of the United Government stipulate no secondary testing for individuals with sequential abilities within this safe zone, something well known among its inhabitants. Only after a conviction would a re-evaluation occur for those with sequential abilities, and that was solely for the purpose of identity verification, not to serve as evidence for accusations of criminality. In other words, once a sequence is forged, as long as one commits no crime or does not have their identity firmly tied to that of a criminal, their sequence remains perpetually secure. Alof was unaware of this peculiar fact, which struck Qin Shiyang as odd. Sitting before the computer, he pondered deeply about the source of this dissonance. He accessed Alof's information panel within the Godslaying camp. Alof Shalius had been an exemplary police officer before the apocalypse, once serving as the chief of police in the United States. Even after the onset of the cataclysm, he remained dedicated, having held positions such as the chief of police in Safe Zone 45 and the director of the police department in Safe Zone 18. Before being appointed as an inspector in Safe Zone 141216 months prior. The peculiar trajectory of Alof's career, transitioning from a two-digit numbered region to a grassroots inspector on the fringes of a safe zone, further intrigued Qin Shiyang. The disjunction in Alof's information and the gaps in his position led Qin Shiyang to suspect that this silver-haired elder was not merely an upstanding citizen. Qin Shiyang, I believe our conversation is far from over. It is rather inappropriate for you to abruptly depart to attend to other matters, Alof remarked, prompting Qin Shiyang to hastily draw a conclusion based on the current circumstances, despite finding it somewhat absurd. Inspector Alof, I have just conceived a question that requires your validations. He stated, you may proceed. Although there are several large safe zones on Blue Star, it appears that these zones lack mutual connectivity, correct? Despite being termed a united government, each safe zone essentially operates autonomously, only exchanging crucial information on occasion. Even the network we commonly utilize is merely a local area network within the safe zone. Am I right? Alof, unsure of why Qin Shiyang posed this query, nonetheless nodded in agreement. You are correct. Between the major safe zones, countless formidable entities roam, rendering human efforts to establish network connections futile. Consequently, the networks are confined to local area networks within each safe zone. Information between safe zones can only be disseminated through the proclamations of the United Government. As for how the United Government communicates between safe zones, I, as an old police officer, am not privy to that knowledge. Qin Shiyang nodded, the confirmation of this information from Alof bolstering his confidence in his conclusions. If his suspicions were accurate, there were secrets lurking behind Alof as well. Inspector Alof, may I inquire further? Upon encountering Qin Shiyang, the conversation suddenly flourished and became exceedingly proactive, leading Olive to believe that his words had borne fruit. It appeared that the moment of enlightenment was drawing near. Please, inquire away, he invited, extinguishing his cigar and folding his hands over his abdomen, leaning back on the sofa, a benevolent smile directed towards Qin Shiyang. Detective Olive, from where do you hail? Upon hearing Qin Shiyang's question, Olive maintained his smile, though a hint of warmth faded from his eyes. Qin Shiyang, what do you mean? Detective Olive, let me clarify further. From which safe zone do you come? Or perhaps from some obscure place? In any case, you are not a resident of this safe zone, are you? Ah, right. Perhaps I should not refer to you as Detective Olive. For the true Detective Olive has never departed from our safe zone. Olive's smile vanished. Student Chin, your narrative is somewhat exaggerated. Is it? Then I happen to have a tale to share with Detective Olive. I am all ears. 3 years ago, a protest by the Sequence Abilities users erupted within this safe zone. Of course, that protest did not extend to our current zone 14121, as there were scarcely any Sequence Abilities users here. The protest was primarily concentrated in the preceding 100 zones. Oh, by the way, at that time, Detective Olive was serving in that very area, so you must be aware of it, yes? The corners of Olive's mouth subtly turned downward, his silence speaking volumes. Chin Seong smiled faintly and continued. The reason for the protest was the excessive frequency of tests imposed by the United Government on the Sequence Abilities users within the safe zone, demanding a thorough assessment of their sequence levels and skills. This created considerable unease among the Sequence Abilities users, prompting large-scale protests organized by certain individuals. Subsequently, the United Government decreed that the Sequence Abilities of users in the safe zone would be tested only once, unless the individual had been convicted, in which case a second test would be conducted. Upon hearing this, Olive's brow furrowed, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. Detective Olive, you might wonder how the level information of those Sequence Abilities users at the Godslayer camp was modified without multiple tests. It is quite simple. They updated it voluntarily. Although the United Government does not conduct repeated tests, one has the option to undergo testing to refresh their sequence information, thereby enhancing their desirability as members of the Hunter team and acquiring more resources. However, this is unrelated to my point. I merely believe that the continuous updates of the Sequence Abilities information at the Godslayer camp have led to your misunderstanding that our safe zone still conducts multiple tests on Sequence Abilities users. Observing Olive's increasingly grave expression, Chin Seong could not help but chuckle. Returning to my earlier inquiry, Detective Olive, as a veteran of this safe zone who participated in that protest, how is it that you remain unaware of the United Government's policy changes? Chin Seong lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, resting his chin on one hand. Inspector, I am quite curious. Where do you truly hail from? And may I inquire about the whereabouts of the real Inspector Olaf? Olaf took a deep breath. Chin Seong, you must understand that I have not directly reported your matters. Rather, I have come to converse with you without any ill intent. Inspector Olaf, you should be aware that I have not publicly disclosed your affairs on the forum. I have merely continued our dialogue, devoid of any malice. Olaf shook his head. In truth, I have never taken a life. How coincidental. For I have not either, save for John. Chapter 78. Li Tianming's reminder. Olaf realized that the proactive Chin Seong seemed to harbor immense resistance towards him. He comprehended this sentiment well. When confronted with the unknown, one is bound to adopt a skeptical stance. Olaf resolved to lay his cards on the table. Classmate Chin Seong, I believe your sequence may very well embody humanity's hope for a counteroffensive against the deities. Thus I implore you to cooperate. Cooperate with what? Human experimentation or biological sampling. Chin Seong scoffed disdainfully. Do not speak of humanity's hope. When I found myself devoid of hope, no one came to my rescue. Olaf sighed. At times, all that life offers feels utterly ephemeral, ultimately leading one to realize that nothing substantial remains. You may not grasp this at such a young age. Chin Seong remained unimpressed. Having lived 2 lifetimes, do you presume to instruct me on how to exist? Since you, Inspector Olaf, are so selfless, why not regale me with tales of your exploits beyond the safety zone? I am certain that everyone within the safety zone would find your stories most intriguing. Olaf shook his head. It is not that I wish to remain silent. Rather, I am forbidden to speak. I feel the same, Chin Seong insisted. His stance is unyielding as an indomitable mountain, leaving Olaf feeling powerless. Since you refuse to trust me, I shall refrain from further discourse. Of course, I will not impose my thoughts or desires upon you. There are matters you will come to understand in due course. With that, Olaf wrapped his scarf around his neck once more and rose from the sofa. I thoroughly enjoyed our conversation today. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me. I prefer not to entangle myself with you, Inspector Olaf, as it may lead others to misconstrue me as a wayward student. If there are no further matters, perhaps we should refrain from future meetings. Olaf shrugged, offering a parting remark. It may not unfold as you wish. Until we meet again. Perhaps never again. After bidding Olaf farewell, Chin Seong exhaled deeply. This was the most perilous moment he had encountered since his rebirth. He had narrowly escaped being subjected to dissection by that old man, a close call indeed. The secrets Olaf harbored were not something Chin Seong wished to delve into. It was evident that if his conjectures were accurate, Olaf was the first to traverse beyond the safety zone. Such feats could not be accomplished by an ordinary Libra sequence. Perhaps a powerful organization lay behind him, entangled in myriad affairs. Regardless, the intricacies of his situation were far more convoluted than Qin Xiang's own predicament, which merely revolved around his sequence. Li Tianming entered and inquired, "How did your conversation with Inspector Olaf go?" Qin Xiang shook his head. "Not well at all. That old man is exceedingly formidable. He seems to know nearly everything about my past transgressions. The crux is, if he possessed any decisive evidence, he would not be questioning you in my office, but rather in the interrogation room of the administration, would he not? That makes sense. However, this Olive is indeed rather peculiar." "Peculiar? Most certainly. Principal Li, are you familiar with him?" "Of course. When I served as the vice president at the university, a grave case of a serial killer unfolded, leaving both the local police and administrative authorities utterly helpless. Consequently, the matter was escalated, and the government dispatched Police Chief Olive to lead the investigation. He is remarkably adept. A case that had eluded others for a month was resolved in just 3 to 5 days with his assistance." Qin Xiang reflected on his own experiences and realized that Olive could uncover the truth from the slightest clues, truly deserving the title of a detective extraordinaire. He felt that taking 3 to 5 days to capture the perpetrator was somewhat underwhelming for someone of his caliber. What makes him so peculiar? Undoubtedly, it is his background. He committed no wrongdoing, yet he was abruptly transferred from a promising position within the United Government's police department to this remote and inhospitable locale. Moreover, he is not even a police chief, merely a detective. Such a drastic shift in rank could be likened to a shooting star falling from the sky. Thus, you should maintain your distance from him. Li Tianming timely offered Qin Xiang a word of caution. "I am aware. No, I can see that you harbor intentions to confront him. Therefore, what I mean is, do not provoke him, nor should you draw near. It is best to keep your distance. If he troubles me, must I refrain from responding? You must avoid the complications that accompany him." "How troublesome could it be?" Li Tianming settled on the sofa, producing a cigarette. Qin Xiang, growing impatient, remarked, "You just finished a cigarette. Must you smoke again and subject me to second-hand smoke?" "But this is my office." "Very well." Li Tianming exhaled a smoke ring and continued, "You see, my own background makes it evident why I was demoted to this dilapidated school as principal. What does that imply? It indicates that those I have offended still hold some reservations, necessitating a FAA of a legitimate accusation to justify my demotion. In contrast, Olive's record is as pristine as a blank sheet of paper, merely outlining his employment history without any explanation for this unreasonable reassignment. This suggests that the troubles he faces are so significant that he cannot even be bothered to fabricate a cover story. I have a premonition that the issues he is entangled with are far greater than my own." After listening, Qin Xiang nodded slowly. "Qin, I am aware that you possess connections and influence." Qin Xiang was momentarily taken aback. He had almost forgotten that in Li Tianming's eyes, he was also perceived as someone with a background. Had he not been reminded, he might have inadvertently revealed too much. "I have nothing to say," Li Tianming remarked. "Your orphan certificate is flawlessly executed. I cannot even ascertain when you were abandoned at the edge of the safe zone. The forces and troubles behind you are likely quite formidable." Qin Xiang shot Li Tianming an irritated glance, seemingly displeased with his inquiry into his identity. "Do not regard me in such a manner. I must understand you better before deciding whether to collaborate, do I not? Moreover, allow me to offer you a word of caution. The power dynamics within the heart of the safe zone are exceedingly intricate. Your connections may be formidable, yet others may possess influences that are equally, if not more, transcendent. Do not assume that you can provoke anyone without consequence. I trust that you, dear classmate Qin, do not harbor such a juvenile notion of being invincible. Certainly not. If you did, our collaboration would have collapsed long ago. I could easily abscond with your 40 silver coins, and you would have no recourse. This would be a clear departure from reason. How could I, claiming to be the best in the world, still engage in logical discourse with you?" Chapter 79. The matter of special recruitment. Very well, you are right. I merely wish to remind you not to provoke Olaf. Qin Xiang curled his lip. "Do you think I have a penchant for masochism?" Li Tianming removed his tie and tossed his formal attire onto the sofa. "I shall not waste time with you, if you have nothing else. Return to your class and refrain from disturbing my serious work." "Serious work? Spare me. Have I begun to undress before leaving? Are you the one who cannot wait? Or is it Teacher Yang? What does it matter to you? Hold on. I do indeed have something to ask you." "Speak swiftly." Zhou Xing, the director from the education department, informed me that Xing'an University has a special recruitment quota and wishes to discuss it with me. Special recruitment? Shingen University? Li Tianming initially believed that Qin Siyang was merely engaging in idle chatter, but he was surprised to discover that he had raised a topic of genuine interest. Indeed. I wish to inquire if this matter is credible. Li Tianming straightened up, furrowing his brow in contemplation. This Zhou Xing is no ordinary individual. He possesses the capability to nominate for special recruitment. What do you mean? Typically, students with your caliber of abilities receive a score after the assessment following the college entrance examination, which they can then use alongside their credentials to apply to universities. However, there exists a rare exception where universities extend invitations proactively, negating the need for a personal application. This is referred to as special recruitment. Special recruitment offers exceptional students a chance for guaranteed admission to university, and these opportunities are generally allocated by the Abilities Management Bureau. You are aware that all ability practitioners are subject to the Bureau's oversight. Therefore, each year, 80% of the special recruitment quotas are managed by the Bureau. What about the remaining 20%? The remaining 20% is nominated by officials of the United Government. Generally, the higher the regional number, the more officials possess the nomination authority. In our peripheral area, 14121, I had always believed that no officials held such qualifications. Zhou Xing's ability to secure this special recruitment quota indeed indicates considerable influence. Qin Siyang nodded, genuinely surprised that the seemingly ineffectual Zhou Xing possessed such significant power. Principally, what is the utility of special recruitment? It exempts one from participating in the assessment following the college entrance examination. However, one must undertake a special recruitment examination. ISNT, that's still an examination? It seems no different. It is not the same. The content of the special recruitment assessment diverges from that of the standard post-examination evaluation. The special recruitment assessment focuses solely on one criterion. What criterion? Hunter points. The higher your Hunter points, the better your ranking in special recruitment, thus enhancing your chances of being admitted to a more prestigious university. Qin Siyang, puzzled, remarked, but Principal Li, you previously mentioned that even in standard assessments, one could substitute Hunter points for assessment scores when applying to universities. Therefore, special recruitment and regular applications seem indistinguishable. It is not the same. The requirements for special recruitment are far more stringent. If you belong to a supportive class sequence, such as my own shaman sequence, only the points earned in a hunting team of fewer than 3 can be deemed a success. In contrast, for combat-oriented sequences like yours, the so-called Phantom Assassin, only the points accrued from solo hunts are counted. Are the conditions truly so stringent? Naturally, it must be called a special recruitment, right? What about other sequences? For instance, the Aeromancer sequence, which is neither combatant nor supportive, cannot be specially recruited and must participate in evaluations obediently. This special recruitment is merely a means to identify the spear and shield capable of slaying deities. Sequences like the Aeromancer, which only hold significance within safe zones, will naturally have diminished priority. Well then, when is the submission of results for special recruitment? On the same day as the college entrance examination. After the special recruitment results are submitted, the rankings will be visible to all universities the following day. For the subsequent week, various universities will proactively reach out to the students they have selected, discussing the conditions of special recruitment. Can students negotiate terms with the university? Qin Siyang stared wide-eyed, as if he had just learned of a fantastical tale. Of course, who would attend without any conditions? Are students really that impressive? Special recruits are the C-Army de la C-Army. If this university does not offer favorable terms, would you still choose to attend? It would be wiser to participate in the ordinary assessments after the college entrance examination, relying solely on your scores to gain entry into a top university. That makes sense. Moreover, the joint government conducts annual assessments of the student sources for universities, which serves as a significant metric for university rankings. The higher the ranking of a university, the more funding it receives from the joint government. All universities are straining to attract outstanding students during the special recruitment process. I even heard of a case where the director of a university's admissions office was demoted to a janitor due to unsatisfactory special recruitment results. Qin Siyang listened in astonishment. By the way, every special recruit enjoys privileges. Special recruits in university are regarded as a cut above the rest. Therefore, being accepted into special recruitment is the most ideal scenario for you. However, Zhou Xing mentioned that his special recruitment quota is provided by Xingren University. Does that mean I must attend Xingren University? What is its ranking like? Oh, you need not concern yourself with that. The entity granting the special recruitment quota has no bearing on who ultimately recruits you. If Xingren University does not distribute its special recruitment quota this year, it will simply have one less special recruit. The university would not engage in a losing deal. At most, you would grant Xingren University a modicum of favor. When they present their special recruitment conditions, you may lower your demands slightly or prioritize them under equivalent conditions. What about Xingren University? Xingren University's standing among universities is roughly comparable to the level of safety in our region's safe zone. So, isn't that at the bottom? Pretty much. Thus, schools of Xingren University's caliber generally do not attract exceptional students through special recruitment. When they throw out special recruitment quotas, it is merely a game of chance. Thus, you have secured this position. There is no need to feel excessive pressure. Attend a prestigious school if the opportunity arises. I understand now that the special admission quota holds significant importance for you. Regrettably, I am not qualified for such a quota, nor are Director Qian and Olive. In our locality, the administration has never issued any special admission quotas. Zhou may very well be your sole opportunity. Therefore, it would be prudent to have a meal with Director Zhou and engage in a meaningful discussion regarding the special admission quota. Qin Xiyang licked his lips, reflecting on how his tone during the phone call with Zhou Xing this morning may have been rather brash. He had unjustly transferred his discontent towards Zhou Yang onto Zhou Xing, failing to demonstrate the respect and reverence a diligent student should exhibit towards the leaders of the educational department. When the time comes to dine with Zhou Xing, he must strive to present himself favorably. Chapter 80. Hongyan Restaurant. As Qin Xiyang engaged in conversation with Li Tianming, he received a text message from Zhou Xing. It read, at 5 p.m., 500 meters south of the bus stop at the exit of Safety Zone 38324, Hongyan Restaurant. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Qin noted it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Li Tianming looked up at Qin Xiyang. What's up? Did Zhou Xing text you? Yeah. I'll sit here for a bit, then I should head out. What are you still sitting for? Hurry up and go. Li Tianming could hardly contain his urge to hasten Qin's departure. After pondering for a moment, Qin realized he should indeed leave early. Demonstrating the humility and respect expected of a student. Old Li, could you spare me some coins? Qin changed his address. As frequently calling him principal, Li felt somewhat awkward when requesting money. Taking the bus without any money? Li Tianming slammed the table in frustration. You have 80 silver coins, and you're asking me for bus fare? The bus doesn't accept silver coins. Li Tianming was eager to see Qin off and retrieved 5 copper coins from his drawer. Just go? You've only given me enough for the fare there. I still need to return. Li Tianming, in his impatience, counted out another 5 copper coins. Go, go, go. Thank you, Old Li. Qin Xiyang cheerfully left the office. Once Qin was out of sight, Li Tianming took a few deep breaths to calm his rising anger. That little rascal had riled him up. He needed to call Xiao Yang to alleviate his frustrations. After muttering to himself, Li Tianming opened his app. On his way to the bus stop, Qin Xiyang informed Wenshu at the library that he had to leave early and asked her to lock the library after school. Wenshu agreed without hesitation. While en route to the bus stop, Qin Xiyang rehearsed in his mind how to greet Zhou Xing upon their meeting. According to Li Tianming, the special recruitment slots were extremely crucial and rare. He needed to ensure Zhou Xing felt at ease. When it came to flattery, Qin was quite the expert, having had ample experience in his previous life with Li Jingwen. Hello, old Zhou. No, too casual. Hello, Director Zhou. A bit too formal. Hello, Uncle Zhou. Yes, that title seems fitting. Upon reaching the bus, Qin found an empty seat and sat quietly, awaiting his stop. The passengers on the bus were clad in frost-resistant suits, presumably heading to the safety zone 38,324 to hunt deities. At that moment, a sequence ability user recognized Qin Xiyang and paused for a moment. You are Qin Xiyang, right? Qin scrutinized the speaker, having no recollection of him. Yes, that's me. What's the matter? The individual hurriedly shook his head. Nothing, nothing. The other sequence ability users on the bus, upon hearing Qin Xiyang's name, glanced at him with a hint of trepidation. At the next stop, all the passengers rushed to disembark, leaving Qin Xiyang alone on the bus. Scratching his nose, Qin Xiyang scoffed. They all seem rather frightened of me. Is it really that serious? The sequence ability users who had exited the bus let out a collective sigh of relief. It has come to my attention that this young man is not quite mentally stable. During his altercation with John, he reportedly had his head severely bashed. I would not dare to share a bus with him, lest he unexpectedly erupts. Indeed, it is rather unsettling. Moreover, he possesses an insurance person. His identity and background are not to be taken lightly. It is prudent to avoid provoking him. After nearly an hour, Qin Xiang finally arrived at his destination. At that moment, he received a text message from Qian Wenda inquiring about the conversation. Qian Wenda was likely concerned about his private discussion with Olaf. As allies with mutual interests, Qian Wenda certainly did not wish for Qin Xiang to encounter any troubles. However, should any misfortune befall Qin Xiang, Qian Wenda would not hesitate to distance himself. Impressively, he deduced the matter of my sequential registration. Fortunately, I have temporarily resolved the issue. Qin Xiang did not conceal anything. He candidly expressed the challenges he faced and the information within his grasp. This not only heightened Qian Wenda's vigilance regarding Olaf, but also demonstrated Qin Xiang's capability to manage problems. This was a carefully considered response, as he hoped to reinforce Qian Wenda's faith in their collaboration during their exchanges. Before long, Qian Wenda replied, "No need to worry about the Management Bureau." Following the address provided by Zhou Xing, Qin Xiang found himself at the Hongyan restaurant. Since it was still before 5 o'clock, the establishment was largely empty, with only a handful of patrons. However, all the overhead lights were illuminated, rendering the Hongyun restaurant the only beacon of brightness amidst the surrounding darkness. The owner of this restaurant, willing to waste such costly electricity, must certainly possess a noteworthy background. In a glance, he spotted a refined middle-aged man seated at a table in the corner. The man wore black-framed glasses, had his hair neatly slicked back, and sported a dark tie paired with a white shirt, exuding an air of composure. Beside him rested a navy blue suit. Qin Xiang observed for a moment and noted that this individual bore a resemblance to Zhou Yang. Could it be Zhou Xing? Remarkably, Zhou Xing had arrived even earlier than he. Qin Xiang took a step forward and asked, "Are you Uncle Zhou?" The middle-aged man looked up at the youthful Qin Xiang and immediately broke into a warm smile. "Indeed, I am. You must be young Qin. Please, take a seat. Boss, let's order." Qin Xiang pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "Uncle Zhou, my apologies for keeping you waiting." "Not at all. It was I who arrived early." "Young Qin, did you finish school early today?" Qin Xiang shook his head. "Due to the incident involving John, I was questioned by both the Management Bureau and the police throughout the day, leaving me little inclination to attend class. Upon receiving your message, I came directly to find you." Zhou Xing chuckled. "In our Area 14121, it has been quite some time since a sequential ability user has perished in the battle arena. It is only natural for you to be questioned. Do not take it to heart." "Yes, I understand." Just then, a portly man in his 40s, with a scruffy beard, approached with a polite yet unassuming smile. "Director Zhou, would you like to order?" "Yes. Do you have a menu?" This student is visiting for the first time and is thus unaware of the available dishes. "Please hold on for a moment," Qin Xiang said. "Uncle Zhou, please feel free to order. I am also uncertain about which dishes are delectable. Who invites guests only to order for themselves?" "No worries. Rest assured that this establishment offers delightful flavors. Any dish you choose will not disappoint." The owner approached with the menu, saying, "Director Zhou, your words place quite a burden upon me. If the dishes do not meet your expectations, will I not face criticism from the Education Bureau?" Zhou Xing chuckled. "I would not dare to criticize you. At most, I might mention to Director Du that you have let down an old acquaintance. With my brother's temperament, should he discover that I did not pour my heart into preparing your meal, he would surely berate me. You might as well issue a formal reprimand. Young student, take a moment to peruse the menu and order whatever you desire. I assure you that I will exert my utmost effort in preparation." Leaving no opportunity for Director Zhou to speak ill of me, Qin Xiang listened to their exchange and mused that indeed, the owner must possess considerable connections. Upon receiving the menu, he was taken aback by the signature dish, braised pig trotters and fermented bean curd. Chapter 81. The transaction at the dining table. Qin Xiang gazed at the 5 characters that read Southern fermented pork trotters, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. Could it be? This dish, the Southern fermented pork trotters, is it truly made from pig trotters? He pointed at the dish name and inquired of the proprietor. The owner chuckled. "Ah, young scholar, you possess a discerning eye. This dish is indeed my signature specialty, though it requires a lengthy preparation time. And as for your question, yes, it is indeed made from pig trotters. Are these from the kind of pig with 4 legs?" He pressed. "Indeed, the kind with a pinkish skin, large ears, and a snout?" The owner laughed heartily. "Precisely, the very kind you are familiar with." Qin Xiang swallowed hard. "But pigs, aren't they extinct?" "Extinct? Who told you that?" The owner smirked, rubbing his ample belly. If they were extinct, why do we typically consume mutated creatures like three-eyed flying fish and blood-red jellyfish? The owner gestured towards the menu with his robust finger. Just look at the price of this dish. Qin Siyang glanced at the price next to the dish name. 1,299 copper coins? Is this not akin to robbery? Just as he was about to voice his protest, Zhou Xing interjected. Since Qin Siyang wishes to try this dish, Boss Du, please do prepare it. For the other dishes, you may choose just 2 more. All right. No, Uncle Zhou. This dish is far too expensive. I would rather order the fried octopus tentacles instead. Boss Du, please add an order of fried octopus tentacles. Certainly. Qin Siyang was momentarily taken aback. Uncle Zhou, that was not my intention. I can forego the pig trotters. Zhou Xing adjusted his black glasses and smiled. I insist on treating you to a meal. It would be too shabby otherwise. After all, our young scholar Qin is destined to become a significant figure within the safe zone. Qin Siyang recognized that Zhou Xing's words signaled a shift towards serious matters, and thus he redirected his focus away from the menu. Uncle Zhou, please do not say that, let alone the future. I am uncertain even about which university I might attend after the assessments. Well, that is precisely why I am here to offer you assistance. Young Qin, have you inquired about the special admission quota? Yes, Principal Li has mentioned it to me. You're unsure? Yes, Principal Li should be aware. Do you have any thoughts on this matter? I certainly yearn to obtain the special admission quota. However, as you know, there are certain challenges in our region. Indeed. You have spoken wisely. Zhou Xing poured tea for both of them from the kettle, his mind already formulating ideas. If Qin Siyang was unaware that pigs had not gone extinct in this apocalyptic world, then he was clearly not well versed in the ways of the world, making him easier to manage. Zhou Xing clasped his hands on the table and spoke earnestly. Acquiring this special admission quota is no simple feat. It requires connections, background, and favors. In our region, only the director of the Management Bureau holds one such quota. Recently, I heard that a transaction took place. I am a classmate of the director of the admissions office at Xingren University. I have put in considerable effort to secure this special admission quota. Zhou Xing recounted the challenges he faced in obtaining this coveted spot, seemingly viewing Qin Siyang as an inexperienced high school student, sharing his thoughts candidly. Fearing that he might not comprehend the gravity of the matter, Qin Siyang nodded, expressing his understanding. Whoever is fortunate enough to receive Uncle Zhou's special admission quota must remember this great favor. Moreover, one must repay such a debt immediately. Mere words of gratitude hold no weight. For instance, should Uncle Zhou require a potion of the sequence, I would surely assist to the best of my abilities. What do you think, Uncle Zhou? Zhou Xing's teacup wobbled slightly, caught off guard by Qin Siyang's words. He had not previously interacted with Qin Siyang, only deducing from his possession of the insurer that he must possess some mysterious background. In Zhou Xing's eyes, Qin Siyang appeared to be an ordinary youth. Even during their phone conversation earlier that morning, he exhibited the typical arrogance of youth, unacquainted with the world. However, upon meeting Qin Siyang, Zhou Xing realized this young man was far from simple. The directness of his recent comments, pinpointing Zhou Xing's desires, further intrigued him. Zhou Xing set down his teacup, leaning back in his chair with a smile, reassessing the 17-year-old before him. Did Principal Li teach you to say that, classmate Qin? Qin Siyang shook his head. Principal Li is merely an insurer, not a nurturer. What I just expressed comes from the heart. Zhou Xing nodded slightly. I must admit, your words resonated with me, classmate Qin. This special admission quota was hard-won, and I intend to do something meaningful with it. I wonder if I might be able to assist Uncle Zhou in fulfilling your request. As you know, I am a wandering orphan, and aside from a few silver coins, I possess only several bottles of sequence potions. If your demands exceed my capabilities, I may be at a loss. Zhou Xing smiled faintly. Yes, I am aware of your circumstances, classmate Qin. I sought you out today to borrow some sequence potions. Uncle Zhou, that phrase is somewhat inappropriate. How can it be termed borrowing? If you need them, I would gladly offer you some. How many do you require? Qin Siyang no longer beat around the bush. Since Zhou Xing was after the sequence potions, he decided to directly inquire about Zhou Xing's price. Zhou Xing held up 5 fingers. 5 bottles. 50 bottles, Zhou Xing clarified. Qin Siyang's smile faltered momentarily as he stifled his rising anger, responding slowly, Uncle Zhou, that quantity poses a challenge for me. 50 bottles is an offer I cannot accept. Even Li Tianming, acting as my insurer, only managed to acquire 8 bottles. If he were to learn that the special admission quota was exchanged for 50 bottles of sequence potions, he would surely be furious. Zhou Xing replied, classmate Qin, You possess so many sequence potions. You'll be able to earn more in the future. Since you cannot sell them, why not give them to Uncle Zhou? Qin Shi Yang shook his head. Since we are discussing trade, let us be candid. Uncle Zhou, although I am a diligent student and would never engage in unlawful activities. Numerous individuals have approached me, expressing their desire to acquire my stock of sequence potions at the rate of 8 silver coins per vial. It is quite challenging for me to comply with Uncle Zhou's demand for 400 silver coins worth of goods. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xing's expression grew stern. He had initially believed that Qin Xiang was unaware of the market value of the sequence potions and sought to deceive this naive newcomer. However, his calculations had now faltered. 30 vials. Qin Xiang continued to shake his head. Uncle Zhou, if you could extend your assistance regarding the special recruitment, we could engage in a fruitful discussion. If your demands are excessive, I would struggle to provide an explanation to others. Zhou Xing chuckled lightly. You have already mentioned that you are an orphan. Who would you need to explain to? Qin Xiang responded with a youthful and bright smile. Uncle Zhou, have you ever encountered a case of an orphan on the edge of the safe zone awakening their sequence? Chapter 82. Finalizing the special recruitment quota, Zhou Xing discerned the implications of Qin Xiang's words. Setting the background aside, he had always regarded Qin Xiang's awakening sequence as somewhat peculiar, considering it merely an unlikely occurrence. However, their brief exchange revealed to him the profound depths of the mire surrounding Qin Xiang. How did you awaken your sequence, classmate Qin? Zhou Xing inquired. Qin Xiang replied with a subtle smile, that is not something I can conveniently share with Uncle Zhou. Let us focus on discussing how many sequence potions you would like me to provide. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xing fell silent, recognizing Qin Xiang's stance. His background was formidable, and his patron refrained from prying. Their interaction was merely transactional, devoid of any further connections. Zhou Xing had initially developed a newfound interest in Qin Xiang, contemplating whether to probe deeper for potential collaboration. Yet, Qin Xiang's remark sealed off that possibility. This conclusion stemmed from Qin Xiang's cursory observations of Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing was a greedy individual with little to no substantial background. Had he been facing Li Tianming, he would undoubtedly seek to forge a connection. If it were Qian Wendao across from him, he would certainly express goodwill in hopes of maintaining a relationship. But Zhou Xing did none of that. Perhaps it was due to his academic upbringing, having spent his life within the confines of the educational sector. After awakening a lackluster soft sequence, he had never ventured beyond the safety zone to confront deities. He was accustomed to the political machinations of elevating some while diminishing others, leading him to undervalue Qin Xiang. Despite his verbal acknowledgement of Qin Xiang as a rising star in the future of the region, he did not genuinely believe it. In his eyes, Qin Xiang was merely a fortunate individual who had serendipitously awakened a sequence and garnered a significant amount of points. His narrow perspective and insular environment stunted his understanding. Had Zhou Xing experienced the thrill of hunting deities, he would grasp the magnitude of Qin Xiang's accomplishment in securing 1,600 points during his first solo venture outside the safety zone. Had he engaged in combat, he would comprehend the terror of Qin Xiang's victory over John, a sequence level 2 wielder armed with a sequence weapon, using only his sequence level 1 abilities. Alas, he was oblivious to these truths, or perhaps aware yet incapable of understanding. One can only acquire knowledge within their purview, unable to attain benefits that exceed their comprehension. When Zhou Xing mentioned the desire for 50 bottles of sequence potions, Qin Xiang astutely recognized that they were not of the same ilk. Zhou Xing was not foolish, however. He was not the right fit for Qin Xiang. In other words, cultivating a rapport with him would likely yield greater losses than gains. Qin Xiang would not acquiesce to such terms. You provide me with the special recruitment quota, and I shall furnish you with sequence potions. Let our dealings be straightforward. Though Zhou Xing could not fathom the extent of Qin Xiang's capabilities, he grasped the underlying message. Since Qin Xiang had dismissed his other intentions and was intent only on business, they might as well negotiate the terms. Zhou Xing retracted his smile, reinstating the authority befitting his position. Beneath the black-rimmed glasses, a director from the education department scrutinized an ordinary high school student. Qin, I have 20 bottles of sequence potion reserved for you. I am offering you this special admission opportunity, and this is already my limit. Uncle Zhou, let me be frank. That is simply impossible. It seems that you do not desire this special admission after all. No, it's Uncle Zhou who is asking for an outrageous price. It is utterly unreasonable. You are unaware of the true value of the special admission quota. It is you who are oblivious to the worth of the sequence potion. Sequence potions are valuable yet rare. 8 coins is the price I received from a second-hand dealer. If you were to procure it privately, it would not be less than 10 silver coins. Why is it so expensive? Because acquiring a single bottle of sequence potion is exceedingly challenging for most sequence practitioners. Yet you possess 80 bottles. That is because I am not like most sequence practitioners. Qin Xiang continued. I am uncertain how the sequence practitioners in your government acquire their potions, but I can assure you that under the current regime that encourages the hunting of deities, your office-bound practitioners face even greater difficulties in obtaining them. 5 bottles of sequence potion would suffice to elevate a newly awakened practitioner to sequence level 2. With 20 bottles, I could elevate 4 individuals. Do you grasp the significance of that? Even at the largest exit of safe zone 38324 in this region, there are no more than 20 sequence practitioners at level 2. They would do anything for sequence potions. Qin Xiang's gaze suddenly turned icy. If I were to offer 5 bottles of sequence potion, they would eagerly vie to take your life. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xing clenched his teeth and regarded Qin Xiang. Remaining silent, Qin Xiang then flashed a brilliant smile, reminiscent of a sunny youth. Of course, I would not resort to having Uncle Zhou killed. It is simply unnecessary. It is not worth taking a life over a special admission quota, even for 5 bottles of sequence potion. Qin Xiang's words weighed heavily on Zhou Xing's heart. The implication was clear. He did not spare Zhou's life out of fear, but rather because it was unnecessary. This led Zhou Xing to ponder how many lives Qin Xiang had taken previously. Zhang was likely not the first victim. Coupled with his mysterious background, his earlier statements might indeed hold a kernel of truth. I believe that your initial offer of 5 bottles was quite reasonable, don't you think, Uncle Zhou? Zhou Xing had initially aimed for 50 bottles of sequence potion. However, Qin Xiang had made it clear that he was only willing to provide 5. To demand more would be to overstep the bounds of reason. In Qin Xiang's eyes, Zhou Xing's life was scarcely worth 5 bottles of sequence potion. He was confident that 3 bottles would suffice to have Zhou Xing eliminated, though it would invite unnecessary complications. Zhou Xing's fists instinctively clenched, his gaze fixed on Qin Xiang. A mixture of fear and loathing swirling within. Just as the tension between them escalated, the proprietor approached, carrying a platter of dishes. You two should enjoy this dish while it's hot. It won't remain crisp for long. I've prepared braised pig's trotters and will fetch you 2 cold dishes shortly. Boss do. There's no need for the pig's trotters anymore. The bond between Qin and me is not that profound, but I have already put them in the pot. Qin Xiang remarked with a smile. Uncle Zhou has graciously agreed to my request. Zhou Xing replied indifferently, yes. We shall attend to business once the meal is concluded. Qin Xiang's smile broadened. Since Uncle Zhou is willing to assist me, I shall treat for this meal. Boss, please continue simmering the pig's trotters. I wish to savor their flavor. You're treating? The boss scrutinized him with a hint of disbelief. What student can afford to indulge in your signature dish? Zhou Xing responded coolly, rest assured, he possesses the means. Very well. Please wait a moment, gentlemen. Chapter 83, Acquisition of Special Recruitment Quota. When the owner presented the braised pig's trotters, the enticing aroma immediately permeated Qin Xiang's senses. He inhaled deeply, recognizing the familiar fragrance reminiscent of his favorite restaurant. Enjoy your meal, the owner said. Qin Xiang swallowed hard and replied, Uncle Zhou, please indulge. Zhou Xing appeared somewhat disinterested, merely shaking his head as he continued to nibble on a small plate of cold dishes before him. The special recruitment quota, which he initially anticipated would yield substantial profits, had been drastically reduced to merely 1/10 of its original worth due to Qin Xiang's relentless haggling. Nonetheless, this meager portion still represented 5 vials of sequence potions, a substantial fortune in itself. Given his current position, it would take at least 5 years to amass such a quantity through the allocation provided by the joint government. Yet, dissatisfaction lingered in his heart. Qin Xiang's resolute stance had deterred him from pressing further for a higher price. After finalizing the transaction with Zhou Xing, Qin Xiang felt an immense sense of joy. The sight of the pig's trotters, a nostalgic comfort food, whetted his appetite. He seized one trotter and began to devour it eagerly. With each bite, he was enveloped in a delightful blend of tender, savory meat, aromatic spices, and the unique flavor of fermented bean curd, creating a rich and layered taste experience. Eyes closed in bliss, he savored the moment, a smile of satisfaction and grease gracing his lips. This was the meal one ought to relish, he mused contentedly. As they had ordered an abundance of dishes, the two were unable to finish everything, prompting Qin Xiang to opt for takeout. Your total comes to 2,532 copper coins. You owe me 1,500 coins, the proprietor stated. Qin Xiang produced a silver coin. Please provide change. This, This would require nearly 10,000 copper coins and change. I cannot manage that. Do you have an electronic account? Our restaurant accepts transfers. Qin Siyang shook his head. No, this was provided by the administration. They did not give me an electronic account. I only possess cash. The restaurant owner displayed an expression of distress and then turned to Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing, growing impatient, interjected, "Open an account. I will transfer you 12,000 copper coins. And then you can settle the bill. Just keep the silver coin for me." "How do I open an account?" Qin Siyang inquired. "Log into the Godslayer Camp forum on your phone. There is a link to Sun Bank at the bottom. You can swiftly create an account with your Sequence Ability user credentials." "All right, I understand." Qin Siyang took out his phone and followed Zhou Xing's instructions to register an account with Sun Bank. Zhou Xing took his silver coin and promptly transferred 12,000 copper coins to him. Qin Siyang then forwarded 2,500 coins to the restaurant owner. "Great. The payment has been received. Please take care, and we look forward to your next visit." "Thank you. Goodbye." Qin Siyang and Zhou Xing exited Hongyan Restaurant. "Uncle Zhou, where to next?" "First, accompany me to the Education Bureau, where I will recommend you for the special recruitment in your presence to assure you. Then tomorrow, I will visit your school, and you shall provide me with the sequence potions. Our transaction will be complete." "Understood." Qin Siyang accompanied Zhou Xing on the bus to the Education Bureau. The exterior of the bureau was brightly illuminated. Standing before it, Qin Siyang could clearly discern the outline of a shadow. As he looked up, the streetlights shone as brilliantly as the sun, making it difficult for him to gaze directly at them. The appearance of the Education Bureau was not unlike that of a police station, both exuding an air of authority. Its façade, constructed from granite, was square and possessed a timeless quality, lacking the mysterious aura of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, perhaps to signify its educational purpose. A colossal white stone sculpture of an open book adorned the entrance, encircled by a bubbling artificial fountain. Following Zhou Xing, Qin Siyang entered the grand doors of the Education Bureau. Inside, the space was well lit by overhead lights with decor that was quite tasteful, though it did not evoke the same sense of awe that Qin Siyang had experienced upon entering the Management Bureau. He ascended the spiral staircase to the second floor with Zhou Xing, entering an office. This office was not particularly spacious. Yet having a private workspace within the Education Bureau suggested that he was no longer a mere entry-level employee. Zhou Xing sat at the computer, accessing the Special Recruitment Recommendation website. After entering his personal information and the source of his special recruitment quota, he navigated to the page for recommending candidates. Next, he was required to input Qin Siyang's details. Sequence ability number, 00009527 address. Homeless. Homeless? You have no place to stay? Zhou uncle, I assure you, I will not provide false information regarding my special recruitment. Qin Siyang felt somewhat irritated by Zhou Xing's inquiries. Since this was a business transaction, the principle of goods for money should suffice. Why inquire so deeply? Zhou Xing ceased his questioning, completed the remaining entries for Qin Siyang, and submitted the form. Recommendation successful. Qin Siyang has obtained the special recruitment qualification for university in 2010. Well, I have successfully recommended you. You can log into Godslayer Camp to view your account, where a new special recruitment icon will indicate your qualification for this year's special recruitment. Qin Siyang opened the forum and indeed discovered the addition of a green special recruitment icon to his profile. All right, thank you, Zhou uncle. Just prepare the sequence potion for tomorrow. By the way, Zhou uncle, could you lend me 5 copper coins for the bus? You have no money? I only have 10 copper coins on me. I initially intended to return home, but I ended up here at the Education Bureau with you. And now I truly have no money. Zhou Xing opened his drawer and counted out 5 copper coins for him. Thank you, Zhou uncle. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Shortly after Qin Siyang left, the phone in Zhou Xing's office rang. Hello, this is Zhou Xing. How may I assist you? My brother is here to see me? All right, I understand. Let him come up. Thank you. After a while, a middle-aged man, weathered and worn, knocked on the door of Zhou Xing's office. Ah Xing, my apologies for interrupting your work. Zhou Xing harbored little affection for his elder brother, Zhou Jia, and having just encountered a setback with Qin Siyang, his mood was far from pleasant. What brings you here? Well, that little scoundrel Zhou Yang returned home and recounted the events that transpired in the classroom this morning. Enraged, I gave him a good thrashing. And now here he is to offer his apologies. You little rascal, come forth and admit your wrongdoing to your uncle. As Zhou Yang entered, his face was swollen from the blood rushing to it, and his eyes bore the telltale redness of recent tears. Uncle, I am truly sorry. Zhou Xing dared not provoke Qin Siyang. Among his colleagues, he navigated with ease, and before his superiors, he was ever obsequious. Yet, his caution was reserved solely for those of stature. The refined Zhou Xing was not a reflection of his true nature, but rather a facade he felt compelled to maintain. Thus, when confronted with the duo of Zhou Zhe and Zhou Yang, who were merely subjects of his indulgence, he unreservedly unleashed his pin-up emotions. Even when he berated them harshly, they could only nod in agreement. Chapter 84. The disappearance of Li Jingwen closed the door. All right. Zhou Zhe quickly turned around, gently shutting the door, then resumed his bent posture. Smiling at Zhou Xing rotated his neck and addressed Zhou Yang. Did I not tell you not to act recklessly at school just because you are my nephew? I didn't. Bang. Zhou Xing suddenly slammed his palm heavily on the table, still denying it. If that were the case, how could Qin Siyang's call possibly reach me? Zhou Zhe hurriedly tapped Zhou Yang's head again. You should heed what your uncle says. Do you dare to retort? Zhou Yang felt aggrieved, but had no choice but to endure. Let me tell you, today you are merely fortunate. Qin Siyang had to give me face, which is why he spared you. Otherwise, if he had harmed you, I would have been powerless to seek justice on your behalf. Do you understand? Zhou Yang was momentarily stunned, looking at Zhou Xing in disbelief. Zhou Xing huffed in anger. After hearing this, Zhou Zhe cautiously interjected, Xing. But isn't Qin Siyang just a student? How could he possibly kill someone? Zhou Yang's disobedience is a result of your indulgence. Zhou Xing coldly pointed at Zhou Zhe. Though you are my elder brother, do not speak carelessly about matters regarding ability users. Otherwise, you may not even realize how you met your demise. I have warned you all before. Qin Siyang is not someone you can provoke. Today, he claimed to have a deadly feud with that girl, and she will surely not survive long. If you stir up trouble, do not expect me to assist you if you lose your life. Xing, it is my fault. You must help us. Blood is thicker than water. As our mother said before she passed, stop spouting nonsense. Zhou Yang, if anyone inquires about Qin Siyang, there is but one response. I do not know. Uncle. But Qin Siyang is my classmate. If I say I don't know, no one will believe me. Are you foolish? Just say you don't remember. You don't know, or you are unclear. Who can do anything to you? It matters not if they believe it. Preserving your life is of utmost importance. Understood. After Zhou Zhe departed with Zhou Yang, he sternly admonished him along the way. Listen to your uncle's words. Never provoke Qin Siyang again. Do you comprehend? I understand. You are now old enough to grasp certain realities. Your mother is hospitalized with stomach cancer, requiring connections to arrange for a doctor and funds for surgery. All of this depends on your uncle. Without him, your mother would be left to wait for death. Do you understand? My beating today is not because you did anything wrong, but because you failed to heed your uncle's advice. Dad, I realize my mistakes. All right. Go home and prepare something to eat. I must head to the hospital to care for your mother. I heard that someone was prioritized for surgery due to paying more. So I need to discern the situation. Your mother has waited nearly half a year for her surgery. There is no way I will allow anyone to cut in line. Zhou Yang, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Dad, I want to go with you. We have waited so long in line, and with Uncle's connections. Why should anyone be allowed to cut in front of us? Return home. I have summoned a few friends, and that should suffice. If that wretched hospital dares to operate on anyone else first, I shall ensure it cannot continue to function. Father, henceforth, let your parents have some peace of mind. It is far better than anything else. Today's beating lands upon your visage, yet it pains my heart. I hope you will remember this lesson. I understand. Zhou Yang trudged home, dejected. He did not believe Zhou Xing's words, feeling that his uncle was merely indulging in alarmist rhetoric. Qin Siyang, a classmate from the adjacent class, whom he had known for nearly 3 years, was just an ordinary, lackluster 17-year-old boy, but recently, having awakened his sequence ability, he suddenly transformed from a mere fish into a phoenix perched upon a branch. What was so remarkable about that? Was it not simply a stroke of good fortune? If he were to awaken his own sequence ability, he was certain he would surpass Qin Siyang. However, reality swiftly proved that Zhou Xing's words were not baseless. The following day, as he arrived at school, he was confronted by the sight of 2 police cars parked at the entrance. Upon seeing the police vehicles, Zhou Yang's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over him. As he approached, he noticed Li Tianming at the school gate, conversing with a detective clad in a scarf and smoking a cigar, seemingly discussing a case. Yet, as he passed by the two, he overheard 6 words that froze his blood in an instant. Li Jingwen has gone missing. In that moment, Zhou Yang's spirit seemed to detach from his body, wandering aimlessly like a deity in the night sky. He was oblivious to how he arrived at his classroom. His mind consumed by the recollection of the term Qin Siyang had used to describe his relationship with Li Jingwen, mortal enemies. Could it be that Qin Siyang truly killed Li Jingwen? A chill ran down Zhou Yang's spine, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably, to the extent that even when Olaf called his name 3 times at the classroom door, he remained oblivious. Olaf stepped forward. Zhou Yang, are you all right? Zhou Yang stared blankly at Olaf, shaking his head. We would like to inquire about Li Jingwen. We have heard that she is your girlfriend. I don't know. I know nothing. Please, don't ask me. I remember nothing. Zhou Yang frantically shook his head. Olaf furrowed his brow. Zhou Yang's state was indicative of knowledge he was reluctant to share. Li Jingwen was indeed a classmate of Qin Siyang's. His instincts told him that this matter was inextricably linked to Qin Siyang. You need not worry. I ask you this. Where were you between 7 and 7:30 last night? I was at the Education Bureau, conversing with my uncle Zhou Xing. I have ample alibi. I know nothing else. You were at the Education Bureau? Very well. Do you know where Li Jingwen might have gone? I don't know. I know nothing. My uncle is the director of the Education Department. You cannot detain me for questioning. I know nothing. Zhou Yang's refusal to cooperate left Olaf somewhat exasperated. Zhou Yang was correct. His uncle did indeed possess some influence, making it unwise to apprehend him for questioning. Perhaps it would be better to directly question Qin Siyang. Awakened from slumber by a knock at the door in the principal's office, Qin Siyang stirred. He had grown indifferent to attending the early morning study sessions, planning instead to saunter into the classroom just in time for the first lesson, merely to go through the motions. Qin Siyang groggily rose from his slumber and opened the door, expecting to find Li Tianming waiting outside, only to be taken aback by the sight of an elderly man with white hair. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Detective Olaf. Frowning, Qin Siyang remarked, Detective Olaf, what a surprise to see you again. Do you consider our school a mere extension of the police station? You seem to visit daily. Unfazed by Qin Siyang's lack of enthusiasm, Olaf stepped into the principal's office and settled onto a nearby sofa. I have come today to inquire about certain matters, he stated. Qin Siyang, his expression one of disdain, replied, Speak then, what is it this time? Li Jingwen went missing last night. Are you aware of this? Upon hearing this, Qin Siyang's brow furrowed in concern. Chapter 85. The annihilation of a family. Qin Siyang was initially perplexed, pondering who could be responsible for such an event. However, upon further reflection, he found the situation odd. It was only a mere 10 hours since the disappearance, so why was Inspector Olaf in such a hurry? Inspector Olaf. I've heard that the police only file a report after 48 hours of a disappearance, he remarked. Indeed, my visit is solely to gather information, Olaf replied. Qin Siyang scoffed. The police must be quite idle. It has been merely 10 hours since Li Jingwen vanished, and you already wish to interrogate me. Who knows? By the time we conclude our conversation, she might reappear. Seated in the principal's office chair, he added, Inspector Olaf. You cannot afford to treat this matter with undue urgency simply because Li Jingwen is my classmate. I might even suspect that you are abusing your authority. I am well aware of the police regulations, so there is no need for you to concern yourself with that, Qin Siyang. I merely wish to inquire about your whereabouts between 7 and 7:30 last night. I was on the bus, he replied promptly. How can you respond so swiftly? Olaf inquired. Isn't it obvious? I left the Education Bureau just before 7. Where else could I have been from 7 to 7:30 if not on the bus? You visited the Education Bureau? Olaf pressed. The director of the Education Department, Zhou Xing, was keen to award me a special recruitment opportunity due to his admiration for my work. We had dinner at Hongyan Restaurant, and then we proceeded to the Education Bureau, where he formally recommended me for the position in my presence. Olaf furrowed his brow at this revelation. Zhou Xing again. The unfolding events were veering away from his expectations. After visiting Qin Siyang's classroom and speaking with classmates, Olaf learned that Li Jingwen and Qin Siyang had a notoriously poor relationship, which corroborated his suspicions that Qin Siyang had indeed murdered her. Yet, Qin Siyang seemed to possess a substantial alibi. Noticing Olaf's scrutinizing gaze, Qin Siyang retorted, Inspector Olaf. The Education Bureau is several bus stops away from the school. How could Li Jingwen's disappearance possibly be linked to me? Are you suggesting I possess the ability to be in 2 places at once? Is there such a technique? Olaf countered. Did you truly consult Zhou Xing? You may inquire of him yourself. Qin Siyang replied tersely. Is it possible for me to question the Education Bureau as well? His tone grew increasingly hostile. Certainly. Perhaps you could request the Education Bureau to review last night's surveillance footage to confirm my presence there? The footage might show someone impersonating you, Olaf suggested. No. That is rather absurd, Inspector Olaf. I have witnesses, yet you accuse them of perjury. I possess physical evidence, yet you dismiss it as irrelevant. I am left baffled as to why you are so insistent that Li Jingwen's disappearance is connected to me. Do you know how we discovered Li Jingwen was missing? Olaf queried. I do not wish to know, Qin Siyang replied curtly. At 7:30 last night, a fire erupted at her home, claiming the lives of her entire family. Yet, her body remains unfound. We scoured the vicinity but found no trace of her. However, she was reportedly seen near the school at 7 o'clock. Thus, we have established the time frame for her disappearance as being between 7 and 7:30. Qin Siyang was immediately taken aback. The entire family had perished in a fire. And Li Jingwen was missing? It sounded oddly familiar. After finishing his statement, Olaf fixed his gaze intently on Qin Siyang's reaction. Judging by his expression, it appeared that he genuinely had no knowledge of the tragic fate that had befallen Li Jingwen's family. However, Olaf was already well aware of Qin Siyang's background and did not regard him as an ordinary student. Thus, even if Qin Siyang's demeanor showed no signs of weakness, Olaf remained convinced that he was the perpetrator. The method of murder and incineration, did it not sound somewhat familiar? Qin Siyang nodded in agreement. Indeed. It bears resemblance to the two cases you mentioned when we met yesterday, Chief Olaf. Precisely so. In my perspective, these three cases must have been committed by the same individual. Qin Siyang expressed a look of agreement. I share the same sentiment. The first two cases were orchestrated by you, and we have an unspoken understanding of that. Therefore, how did you manage to kill Li Jingwen's entire family and make her vanish? Chief Olaf, you have misunderstood my intention. I mean to say that I could not have possibly had the opportunity to commit the murder of Li Jingwen's family. I possess ample alibi. The murders of Li Jingwen's family and her disappearance are entirely unrelated to me, since all three cases were perpetrated by a single individual. The other two cases are also not connected to me. I am innocent. Student Qin, such a conversation lacks interest. My purpose in approaching you is genuinely to assist you. Chief Olaf, I sincerely appreciate your goodwill, but I am doing quite well and do not require your help. If you have the energy, perhaps you could lend assistance to the wandering orphans in the vicinity of the safety zone. You are also a wandering orphan. If you insist on framing it that way, there is little I can do. By the way, may I inquire whether Li Jingwen's family was burned alive, or were they killed first and then incinerated? We are not at liberty to disclose many details of the case. Qin Siyang shrugged. Very well, I wish you success in solving the case. Olaf did not obtain any substantial information from Qin Siyang. The primary reason being that he could not fathom how Qin Siyang could have committed murder from such a great distance. Various clues suggested that Qin Siyang was undoubtedly involved in Li Jingwen's disappearance. Olaf found himself at an impasse. He began to contemplate whether Qin Siyang's sequence was related to timed killings or doppelgangers. After Olaf departed, Li Tianming re-entered the office. Has Olaf been fixated on you? Qin Siyang leaned back with his eyes closed, twirling a ballpoint pen in his hand, feeling quite troubled. This old fellow insists on linking Li Jingwen's disappearance to me, despite my alibi and the presence of witnesses and evidence. The officers at the precinct are all the same, each one, having read too many detective novels, enjoys stirring up trouble unnecessarily. The more innocent you are, the more they suspect you. Previously, there was a blonde policewoman who insisted on suspecting me of maintaining inappropriate relationships with numerous married women, which was utterly baseless. I believe there may be some truth to your situation. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Qin Siyang cast a knowing glance at Li Tianming before resuming his repose with closed eyes. The only person harboring animosity towards Li Jingwen was none other than himself. After all, it was she who had once sent her uncle, Kuan Chenglong, to hunt him down, a grudge that could never be extinguished. Who else, if not himself, would have the motive to annihilate her entire family? Suddenly, an image flashed in Qin Siyang's mind, a strikingly beautiful woman with long hair and large, expressive eyes. Her sweet smile sent a shiver down his spine. What? He felt as though he had been jolted by electricity and instantly sprang upright from his chair. Chapter 86. A visit to the hospital. Qin Siyang stared incredulously at Li Tianming, who felt a twinge of unease under his gaze. What do you intend to do? Could it be that a married woman is your relative? Disregarding Li Tianming's comments, Qin Siyang continued to ponder the possibilities of the situation. Could Wen Shu be capable of murder? Li Jingwen had been driven to a dead end, and with no other options left, she might resort to threatening Wen Shu. As he recalled the previous incident in the abandoned courtyard where he had killed Li Jingwen's uncle, Kuan Chenglong, and his dubious associates. He remembered Wen Shu's unervingly calm demeanor and her adeptness at masking the sin of blood. There was undoubtedly more to her than met the eye. Yet he had never considered the extent of her capabilities. How could an ordinary girl possibly have annihilated the entire Li family? It was rather absurd. How had she accomplished such a feat? Perhaps it was best to confront her directly for clarification. If she were not responsible for the Li family's demise, the situation would become exceedingly complex. Rising from his chair, Qin Siyang prepared to seek answers. Where are you going? Li Tianming inquired. Isn't Teacher Zhu on leave? She entrusted the library to me. I need to tidy it up. You seem to be quite the diligent one, Li Tianming remarked. Upon arriving at the library, Qin Siyang found Wen Shu quietly engrossed in her studies. When she noticed his presence, she looked up and offered a gentle smile. He approached her and pulled out a chair to sit down. I have something I wish to ask you. It was me, Wen Shu replied directly, gazing at him with an unsettling calmness. Taken aback by her nonchalance, Qin Siyang felt a surge of disbelief. Was she truly so composed after committing murder? Are you wondering how I can be so unfazed by it? She asked. Somewhat, he admitted. She intended to harm me, so I eliminated her. Is there a problem with that? Well, not really. And her entire family constantly troubled me, so I took them all out. Is there an issue there? None at all. Then what is there for me to be anything but composed? After exchanging a few words with Qin Siyang, Wen Shu returned her focus to her studies. Though curiosity lingered within him, he refrained from probing further. The Li family comprised at least 5 or 6 members, all of whom had been slain by her hand. The absence of visible injuries on her only deepened his astonishment. However, as the questions formed on his lips, he recalled that Wen Shu had never pried into his secrets either. Why should he then press for answers? Despite their shared history of violence and being described as close friends by Li Tianming, it was prudent to maintain a certain distance. After all, Qin Siyang harbored his own unspeakable secrets. Choosing not to make a fool of himself, he stood up to organize the disheveled books in the library. Wen Shu glanced at his back with a soft smile. Just as Qin Siyang was about to leave for class, he suddenly heard the sound of weeping. He turned back and discovered a round-faced little girl at the library entrance, tearfully asking, "Excuse me, who is Brother Qin Siyang?" Qin Siyang approached, crouching to meet the girl, who barely reached his knees. I am Qin Siyang. What is the matter? I am Yu Chanxian. My grandmother is Zhu Li. She was assaulted in the hospital, and her money was stolen. She sent me back on the bus to find you. Qin Siyang's expression hardened as he lifted Yu Chanxian into his arms, settling her on his shoulder. He turned to Wen Shu and said, I must visit Teacher Zhu. I will need to trouble you to close the library today. I will go with you. She insisted. No need. I am a sequence ability user.